Tao Sheng traversed into the realm of American comics, becoming the proprietor of a pawnshop that connects myriad worlds. He gathers treasures, buying low and selling high, gradually evolving into a formidable force, striking down wasteland wolves and trampling Thanos. Spider-Man, are you a dog, shopkeeper? Iron Man, get lost. I would never sell you my Iron Man suit. It does smell tempting. Dragon, do you have any books on socialism? I have plenty of devil fruits. Take your pick. Chapter 1. The Mysterious Copper Coin. In a modest building in Hell's Kitchen, New York, Tao Sheng awoke in an unfamiliar chamber. Before he could ponder his situation, the door burst open. A group of men clad in black military uniforms, rifles in hand, stormed in, aiming their weapons at his head. Kid, where are the things your parents left you? Where are they hidden? What? What things? My parents never gave me anything. Tao Sheng's mind was still in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet, upon seeing the metallic weapons, he dared not speak out of turn, responding cautiously to the intruders. However, the brutish men exhibited little patience. One struck Tao Sheng's head with the butt of his gun. A cry echoed in the night, disturbing the beasts that lurked in the dark. Neighbors hastily secured their doors and windows, seemingly accustomed to such disturbances. As Tao Sheng curled up, cradling his head, the window shattered, followed by a flurry of darts slicing through the air. The men, realizing the darts were aimed at them, instinctively rolled for cover. Tao Sheng, witnessing the chaos, disregarded his pain and swiftly rolled beneath the bed. Moments later, gunfire erupted, accompanied by the sounds of shuffling objects and synchronized footsteps, resembling a symphony before silence enveloped the room. Come out. Do I need to ask you again? Hearing the delicate voice, Tao Sheng gradually relaxed, acknowledging that escape was futile. He cautiously emerged from beneath the bed, and before him stood a woman with fiery red curls, clad in a black bodysuit, her figure curvaceous and striking. Natasha observed Tao Sheng's initial reaction, his eyes widening in shock, and inquired, "Do you recognize me?" "No," he replied, astonished. The woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Black Widow, yet he instinctively denied the familiarity, adding, "You just look incredibly alluring, reminiscent of my ex-girlfriend. I hope you remain this defiant the next time they come to capture you." "What do you mean? Weren't you the ones who dealt with them?" Upon hearing this, Tao Sheng shouted in disbelief. "The assailants were sent by a secret organization. Your parents perished during their escape from this group, and now they suspect you may possess their research," she explained. As she elaborated, Tao Sheng learned her name was Natasha, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and that the organization that had attacked him was their nemesis. The failure of Hydra's mission meant they would soon regroup for another attempt until they succeeded. Natasha assured him that if he could safeguard his parents' research, the government would provide protection, sparing him from further assaults. "I truly have no idea what you're talking about. My head is throbbing." Tao Sheng raised a hand to soothe his injured head, blood trickling down his face as he fixed his gaze on her. "Or do you intend to knock me out and search this place regardless? It's not as if I have much here, is it?" The two in the room fell into silence. Natasha, sensing the atmosphere, remarked, "Take care of yourself," before departing. Returning to her car nearby, Natasha reported through her earpiece, "No anomalies. Should I continue surveillance?" Receiving a negative response, she drove away from the scene. Tao Sheng leaned against the window, watching them leave. Finally, they've gone. They talk about safeguarding things, but it's no different from parents telling children they'll keep their red envelopes safe. Besides, they're part of Hydra, a decayed organization. He immediately approached his computer, searching for information. Alas, I have truly entered the Marvel universe, and not just Marvel. Batman, Wonder Woman, and other superheroes are trending across major websites. Tao Sheng slumped into his chair in despair. It was no wonder he felt such hopelessness, having lived as an orphan for over 20 years, engaged in the most mundane of jobs. He suddenly found himself in this world, uncertain whether it was a soul's traversal or a resurgence of past memories. Moreover, this world was rife with various antisocial villains orchestrating terror, culminating in the grand antagonist Thanos, who sought to annihilate half the population to restore cosmic balance. Such misfortune left him wary of the odds of survival. After regaining his composure, he began rummaging through his belongings, hoping to uncover anything left behind by his parents. Perhaps this was his sole opportunity for a turnaround. After a considerable time, drenched in sweat, Tao Sheng collapsed onto the bed, surrounded by the disarray of his home, items scattered across the floor. Where could it be? Reflecting on his memories, he recalled that his parents had indeed visited him. Their conversations had primarily revolved around caring for him and the usual parental advice about starting a family, culminating in the remark, "Do you remember how much you loved playing hide and seek as a child?" Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind. While hiding beneath the bed during the gunfight, he had noticed a small indentation on the floor. Childhood memories flooded back had hidden there while playing hide and seek, causing his parents to search for him all day, frightened out of their wits. Eventually, he had to knock on the wooden planks for them to find him, and predictably, he received a thorough reprimanding. Thus, Tao Sheng swiftly moved the bed aside and opened the hidden compartment. Indeed, within lay a box. Upon opening it, he discovered only a letter and a copper coin inscribed with the character Dong. The letter read, "Dear son, by the time you read this letter, your father and I will have ventured to a distant realm. In the days to come, we may not have the chance to care for you, so do not grieve. Knowing you have grown brings us great solace." The copper coin in the box has been passed down through generations. While serving Hydra, we stumbled upon an object within the organization that resonated similarly to our family's coin. It may hold the key to unraveling our family's secrets. Regrettably, just as we were on the brink of discovery, we were detected by higher-ups and forced into a path of flight. The final mystery of our lineage is now entrusted to you to explore. Additionally, we have contacted a student of a professor friend, a well-mannered girl. We have shared your contact information with her, and she will reach out to you upon returning from her studies abroad. You are no longer a child. Do not confine yourself to the house without making friends. This meeting is not to be refused. It is the last wish of your parents, who love you dearly. As he finished reading the letter, tears streamed down Tao Sheng's face uncontrollably. Having lived 2 lives without the touch of parental love, he finally felt the warmth of familial affection and care. Originally intent on fleeing to Huagua, he now altered his course. Revenge and uncovering the secrets of his family had become his foremost objectives. Perhaps it was the influence of his predecessor, or perhaps a reluctance to continue living an ordinary life. With resolve, Tao Sheng picked up the copper coin, examining it closely. At that moment, blood from the wound inadvertently dripped onto the copper coin, and in an instant, the coin seemed to meld into Tao Sheng's mind like a flowing light. Simultaneously, the information embedded within the coin surged forth, overwhelming him and causing him to lose consciousness. Concurrently, the house in which Tao Sheng resided began to undergo a transformation. Chapter 2: The Hokage and the Pirate. Sunlight poured onto the streets of Hell's Kitchen, as if attempting to cleanse the darkness of the previous night. The streets gradually became more populated with cars and pedestrians. Tao Sheng, lying in bed, suddenly sat upright, believing the events of the previous night to be nothing more than a nightmare. However, upon touching his head, the wound reminded him of the harsh reality. Life unfolds like a drama, and regardless of whether it is good or bad, one must continue to perform. Tao Sheng was now processing the significance of that copper coin. It turned out that this coin had a remarkable history, tracing back to ancient times, though no one could precisely determine how ancient. It was known that the coin had circulated through many hands, each using it until it transformed into its current state. The inscription on the coin, reading indicated that its last owner had used it for a pawnshop, which once dominated the entire planet, with establishments visible wherever people gathered. However, nothing is eternal. As time passed, the coin began its journey of wandering, ultimately finding its way into Tao Sheng's possession. As a traveler from another world, perhaps a certain energy within him had activated the coin. Subsequently, it evolved into a pawnshop. Notably, this pawnshop could connect to myriad worlds, albeit initially possessing limited energy, allowing access to only a few worlds with long cooldowns, typically activating only once a month. Nevertheless, the potential for the future seemed promising, instilling a sense of confidence in Tao Sheng regarding his aspirations. Otherwise, he had contemplated masquerading as a mystic before various superheroes, seeking their favor. Once he had freshened up, Tao Sheng resolved to thoroughly examine his current surroundings. Exiting his room, he noticed the second floor was still in disarray, with items carelessly strewn about from the previous night's search. However, upon descending to the first floor, he discovered a complete transformation. Various items were neatly arranged, and a towering counter divided the space, resembling a conventional bank, albeit with glass replaced by exquisite golden-hued Nanma wood. If someone were to enter through the door, they would immediately see the grand counter and a larger-than-life copper coin suspended above, also inscribed with. To the side, there was a notice board for employees. Approaching the employee board, he noticed 4 transparent frames designed to hold half-body photographs. The top frame already contained Tao Sheng's image, labeled shopkeeper. Quite presentable, he mused, acknowledging his photograph. While he couldn't claim to be exceptionally handsome, his clean appearance surpassed that of many. He then continued to examine the frames below, which bore the titles Restorer, Security Officer, and Manufacturer. As the shopkeeper, He understood the purpose of the employee board. When he recruited staff, their half-body photographs would automatically appear, and placing them in different positions would grant him diverse superpowers. The restorer would acquire the ability to refurbish or mend items. The security officer, as the name suggests, would enhance their physical attributes and combat skills. The manufacturer could forge or alter objects, with the success rate being somewhat mystical. However, with frequent attempts at forgery, the probability of success would gradually increase. After all, practice makes perfect. As the shopkeeper, Tao Sheng possessed all these abilities, yet he was limited to using the restoration or manufacturing skills only once a month. Since earlier, he had felt a surge of energy fortifying him, likely the power of security. Ding dong. Tao Sheng turned to the door, where a glowing portal had appeared, seemingly allowing someone to enter. He hurried into the counter, adjusted his attire, donned sunglasses, and awaited the arrival through the portal. Two figures stepped through. The first, a golden-haired individual clad in a white cloak emblazoned with fourth Hokage, and the second, a man in a military green overcoat, a red tattoo on his left cheek, and a fierce expression. Remarkably, both the Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the pirate, Monkey D. Dragon, had arrived an opportunity for a substantial transaction. Welcome, welcome. Your presence truly graces this humble establishment. Do you have items to pawn or purchase? Tao Sheng greeted, as the two figures, previously wandering in their respective worlds, hesitated momentarily before stepping into the portal. In an instant, they found themselves in this place, their surprise tempered by a facade of calm as they began to survey the pawnshop and its occupants. They soon grasped the shop's rules. Anyone could sell or pawn items in their possession. Pawning involved using items as collateral to obtain money, which could later be redeemed with interest. Upon hearing Tao Sheng's words, they instinctively turned to the shopkeeper. Do you have anything of value? Inquired Minato, the fourth Hokage. As the leader of a village, he lacked for wealth, but he was curious about the treasures within a shop capable of transcending space. Indeed, this vial of healing potion would be perfect for Yut can restore life to the dead. As long as there is breath, consuming it will rejuvenate one to full health. This potion was among the items Tao Sheng had received from his beginner's gift pack that morning, though regrettably, he possessed only 3 vials. Hearing the potion's effects, Minato was immediately intrigued. His wife was about to give birth, and having such a potion could prevent any unforeseen complications. However, he had not prepared any items to trade before entering the portal, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Noticing Minato standing there, visibly flustered, Tao Sheng realized he likely had not brought anything with him. Although, as the shopkeeper, he should prioritize profit, he empathized with Minato's background, a fellow orphan who had risen to become Hokage through sheer determination. In the future, during the birth of his child, Minato might face ambushes, leading to the tragic loss of both him and his wife, leaving their child an orphan. Such a fate was indeed pitiful. You may write down a chakra training manual, and some jutsu there are paper and pens available, Tao Sheng suggested, pointing to a small table nearby. Upon hearing this, Minato felt a wave of relief wash over him. He swiftly dashed to the table, eager to write, determined to be as thorough as possible, lest he miss anything essential and face the shopkeeper's refusal to exchange it. For him, this was an alternate world. Even if the shopkeeper learned jutsu, it wouldn't pose a threat to his village. Moreover, he genuinely desired that healing potion. I'm not interested in that potion. Do you have anything else? Dragon interjected after their exchange, asserting that he did not consider himself prone to injury, rendering the potion less valuable to him. Tao Sheng felt a pang of frustration upon hearing this. As a novice, he was reluctant to lose such a significant client. Currently, the only items of notable value he possessed were the healing potion and a gold bar left by his parents. Gold is undoubtedly in abundance for the leader of the revolutionary army in this pirate realm. Wait, revolution. Suddenly, Tao Sheng recalled an item that this leader would undoubtedly desire. Chapter 3. A life hanging by a thread. Please wait a moment. I possess an item that is sure to please you, said Tao Sheng, hastily ascending the stairs to search for something. Fortunately, the two guests harbored no ill intentions. Had they chosen to seize the potion and flee, Tao Sheng would have been left utterly despondent. Before long, Long observed the proprietor descending from the second floor, cradling several books in his arms. His expression appeared increasingly menacing. Is this so-called treasure merely a few books? I sense there is no need to continue this discussion. Do not be hasty. First have a look. If you are unsatisfied, I shall gift you a vial of healing potion, Tao Sheng asserted confidently, extending the volumes toward Long. Upon hearing the proprietor's inflated confidence, Long refrained from further comment. After all, they were just a few books. The first title that caught his eye was the Communist Manifesto, followed by Das Kapital, selected works of Mao Zedong, and Class Struggle. Encountering these names for the first time left Long bewildered. Nevertheless, he chose to peruse the manifesto. As he read about the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, his heart resonated as if struck by a great drum, and he felt his soul echoing and transcending. Seeing Long immersed in the world of the book, Tao Sheng noted his pupils dilating as if he were about to devour the entire volume, signifying a successful endeavor. However, he dared not interrupt, fearing he might truly be consumed. Fortunately, Tao Sheng had unearthed these books the previous night. Indeed, it was the abode of a scholar. Abundant in literature, one was fervently writing, while the other was engrossed in reading, with nothing else to occupy him. Tao Sheng retreated to the second floor to tidy up his quarters and wait in silence. As the sun set, the darkness of the Hell's Kitchen enveloped the surroundings once more. Tao Sheng munched on various snacks, his stomach still growling, pondering whether these two formidable men required sustenance or restroom breaks. Not long after, the fourth Hokage finally rose to stretch his limbs and handed a hefty manuscript to Tao Sheng. Without scrutinizing it, Tao Sheng exchanged a vial of potion. Transaction complete. May you find no need for this vial. Thank you. Next time I visit, I shall bring a more detailed manual as compensation. Watergate expressed his gratitude before stepping through the light portal and departing. As the village leader, he had already been away for quite some time. The moment Minato Namikaze returned to Konoha, glimmers of light appeared in his hand, ultimately coalescing into a black card. This card would offer a prompt the next time he entered the pawn shop. What a good person, still considering compensation. This transaction was not in vain. Tao Sheng mused after Watergate's departure. Perhaps the earlier commotion had disturbed Long, for he now regained his focus and retrieved a fruit adorned with intricate patterns from his bag. The human fruit, angel form, a devil fruit. One who consumes this fruit gains immense power, though it is vulnerable to seawater. Shall we trade this for those books? Long proposed succinctly. Certainly, it is yours. Next time, do bring more fruits, for I have an abundance of treasures here. I also wish for your fruitful endeavors and a swift triumph. Tao Sheng accepted the fruit, suppressing the excitement within him. Ah, the shopkeeper, you are quite amusing. I shall remember you. Long gazed meaningfully at Tao Sheng before stepping into the portal to depart from his place. With the last patron's disappearance, the portal faded into the air as if nothing had changed. In this moment of exhilaration, Tao Sheng leaped in joy while clutching the chakra cultivation manual and the devil fruit, utterly surprised by this auspicious start. He was eager to employ his restoration skill to mend the manual, for matters of cultivation required utmost caution. The restoration technique could revive any object to its pristine state, rendering any minor omissions or errors inconsequential. As long as the manual structure was correct and the general direction intact, that sufficed. As for the devil fruit, Tao Sheng set it aside. Though consuming it would grant impressive combat prowess, it bore significant drawbacks. What he truly desired was a fruit of the natural type. Natural fruits allowed for elemental transformation, rendering one immune to most assaults, and could conjure natural elements to unleash formidable attacks. This idea stirred his interest. Thus, he decided to let the fruit lie for now, planning to restore it next month or after acquiring new staff, perhaps to disguise it as another fruit and sell it at high price. To Tao Sheng's delight, the restored manual elucidated the foundational cultivation techniques, including the shadow clone technique and the flying thunder god technique, making them accessible to him. Most importantly, the methods post-restoration could harness the energy of the copper coin within him, facilitating rapid cultivation. Without hesitation, Tao Sheng commenced his training. Hours slipped by, and Tao Sheng eventually ceased his endeavors, overwhelmed by hunger. Having consumed only a meager amount of snacks throughout the day, coupled with his recent training, his energy was nearly depleted. Reluctantly, he ventured out to procure some food and other necessities. However, he seemed to have forgotten that he was not in Huagua. Late at night, there were no street food stalls or all-night eateries, and after a long search, he finally located a convenience store. After satisfying his hunger at the convenience store, Tao Sheng made his way home with a plethora of household supplies. Along the way, a group of individuals clad in hooded sweatshirts approached him, wielding folding knives, and it seemed they were concealing other items at their waists. Alas, the presence of superheroes often heralds an increase in villainy. This was indeed a reasonable conclusion. On his first night out, Tao Sheng experienced the warm welcome of Hell's Kitchen. "Hey kid, hand over your money," one of them demanded as they began to encircle him. Handing over money was out of the question. After his purchases, he was penniless, and the prospect of having to forego meals in the coming days rendered the demand tantamount to a threat on his life. As the thugs noticed Tao Sheng setting down his belongings, raising his hands in apparent defiance, they charged at him without hesitation. In his heart, Tao Sheng cursed the younger generation for their lack of martial ethics, striking without uttering a single word of warning. Having never engaged in a fight before, and with only a few hours of training under his belt, he possessed merely a scant amount of chakra and lacked any proficiency in ninjutsu, relying instead on his enhanced physical prowess to throw haphazard punches. He infused chakra into his fists and, without any particular technique, unleashed a flurry of rapid blows. Adhering to the principle that speed triumphs over all in martial arts, as long as he was swift enough, no one could approach him. The first assailant charging at him, upon witnessing the seemingly frail and delicate Tao Sheng throw punches, regarded him with disdain, planning to absorb a few hits and effortlessly overpower him. However, to his astonishment, Tao Sheng's strength was such that he sent the man flying several meters away, rendering him unconscious, a testament to the foolhardiness of his opponent in taking the hit. Although Tao Sheng's hand bore a cut from a knife, he felt no pain. Upon closer inspection, the wound was slowly healing, significantly bolstering his confidence. The unexpected turn of events made the thugs wary. One of them sheathed his knife and drew a gun, aiming it directly at Tao Sheng. Just as the bullet struck his body, he miraculously transformed into a wooden plank, collapsing to the ground. It was then revealed that in this moment of peril, Tao Sheng had executed the basic technique of the substitution jutsu. Now appearing a few meters away, he patted his chest, exclaiming, "That was close. Thankfully, I learned the substitution technique. Otherwise, I would have met my end before Thanos could even lay eyes on me." However, his face had turned pale, and his chakra reserves were nearly depleted, leaving him to pray that the next bullet wound hit a vital spot. Chapter 4. The first encounter with the little spider. The thugs were taken aback when they witnessed Tao Sheng transform into a wooden plank upon being hit by the bullet. Yet, upon seeing him reappear a short distance away, they assumed it was some sort of trick, thus regaining their bravado. Feeling mocked, one thug immediately raised his gun again, intent on firing another shot at Tao Sheng. At that moment, an unexpected figure emerged, a shadow darting from a distant building at remarkable speed, delivering a kick that sent the armed thug flying. With deft movements, the newcomer ensnared the remaining two thugs in webs, swiftly concluding the skirmish. Bathed in moonlight, the unmistakable spider costume identified him as Spider-Man. As a recent superhero sensation actively combating crime in New York, Spider-Man was also on a quest to find the perpetrator responsible for his uncle's murder, just as he confirmed that these thugs were not the ones he sought. Preparing to depart, a voice called out to him, "Interested in becoming my bodyguard? High salary." It was none other than Tao Sheng, who had identified this promising and astute superhero as a potential ally. Spider-Man assessed Tao Sheng, noting his youthful appearance reminiscent of a recent college graduate, and surmised he was likely another privileged individual with eccentric aspirations. He dismissed the offer with a curt, "Not interested," and resumed his pursuit of criminals among the rooftops. Unfazed by Spider-Man's rejection, Tao Sheng understood that recruiting employees was a challenging endeavor. After all, even Liu Bei had made multiple visits to the thatched cottage to invite Zhuge Liang to join him. Observing the chaotic scene, Tao Sheng retrieved his belongings and promptly dialed the police to report the ruffians. Combating crime is a shared responsibility. Upon returning home, Tao Sheng secured the door and embarked on his journey of cultivation. The events of the night weighed heavily on him. He felt feeble, acutely aware that the next assault from the Hydra would be far more formidable than the trivial encounter of the previous evening. To ensure his survival against the unexpected attacks of various petty villains, Tao Sheng devoted the following days to an unrelenting cycle of training and resting. One day, within the pawn shop, a streak of black lightning flickered incessantly, revealing the figure of Tao Sheng once it ceased. His relentless practice of the Flying Thunder God technique was not in vain. He had finally mastered this life-saving skill, significantly increasing his odds of survival. "I'm quite pleased," Tao Sheng remarked. "As a high-level space ninjutsu, The Flying Thunder God technique allows one to instantaneously reach a pre-marked location, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities. If Minato were to learn that Tao Sheng, in a mere few days, had progressed from a novice ninja to a master of this technique, he would undoubtedly be astonished, exclaiming, "A genius in ninjutsu! You should assume the mantle of Hokage. I shall step aside," setting aside the immense chakra required for such advanced jutsu. The complexity of space ninjutsu alone would dissuade 99 out of 100 aspirants. After all, it had taken Minato decades to master it. Yet, Tao Sheng remained oblivious to these truths, mistakenly attributing his remarkable advancement to the healing technique and the coins within his body. Nevertheless, the end result of becoming stronger was all that mattered. However, Tao Sheng soon confronted a pressing issue. He was out of money. The intensive training over the past few days had drained his energy reserves and depleted his savings. It was time to venture out and find a means to earn some money. What? You wonder why I don't resort to robbery? As a citizen of Huagua, a 5-star model citizen, could I engage in such acts? His inherent pride prevented any thoughts of wrongdoing. Of course, he would refuse a chance to collect some money while combating crime. Yet, in this unfamiliar territory, he could not locate any criminals to confront. Never mind. He decided to take a stroll. Staying indoors would yield no income. After a brief contemplation, Tao Sheng gathered his things and stepped outside. The gentle breeze was refreshing as he pedaled along the riverside on a bicycle. Here I am, a superhero, unable to find a part-time job that offers good pay for little work. How unpredictable life is. Before he could finish his lament, he noticed a woman nearby who suddenly leapt into the air while running, only to plummet directly into the river moments later. What manner of deity is this? Who could take flight yet still fall into the water? Tao Sheng was momentarily bewildered, but he resolved to rescue her. He tossed a specially inscribed copper coin to the ground and another towards the drowning girl. In a flash of dark light, Tao Sheng appeared above her and grasped her hand. In another instant, he transported them both back to safety. The copper coins adorned with peculiar symbols serve as markers preordained by Tao Sheng for the Flying Thunder God technique, enabling precise teleportation. In practice, as long as he scatters enough coins, the enemy remains bewildered regarding his next move. The focus shifts back to the girl, who lies in a state of unconsciousness. Tao Sheng hesitates, contemplating whether to administer artificial respiration, but his deliberation is cut short as the girl begins to cough, awakening on her own. While he breathes a sigh of relief, a tinge of regret lingers. Are you all right? How could you fall into the water when you can fly? You must not have mastered it yet. Thank you. By the way, aren't you curious about how I can fly? The girl, who had initially intended to express her gratitude, suddenly poses this question. What's there to it? In this world, who doesn't possess a few tricks? Tao Sheng retorts, before expelling a formidable burst of flame from his mouth, executing the fire release, great fireball technique. The sight of this man belching forth flames startles the girl. Are you a circus performer? She inquires. This is ninjutsu. Tao Sheng replies, somewhat irked, yet upon seeing the lingering confusion on her face, adds, it's a form of superpower. The girl is taken aback to learn he is a superpowered individual. Although she has seen many such beings in the media, she has never encountered one personally. Fearing others would label her a freak for her own strange ability to fly, she suddenly feels a sense of camaraderie upon discovering that this man possesses genuine power. Hello, my name is Jessica Jones. I'm not quite sure how it happened, but while I was running, I suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of strength and then took to the skies. I have a slight fear of heights, which is why I inadvertently fell into the water. Upon hearing her name, Tao Sheng is flooded with memories from his past life. He recalls that she was a high school classmate of Spider-Man from the previous night. A remarkable coincidence. Jessica and her family were involved in a tragic accident with a military vehicle laden with radioactive chemicals, leaving her the sole survivor, now adopted by others. Her superpowers stem from the radiation exposure during the crash, granting her extraordinary strength and potential as a superhero. However, her original fate was grim, as she soon fell under the mental control of a supervillain known as Purple Man, compelled to commit numerous heinous acts and subjected to unspeakable horrors while imprisoned by him. Observing Jessica, who resembles the girl next door, and considering her tragic backstory, Tao Sheng feels compelled to prevent her from succumbing to her predetermined fate. You seem a bit naive. The outside world can be deceiving. Join me as my apprentice, and I will teach you to master your abilities, he offers to Jessica. "You're the one being foolish," she mutters softly, yet recognizing her savior and the prospect of guidance, she ultimately nods in agreement. Chapter 5. The first employee at this moment. Tao Sheng is taken aback. He had anticipated her refusal, yet here she is, unexpectedly acquiescing. At this moment, as a novice in the role of a boss, he was unsure how to articulate grand visions or offer inspirational words to motivate his employees. Ahem, very well. You shall be grateful for this choice in the future. Now, why don't you take a day to rest and come to work tomorrow? After saying this, Tao Sheng jotted down the pawnshop's address for Jessica and draped his coat over her shoulders. After all, the alluringly figured Jessica was drenched, her top somewhat translucent, and he dared not gaze at her any longer. "Boss, I have classes tomorrow, so I fear I cannot come to work." Jessica expressed her apologies earnestly. Tao Sheng raised his hand to his forehead, realizing he had forgotten she was still a high school student. "Then come on your day off. It's all right. Our work is quite easy. Come whenever you have time. Your studies are paramount." After confirming that Jessica was indeed fine and did not require a ride home, Tao Sheng vanished home in a flash. With no earnings and now an extra mouth to feed, he contemplated selling a gold bar left by his parents. He decided to endure this period before devising further plans, as money was indeed hard to acquire. In the following days, Tao Sheng immersed himself in continuous training. On her day off, Jessica glanced at the address in her hand and then raised her gaze to the wooden structure before her, reminiscent of traditional Chinese architecture. Experiencing this type of building up close for the first time, she felt a sense of novelty. First, there were the crimson double doors, flanked by couplets. Merchants from the north and south come to the south. The pawnshop deals in goods from east to west, the sign above read. Although Jessica could not comprehend the Chinese characters, she found their square and sturdy forms quite pleasing. She took a few steps forward and knocked on the door. Before long, it swung open. From now on, when you arrive, just push the door open and come in. There's no need to close it behind you. We keep the door open for business. I wonder if these people understand what a pawn shop is, Tao Sheng explained as he led her to the employee area, where her half-body photo was already displayed. "Boss, you aren't a creep, are you? Why would you have my photo?" Jessica recoiled in distaste. Tao Sheng swiftly maneuvered and playfully tapped her on the head. "What are you thinking? With your underdeveloped form?" Ignoring Jessica's distressed expression, he placed her photograph in the restore section. At that moment, Jessica felt an inexplicable surge of energy within her, as if she could restore all things to their former glory. Don't ask. Just know that this is your newfound superpower, and you are not mistaken in feeling it. Now, each week, you can restore one item to its perfect state. Tao Sheng seemed to anticipate her questions and answered preemptively. Nevertheless, he cautioned her to use this ability wisely. As a novice, she might encounter failures. At this moment, Jessica's heart swelled with excitement. She had thought she was joining an ordinary superhero organization. Little did she know that this seemingly inconspicuous young boss possessed extraordinary abilities, and the unexpected power she gained was truly remarkable, allowing her to transform secondhand goods into first-class items. All right, now we shall commence your specialized training. Your mental fortitude is rather lacking. Allow yourself to experience my illusion. Jessica had no time to react before she found herself surrounded by a horde of ferocious beasts. One of the beasts spoke, stating, "You shall continue to battle here until your strength is utterly depleted, exhausting your willpower." This was the specialized training that Tao Sheng had meticulously crafted for Jessica. She possessed strength but lacked combat awareness and mental resilience. Coincidentally, in the past few days, she had also enhanced her illusionary skills, which enabled such impressive results. This form of training was a significant drain on the mental energies of both parties, maximizing the efficiency of mental fortitude enhancement. Jessica had been embroiled in fierce battles within the illusion for 3 days, initially relying solely on brute force, only to find herself exhausted and resurrected within mere hours. Gradually, she learned to conserve her energy and employ tactics in her combat. Thus, Jessica continuously fought and revived, repeatedly experiencing death. Ultimately, during her last bout, she could no longer endure. The illusion dissipated, and she collapsed onto the ground, yearning to drift into slumber. Just then, she was suddenly lifted in a princess carry. Before she could bask in the warmth of Tao Sheng's chest, she felt an unexpected sensation of weightlessness. Tao Sheng tossed her onto the bed, prompting Jessica to exclaim, "You scoundrel!" Yet, She lacked the strength to retaliate and soon succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Jessica was awakened by a commotion. Someone calling her to come downstairs for breakfast. Famished, she quickly freshened up and rushed down. "Is this the breakfast of your homeland?" She inquired curiously at the table filled with unfamiliar foods, seemingly buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. "Oh, you seem to know quite a bit. Hurry up and finish. Accompany me to purchase a car afterward. It's truly inconvenient to go out in America without a vehicle. In my previous life, I lacked the funds to buy a car. Now that I have the means, I intend to relish the joy of driving." Before long, they arrived at a local used car dealership, and Tao Sheng's eyes were immediately drawn to a dazzling yellow Chevrolet Camaro. It was akin to Bumblebee from Transformers, a cherished memory from Tao Sheng's youth, though sadly, this car could not transform. As he caressed the vehicle, his fondness for it deepened, despite being second-hand. Jessica could employ her restoration magic to make it as good as new. "Jessica, hand over the money. We are buying this one." The shameless owner, instead of paying his employees, expected them to contribute. "What did you say? You want me to pay? Do you have no conscience? I can hardly fill my stomach and have to work temporary jobs." Initially, Jessica reacted like a startled cat, but as she recounted her struggles with hunger, her shabby clothing, the emotional neglect from her foster parents, and the ridicule from her classmates, tears began to well up in her eyes. Seeing her distress, Tao Sheng hurriedly paid and handed Jessica 500 yuan as pocket money. "Do not cry, do not cry. From now on, I shall be your elder brother. The days of hardship are behind you." After comforting her until her emotions stabilized, he observed her smile return as she accepted the 500 yuan. He now suspected that this girl simply desired money. The two promptly entered the car, preparing to drive away. Jessica glanced at Tao Sheng, who was motionless in the driver's seat, and queried, "Boss, I sincerely hope you can drive." "Ha ha ha. One must possess a vehicle before learning to drive. Wouldn't you agree?" "Fear not, for my capacity to learn is exceptional. Do teach me swiftly." Jessica gazed at her boss, who remained utterly unperturbed, and resigned herself to instructing him repeatedly on the art of driving. "Boss, do you see the child riding a bicycle nearby?" "Yes, what of it?" "Rest assured, I shall not collide with him. I meant you're driving too slowly. Could you please accelerate?" Tao Sheng felt a twinge of guilt as he noticed several children had surpassed him on their bicycles. Consequently, he slightly increased his speed. However, just as he did, a loud crash ensued as he collided with someone. Seizing the moment, he scolded, "I told you not to rush me. Safety first, and now look, I've hit someone." With that, he promptly exited the vehicle to assess the situation. Only to his astonishment, the individual he had struck was none other than Spider-Man. Fortunately, no financial recompense would be necessary. Just as Tao Sheng intended to assist him, an enraged roar approached rapidly from behind. Turning to glance, he beheld a colossal lizard charging towards him. Tao Sheng swiftly dodged, and the massive creature barreled past, crashing into a wall and coming to a halt. At that moment, Spider-Man regained consciousness and shouted to the onlookers, "Get away from here. Don't linger." He then fervently unleashed webs towards the great lizard, attempting to ensnare it. Chapter 6. A renewed recruitment. The formidable lizard appeared to be Dr. Connors from Oscorp, having injected himself with lizard DNA, transforming into this grotesque hybrid. Tao Sheng explained this to Jessica, playfully tapping her on the head. "Hurry, go rescue those in danger. Afterward, you can engage with the lizard. Such an excellent opportunity for real combat must not be squandered." Jessica pouted, visibly displeased, before rushing towards the onlookers who were still taking pictures, forcibly pulling them away to safety. In a desperate bid to escape the webs binding him, the lizard spun around violently, tearing through the strands. As it did, its tail struck nearby debris, sending stones flying in all directions. With the area still crowded, several large rocks were poised to crash down upon a young girl not far off. In that instant, a coin zipped through the air faster than the stones, reaching the girl with Tao Sheng appearing beside her. The little girl, having kept her eyes shut in fear, felt the warmth of his embrace and cautiously opened them to see a kind-faced brother smiling gently. "It's all right, dear. Everything is fine now. Quickly, go with your mother. It's dangerous here." "Thank you, big brother." After descending from Tao Sheng's arms, the girl ran towards her mother, glancing back several times along the way. Tao Sheng waved goodbye to her before returning his attention to the unfolding battle. At this juncture, Spider-Man and Jessica had developed a semblance of teamwork. Spider-Man primarily employed his webs to immobilize the lizard, while Jessica unleashed her formidable strength, delivering powerful punches to the creature. Gradually, the two individuals seemed to experience a decline in their stamina, feeling overwhelmed as they were struck several times by the formidable lizard. Observing this, Tao Sheng promptly hurled a copper coin at the creature's face and, in a flash, appeared before it. He then unleashed a spiraling attack directly onto the lizard's visage. The force of his technique sent the creature crashing into several walls, leaving Tao Sheng hopeful that he would not have to bear the cost of the destruction. Realizing he needed to escape swiftly, surveying the vicinity, now reduced to ruins, he noted the tremendous noise they had generated. The lizard's remarkable vitality enabled it to rise once more, despite its face being a grotesque mess of flesh and blood. Its primal instincts ignited by the scent of its own vitality. In a fit of rage, it slammed its tail against the ground, preparing to charge at Tao Sheng when a larger, fiery, spiraling attack hurtled toward it. With a resounding crash, the ground caved in, forming a deep pit with the lizard lying at its center, its charred skin indicating its transformation toward a more humanoid form. Tao Sheng, witnessing the power of his first real combat experience, felt a sense of satisfaction, affirming his extraordinary talent. "Boss, how shall we proceed?" Jessica and Spider-Man approached. "Let us make haste. Do you intend to linger here and await the police?" Tao Sheng replied, hearing the distant sound of a helicopter approaching. He moved to his vehicle and turned to the departing Spider-Man, saying, "Peter Parker, if you wish to avoid a chat with your Aunt May, you'd best get in the car." Peter Parker was momentarily stunned. Despite his carefulness, no one had ever unveiled his identity beneath the mask. The audacity of this individual to speak his name left him astounded. Reluctantly, he complied and entered the vehicle, recognizing he was no match for Tao Sheng, who had effortlessly dispatched the lizard with mere strikes. Soon, the trio drove away from the scene. At that moment, a helicopter descended above Dr. Lizard, as several special operatives descended, retrieving him and swiftly departing into the clouds. Once aboard, the operatives completed their mission and collectively proclaimed, "Hail Hydra." Meanwhile, several police cars arrived at the site, only to find no personnel or bodies present, just remnants and bloodstains that testified to the fierce battle that had transpired. They had no choice but to report the facts to their superiors before departing. In another vehicle, Jessica exclaimed, "You're Peter Parker? Our school's Peter Parker? I'm Jessica, delighted to meet you." Her excitement was palpable as she addressed Spider-Man. Realizing that hiding his identity was futile, Spider-Man removed his mask. However, instead of responding to Jessica, he turned to Tao Sheng and inquired, "How did you know my identity? There is nothing in this world that I am unaware of. Do you understand fortune-telling? It is an ancient mystical art," Tao Sheng boasted, contemplating using this skill to deceive and trick superheroes in the future. "And do you know who murdered my uncle?" Parker evidently remained skeptical, yet still harbored a desire to uncover the answer to the enigma. The secrets of the universe are not to be divulged. Perhaps the quest for this answer holds greater significance if pursued by oneself. "So, are you still interested in becoming my bodyguard?" Tao Sheng astutely shifted the topic, genuinely oblivious to the identity of his uncle's murderer. Upon hearing those familiar words, Parker recalled memories from a few days prior and exclaimed, "I remember now. You were the wealthy heir who was robbed that night." However, his interest remained unfazed. He was determined to find the killer first. "Being my bodyguard would still allow you to continue your pursuit of the murderer. If you encounter formidable adversaries, you can always call upon my assistance. You witnessed my capabilities today. I still have no interest. I prefer freedom," Parker replied. Tao Sheng abruptly halted, hurling a wrapped copper coin at Parker, declaring, "Take this and leave. Keep it on you. If you lose it, I will seek out your Aunt May." Sensing Tao Sheng's fury, Parker dared not linger in the car any longer. He took the coin and exited. "Boss, even if Parker declines your offer, must you really force him out of the car?" "Don't be foolish. He has a girlfriend, and they are quite affectionate," Tao Sheng remarked, observing Jessica's bashful demeanor. Recognizing that she was entering her adolescent phase. "It is you who are foolish. I will ignore you," Jessica retorted, turning her gaze toward the car window, muttering softly to herself. Noticing her displeasure, Tao Sheng attempted to console her, saying, "Do not be upset. I will find you a good man in the future. Parker is truly not suitable for you." Regrettably, his words elicited no response, leaving him at a loss. Having never been adept at comforting girls, he chose to drive in silence. The atmosphere became notably quiet. Upon arriving at Jessica's home, Tao Sheng reminded her to be punctual for work on the next day off, receiving only her retreating figure as a reply. A gentle breeze stirred, causing a flurry of cherry blossoms to dance in the air. Outside the maternity ward of the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, Minato Namikaze paced anxiously, preparing to embrace fatherhood. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonated throughout the village, causing Minato to glance toward the source of the sound. The flames illuminating the night sky were alarmingly bright. His restless emotions seemed to manifest as thick plumes of smoke. He sensed that something grave had transpired. He could hear the anguished cries of his wife, Kushina, from within the delivery room, indicating that their child was nearing arrival. Yet, in that moment, he could only painfully leave behind a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the scene of the fire, where people were already organizing efforts to extinguish the flames. Minato suddenly realized he had fallen into a diversionary trap. He swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the delivery room, only to find Kushina weakly lying on the hospital bed, while a mysterious figure in a black robe cradled their child. The midwife lay on the ground, her clothing stained crimson with blood, evidently slain by the masked man before him. Chapter 7. Mind Control. The Purple Man, 4th Hokage. I have heard tales of your formidable Flying Thunder God technique. However, I wonder which one of your beloved wife or child you will be able to save, the masked man declared, tossing the doll from his hand and detonating the explosive tag affixed to it. In a moment of dire urgency, Minato had no choice but to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the impending explosion with his child, returning to the home of his apprentice, Kakashi, and entrusting him with the care of the infant. Upon returning to the delivery room, Minato discovered that the masked man had already unsealed the 9 tails within Kushina and was commanding the colossal beast to assault the village. Rushing to Kushina's side, Minato found her on the brink of death. Tears streaming down his face, he implored, "Kushina, please wake up. Do not succumb to sleep. I have entrusted our child to Kakashi. He will be safe." Kushina replied, "Do not worry about me. I am nearing my end. Go stop the 9 tails. Seal it back within me, and let us perish together." Minato shook his head, frantically searching his person for a healing potion, which he administered to Kushina. With another use of the Flying Thunder God, he returned to Kakashi's home, placing Kushina gently on the bed before vanishing once more. Kakashi, utterly bewildered, wondered if he had mistakenly entered the wrong house. The masked man, upon witnessing Minato's return to the battlefield, resolved to personally lure him from the village to execute his plan. Aware that the masked man intended to draw him out deliberately, Minato recognized the overt nature of this strategy. Failing to pursue could lead to even graver consequences. The 9 tails would have to be handled by the 3rd Hokage and the other ninjas. As time progressed, the casualties among the ninjas and civilians of Konoha continued to rise, while the 9 tails prepared to unleash its most formidable attack, the tailed beast bomb. This weapon, akin to a nuclear bomb, would wreak havoc upon impact. At that critical moment, several adamantine chains suddenly ensnared the 9 tails, with the other end tethered to the timely arrival of Kushina, who aimed to reseal the beast within herself. However, the 9 tails was reluctant to return to its confinement after having finally escaped. A stalemate ensued, and although Kushina had consumed the healing potion, she had recently given birth and depleted much of her life energy for her child, causing her body to weaken. The adamantine chains binding the 9 tails began to loosen, and as it excitedly launched another assault, more chains appeared to restrain it, with Minato arriving just in time. Seeing Minato, Kushina exhaled in relief, asking, "Are you unhurt?" "Well, the masked man. I'm fine. I managed to sever one of his arms before he fled," Minato reassured her. "Do you still have the strength? We must reseal the beast within you and our child. My teacher foretold that our offspring would be the hope of the future." Both Kushina and their child belonged to the Uzumaki clan, endowed with formidable vitality, making them suitable vessels for sealing the tailed beast. Together, they successfully resealed the 9 tails, after which the village commenced its efforts to rebuild from the calamity. "Minato, where did that potion come from? I've never heard of it before. I truly thought I was going to die," Kushina affectionately inquired, resting against him. "Huh, it was given to me by an intriguing shopkeeper. I'm uncertain if more exists." He chuckled. "Now we must thoroughly investigate the masked man. further calamities may yet ensue. Water gently caressed Kushina's head. In the bustling heart of Midtown Manhattan, Jessica, freshly liberated from her classes, strolled down the street, her heart heavy with discontent. The emergence of her extraordinary abilities had instilled a fear of intimacy with her peers, leaving her in solitude, devoid of companionship. In stark contrast, Parker, another gifted individual, reveled in public displays of affection at school, inciting a swell of frustration within her. As she walked, Jessica kicked an empty soda can along the pavement, treating it like a ball. Occasionally, she encountered dogs baring their teeth at her, to which she responded with a defiant snarl, asserting her dominance over the street. With a final, powerful kick, the can soared towards a nearby trash bin, but fate intervened, causing it to veer off course and collide with the glass door of a bank. Startled, Jessica sprinted over, anxious to assess any damage. She pressed her face against the glass, her eyes nearly glued to the surface, relieved to find no harm done. Otherwise, she would have had to summon her unscrupulous boss for reparations. However, as she peered inside, a disconcerting scene unfolded before her. The majority of the individuals within were crouched on the ground, hands clasped atop their heads, while several uniformed officers brandished firearms, directing their focus towards the frightened civilians. Meanwhile, bank employees hastily stuffed cash into bags. Excitement surged within Jessica. It had been far too long since she had actively thwarted crime since acquiring her abilities. With a determined stance, she forcefully kicked open the door and strode confidently into the fray. The robbers, upon noticing her entrance, immediately aimed their weapons at her, barking orders for her to comply. When their warnings yielded no compliance, they opened fire without hesitation. Yet, as the bullets rained down, Jessica sprang into action. Her body became impervious, the projectiles ricocheting off her steel-like form. She swiftly dashed to the nearest robber, seizing him and hurling him toward his comrades, who were sent sprawling against the walls like bowling pins, collapsing into unconsciousness. With a triumphant clap of her hands, she placed her hands on her hips, exuding confidence. Simple enough. Let us see who dares to underestimate me. She then proceeded to the hostages, working to free them from their bindings. However, as she diligently untied each individual, she failed to notice the growing hollowness in their gazes. The first few liberated souls, resembling soulless automatons, ambled towards the incapacitated robbers, bent down to retrieve their weapons, and aimed them at Jessica's back. The sound of gunfire erupted, a relentless barrage of bullets descending upon her like a torrential downpour. While her formidable physique shielded her from grievous injury, the majority of those around her succumbed to the onslaught, their bodies punctured with gaping wounds, collapsing to the ground and staining the floor crimson. Even more unsettling was the eerie silence that enveloped the scene. Not a single cry of anguish pierced the air, only the cold, metallic clatter of firearms. Jessica stared in disbelief at the unfolding chaos, grappling with the incomprehensible reality that, despite having neutralized the robbers, calamity still reigned. She knelt upon the ground, silently screaming as bullets continued to pummel her, leaving trails of crimson upon her skin. The group of armed hostages turned their last bullets upon one another, collapsing to the ground in a grim tableau of despair. All eyes were extinguished. At that moment, tears streamed uncontrollably down Jessica's cheeks as she berated herself for allowing the situation to spiral into such chaos, lamenting her inability to intervene. Suddenly, with a sharp sound of applause, Jessica lifted her gaze to behold a man, approximately 5'7", clad in a tailored suit, reminiscent of a Wall Street financier. These individuals, lost in their daily pursuit of wealth, had become ensnared in the allure of fleeting pleasures. Before her stood this enigmatic stranger, his eyes glinting with mockery. In an instant, clarity struck Jessica. This was the puppet master behind the scenes. Gritting her teeth, she demanded, "Why? Why must you condemn them all to death? Isn't a marvelous spectacle? The bank's protectors become the robbers, and those saved turn against their saviors. I am the sovereign of this world. With but a word, they shall fight and die for me. My dear, you are utterly enchanting. Become my subordinate, and allow me to indulge in your presence." Chapter 8. The second round of guests. Upon hearing such arrogant, life-disregarding words, an uncontrollable fury ignited within Jessica, propelling her forward with the intention of tearing him apart. Yet, just as her fist was about to connect with the man's head, she halted. Jessica felt a gradual loss of control over her own body. The villain stood before her, yet she could not advance an inch. Mental manipulation, no wonder such actions were possible. She recognized that her vulnerability lay in her psyche. Realizing that she would soon be completely subjugated, she painstakingly maneuvered her other hand, still partially free, into her pocket to unseal a copper coin. In that instant, Jessica succumbed entirely to the control. Ah, indeed, those with supernatural abilities are distinct. Even their manipulation is more formidable than that of ordinary folk. Yet, you still fall into my grasp, he commanded. Stripped, like a marionette, Jessica was compelled by unseen strings to remove her coat, blouse, and trousers, her hands slowly reaching toward her chest to unfasten her remaining garments. Just then, Tao Sheng materialized out of thin air. He had sensed the unsealing of Jessica's copper coin while bathing and had previously advised her to recall it at the first sign of danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he donned his clothes and rushed to her aid, only to find Jessica reduced to her undergarments before this strange man. Seething with rage, he unleashed a massive spiraling attack upon the man. The assailant felt as though struck by a cannonball, hurtling backwards to crash against a marble column, spewing blood. Recognizing Jessica's state, Tao Sheng understood she was under mental control. It seemed that the man was indeed the Purple One, Jessica's nemesis. Subsequently, Tao Sheng employed illusionary techniques to forcibly disrupt the control and dispel the enchantment. Jessica regained her composure and, upon seeing Tao Sheng before her, could not help but embrace him, her voice trembling with sorrow. I am so sorry. I am the one who caused their demise. Why am I so feeble, unable to protect even a handful of people? I no longer wish to be a hero. I am not one. Observing the dire situation surrounding them, Tao Sheng comprehended the gravity of what had transpired. He gently caressed and patted her back, offering solace. This is not your fault. In the future, there will be an array of superpowered individuals, each with their unique abilities and unpredictable actions. All we can do is exercise utmost caution and never underestimate any adversary. Being a hero is no simple feat. However, as long as you face danger without fear and step forward, you are already a hero. Now please put on your clothes. There are still villains to confront. Upon hearing the mention of the villains, Jessica found her spirits lifted, wiping her tears away with her hand. She lifted her gaze, noticing that the left side of Tao Sheng's clothing was dampened by her tears, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Her eyes then fell upon the blood trickling from his nose, and instinctively, she glanced at his trousers, which appeared bulging, his legs tightly shut as if suppressing something. A chuckle escaped her lips, momentarily dispelling the guilt that had weighed upon her heart as she slowly bent down to retrieve her clothing from the ground. Tao Sheng, observing Jessica's playful demeanor, raised his shirt to wipe away the blood before approaching the purple-clad figure. He forcefully stomped down upon the area between the figure's legs, exclaiming, "This is for the lives you've taken, for the control you wielded, for your wickedness." The purple-clad figure awoke in agony at the first stomp, but his limbs had already been severely damaged from the earlier attack, rendering him immobile. "Please spare me. I promise I will never do anything wrong again," he pleaded desperately, the searing pain compelling him to bite down on his own lip in a futile attempt to alleviate his suffering. "Did you ever grant your victims a chance to plead for mercy?" Jessica interjected as she approached, having donned her clothes, and with that, she crushed the figure's head beneath her foot. Once the purple-clad figure lay still, Jessica returned to embrace Tao Sheng, resting her head against his shoulder. "Next time, do not act so recklessly. If you encounter trouble, call for me in advance. With my presence, we can avert many unforeseen calamities. One cannot journey far alone." Tao Sheng found it difficult to refuse her embrace, understanding that in this moment, the girl merely sought a pillar of support, and fortunately, she was now clothed. "I just wanted to prove that I possess this capability," Jessica murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper, burying her head deeper into his shoulder. "You must train diligently upon your return. This world is far more perilous than you realize," Tao Sheng replied, refraining from chastising her. He utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return Jessica home, recognizing that after such a harrowing experience, she needed ample rest. Afterward, he returned to the scene of the incident to clean up any traces, ensuring that the authorities would not come knocking. Finally, he collected a few gold bars, considering them a just reward for his efforts in ridding the world of malevolence. From that day forward, Jessica made it a routine to rush to the pawn shop after school, seeking assistance from Tao Sheng to enhance her illusionary skills. In the evenings, she would employ the Flying Thunder God technique to return home, and Tao Sheng was more than willing to support her journey toward strength. Unlike that little spider, who was preoccupied with superficial allure and would inevitably squander his potential. On a sunny day off, Jessica arrived early at the pawn shop, where she found the proprietor leisurely sipping tea and perusing the newspaper, remnants of breakfast scattered across the table. She promptly exclaimed, "Boss, hurry, activate the illusion. I wish to grow stronger." "Not so fast. First tidy up the table," he replied. "An important guest will be arriving shortly." Intrigued by this statement, Jessica pondered the rarity of guests at the shop, which usually languished in obscurity. The owner, oblivious to the need for promotion, left the locals unaware of the pawn services available. Fortunately, as the entire building belonged to him, there were no rent concerns. Otherwise, she might have considered taking on an extra job to assist him. Without hesitation, she began to tidy up the table, clean the area, and, as instructed by the owner, securely close the door. At that moment, a radiant portal at the entrance illuminated, and two figures stepped through, one being a person and the other a mechanical being. The four individuals present were momentarily astounded, unable to utter a word, as they regarded one another in astonishment. Jessica was taken aback to discover a humanoid automobile in this world, towering over 3 meters and seemingly supporting the very structure of the shop, exuding an overwhelming presence. Tao Sheng, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with joy. His long-held dream of encountering the true Bumblebee was on the verge of realization, and he felt fortunate for not having regretted purchasing that Camaro. As for the other guest, clad in a flowing white robe with a mask obscuring his features, Tao Sheng found it impossible to ascertain his origins. The two newcomers were initially astonished by the portal's ability to transport them to another realm and facilitate trade. Optimus Prime was equally taken aback by the shop's peculiar rules, as he found his imposing height, normally nearly 10 meters, could be reduced to just over 3, an unprecedented phenomenon. Fortunately, Tao Sheng quickly regained his composure and welcomed them, stating, "Welcome, welcome. Let us not waste time and proceed with the transaction." He retrieved the previously stored angelic form of the human fruit from the counter, but just as he began to explain, the figure resembling a mad scientist interjected, "Ah, the angelic form of the human fruit. How do you possess a devil fruit here?" Upon hearing the scientist accurately name the fruit, Tao Sheng's attention shifted entirely to him, pondering who this individual from the pirate world could be. It was Vegapunk, a scientist who had seen the fruit in diagrams and thus recognized it. As a leading scientist, he immediately understood Tao Sheng's confusion and courteously introduced himself. Chapter 9. The angelic form of the human fruit. Tao Sheng was profoundly shaken. Vegapunk was not merely a scientist, but a genius of unparalleled caliber, possessing scientific knowledge that surpassed the current pirate world by 5 centuries. It is no wonder that he was unrecognizable at first, primarily because prior to Tao Sheng's arrival, the saga of the Pirate King had yet to conclude, and he had never witnessed the true visage of this enigmatic scientist. Moreover, the nature of this scientist, whether benevolent or malevolent, remains shrouded in mystery. As the scientist himself stated, the devil fruit grants formidable powers to those who consume it. This particular human fruit, after my modifications, has shed the inherent weakness of fearing seawater. Upon consumption, one might attain a corporeal form while retaining their essence, transforming into a celestial being with an amplification of strength. Upon discovering Dr. Vegapunk's identity, Tao Sheng turned to expound upon the attributes of this devil fruit, subtly suggesting that he had rectified its deficiencies, which was bound to pique the scientist's interest. The credit for this enhancement lies entirely with Jessica. Ever since she acquired the ability to repair, she enthusiastically chose Tao Sheng's second-hand vehicle as her first project. However, her initial attempt ended in failure, rendering the car even more dilapidated, with its frame severely corroded and adorned with rust. Observing Jessica's despondency over several days, Tao Sheng presented her with the devil fruit for a second attempt at restoration, assuring her that failure was inconsequential. To their astonishment, a miracle occurred. Jessica successfully rectified the shortcomings of the devil fruit, rendering it even more refined, thus restoring her confidence. At that moment, Optimus Prime, having heard about the capabilities of the devil fruit, felt a surge of interest. Residing in the human realm, he faced animosity due to his alien nature. However, With his home planet, Cybertron, destroyed, he endeavored to integrate the Autobots into human society, striving for harmonious coexistence and mutual advancement. Yet, a faction of his kin, the Decepticons, harbored ambitions of subjugating Earth, aiming to transform it into their colony. As their leader, Optimus Prime sought to acquire greater power to vanquish this rival faction and safeguard the planet. I require you to share a fragment of your spark. This should not pose a challenge for you, he proposed. Upon hearing this exchange, Optimus deemed it feasible. Sharing a fragment of his spark was trivial for him, presenting no significant burden. Subsequently, he extracted a portion of his spark and entrusted it to Tao Sheng, receiving the fruit in return, thus completing the transaction. Why not attempt to consume it now? Here, under the protection of the rules, it is unlikely to lead to complications, Tao Sheng suggested, eager to witness what form Optimus would assume post-consumption of the fruit. As Optimus grasped the human fruit and swallowed it whole, an expression of agony crossed his face. He swiftly knelt, clutching his abdomen with one hand while supporting himself with the other. With a retch, he expelled copious amounts of motor oil from within. Tao Sheng and Vegapunk stifled their laughter, for it seemed the taste of this devil fruit was indeed overwhelming, eliciting such a profound reaction even from a machine. Innkeeper, this fruit is more repugnant than excrement. It cannot possibly be expired, can it? Have you ever tasted excrement? Before Optimus Prime could articulate a defense, his physique began to undergo a remarkable transformation. From head to toe, a mechanical framework gradually gave way to flesh and blood. 6 pairs of 12-winged appendages sprouted from his back, resplendent in holy white, while he grasped a colossal sword forged from concentrated light. Could he sense any extraordinary abilities? Tao Sheng inquired, as it is customary for each individual who consumes the fruit to discern the powers they have acquired, barring a few exceptional fruits that remain enigmatic. It appeared he could alter his size at will, and his strength had significantly amplified. All of his attacks were imbued with holy light, inflicting additional damage. After concluding his statement, Optimus Prime commenced testing his newfound capabilities. He gradually diminished in stature, transforming into a towering figure of 2 meters. He then reverted to his original height of over 3 meters, bracing against the rooftop, and ultimately, he was able to relinquish his humanoid form and revert back to his Autobot identity. Optimus Prime was thoroughly pleased with the outcome. Jessica delivered a full-force punch at him. Eager to see if this Autobot could withstand her might, Jessica steadied her breath, took several steps back, and then charged forward, unleashing her full strength. With a thunderous crash, the ground fractured beneath them, yet Optimus Prime remained impervious, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. Tao Sheng was equally astonished. For Jessica's full-strength punch boasted over 20 tons of force, capable of effortlessly lifting a car. Impressive indeed. Jessica, you've damaged the floor, and your salary for this month is forfeited. Tao Sheng, stroking his non-existent beard, nodded in feigned praise, subtly scheming to withhold payment. Oh, heartless boss, I refuse to compensate. You can go to hell. Jessica shouted, hurling the cloth in her hand at Tao Sheng's face, stamping her foot in frustration before retreating to the small room on the 2nd floor, shutting the door firmly behind her, ignoring him henceforth. Tao Sheng swiftly turned his head to evade the cloth's assault, calmly stating, a newly arrived employee lacking discipline. I beg your understanding. Vegapunk and Optimus Prime stood awkwardly, while Tao Sheng maintained an air of seriousness, exemplifying the notion that as long as he remained unembarrassed, the discomfort belonged to others. At that moment, Vegapunk retrieved a pair of black handcuffs from his pocket, addressing Optimus Prime. These are Sea Prism stone handcuffs, crystallized from the ocean, possessing formidable restraining properties against those with devil fruit abilities. Try wearing them. Oh, the doctor carries such intriguing items, Tao Sheng mused inwardly, realizing that the doctor sought to verify the truth of his claims, which would provide an opportunity for financial gain. Following the doctor's instructions, Optimus Prime transformed and donned the handcuffs. I feel nothing. I could easily break free with a tug. Vegapunk nodded thoughtfully before reclaiming the handcuffs. Jessica, please bring down all the books related to science and biology that my parents own. Tao Sheng shouted towards the 2nd floor, intending to employ the same tactic to barter for valuable items. Surely no scientist would refuse the allure of new knowledge. It wasn't long before Jessica descended, carrying a substantial pile of books, which she unceremoniously slammed to the ground. Humph! Without uttering a word, she retreated back to her small room. How many times have I said, you must provide service with a smile? Even Tao Sheng remained unfazed as he turned to Vegapunk and remarked, these are the scientific and biological knowledge of this world, which I believe should align with your tastes. Vegapunk picked up several scientific tomes, casually flipping through a few pages. He then selected a few biology books, skimmed a few pages, shook his head, and stated, shopkeeper, these books hold little value for me, and the rules of our world do not quite apply here. However, I am quite intrigued by the ability to eliminate the shortcomings of the devil fruits. I possess 2 fruits. One is for your reward, and the other I shall receive once you have eradicated its flaws. I trust that with your extraordinary abilities, locating me should pose no challenge. Upon hearing that the books were of little use, Tao Sheng felt a pang of disappointment. His gamble had failed. Fortunately, he had retained a contingency, relying on the unique skill of eliminating the flaws of the devil fruits, which promised to be a lucrative endeavor. Yet, he knew he must never reveal his cards too soon, for as a cunning merchant, he would not acquiesce so readily. Cough. The difficulty of eliminating the shortcomings of the devil fruits is rather considerable. The previous attempt encountered countless failures before achieving success just once. Vegapunk regarded Tao Sheng's feigned smile, uncertain whether he spoke the truth or a falsehood. Nevertheless, with the power residing in another's hands, the veracity of his words mattered little. 3 fruits. I only require 1 successful outcome. This is my final stipulation, as I possess only 3. Not a problem. For your sake, Old Bay, I shall ensure that even if I must dip into my own pocket, I will procure a flawless fruit for you. Rest assured, I am diligent in my endeavors. Vegapunk chose to disregard his boastfulness, tossing the 3 fruits to Tao Sheng, while explaining, the fruit resembling a small dog is the Inu no Mi. In the dachshund form, the snowball-shaped fruit is the Logia-type Yuki no Mi, and the final fruit, akin to a cantaloupe, is the Paramecia-type PP no Mi. Upon hearing of the Logia-type fruit, Tao Sheng felt a surge of joy. Indeed, today was fortuitous, as both the visitors and the acquisitions exceeded his expectations. It appeared that his combat prowess would experience a significant leap forward. Safe travels, and I look forward to your next visit. He bid farewell to the 2 guests, assuring Vegapunk that he would swiftly fulfill his request and deliver it to him. Chapter 10. Where's my bumblebee? After the portal vanished, Tao Sheng gazed at the 3 fruits and the spark of fire on the table, unable to contain his silly grin. Truly, Old Bay was a formidable figure among the Pirate King's elite, casually producing 3 devil fruits. Though these fruits were not particularly powerful, Tao Sheng believed that as long as one is extraordinary, the path to strength would be entrusted to him. He pondered about Dragon and whether a spark could ignite amidst the pervasive evils of the sea. How he wished to traverse that wondrous ocean in his lifetime. Tao Sheng couldn't help but reflect while strategizing how to allocate and utilize these fruits for maximum benefit. Firstly, the precious fruit must undoubtedly be bestowed upon my beloved car, Bumblebee. However, it is imperative to first restore it to a flawless condition. Such a magnificent fruit is likely to possess combat capabilities rivaling those of a leader. Once the bubble fruit is repaired, I shall entrust it to Vegapunk. This Paramecia-type fruit enables the user to generate bubbles, yet its development proves exceedingly challenging, rendering both its combat and auxiliary abilities rather lackluster. As for the snow fruit, it is naturally intended for my own use. However, my intention is to disguise it as its superior, the ice fruit. This would grant me formidable freezing abilities, akin to the impressive technique employed by Admiral Aokiji in One Piece, where he encases vast expanses of ocean in ice. Truly a display of the mightiest natural-type powers. The final fruit, the dog fruit, is conceived with a similar strategy. I plan to repair it and masquerade it as the mythical 9-tailed fox form of the dog fruit, subsequently offering it to Jessica to enhance her strength. However, this approach necessitates an additional 2 months of waiting solely for the fabrication process, which feels rather sluggish. It is quite possible that a significant conflict may arise soon. Thus, it seems prudent to expedite the search for a suitable employee to assist with the forgery. After reflecting on these matters, I, Tao Sheng, clutching the 3 fruits, ascend to the 2nd floor, intending to pacify the irritable Jessica. This room, once vacant, has become her training space, and over time, it has proven inconvenient for her to travel back and forth. Hence, I have arranged it for her as a resting area. Following her continuous arrangement, The room now radiates a soft pink hue, with the floor and bed adorned with an abundance of delightful plush toys, exuding a distinctly youthful charm. Clearly, she has transformed this space into a second home, seldom returning to her original residence. I am aware that her foster parents treat her poorly, often resorting to verbal and physical abuse and neglecting to provide her with living expenses. Moreover, I am quite pleased to have another person in the house, as it adds liveliness, alleviating my own feelings of solitude. Gently pushing open the door, I find Jessica sprawled on her bed, engrossed in her phone. Upon noticing my entrance, she swiftly covers herself with a blanket, feigning sleep. Cease your pretense of slumber and rise at once. I have something splendid for you. Is it merely a small deduction from your wages? Let me assure you, the meager salary you earn would scarcely suffice to procure the fruits in my possession. Working for me is undoubtedly your fortune. Since assuming the role of employer, I have become adept at the art of persuasion and exploitation, growing increasingly proficient in my endeavors. Jessica, rolling her eyes beneath the blanket, has long grown immune to my enticing words. However, witnessing the incredible transformation of a transformer after consuming a fruit has sparked her envy. Ultimately, Jessica obediently rises and silently regards me. Observing her compliance, I toss the 3 fruits to her and instruct, as before, utilize your repair technique on the melon-shaped fruit first and see if you can succeed. Jessica, understanding the gravity of the task, momentarily sets aside her displeasure and promptly applies her repair technique. Indeed, a flash of golden light envelopes the fruit, enhancing its luster and enlarging its form considerably. I recognize that her skill has triumphed. Haha, truly worthy of being my capable subordinate. This fruit shaped like a puppy shall be bestowed upon you. Once your skills are fully restored, you may proceed to mend the remaining 2 fruits. But do refrain from indulging prematurely. These 3 fruits lack potency, and consuming them will yield no benefits. I shall wait until I locate a forger to transform them into formidable fruits before we partake, ensuring a brighter future ahead. Acknowledging the significance of her own strength, Jessica nodded in agreement, her spirits lifting as if she had just received a meticulously prepared gift from a beloved. Cool me. Let us see how we can transform my cherished vehicle into one akin to that automotive being we just witnessed. Soon we shall possess a car that can metamorphose. With her mood elevated, Jessica sprang up, concealed the 3 fruits within the safe, and bounced along behind Tao Sheng. Upon returning to the first floor, Tao Sheng employed a restoration technique on the ember, yet his skill, recently cooled down, fell back into a cool-down period. The golden radiance was similar, yet Tao Sheng's technique appeared more luminous and expansive. The small ember swiftly enlarged, ultimately transforming into a square box. The box pulsated with a rhythmic glow, its surface etched with countless runes seemingly unveiling the mysteries of the universe. Success. The next step is to insert it into Bumblebee. Thus we shall acquire an automotive being rivaling Optimus Prime. Tao Sheng could hardly contain his excitement as he dashed out of the pawn shop, only to be left speechless upon reaching his parking space. Whereas my grand vehicle gone, Jessica soon arrived. Witnessing the Camaro Bumblebee that was once parked in its spot had vanished. Boss, perhaps it was too antiquated and you rarely drove it. It was covered in dust. The thief must have thought there was no one around. Damn it, someone actually dared to steal my car. They are doomed. You stay home and guard the place. I'm going to confront them. Without waiting for Jessica's response, Tao Sheng vanished using his flying thunder god technique. Jessica held little interest in the car. Her focus lay solely on training and guarding her fruits, so she returned to the pawn shop. Meanwhile, Tao Sheng, having performed the flying thunder god technique in his car on the day of purchase, had no fear of theft and promptly materialized beside his beloved vehicle. He first glanced at his car, noting it suffered no damage. Then, he surveyed the surroundings, which were adorned with various car repair tools, resembling a garage. Entering the house, he found a first-floor living room empty but tidy. Sounds of rapid keystrokes emanated from the second floor. Curious, Tao Sheng ascended the stairs, discovering a girl furiously typing away, her screen flashing a myriad of codes that he could not comprehend. "What are you doing?" Tao Sheng inquired, bending down to bring his face closer to the girl's head. "I'm hacking into the national system to find information about my parents." "Who are you? And how did you get into my house?" "Get out, or I'll call the police," the girl shouted, only to suddenly realize the gravity of the situation and began to scream. "Never mind. Call the police and see how you explain to them that my car is parked in the garage downstairs. Tao Sheng shrugged, taking a seat on the bed beside, gesturing for the girl to hasten and make the call. Upon realizing that Tao Sheng had come for his car and that she had been caught in the act of theft, the girl quickly defended herself, saying, "I'm sorry. I thought the car was abandoned. I only intended to borrow it for a day or two before returning it." Her voice dwindled into a whisper, and just then, the doorbell rang, prompting her to look at Tao Sheng with a puzzled expression. "I cannot possibly be followed. They are surely here for you. Go downstairs and open the door," Tao Sheng replied to her bewildered gaze. That was the advantage of teleportation. No one had seen him leave. The girl dashed downstairs, thinking to herself, "How careless of me to let someone come looking for me." Upon opening the door, she found a man in a suit, not particularly tall, with thinning hair that indicated his years of service. Nearby stood a tall woman in sunglasses, poised by a car. "Agent Coulson, SHUD. As for our purpose, Miss Sky, I presume you're already aware of it after infiltrating our systems recently. We kindly ask you to accompany us for questioning." After stating this, the suited man moved to take the girl away when a voice echoed from inside the house. "Wow, it is hardly gentlemanly to forcibly take a lady. Coulson, why not come in for a cup of tea?" Tao Sheng raised his teacup in greeting. Upon hearing this, Coulson glanced at his phone. The moment he saw Tao Sheng, information about him appeared on the screen. He disregarded the girl and stepped inside the house. Tao Sheng, the son of scientists who have recently gone missing. Following a failed assassination attempt by Hydra, you are suspected of acquiring teleportation abilities. Preliminary assessments link you to the recent lizard case and a bank robbery. Indeed, SHIELD possesses an impressive intelligence system. Nevertheless, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Crime is certainly not associated with me. This is slander. Are you attempting to forcibly take someone again? It seems you harbor a significant misunderstanding about us. Like you, we are a lawful and just organization, absolutely deserving of your trust." Coulson picked up a teacup from the table and began to sip leisurely. Meanwhile, the girl Sky stood at the door, pondering the oddities of the day. She had encountered two peculiar individuals in quick succession, both exhibiting an unsettling familiarity, as though they were the true owners of the house. However, Sky quietly approached and took a seat nearby, intending to eavesdrop. They seemed to have divulged a wealth of gossip moments ago, and she found herself unable to resist the allure of such intriguing revelations. After all, her penchant for online sleuthing wasn't solely driven by the desire to find her biological mother. It also served to satisfy her curiosity. Yet, as she settled into her chair, their conversation abruptly ceased. Coulson turned his gaze back to Sky and said solemnly, "Ms. Sky, your audacious intrusions into various national systems to pilfer information, coupled with your dissemination of detrimental remarks online, have significantly disrupted societal order. We possess the authority to impose personal restrictions upon you. However, given your exceptional abilities in computing, should you pass our assessments, we might consider expunging your previous transgressions." Upon hearing this, Sky felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Indeed, she had engaged in such actions, yet she perceived herself merely as a harbinger of the dark truths, alerting the public. Just as she contemplated whether to attempt the assessment to rectify her record, Tao Sheng's voice broke through. "Do not be alarmed. Their internal organization is in disarray. Your participation would make little difference. Join me, and I shall reveal the identities of your biological parents." At this moment, Tao Sheng recalled who Sky was. The seismic manipulator, Sky, an inhuman with the ability to generate shockwaves, akin to the powers of Whitebeard from the Pirate King, albeit not as formidable. Her mother was the leader of the Inhumans, who, after being ruthlessly slain by Hydra and subsequently resurrected, harbored a deep-seated malice towards the world, driven by ambition, though she ultimately met with a grim fate. Tao Sheng then set down his teacup and walked towards the garage, glancing back at Sky as he reached the door. "If you wish to learn about your parents, then follow me." He bid farewell to Coulson. Seeing Tao Sheng enter the car and start the engine, Sky shot a glance at Coulson before rushing to take the passenger seat. Coulson shook his head, activating the earpiece in his ear. "Director, I have encountered something intriguing. Tao Sheng is present and seems to harbor biases against our organization. It remains uncertain whether he possesses teleportation abilities." "Very well. I shall instruct my team to monitor him closely and expedite the development of a spatial containment device." Coulson then set aside his tea, returned to his vehicle, and departed. Inside the Camaro Bumblebee, Sky focused intently on Tao Sheng, pressing, "Hey, who are my parents? How do you know them? Impertinent, address me as boss. Your mother is of Chinese descent, and your father is a physician. As for their identities, I cannot disclose that just yet. However, they will seek you out. Presently, you remain too ordinary." Skeptical, she thought, "I wonder if this is true. I seem to have followed the wrong person. Perhaps I should have returned with the agents from earlier, as their capabilities seem superior." Huh, you think they're the good guys? They have long ceased to be an organization solely devoted to protecting the Earth. Even Coulson, from earlier, is merely a pawn. Should you align with them, you would be courting death. Tao Sheng then produced a spark and infused it into the car. Instantly, the vehicle transformed, adorned in a striking black and yellow paint job with sharp, defined lines, exuding a wild essence. At that moment, the car speakers came alive with Bumblebee's voice. "Hello. Thank you for bestowing life upon me. Wow, what advanced technology is this? How did it change so suddenly? Is it a sophisticated artificial intelligence?" Before Tao Sheng could respond, Sky was already in a state of astonishment. "Silence, please." With much ado, the Bumblebee, henceforth to be addressed as such, may refer to me as boss. "Now, you shall take command of the vehicle and navigate towards the distant mountains." "Very well, boss," came a reply. The Bumblebee accelerated, and Tao Sheng felt a powerful surge pushing him back into his seat, realizing that the ignition he had acquired was indeed worthwhile, freeing him from the embarrassment of driving slowly. He reclined his seat, gazing at Sky. "You shall henceforth be my employee. I will gradually enlighten you about your parents and the concealed truths of this world." Not this tactic again. "I must inform you that my desired remuneration is not insignificant. Fear not. I have always been quite generous and shall not shortchange my employees." Since the moment he recalled the girl's identity, Tao Sheng had developed an inclination to recruit her. Sky's unfettered access to SHIELD's website was a testament to her hacking prowess, indicating her high intelligence and potential for deception, along with the skills of a forger. Furthermore, once activated through the obelisk, she could gain superhuman abilities, making her an excellent fit for his team. As they traveled along the road, a gentle breeze wafted through the open window, allowing them to savor the essence of nature. The city gradually receded behind them, replaced by an array of oak and walnut trees. Some small creatures appeared to yearn for the city, scurrying in the opposite direction. Chapter 12. Rescuing. When upon reaching a desolate location, Sky alighted from the vehicle, wrapping her arms tightly around herself as a shiver ran through her. The absence of any human presence, coupled with the towering trees that seemed to loom like sinister sentinels, left her feeling vulnerable, fearing that the boss might act against her will. However, Tao Sheng was oblivious to her trepidation, eagerly anticipating his long-awaited encounter with the Bumblebee. "Bumblebee transform," he explained with excitement. In an instant, the Bumblebee morphed from a sleek sports car into a towering automaton over 5 meters tall. Its endearing, large eyes exuded a surprising lack of intimidation, and Tao Sheng found himself increasingly captivated. "Test your firepower system," he commanded. Responding to the order, Bumblebee raised its arms, deploying 2 rocket launchers from its forearms, which swiftly shot towards the distant forest with a whoosh. The ground trembled as a massive explosion erupted, felling trees within a 100-meter radius of the blast site, with some areas igniting in flames. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Tao Sheng invoked a ninjutsu, conjuring a torrent of water to extinguish the flames. The picturesque mountain scenery belied the grave responsibility of fire safety, reminding him to remain vigilant regarding ignition sources in the forest. Sky, witnessing the spectacle before her, stood frozen, unable to articulate her thoughts, doubting her own reality. She pinched her cheek to awaken from what she perceived to be a dream. "Boss, are we filming a movie? The special effects are astonishingly realistic." Tao Sheng playfully smacked her head. "What are you thinking? This is merely a display of superpowers. In the future, such occurrences of extraordinary abilities will proliferate. This is just a minor exhibition, and you, too, will possess superhuman powers." "Do I really? Will I be able to fly or possess immense strength?" Tao Sheng, observing the incessant chatter of Sky, suddenly felt that recruiting her as an employee might have been a miscalculation. This girl was far too loquacious. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from a distance. Tao Sheng gazed into the horizon, witnessing the great trees crashing towards them like surging waves, toppling in orderly rows. The ground trembled incessantly beneath his feet, and this extraordinary sight compelled him to speak. It seems that something significant is about to occur. It is unsafe for you to remain here. I shall escort you back. Wait. I want to stay. Sky vehemently refused, unwilling to miss the spectacle. I promise to keep my distance. I merely wish to witness this event without bringing you any shame. Tao Sheng observed Sky's body quivering slightly, uncertain whether it was fear or excitement that held her back. Reluctantly, he allowed her to take a copper coin and the bumblebee to hide at a distance. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Spider-Man Parker was sprinting with his girlfriend Gwen as a monstrous creature pursued them. Gwen, stay with me. Hold on. I will get you to the hospital soon, Parker exclaimed anxiously, glancing at Gwen, who was gravely injured. However, he could not afford to stop and tend to her wounds, as a gigantic ape and several helicopters were relentlessly hunting them down. Dodging bullets and explosions, Parker's only option was to run swiftly. Soon, he reached the clearing that had been devastated by the bumblebee explosion, where the absence of trees hindered his ability to leap, significantly reducing his escape speed. Hey, are our little spiders working out in the forest? You seem to be causing quite a commotion. Spider-Man heard a voice ahead and turned to discover the boss he had encountered earlier. In that moment, he felt as if a weary traveler in the desert had stumbled upon an oasis, filled with hope. Boss, I implore you, save Gwen. I will become your employee and obey your every command. Please, just save her. Upon hearing this, Tao Sheng recognized the gravity of the situation. He ceased his levity and swiftly moved to Gwen's side to assess her condition. At this point, Gwen, having lost considerable blood from her wounds while being carried by Parker, had succumbed to unconsciousness. Even if she were to reach the hospital, her chances of survival seemed bleak. You owe me a colossal favor, young man. Just wait, Tao Sheng declared, disregarding Spider-Man and the monstrous beast behind them, as he swiftly transported Gwen back to his shop. He retrieved a vial of healing potion and poured it into Gwen's mouth. Just then, Jessica heard the commotion and rushed downstairs, only to see her boss carrying a bloodied girl. Boss, did you really need to be so ruthless? Did someone steal your car and you had to do this? Jessica scrutinized the girl closely and suddenly recognized her as the top student from their school. Wait, is Gwen the car thief? That can't be right. In Jessica's memory, Gwen had always been a good girl, her father the chief of police. It seemed implausible for her to engage in theft. Tao Sheng finished pouring the entire vial of potion. Stop with the speculation. She and Parker were being hunted, and I intervened to save her. Look after her. I must go rescue Parker. I want to come too. Before Jessica could finish her sentence, Tao Sheng vanished without a trace. This unscrupulous boss had once again left me all alone. Nonetheless, Jessica tenderly carried Gwen to her bed and assisted her in changing clothes. Although she felt a twinge of jealousy towards Gwen's exceptional qualities, her kind-hearted nature prevented her from allowing anyone to suffer. Suddenly, Sky was startled to see Tao Sheng appear beside him. Boss, could you please refrain from constantly materializing out of thin air? Upon noticing Tao Sheng's pallor, Sky approached him with concern, inquiring about his well-being and offering his support. Tao Sheng, having expended a significant amount of chakra and stamina from long-distance teleportation, found himself too drained to speak, relying on Sky for stability. He gazed into the distance at the ongoing battle. The colossal ape, reminiscent of a titan, stood nearly as tall as Bumblebee, its mere punches resonating like thunder. The terrain was decidedly unfavorable for Parker, placing him at a disadvantage in terms of strength. He had no choice but to rely on agile movements to evade attacks. Above, a helicopter rained gunfire upon Parker. He silently lamented his plight, but could only use the giant ape-s bulk as cover from the bullets while dodging its strikes. Bumblebee, upon receiving orders, transformed into his humanoid form and launched missiles at the helicopter, effortlessly bringing it down before racing towards the giant ape to assist Parker. Seeing yet another massive creature charging toward him, Parker swiftly evaded, knowing that being caught between two monsters would spell certain doom. Fortunately, the Autobots that had entered the fray engaged the giant ape in combat, allowing him a moment to breathe. Spotting Tao Sheng, he hurried over. Boss, thank you for saving me. What about Gwen? Is she all right? Parker anxiously inquired about Gwen's condition. Rest assured, she is alive and well. It is fortunate that you encountered me. Otherwise, she would have been doomed, Tao Sheng replied as he moved toward the site of the helicopter crash. Why were you being pursued? Parker explained. Gwen and I were merely out for a picnic when suddenly a helicopter appeared, opening fire on us. Then Dr. Connors descended from the aircraft and injected himself with a serum, transforming into that beast. During our escape, Gwen was shot. At that moment, I truly believed I would lose her. Thankfully, I encountered you, but I realize now how weak I truly am. It is never too late to understand that only by becoming stronger can you truly protect those you cherish, Tao Sheng remarked. However, it appears Connors harbors a deep-seated hatred for you, as he directly sought you out, likely intent on silencing you. Chapter 13. Confronting the giant ape. The battle in the distance raged on, fiercely contested. The giant ape's rugged hide rendered Bumblebee's thermal weaponry ineffective against it. Consequently, Bumblebee had to abandon the use of ranged attacks and resort to close combat. After all, even a transformer required metal to launch a missile, and such resources were not without cost. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at the crash site of the aircraft, where they discovered two individuals still alive, trapped beneath debris. Groaning in agony, Tao Sheng crouched down and inquired, "Who sent you?" As soon as the words left his lips, the two individuals realized that he was not one of their own, but rather an adversary. They immediately bit down on the poison concealed within their teeth, choosing to end their lives. Tao Sheng shook his head, initially not expecting to extract any useful information. However, he found it astonishing that the enemy had been so thoroughly brainwashed. It was incredible that in this day and age, there still existed such death warriors. Thus, he proceeded to search the aircraft for any clues that might reveal their identities. Before long, he stumbled upon a box adorned with a skull insignia accompanied by 6 serpentine limbs. Inside the box were 2 vials of a green liquid, alongside a label reading Kong. It appeared that these individuals were affiliated with the Hydra organization, a fact that Tao Sheng recognized immediately. Known for their insatiable desire for chaos, their motto proclaimed the resurgence of 2 heads for every one that was severed, symbolizing their indomitable nature. Wherever there was turmoil, their presence was sure to follow. Tao Sheng soon deduced that after their defeat of Connors transformed into the lizard beast, something must have transpired that led to him being rescued by members of the Hydra organization. The gene labeled Kong likely originated from Hydra, combined with Connor's technology, ultimately resulting in the development of a serum capable of transforming individuals into the mighty Kong. This situation seemed to be a plot orchestrated by Connors for the purpose of silencing witnesses. Yet, the presence of Skull Island and Kong added to the disarray. Tao Sheng increasingly sensed the peril that enveloped this world. He then stowed away the 2 vials of genetic serum, considering their acquisition a worthwhile endeavor. With the potential to refine and counterfeit the substances, they might enable perfect control over the giant ape's transformation, thus yielding significant gains. They then turned their attention to the clash between Bumblebee and Connors. At that moment, Bumblebee executed a neck and leg takedown, toppling the giant ape to the ground. He pinned it down and unleashed a flurry of punches against its head. The giant ape, refusing to yield, retaliated by delivering a powerful kick that sent Bumblebee soaring. Seizing Bumblebee's arm, it spun around and hurled him away. "Park, do you still have strength left?" Tao Sheng pondered a feasible method, then settled down to regain his energy. "That giant ape skin is far too tough. When the time comes, throw this coin into its mouth, and I shall teleport inside its belly to wreak havoc." Park nodded in agreement, taking the coin and sprinting toward the giant ape. Bumblebee and the giant ape grappled like 2 wrestlers, each attempting to overpower the other by grasping their shoulders and pressing their foreheads together. As they remained in a stalemate, Bumblebee launched several more powerful missiles toward the giant ape's eyes. The explosions caused the creature great pain, rendering it unable to open its eyes. With a furious roar, it mustered its strength and sent Bumblebee flying. As it prepared to charge after him, the giant ape stumbled and fell awkwardly. Upon glancing down, it discovered that its legs had been ensnared in thick strands of webbing. During the earlier standoff, Park had fervently sprayed webbing around the giant ape's feet to bind it. At that moment, Park called out excitedly to Bumblebee, "Iron Man, hurry and pry open its mouth." Upon hearing the designation, Bumblebee immediately felt discontent, his expression soured. Yet his steel-like visage betrayed no emotion, save for the transformation of his large eyes into mere horizontal lines. Prioritizing the greater good, he swiftly charged forward, feigning nonchalance as he sent Parker flying with a kick. He then restrained the giant ape's arms with his legs and forcibly pried open its jaws. After being launched away, Parker fired a strand of webbing at the giant ape's head and reeled himself back. "Hey, pay attention." He then tossed a coin directly into the ape's mouth, which vanished as if plummeting into an abyss. Witnessing their success, Tao Sheng teleported inside the giant ape. The interior was shrouded in darkness, a foul stench immediately assailing Tao Sheng's nostrils, compelling him to suppress the urge to retch as he observed his lower half being gradually eroded by gastric acid. With haste, he leaped into the air, directing the spiraling sphere in his hand toward the stomach wall above. Effortlessly piercing through, Tao Sheng commenced a barrage of destructive ninjutsu upon the giant ape's innards. Outside, the giant ape suddenly felt a tumultuous upheaval within, followed by excruciating pain that unleashed its formidable strength. Bumblebee and Parker, recognizing the danger, quickly distanced themselves, wary of the frenzied creature thrashing upon the ground. The giant ape emitted heart-wrenching cries, and Parker, upon hearing them, felt as though his own heart was being wrenched. Soon, after enduring multiple violent impacts, the giant ape expelled a copious amount of blood before collapsing onto the ground, ultimately succumbing to silence. Subsequently, Tao Sheng appeared beside Parker, patting the liquid remnants on his attire. "What a stench. I fear I won't be able to eat for days." "Ugh, boss, you look so handsome. Look, I even took a few pictures of you with my phone." Seeing the battle conclude, Sky hurried over. Tao Sheng glanced at the photos, indeed finding himself rather dashing. The candid shots captured him standing confidently, with the fallen giant ape behind him, while Parker and Bumblebee resembled two loyal subordinates at his side. Ahem, it's rather mediocre. You keep them, but refrain from uploading them online. Otherwise, you might find yourself visited by certain officials the following day, Tao Sheng advised with utmost seriousness. He then leaned closer to Sky's ear, whispering, "Send them to me later." Sky nodded with a grin before reverting to his usual demeanor. While the deceased deserves respect, a proper burial is in order. Tao Sheng utilized earth release to create a deep pit measuring several dozen meters, into which the now humanized Dr. Connors was unceremoniously tossed before being buried. With everything settled, he exhaled in relief. As Tao Sheng and Sky settled into the vehicle, they observed Parker still lingering outside. "What has to hold up? Aren't you coming in?" "I don't know. This vehicle 1T let me in. I get ejected the moment I try," Parker replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Did you offend our Bumblebee?" Tao Sheng, aware of Parker's penchant for mischief and sharp tongue, inquired. "Impossible. I was with Iron Man." Parker realized he had slipped up and quickly covered his mouth, but it was too late. Suddenly, as he stood by the car door, it swung open and knocked him to the ground. "Iron Man, you deserve this. Behold the exquisite contours, so muscular and robust. It is truly a beast of an automobile." After speaking, Tao Sheng affectionately stroked Bumblebee, who joyfully leapt twice and honked the horn in response. "My apologies, Iron Bumblebee. I misjudged you. You are the most astonishing vehicle I have ever encountered." Parker bowed in apology. The doors of Bumblebee swung open slightly, seemingly inviting Parker to embark. Chapter 14. New employees, new abilities. As Parker entered the vehicle, he eagerly explored its interior and could not contain his curiosity. "Boss, this car is extraordinary. What cutting-edge technology has crafted it? Artificial intelligence and nanotechnology, perhaps?" "Ha, too small-minded," Tao Sheng replied, puffing out his chest. "Listen carefully, this is mechanical life, understand? There's only one in the entire world. Boss, could you possibly acquire one for me as well? Even a smaller version, like a little Bumblebee, would suffice." Parker implored humbly. His fascination with various technologies left him in awe, as the emergence of mechanical life in front of him represented an unprecedented leap from mere mechanics to the realm of life itself. If this technology could be applied to the spider armor, it would truly be miraculous. "Dream on. However, if you work diligently, I might consider it," Tao Sheng retorted. Though inwardly he thought, "Even if I had it, it wouldn't be for you." Suddenly, the wailing of police sirens pierced the air. As the red and blue lights drew nearer, Sky began to fidget nervously. "Boss, do you think they're after us?" Before long, a police car caught up, rolling down the window to admonish Tao Sheng and the others. "You are exceeding the speed limit. Please pull over." Only then did Tao Sheng realize the speedometer was displaying over 200 kilometers h, and he could only blame Bumblebee's exceptional driving skills for his lack of awareness. However, he could not stop the vehicle, as he had yet to obtain a driver's license. What? Boss, you don't have a license. How dare you drive? Sky and Tony exclaimed in unison. Well, I have Bumblebee, right? Just look at how dusty it was when you stole my car. You know, I hardly drove it after purchasing, Tao Sheng admitted sheepishly, realizing he should not engage in such unlawful behavior. All three were keen to avoid capture, so they urged Bumblebee to accelerate and evade the pursuing police. Boss, we can't. The police are relentless. They must be in contact with the control center. The surveillance on the road has spotted us, Parker observed through the rearview mirror, watching the police car close in. Fortunately, Tao Sheng remembered that Bumblebee could scan nearby vehicles and camouflage itself. Bumblebee, head for a densely populated area without surveillance. Bumblebee suddenly accelerated, deftly blending in with a white, ordinary vehicle along the roadside. The three of them crouched down, listening as the sirens gradually faded, cautiously peeking out to assess the situation. Phew, we finally shook them off. Boss, you really ought to teach Bumblebee the rules of the road, Parker remarked, just as he was abruptly thrust against the ceiling of the car by the seat. Tao Sheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. That'll teach you to be so chatty. Now let's head back. As Tao Sheng stepped through the threshold of the pawn shop, he was greeted by Gwen, who rushed towards him with open arms. He intended to reciprocate with an embrace, but alas, Gwen swiftly sidestepped him and leaped into Parker's arms. Unfazed, Tao Sheng continued his advance, arms outstretched, to wrap Jessica in a warm hug, before turning to embrace Sky as well. He cast a knowing glance at Parker, as if to convey, I have embraced two, while you have but one, you have lost. Unfortunately, the enamored couple remained oblivious, lost in their affectionate embrace, the air thick with their love, entirely unaware of Tao Sheng's solitary display. Ahem, there are children present. Let us maintain decorum. Tao Sheng surmised that if he did not intervene, the two would soon become entangled in a more intimate display of affection. Upon hearing this, they immediately parted ways, with Gwen hiding behind Parker, peeking out shyly at Tao Sheng. Fortunately, Parker, being somewhat sensible, introduced Gwen, saying, "This esteemed boss is our savior." Tao Sheng nodded, adopting a tone befitting a mentor, imparting wisdom on gratitude and the importance of repaying kindness. However, he cautioned that high school students should prioritize their studies over romantic entanglements. Parker, with a grim expression, whispered to Gwen, "This boss occasionally exhibits odd behavior. Do not heed his words." At that moment, a playful knock on the head interrupted. "Are you maligning me again?" Gwen stifled a giggle nearby. With the initial gathering of the shop's staff complete, the inaugural meeting of the Cosmic Super Ultra Pawn Shop commenced. Met with applause. The applause was entirely voluntary, not prompted by the increasingly fierce glare from the boss. Next, positions were assigned. Parker, starting today, you are appointed as the head of security. In future shop matters, you will take the lead. Sky, congratulations on becoming our forger. This is a skilled trade, and you will also assist with computer repairs. Be sure to set up a computer in the shop. Otherwise, watching television all day would be dreadfully dull. Following the assignment of roles, Tao Sheng moved to the staff area, inserting the photos of the new employees into their respective slots. Is the boss a bit eccentric, having our photos ready so swiftly? Sky whispered to Jessica, inching closer. I thought the same initially, but it's not so. You'll understand shortly, Jessica replied softly. And rest assured, the boss is utterly naive when it comes to women, a quintessential straight man. Once he had placed the photos, Tao Sheng turned back and feigned ignorance of their conversation. I trust both of you can feel the latent superpowers within you. Parker's ability enhances his physical and combat capabilities continuously, while Sky S allows for the forgery and alteration of objects. Of course, both of you will need to practice diligently to hone your skills. Hard work is rewarded by the heavens. Sky, collaborate with Jessica to see if you can enhance and optimize these 2 vials of genetic serum. Let your imagination run wild. As for Jessica's abilities, you may inquire with her directly. Meeting adjourned. With that, Tao Sheng tossed the vials of genetic serum to Sky before retreating to his room to rest. As the crowd murmured amongst themselves, lamenting the unscrupulous nature of their employer, Tao Sheng unexpectedly appeared on the second floor, addressing them. By the way, I urge you to be vigilant about any criminals in the vicinity during your leisure time. Given our capabilities, it is our duty to uphold justice, and perhaps collect a fee from those who transgress. Jessica will lead our anti-crime team. Your salaries will be contingent upon your abilities, so give it your all. Sky, you should find an empty room here to stay in. Living alone is too perilous. Feel free to choose any vacant room on the second floor. And remember to bring Bumblebee along. He is one of us. At that moment, Parker raised his hand and inquired, "Boss, can I hang out with Bumblebee sometimes?" Tao Sheng regarded Parker as one would a son seeking permission to borrow the family car for a date. The other two daughters were equally eager. Indeed, who could refuse a flashy sports car? Moreover, having someone accompany Bumblebee would facilitate its integration into the household. Tao Sheng nodded in approval, dismissing the revelry below as he returned to his bed for rest. Today's battle had been rather overwhelming for him. Once Tao Sheng had truly vanished from sight, the others crowded around Jessica, inquiring about her abilities. Upon learning that she could repair anything, they were left in awe. Chapter 15. The Rescue of Iron Man Gwen. Upon hearing of such a remarkable superpower, felt a twinge of envy. However, she recognized that merely surviving was a stroke of luck in itself, and dare not wish for more. Noticing a flicker of melancholy in Gwen's eyes, Jessica clapped her hands twice, capturing everyone's attention, to celebrate Gwen's second chance at life. "Let's take Bumblebee out for a joyride." Agreed. Sky and Parker cheered enthusiastically. They seldom had the chance to unwind, and the prospect of spending time with so many companions was a long-awaited delight. The following day, as usual, Tao Sheng sat down to breakfast while perusing the news. This serene tableau was soon disrupted by Sky and Jessica, who were lugging an assortment of luggage upstairs. They bickered, urging Tao Sheng to assist them, hurling remarks about his lack of gentlemanly demeanor as a grown man. "Come on," Tao Sheng encouraged, returning to his breakfast, having lost hope in their indolent employer's assistance. The two women persevered, and after considerable effort, managed to move all their belongings. In a huff, they stormed over to Tao Sheng's table and devoured the remainder of his breakfast in a whirlwind. "Boss, could you not earn some money? Staying here all day will surely lead to our insolvency," Jessica exclaimed, exasperated. "You're the one with the biggest appetite," Tao Sheng replied nonchalantly, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "What's the rush? I am a man of considerable earnings. The right moment has yet to arrive. Besides, you are here to help me, after all. I must warn you, do not expect to dine for free." Jessica and Sky exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a mutual understanding. This was indeed a heartless fellow. They would have to fend for themselves. At that moment, the television broadcasted a news report stating that the renowned owner of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, had been abducted by unidentified assailants while en route to the Middle East to showcase a new weapon, and his whereabouts remained unknown. "See, money is already coming our way," Tao Sheng remarked after taking a sip of tea. Sky, noticing that Tao Sheng, despite his youth, was behaving like an elder, felt an urge to confront him and retorted, "Are you perhaps Tony Stark's illegitimate child? If he dies, will you inherit Stark Industries?" Unsurprisingly, Sky received a light tap on the head in response. "I might as well be his father. If I rescue him, you may call me dad and show me filial respect with 2 million. That seems fair, does it not? If you can truly rescue him, 2 million is reasonable. But do you even know where he is?" As Sky rubbed his head and muttered to himself, Jessica chuckled and inquired of Tao Sheng, "With my unparalleled agility, finding him would be a trivial task. Sky, look for a secretary named Potts at Stark Industries." Tao Sheng instructed. Sky quickly opened his computer and began typing furiously on the keyboard, simultaneously asking, "Boss, why are we looking for her? What can a secretary decide? What do you know? She is the future mistress of Stark Industries. With her assurance, we need not fear defaults." Once Sky located the number, Tao Sheng instructed him to send a message. "Want to find Tony back? Release him immediately." Seconds later, the phone rang, and Tao Sheng answered. "Good morning, Ms. Potts. One number, release Tony at once." "Madam, I fear you have misunderstood me. I am a good person. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tao Sheng, and I believe someone from the relevant department beside you might recognize me." Hearing this, Potts was momentarily taken aback and glanced at Coulson. Surprised that it was indeed Tao Sheng on the line, Coulson nodded at Potts and then instructed his subordinates to check for any surveillance cameras in the vicinity. The fact that Tao Sheng could assert with such certainty that someone was beside her raised Coulson's suspicions about hidden cameras. Then, Tao Sheng's voice resonated again over the phone. After a moment of silence, "It seems I indeed have an old acquaintance nearby. Coulson or Natasha?" Coulson responded candidly, "It is I, Tao Sheng. You seem quite spirited." "Ha ha, Coulson. Spare me the pretenses. Let me be direct. I can rescue Tony for 2 million. You are aware of my capabilities. Saving him would be a mere trifle." Coulson thought to himself, allowing an unknown youth to rescue Tony would be an affront to our official stature. However, before he could voice his refusal, Potts immediately agreed. Ms. Potts, if Tony knew how much you cared for him, he would surely adore you. Just wait. You will see your Tony very soon. With that, Tao Sheng hung up the phone. As Potts observed the expression on Coulson's face that suggested he had something to say, he swiftly raised his hand to halt him. If you find me first, I shall grant you 2 million, but do not attempt to pressure me with your organization. I kindly urge you to depart promptly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tao Sheng, with an air of self-satisfaction, inquired, so, how does your boss fare in terms of looks? However, Sky disregarded him, hastily opening her computer. Boss, which flight shall we book? We must hurry to rescue him. Once the money is secured, I intend to upgrade my equipment, for my computer is lamentably slow. A metaphorical dark line seemed to appear above Tao Sheng's head as he pondered the caliber of his employees, who seemed more preoccupied with spending his money than earning it, making him feel like the one in servitude. There is no rush. A mature man must undergo trials to achieve growth. Tony will not perish. We can afford to wait a few days to rescue him. Tao Sheng remained unperturbed, recognizing that an immediate rescue might prevent the conception of a nuclear fusion reactor, which was essential for their plans. Controlled nuclear fusion was a potent energy weapon, a highly sought-after commodity, and in the right market, could fetch astronomical prices. Furthermore, by fostering a good relationship with Tony, a stable source of supply might emerge, unlike the current situation where there was little of value to offer. For the longevity of his business, Tao Sheng realized he must take matters into his own hands. However, the most treasure-laden location was likely Odin's treasury, and he contemplated how to involve himself in Thor's affairs, perhaps to explore the vault later. Under the blazing sun, as Tao Sheng disembarked from the plane, he was immediately met with a wave of heat. After casually dispensing a small tip, he exited the terminal. Upon reaching the desert's edge, he gazed across the expanse of yellow sand, feeling the ground's scorching heat even through his shoes. He regretted not having taken the opportunity to mark Tony with a thunder god symbol beforehand. Experiencing the vastness of the desert for the first time, he felt that even those endowed with superpowers might find it challenging to contend with nature. He resorted to utilizing his water release technique, conjuring small amounts of water to pour over himself in an attempt to extinguish the searing heat. Within a cave, Tony Stark was diligently hammering away, crafting the iron suit that resided within his mind. Meanwhile, Ethan, acting as his assistant, passed materials while vigilantly monitoring the entrance for any signs of intrusion. Tony, be cautious. Someone approaches. Ethan alerted as he noticed an individual making their way towards their chamber. As was his custom, Tony hastily disordered the blueprints and tools on the table, striving to keep the Marauders from discovering their plans prematurely. Chapter 16. Finding Tony, the Marauders had captured Tony with the intent of compelling him to fabricate a new type of missile. Ironically, they were assailed by the very shells produced by his own company, wielding weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Tony began to realize that his company had been infiltrated by a parasite, transforming its creations into instruments of execution. Escaping this predicament and shutting down the weapons manufacturing division became his singular focus. Ah, at last, I have found you, came the voice of Tao Sheng. After days of searching, he had finally located this stronghold, successfully infiltrating it disguised as one of the Marauders through his transformation technique. Tony and Ethan stood before the thugs when, in an instant, a plume of smoke enveloped the scene, transforming into a refined young man of Chinese descent, whose delicate features seemed utterly out of place amidst the desolation of the desert. With a swift motion, he retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket, adjusted the angle, and with a click and a flash, a selfie of the three was captured. Oh, no signal. Please wait a moment, Tao Sheng remarked, tossing a copper coin to the ground before vanishing from sight. Both Tony and Ethan were momentarily bewildered by the spectacle they had just witnessed, instinctively rubbing their eyes, suspecting they might be hallucinating due to exhaustion from their arduous endeavors. However, the peculiar coin lying on the ground compelled them to consider the possibility of an extraordinary occurrence. Ethan cautiously stepped forward, bending to retrieve the coin as proof that his senses were not deceiving him. Suddenly, the coin began to emit a radiant glow, startling Ethan into dropping it. Tao Sheng reappeared, this time brandishing 2 chicken legs, one of which he was munching on. Care for some? They're warm, he offered, extending the legs toward the 2 men. Who the hell are you? Tony, now a prisoner and distrustful of anyone, whispered fiercely. My mother? A scientist. Far more skilled than you. A mere blacksmith. Tao Sheng shrugged in response. Tony clenched his fists, the veins on his arms visibly taut. Unable to restrain himself, he lunged at Tao Sheng, intent on delivering a blow. Ethan quickly intervened, grasping him. Calm down. We're still in peril. Tao Sheng, amused by Tony's reaction, chuckled and tossed the chicken legs to them. They instinctively caught them. Don't be tense. I'm here at the behest of Potts to rescue a certain dandy. This is her greeting for you. Take a good look. He then handed his phone to Tony, indicating that he should watch the video. The selfie had been intended as a means to send Potts a message, assuring her that Tony was safe, despite the wound in his chest, and still alive. He also wanted Potts to record a video as proof of his employment. Upon hearing Potts' name, Tony calmed down, noticing Ethan already devouring a chicken leg. He too took a bite, having been ravenous after days of inadequate sustenance, longing for the hamburgers and cola of New York. He proceeded to play the video on the phone. Tony, thank God you're still alive. Potts, wiping away tears, appeared visibly choked up. Please come back. I can't bear to be without you. Tony switched off the video, stowed the phone in his pocket, and approached the workbench, donning a welding mask. I don't need your help. You should leave. I will manage on my own. Ah, the ever-proud Tony, still defiant despite the redness in his eyes, Tao Sheng mused. Yet, it was for the best. He had never intended to rescue Tony all at once. Nodding, he replied, even better. It will be easy to earn 2 million. I'll inform Potts that the mission is accomplished. What? Can you not comprehend human speech? I do not require your assistance. So why should I pay? Tony erupted in anger once more. My task is to locate you and facilitate your escape. Tao Sheng approached the workbench and, finding a slender iron needle, began to dislodge the morsels lodged between his teeth. However, since you do not require aid, it is no longer my concern, and 2 chicken legs are worth this amount. As Tony gazed at the remnants of the chicken leg in his hand, reduced to mere bones, juxtaposed with the finely crafted needle in Tao Sheng's grasp, he felt the electromagnetic force in his chest struggling to contain his wildly beating heart. He resolved that once he was free, he would ensure Tao Sheng face consequences. Yet, at that moment, reason prevailed, and he began to calm himself. Creating a commotion that attracted the soldiers outside was far from prudent. He returned to his previous task of forging, the rhythmic clang of metal resounding through the confined cave. Ethan observed that Tao Sheng merely loitered about, neither reporting nor exhibiting any other behavior indicative of a rebel, and thus paid him no mind. Over the following days, both men grew accustomed to Tao Sheng's presence. He occasionally assisted with the forging, sometimes lay back engrossed in his games, and at other times would flit in and out, bearing various provisions. Tony and Ethan soon learned that Tao Sheng was a superpowered individual, possessing the rare ability of spatial manipulation. Yet, it was infuriating that even a bottle of water or a morsel of food commanded exorbitant prices. Hey, do you think selling items at 1,000-fold markup can provoke me? Let me tell you, money is merely a number to me. Never think you can anger me over finances. Never. Indeed, to you, money is merely a number. However, in my eyes, your wealth is forged from the blood and flesh of civilians in war-torn regions, and what I take is certainly hot to the touch. Upon hearing this, Tony fell silent, aware of his inability to counter the argument. The truth lay bare before him. The weapons produced by his company were not utilized to protect their homeland, but were wielded against unarmed civilians. Though he was unaware of the ramifications, it remained a laughable excuse. He returned quietly to the workbench, continuing to hammer away, though this time the echoes seemed to resonate more profoundly. On this particular day, Tao Sheng lay on his bed, as usual, engrossed in a single-player game. Suddenly, Tony shouted, as if to release the pent-up frustration of recent days, exclaiming, Ethan, we have finally succeeded. We shall soon escape. Ethan, equally exhilarated, reveled in the prospect of finally breaking free from this wretched place after years of confinement. Perhaps even seeking vengeance. Tao Sheng clapped his hands in congratulations, though his well wishes garnered no response from the 2 men, which he took in stride. Their interactions over the past few days have been limited to haggling and Tony's admonishments for him not to meddle with his belongings. Now, they were left with one paramount question. To initiate the steel battle suit, a significant amount of power and time is required. Someone must stand forth to impede the advance of the marauders. Otherwise, efforts will be in vain. At that moment, Ethan stepped up, grasping his weapon and positioning himself at the entrance, resolutely gazing at Tony. "Leave it to me." Tony nodded in agreement, directly activating the armor. Instantly, the cave was engulfed in darkness, yet the progress bar for the armor's activation moved forward at a sluggish pace. Chapter 17. Successful escape. Meanwhile, within another section of the cave, the marauders were reveling, their faces alight with joy as they boasted about their recent plunders and the women they had encountered. The leader of the bandits was indulging in a feast when the sudden onset of darkness was accompanied by a cacophony of insults and shoving. He smashed his wine glass to the ground, the sharp sound piercing through the gloom. "Go find that bastard Tony." The group hastily grabbed their weapons, while a few ignited torches, preparing to advance towards the cave where Tony was located. As they rounded a corner, they found Ethan hiding behind the steel door, armed with a rifle, and he opened fire upon them. A fierce exchange of gunfire erupted immediately. "Tony, are you ready?" Ethan gritted his teeth, feeling dizzy and experiencing a temporary loss of hearing. Tony, glancing at the progress bar barely at 80, felt intense anxiety. "Ethan, don't hold on too tightly. Come back. With this guy here, we won't perish." Upon hearing Tony's words, Tao Sheng was taken aback. It seemed the once arrogant young man had truly matured, willing to humble himself for the sake of his companions. Tossing aside his snack, Tao Sheng observed Ethan, who continued to resist despite being riddled with bullet grazes. Just as Ethan contemplated charging out for another volley, Tao Sheng grasped his shoulder, signaling him to retreat. "If you go out again, you'll surely perish." With a swift incantation, the earth surged up, filling the entire passageway with soil, effectively entombing the marauders closest to the entrance. At this moment, Ethan could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the ground, prompting Tao Sheng to assist him to a nearby bed. "Leave the rest to Tony. If he harbors such resentment, it's unlikely we'll recover our losses if he goes for more kills." Seeing that Ethan was safe, albeit with minor injuries, Tony breathed a sigh of relief, his mouth forming the word thank you yet unable to utter it. Fortunately, at that moment, the armor was ready, and he hastily began to don it, eager to evade the awkwardness of the situation. However, a more embarrassing predicament arose. The suit was exceedingly cumbersome, and he could not manage to wear it alone. "All right, I suppose I need your assistance." "Thank you. I'm more than willing," Tao Sheng replied, raising an eyebrow. "No one desires your success more than I do, my child." Once again, these infuriating words stirred Tony's previously settled emotions. As he awaited the completion of his attire, he was fervently eager to vacate this place and distance himself from Tao Sheng. Noticing Tony's furious demeanor, Tao Sheng hastily restored the earthen wall, clearing a path for him to exit. With a hardened exterior and fierce ammunition, Tony unleashed the pent-up fury he had accumulated over the past few days upon the marauders that had invaded the stronghold. Roaring with rage, he unleashed the bullets from his armor upon the assailants. Soon, silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any signs of the attackers. Tony launched a flare into the sky, hoping that someone from the authorities or a corporate entity would notice and come to his rescue. Meanwhile, the energy in his armor was nearly depleted, and Ethan was injured. As for Tao Sheng, Tony had no intention of relying on him. Before long, a helicopter descended from the heavens, yet Tony remained vigilant, poised for battle. As he recognized that Pepper was disembarking from the aircraft, he relaxed, embracing his devoted secretary. Following closely behind was Colonel Rhodes, to whom Tony nodded, instructing, "There's an injured person inside. Ensure his health is prioritized. The other one is of no concern." Upon hearing this, Colonel Rhodes promptly dispatched several soldiers to check inside, while others scoured the vicinity for any remaining threats. They soon carried Ethan out, but Rhodes inquired, "Tony, we only found one injured person lying on the bed. Where is the second?" Tony slapped his forehead. "I must have misremembered. There's just one. Let's head back." At that moment, Pepper grasped Tony's hand tightly, and he offered her a reassuring glance. The helicopter ascended, vanishing into the sky, leaving behind a desolate landscape that would soon be reclaimed by the shifting sands, obscuring all traces of the events that had transpired. At the pawn shop, upon Tao Sheng's sudden appearance, everyone rushed forward, asking, "Boss, did you manage to rescue him?" "Of course, do not underestimate my capabilities," Tao Sheng replied, considering such skepticism an affront to his extraordinary abilities. "Boss, may I purchase a supercomputer?" Sky inquired, expressing her need for superior equipment to enhance future data collection and analysis. She proceeded to rattle off a plethora of technical jargon, leaving Tao Sheng bewildered before he waved his hand dismissively. "Buy it. Boss, can we buy some clothes and bags?" Jessica chimed in, justifying their request by lamenting their prolonged solitude and the need for a wardrobe refresh to foster a better work ethic. Tao Sheng, finding no fault in their reasoning, generously permitted them to make their purchases and encouraged them to commission a few sets as staff uniforms to elevate the pawnshop's image. Feeling victorious in their persuasion, the two embraced Tao Sheng and playfully pecked his cheek. Caught off guard by the affectionate gesture, Tao Sheng blushed deeply, his mind momentarily reeling as he stood dazed. "Boss, I think Parker's comment broke the spell," and with that he was unceremoniously ejected from the doorway, with Parker declaring that they should earn their keep and buy their own items. Tao Sheng pondered on waiting a few days before approaching Tony for payment, mindful that after a brief separation, one must be tactful in financial dealings. Now, what remains is to take a proper bath. During my time in the desert with Tony, the weather was sweltering, leaving me covered in sand and my skin parched and cracked. Early the next morning, an unexpected guest arrived at the shop. Wasn't that the illustrious Tony Stark? Just yesterday, he announced the closure of his company, and today he graces my humble establishment with his presence. Tao Sheng regarded the man, wearing sunglasses. Although he could not discern his features, the unmistakable aura revealed it was Tony. It was surprising that such a powerful figure resided in such a shabby place. "Can one truly make a fortune here?" Tony scoffed. Fortunately, Tao Sheng possessed a sharp tongue as well, retorting, "Didn't you just earn a hefty sum from a certain big shot? I suspect you won't have to worry about living expenses for years to come. Besides, a mountain need not be high. It is the presence of a deity that makes it sacred. An annual salary of 5 million. I'll take your 3 employees to Stark," Tony said, attempting to poach Tao Sheng's staff in a bid to irritate him. However, the trio paid him no mind and returned to their tasks. The veins on Tony's forehead seemed ready to burst. "Don't even think about it. A golden nest or a silver nest is no match for one's own doghouse. What? Are you here to repay the debt so soon?" At this moment, Tony's bodyguard presented a 100 million yuan invoice. Tao Sheng accepted the bill, gazing at the figure, counting it over and over again, a smile spreading across his face. He hadn't expected Tony to be so generous. "I owe you nothing." Seeing Tao Sheng so delighted over a mere sum of money stirred an inexplicable sadness in Tony, who reminisced about how long it had been since he had smiled so freely. Chapter 18. Wonder Woman. Wait a moment. My first major client deserves a gift. Take this coin. When you face an urgent matter, open it, and I shall arrive immediately. Of course, a modest fee for my troubles wouldn't be unreasonable. Tony halted, examining the coin bound with a red string, inscribed with peculiar symbols. Initially, he intended to decline the offer outright, but after spending time with Tao Sheng, he recognized that, despite his biting remarks, the man lacked the typical sycophantic demeanor others exhibited in his presence. Thus, he allowed his bodyguard to accept the token and departed. Everyone rushed out, and Tao Sheng raised the invoice, proclaiming, "This wicked capital now lies within my grasp. Under my wise leadership, we shall navigate through our hardships and stride towards prosperity. Now, each of you, share why I am such an astute boss." The most obedient Jessica eagerly spoke first. "Boss, the moment you saved me. You were like a firefly in the darkness, so distinct and remarkable. Thus, I resolutely chose to fight alongside you, promising unwavering loyalty." Upon hearing this, Tao Sheng stroked his non-existent beard, reflecting, "It seems that exceptional individuals shine wherever they go. I grant you 10 million. Learn from my brilliance. Mimi, boss, your wisdom is like a guiding light illuminating my path. Under your leadership, I have never lacked courage. You are the most radiant gem I have ever encountered." Sky interjected, speaking ahead of Parker. "Although the vocabulary is rich, it somewhat lacks sincerity. Nevertheless, I shall reward you with 10 million. Remember to expedite the completion of your computer and opt for a larger screen." Tao Sheng finally cast a glance at the hesitant Parker and extended his hand in a gesture of pause. "Parker, you must learn from your 2 esteemed predecessors. And after all, you are the one who has declined my offer twice, which remains to be seen. Yet, who can blame me for my generosity? I shall grant you 100,000. Spend it wisely." Ignoring the dejected Parker, Tao Sheng continued with his arrangements. He intended to utilize the remaining funds to renovate the second floor and procure necessary items. Simultaneously, he established a special fund dedicated to eradicating crime, while also collecting information on any supernatural artifacts that may surface to ensure the successful operation of his humble establishment. By the way, how have you progressed with the restoration of the 2 vials of the super soldier serum? It had been nearly 2 weeks since the last store opening, and only now did Tao Sheng express concern about this matter. One vial succeeded, while the other failed. The successful one grants a person the perfect physical prowess of a superhuman without any side effects, whereas the failed vial merely transforms an individual into a monkey. Jessica, clutching a check with joy, replied, "However, I still have one restoration attempt left unused. That failed serum was merely a counterfeit and not repaired." ISNT that akin to Captain America's super soldier serum? In that case, having one successful vial is not a loss at all, Tao Sheng remarked. Surprised by the favorable outcome, he contemplated using it himself, as such genetic serums are likely effective only once, and the strength of the superhuman genes might still be somewhat inadequate for him. Then you may begin preparing to restore the canine fruit. Adhering to the principle of not wasting attempts, we shall repair what we possess, and if nothing is available, we must create something for restoration. As for Sky, delve deeper into the knowledge surrounding ice and the nine-tailed fox, and aim to align the counterfeit skills in that direction. We must exercise caution with these 2 fruits, as they're the only 2 we currently possess. Suddenly, a text message arrived on Tao Sheng's phone, stating that she was introduced by a teacher and wished to meet him upon returning to the country. She was currently in New York, inquiring if he had time to meet. Tao Sheng initially thought it was a mistake and considered deleting it, but suddenly recalled that this might be the girl mentioned in his parents' letter, ultimately deciding to meet her, fulfilling his parents' wishes. "I will step out for a while. You need not wait for me." The 3 chatty companions were engrossed in browsing websites for purchases, completely oblivious to him. Tao Sheng drove the Bumblebee, transformed into a motorcycle, racing through the streets of New York, soon arriving at the agreed-upon location. Is this what a blind date feels like? The closer Tao Sheng approached the designated spot, the more nervous he became. He even turned back to the motorcycle to adjust his hair in the mirror, striving to tame the unruly strands. Ultimately, Tao Sheng mustered his courage and quickly walked towards the outdoor CF, where a girl sat quietly, occasionally flipping through the pages of her book. Sunlight bathed the girl, her long, fair legs attempting to share a sliver of that light with Tao Sheng's eyes. Tao Sheng slowed his pace, and time seemed to come to a standstill. The birds perched on the telephone pole ceased their chirping, leaning against one another in silent companionship. He settled into a chair across from a captivating girl, who was clad in form-fitting denim jeans and a delicate, pale green silk sleeveless blouse, the uppermost buttons left undone, revealing her fair skin. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, lifting it gracefully as if attempting to brush against Tao Sheng's face. In the blink of an eye, he found himself entranced by her radiant smile and the cosmos reflected in her eyes. His thoughts were consumed by her long legs until her sweet voice broke through his reverie. "Are you all right? Are you the one I texted today?" Regaining his composure, Tao Sheng observed the girl as she tucked her book away. The title, How to Integrate into Human Society, flashed briefly before his eyes. He nodded, his speech tinged with a slight stutter. "My parents insisted I come. They said I would regret it for a lifetime if I didn't tea. It seems they were not misleading me. Diana, a humble museum employee, pleased to make your acquaintance," she replied with a dazzling smile. Upon hearing her name, Tao Sheng couldn't help but wonder if she was the fabled Wonder Woman, though he hesitated to inquire, fearing it would tarnish his first impression. Tao Sheng, the owner of a pawn shop, was struggling with business, having seen only 5 customers in 2 months. "Are you from a museum in New York?" he asked, gazing at her with hopeful anticipation. Diana shook her head, responding, "Washington, a bit of a distance from here. I happened to pass through and thought I would meet you." Upon hearing this, Tao Sheng mused that it made perfect sense. Washington, a museum, and her angelic visage reminiscent of Gal Gadot. She was most likely Wonder Woman. Straightening his posture, he tugged at his shirt. "Would you be interested in exploring New York sometime? I doubt anyone could serve as a guide better than I could." "Unfortunately, I cannot. I must return to Washington for work tomorrow, and I lack interest in shopping," Diana replied, playfully tossing her hair. Her smile, though still present, now lacked its earlier warmth. Tao Sheng understood that, Having lived for over a century, she was perpetually enveloped in solitude, an outsider in society, devoid of cherished companions. Her only joy lay in aiding others. Chapter 19. Hulk and Abomination. At that moment, a tremendous commotion erupted nearby, prompting both Tao Sheng and Diana to look up. Two colossal green figures appeared on the street, one giant lifting a vehicle and hurling it at the other. The struck green giant exhibited no signs of injury, bellowing in rage and retaliating with a mighty punch. Tao Sheng momentarily lost himself in the spectacle, envisioning the narrative of the Hulk. The slightly more attractive, haired giant was likely the Hulk, while the grotesque, bald giant was unmistakably Abomination. Though these giants were not as massive as the previous colossal ape, their strength far surpassed that of the creature. Fortunately, it is early morning now, in this secluded location, where most people seem to have gone to work, resulting in no civilian casualties for the time being. However, the potential for significant property damage looms, and one can only hope they have purchased insurance. Tao Sheng and Diana were preparing to remain as quiet spectators, mindful of the large military presence surrounding them. If their supernatural abilities were to be exposed, the attention could easily shift towards them. Yet often, circumstances unfold contrary to one's wishes, as the Abomination was hurled directly towards their vicinity. As the monstrous figure prepared to crash down upon them, Tao Sheng had already concocted a heroic rescue narrative in his mind, waiting for the opportune moment to activate his Flying Thunder God technique. Suddenly, it was as if he had been blinded by a flash, his vision engulfed in a blinding white light. Upon regaining clarity, he found Diana clad in resplendent red and gold armor, her blue skirt armor poised defensively as she stood before him. Remaining seated, Tao Sheng gazed at her long legs, momentarily wishing for the Abomination to land upon them. Simultaneously, Diana seemed to have underestimated the strength of the two giants, despite her preparedness. The instant she was struck by the Abomination, she sensed impending peril. Fortunately, Tao Sheng swiftly embraced her from behind, pulling her back while raising an earthen wall to restrict the Abomination's movements and prevent further damage to the buildings. At this moment, Diana turned her head to look at Tao Sheng, expressing her surprise at his concealed abilities. "I didn't expect you to be so adept. Can you let go now?" "I never intended to hide it, but I was unsure how to explain," he replied, "though I certainly didn't anticipate you possessing superpowers as well." Tao Sheng immediately released his hold around her waist, scratching his head in feigned innocence regarding Diana's true identity. They exchanged a smile, but their moment of tranquility was shattered by the Abomination's renewed charge towards them. Having been engaged in a fierce battle with Hulk, the Abomination was suddenly interrupted by their intervention, becoming increasingly enraged as it found itself encircled by the earthen wall. The constricted and dim space only fueled its fury. It quickly shattered the wall, intent on pulverizing everyone in sight. Tao Sheng, incensed by the interruption of his conversation with Diana, charged forward with a spiral attack aimed at the Abomination. However, its skin proved as resilient as that of the earlier adversary, merely sustaining superficial damage. The Abomination retaliated with a swift swipe, akin to swatting a fly. Seeing this, Tao Sheng swiftly evaded, reappearing a short distance away, his mind racing with thoughts of how to transform the snow fruit into a frozen fruit, as his offensive capabilities were woefully insufficient against such a tough-skinned creature. Before he could dwell on this, the Abomination lunged at him with a powerful punch. Just as he was preparing to activate his Flying Thunder God technique to evade, Diana arrived, intercepting the Abomination's blow. Tao Sheng's eyes sparkled with realization. Perhaps not having to exert himself to swiftly eliminate it was indeed a stroke of fortune. Fighting alongside such a captivating warrior goddess was a splendid way to deepen their bond. After all, had he not just fortuitously embraced her alluring waist moments ago? Suddenly enlightened, he resolved not to evade any longer. A true man must engage in direct confrontation, even if it means enduring some injuries. Upon witnessing Diana fell to the ground, Tao Sheng first summoned a colossal earthen giant through earth manipulation to somewhat hinder the Abomination's movements, before swiftly rushing to assist Diana. However, once she rose, she merely uttered a word of thanks before resolutely rejoining the fray. Tao Sheng, maintaining his supportive stance, lamented, "What a fiercely independent warrior. It seems I must approach her gradually." The earthen giant he had conjured was swiftly dismantled by the Abomination, having received just 2 punches. Diana, singularly focused on protecting humanity, had only one intention: to restrain the actions of the two hulking green giants. Observing Diana, who repeatedly rose after being knocked down, Tao Sheng understood that this was her calling. To interrupt her would be akin to relegating a strong woman to idleness at home, an act she would certainly despise. More importantly, Tao Sheng truly had no effective means to contend with such a resilient and formidable creature. Any attempts to intervene would be futile. The last giant, the gorilla, had been vanquished due to its large mouth, allowing him to infiltrate its body. The current abomination, standing at around 3 meters tall, was significantly more agile than its predecessor, making a similar tactic impossible. Roar! In the distance, the Hulk began charging towards the abomination. Observing the fallen soldiers and the helicopter that had plummeted to the base of the skyscraper, it seemed that Hulk had finally dealt with the armed soldiers that had previously occupied him, now returning his attention to the abomination. Faced with the rapidly approaching Hulk, Tao Sheng was deep in thought, contemplating whether he truly needed to resort to Bumblebee. However, with so many cameras around, he was reluctant to lay bare his trump cards. Furthermore, Bumblebee, as a uniquely extraordinary being, could not be casually dismissed as a mere mutant or superhuman. Any transformation would undoubtedly attract official scrutiny. In a flash of inspiration, Tao Sheng remembered his ability to employ illusionary techniques. Having lived 2 lives, his mental prowess far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, and he practiced illusions daily with 3 little ones. While he would not claim his illusions to be invincible, they were indeed honed to a remarkable degree. The Hulk, more akin to the second persona of Bruce Banner, displayed a childlike yet tempestuous temperament, coupled with considerable strength. However, if he could use an illusion to lull the Hulk into slumber, Banner might regain control of his body, potentially restoring normalcy. With this plan conceived, Tao Sheng promptly employed his illusionary skills. The Hulk, upon noticing someone audaciously obstructing his path, scoffed and prepared to swat the ant before him with a light punch. Yet, the moment his gaze met Tao Sheng's eyes, he froze as if turned to wood, his form gradually diminishing. The plan had succeeded, and Tao Sheng couldn't help but commend his own brilliance. However, before he could revel in his triumph for long, he was unexpectedly hurled into the Hulk by the abomination. He was ensnared between 2 colossal giants, much like a hamburger. Upon witnessing her inadvertent injury to Tao Sheng, Diana promptly rushed over to extricate him from between the 2 green behemoths. In Chapter 20, Dr. Banner, Tao Sheng, having regained a semblance of composure, was about to open his eyes when he was suddenly enveloped by an enchanting and intoxicating fragrance. He felt himself cradled in someone's arms. A few strands of hair teasing his nose. "Hey, Tao Sheng, are you all right?" came a gentle voice. Tao Sheng, upon hearing this, remained silent and leaned against Anna, relishing the privileges of a wounded soul. Meanwhile, the Hulk, who was on the verge of slumber, jolted awake and unleashed a flurry of powerful blows upon the abomination before him. Seeing that Tao Sheng appeared gravely injured, Diana hesitated to abandon him and join the fray. "Cough, cough. I truly am weak. I cannot protect you," Tao Sheng managed to say, forcing a few drops of blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice faint. Diana tenderly wiped the blood from his lips. "No, it is my fault. I assumed the 2 green giants were allies. But why are there 2 equally formidable monsters? And why are they so antagonistic? The green giant with hair is named Hulk. The angrier he becomes, the stronger he grows, but I can lull him to sleep. The other is a military creation, utilizing Hulk's genes. Its mind is consumed by slaughter and madness, rendering it impervious to my illusions." Tao Sheng explained the situation and proposed 2 strategies to halt their rampage. The first was to patiently wait for the 2 giants to exhaust each other before intervening, though this could take a considerable amount of time and risk uncontrollable events and greater casualties. The second option was for him to employ his illusions to subdue Hulk, and then together they could eliminate the abomination, which had devolved into a mere killing machine, no longer human. Diana, embodying her compassionate nature, unhesitatingly chose the second option, albeit with a hint of concern. "Are you sure you're all right? Don't push yourself. Fear not. My recuperative abilities are quite robust," Tao Sheng reassured her, emphasizing that at such a critical juncture, they could not falter and must resolutely safeguard the lives and property of the people. Diana smiled calmly and quickly prepared for battle. As Tao Sheng withdrew from her shoulder, he couldn't help but lament the fleeting moment. Before he could steady himself, Diana eagerly dashed forward. Observing the scene, Tao Sheng envisioned a future where he would diligently accompany her in upholding justice, a thought that made him slap his own face in disbelief. Already contemplating marriage? What a fanciful dream. Then he bellowed to Hulk, "Hulk, look into my eyes." Although Hulk's intellect resembled that of a 4-year-old, he was not foolish this time. He understood that looking into Tao Sheng's eyes would mean returning to slumber. Thus, he began to strike wildly with his eyes shut, relying solely on instinct. Remarkable. He has grown cleverer. Unfortunately, if he believes I can only cast illusions through eye contact, he underestimates my abilities. Unperturbed, Tao Sheng stepped back with his right foot, turned sideways, and extended his arms. Soft fist technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He then lunged forward, striking Hulk's body with a flurry of erratic jabs, infusing it with copious amounts of chakra. Upon completing his unique set of punches, Tao Sheng stood firm, directing his energy downward toward his dantian, exhaling deeply. Hulk subsequently succumbed to the illusion, drifting into a slumber, his green hue gradually fading, signifying that Banner was regaining control over his body. This time, vigilance was paramount. He must not be allowed to be struck again. Tao Sheng then employed the earth release technique, encasing Hulk in layers of earth, leaving a small opening to prevent suffocation. Turning to glance at Diana, he observed that both were still engaged in fervent battle, yet fatigue was beginning to set in. Without hesitation, Tao Sheng utilized the shadow clone technique. With a thunderous sound, dozens of Tao Sheng clones materialized, each preparing a Rasengan. Lacking devastating skills, he resolved to triumph through sheer numbers. Diana, quickly ensnare him with the lasso of truth. I will manage the rest. Upon hearing this, Diana momentarily hesitated before summoning the lasso of truth, casting it in loops to ensnare the abomination. At that moment, all of Tao Sheng's clones surged forward, one after another pressing the Rasengan against the abomination. Soon, the ground had been compressed several meters deep, the abomination lying in a mangled state, devoid of breath. Tao Sheng sighed in relief, finally overcoming the crisis. However, as the lasso fell from the abomination, it unexpectedly coiled around Tao Sheng instead, leaving him incredulous as he gazed at Diana. "Who are you?" "The owner of a pawn shop." "How did you know I possessed the lasso of truth?" "I have researched the superheroes of this world and learned that you are Wonder Woman." "What is your purpose?" "To protect those around me and prevent them from being harmed." Diana retracted the lasso, apologizing. "I am sorry. Primarily, I have never exhibited the lasso of truth, yet you were able to name it, which raised my suspicions." "No matter. It is good to clear up misunderstandings." Sweat streamed down Tao Sheng's forehead as he stretched his limbs. He mused inwardly. The lasso of truth is indeed formidable. Those ensnared can only utter the truth. Fortunately, she did not inquire further. "Well, I should be on my way. Are you certain you can manage the remaining green giant?" Diana indicated her intention to return to Washington. "No problem. Leave it to me. By the way, I hope you will be by my side in future battles." Tao Sheng gazed at her with sincerity. Diana's smile, as warm as spring, graced him once more as she nodded. "I hope so too. Let us keep in touch." With a graceful leap, Diana vanished into the horizon. Tao Sheng stood still, hand raised as if to bid her farewell. He then filled the pit and approached Hulk. Observing that he had reverted to his human form, now Dr. Banner. With a swift motion, he teleported Banner to the former residence of Sky. The house now lay vacant, perfectly suited for hiding. Tao Sheng gently tapped Banner's face. "Hey, Doctor, wake up." Banner stirred groggily, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings and stranger, anxiety creeping in. "Do not be alarmed. I saved you, and I have vanquished the abomination." Tao Sheng, noticing Banner's apprehension, quickly reassured him. "Though my illusions could easily subdue you, it is best that you refrain from awakening the Hulk." Banner momentarily placed his trust in Tao Sheng. Yet he was acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and indeed, the next words confirmed his suspicion. "Of course, my assistance does not come without a price. The next time we meet, a small vial of your blood will suffice." He handed Banner a coin. "This will grant you my aid should you require suppression of the Hulk. Simply break the seal, and I shall arrive promptly." Tao Sheng was not so altruistic. He sought Banner's genetic material to concoct a serum akin to that of the Hulk, a performance-enhancing elixir that would surely find eager buyers. "By the way, this is one of my hideouts. You may choose to stay or leave, as you wish. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Before Banner could fully comprehend the situation, Tao Sheng vanished. Indeed, he had pressing concerns, for Bumblebee remained at the scene. Chapter 21. Learning Magic. A few days prior, Bumblebee had been warned by Tao Sheng not to transform without his command, and now it could only wait idly. It sensed that ever since Tao Sheng encountered that enchanting woman, it had been forgotten. Suddenly, it felt a weight as Tao Sheng returned to his seat. Haha, old friend. My apologies. I nearly forgot you. Let us return to the pawn shop. Bumblebee protested with a couple of hops before reluctantly departing. As they traversed the countryside, Tao Sheng reminisced about his meeting with Diana. Abruptly, he slammed the brakes, nearly being thrown from his seat. Bumblebee, what's the matter? Before he could finish his sentence, a glowing circle appeared ahead, from which emerged a bald woman clad in a yellow robe. Tao Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. It was none other than the Ancient One. Young friend, I hear you have fondness for tea. Come, let's share a cup. The Ancient One beckoned, inviting Tao Sheng to enter the luminous portal with her. Understanding the formidable power of the Ancient One, he realized escape was futile. Bumblebee, return to the pawn shop and inform them I have gone on a journey to the Himalayas. I shall return in due time. Thus, Tao Sheng accompanied the Ancient One to the sanctum of mystical training in Kamartaj. In the antiquated yet elegant room, the harmonious sounds of practice resonated from outside. Tao Sheng settled onto the sofa, lifting a teacup from the table, his trembling hand causing the tea within to ripple violently. The cup felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds, and after much effort, he managed to bring it to his lips. The moment the tea touched his tongue, a surge of energy coursed through him, and he felt his mental acuity rapidly ascend. This time, his hand steadied, and with remarkable swiftness, he gulped down several cups of tea. He had no intention of speaking first, so he treated it as an opportunity to enjoy tea. The true value lay in what he could obtain. My young friend, excessive indulgence will yield no benefits. Ancient One seemed to perceive Tao Sheng's subtle thoughts. Do you wish to learn magic? Tao Sheng was taken aback by this unexpected question, pondering whether she intended for him to become the supreme mage, safeguarding this earth in her stead. Although he was intrigued by the notion of learning, his laziness prevailed, and he had little desire to take on responsibilities. While he found the study of magic quite appealing, the idea of being a selfless guardian of the earth felt beyond his capability. Ancient One, however, said cryptically no. You will. Bewildered by her statement, Tao Sheng was unsure whether she meant he would become the supreme mage or embody selflessness, yet he chose to disregard it. He had always maintained a respectful distance from such formidable figures who could glimpse the fabric of time, wary of getting too entangled. As the saying goes, the more one knows, the quicker one meets their end. Stay here for a while and learn some magic. You may leave once you have completed your studies. Ancient One declared before turning to depart. Upon hearing that he could learn freely without any obligation, Tao Sheng thought to himself, is there such a fortuitous opportunity? Naturally, he would seize the chance to gain knowledge without cost. If there were pitfalls, he would not be deterred. He could simply flee if he found himself outmatched. His previous battles had revealed that his abilities still required enhancement. Tao Sheng exited the room and made his way to the apprentice training area. The students were currently practicing a teleportation spell, the very circular incantation Ancient One had employed upon their first encounter. This spell allowed one to conjure a portal by envisioning the details of the destination in their mind, facilitating swift travel. Although his flying Thunder God technique could achieve instantaneous movement, long-distance teleportation would significantly increase energy consumption, making it suitable primarily for short distances. The teleportation spell, while also requiring more energy for greater distances, proved to be far less taxing than the flying Thunder God, with the sole drawback being its casting time. Thus, Tao Sheng was naturally very interested in this spell. Once mastered, he could utilize teleportation for long distances and the flying Thunder God for short distances, greatly enhancing his chances of survival. Miss, may I try that suspended ring? He inquired of a nearby maid. He had noticed that she had been following him since he left the room, likely assigned by Ancient One. As expected, the maid produced a suspended ring from her pocket. The suspended ring was a golden double-loop ring, with the two circles connected by a long bar adorned with symbols. The students donned the ring using their index and middle fingers and began practicing the teleportation spell. Upon receiving the ring, Tao Sheng placed it on his hand and began to visualize the details of the pawn shop in his mind. The onlookers were intrigued by the sight of an unfamiliar man boldly attempting the teleportation spell without prior practice, whispering among themselves, "Is he not a fool? He dares to experiment without any knowledge. Just wait for the spectacle. Even our senior brother practiced for several days before he dared to try. Naturally, Tao Sheng was oblivious to the idle chatter around him. He was deeply engrossed in envisioning his destination. Suddenly, as he traced circles with his hand, a luminous portal began to materialize before him. The onlookers were utterly astonished. How could anyone possibly succeed in casting a teleportation spell on the first attempt? Surely, he must have practiced in secret. Meanwhile, Tao Sheng pondered to himself, could it be that I truly possess the innate talent to become a supreme mage? At that moment, a head of a packer emerged from the portal, glancing inquisitively from side to side before addressing Tao Sheng. Boss, what new spell have you conjured? It's remarkable. Where's this? Without a moment's hesitation, Tao Sheng approached and playfully tapped the packer's head. He then glanced around the shop, where Sky and Jessica were lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a television show, surrounded by an abundance of snacks. You three are slacking off again, not earning any money, nor honing your skills. I truly regret taking you three under my wing, Tao Sheng exclaimed in exasperation. Upon my return, I shall assess your progress. If there is none, prepare to feel the full force of my beloved iron fist. With a grand gesture, he dispelled the portal. The trio in the shop wore expressions of dismay. They had merely intended to take a brief respite when they were caught, and the snacks on the table remained unopened. However, their disappointment dissipated quickly, and they chose to continue indulging in their leisurely pursuits, seemingly resigned to their fate. Tao Sheng experimented with the portal several more times, each attempt resulting in flawless success. Bursting with confidence, he hurried to the library, eager to explore additional spells. The following afternoon, he tugged at his hair, his eyes fixated on the text before him. He recognized the characters, yet when strung together, they eluded his comprehension. How could it be that he struggled with even the simplest spells while mastering the intricacies of teleportation so effortlessly? Tao Sheng found himself reflecting on his abilities. Your spatial aptitude is among the finest I have encountered, yet your aptitude for spells appears to be non-existent. Nevertheless, you have managed to wield elemental magic, which is nothing short of astonishing. He heard the voice of Ancient One resonate from behind him, indicating that this esteemed figure had been quietly observing his progress. Chapter 22. The Duel of Spells. In that moment, Tao Sheng contemplated Ancient One's perplexity. Indeed, why was he able to cast spells, albeit those derived from the realm of ninjutsu? This world lacked chakra, and utilizing ninjutsu consumed his own energy. There was no logical reason for his inability. Suddenly, he recalled that initially he too had been unable to comprehend ninjutsu, but after practicing the restoration technique, the concepts had become discernible and comprehensible. Eureka! May I take a few books with me? Tao Sheng inquired eagerly, wishing to experiment with the spells using the restoration technique. Certainly, but only after you defeat my students tomorrow will you earn the right to take the suspended ring and spell books, Ancient One replied, summoning the suspended ring back to her hand. And what if I lose? Tao Sheng asked, reaching out to reclaim the drifting ring, only to retract his hand as if shocked when he was on the verge of touching Ancient One. Ancient One smiled quietly at Tao Sheng, remaining silent before stepping through the door and exiting. It felt as though a half-century had passed, despite Ancient One's lack of tangible pressure. Conversing with such a formidable figure was already a trial, leaving Tao Sheng's back damp with perspiration. He understood that to engage in light-hearted banter with the elite, one must possess exceptional strength. Following in Ancient One's footsteps, Tao Sheng arrived at the place where the students had practiced the day before. Everyone paused. The foreign mage looked down upon their lineage, and the one who could defeat him would claim the next position as the supreme mage. Tao Sheng silently lamented, realizing that nothing of value came without effort. Nevertheless, he maintained a haughty expression, feigning contempt for them. As Ancient One's words faded, a group entered the mirrored space, a realm where battles could unfold without harming the outside world. Suddenly, dozens of beams of light surged toward Tao Sheng. He swiftly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to evade the attack and retaliated by unleashing a colossal fire dragon upon the group. The mages quickly coalesced to form a protective barrier against his fireball. Yet, without warning, a stone giant rose beneath them, disrupting their formation and incapacitating several individuals. Cassandra suddenly appeared at Tao Sheng's back, attempting to ensnare him with a magical whip. Just as he believed success was within reach, Tao Sheng transformed into a wooden figure, causing the fire dragon to vanish, while Cassandra found himself abruptly kicked from behind, crashing to the ground. Tao Sheng approached Cassandra and conjured several large water orbs, imprisoning the remaining mages within them. With the battle concluded, he turned to Ancient One, inquiring if this marked his victory. Ancient One returned the suspended ring and several tomes to Tao Sheng, stating, "You may leave now. There is nothing further I can teach you. Remember to retrieve the space gem when time permits." With that, Ancient One issued a subtle dismissal, providing a hint. The space gem? What purpose could it serve? Tao Sheng recognized it as one of the 6 primordial stones, yet he wished to avoid drawing Thanos' attention. That artifact is exceedingly beneficial for those with high spatial affinity. As for its precise utility, I cannot say. No one has yet mastered it perfectly. With those words, Ancient One vanished once more. Ancient One's remarks piqued Tao Sheng's interest, prompting him to consider a visit to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, after some contemplation, he decided it would be wiser to seize the opportunity amidst the impending alien invasion rather than risk becoming a target by seeking it out now. What was intended to be a few days of spell learning had unexpectedly concluded, demonstrating how plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. Subsequently, he opened a portal and returned to the pawnshop. As he emerged from the portal, he was greeted by the sight of 3 individuals scurrying away like mice fleeing from a cat. Back to rooms, back home, he mused. Tao Sheng shook his head, slowly approaching the sofa. With outstretched arms, he reclined backward in a free-fall manner, casually tossing the book brought back by Martha to the coffee table. Before long, the sound of his snoring filled the first floor. Meanwhile, a door on the second floor creaked open slightly, and Jessica peeked out, hoping to catch a glimpse of the first floor, but saw nothing. She tiptoed over to the sofa, draped a blanket over Tao Sheng, and subsequently turned off the television and lights. As the room descended into darkness, Tony's home was awash in light. "Tony, since you suspect Stan is the one who harmed you, why don't we confront him directly instead of sifting through this pile of scrap metal?" Potts observed Tony, who had been holed up here, immersed in study ever since announcing the cessation of weapons manufacturing. "Hey, this is not mere scrap. This represents my very existence. This device is what allowed me to emerge alive from that pitch-black cave and stand before you," Tony replied, moving closer to Potts and cradling her face in his hands. "Potts, I will handle Stan, but not at this moment. Take this device and insert it into his computer when he leaves." Noticing the dark circles that encircled Tony's eyes and the stubble that covered his face, he appeared even more haggard and gaunt than before. Potts realized that the once carefree boy had transformed. The gray hair at his temples seemed less a sign of aging and more an emblem of maturity. She could scarcely imagine the torment he must have endured during his recent kidnapping, as she wiped her eyes with her hand before departing, leaving Tony alone in the room. "Jarvis, have you found any information regarding spatial teleportation?" Tony inquired while mending his Iron Man suit. "Apologies, sir. There have been no discoveries regarding spatial teleportation thus far. The only 2 scientists with notable achievements in spatial theory have recently met with an accident and are now completely missing. They are Tao Sheng's parents. Should we pursue research in this technology, I will require further experimental data," Jarvis analyzed, based on his online investigations. Tony was not surprised to hear of Tao Sheng's connection, considering Tao had demonstrated what seemed to be teleportation abilities in that cave. Now, learning that his parents were also pioneers in this field, it appeared evident that they possessed spatial superpowers. Suddenly, an idea struck Tony. He retrieved the copper coin Tao Sheng had gifted him from his pocket and asked Jarvis, "Does this coin resonate with any spatial energy?" The devices in the room emitted an infrared scanning beam that swept over the coin. "The data is too weak to make a determination." "Very well. Continue searching for relevant information. If we achieve any data, I will find an opportunity to have him teleport here, and you can record the pertinent data." After contemplating for a moment, Tony decided to set that thought aside and resumed his efforts to enhance his Mark II suit. Lately, he had been solely focused on refining his initial design while also investigating the company, S-Mole, despite the disbelief it may evoke. Numerous signs seem to indicate that the traitor is Stan. Chapter 23. The Rescue of My Girlfriend. "Ouch, my neck aches." Tao Sheng sat on the sofa, his right hand rubbing his neck. He had inadvertently spent the night on the sofa, and now his entire body was sore. "How well did I sleep last night?" There were no mice in the living room. Were there? At that moment, Jessica entered through the door, holding Tao Sheng's favorite steamed buns. "Hurry and wash up for breakfast. We have training today," she urged. However, Tao Sheng remained seated, grabbing a bun from the table and devouring it. "I am starving. I'll wash up after I eat. Oh, by the way, I painstakingly obtained these magic books from an old lady. Each of you take one to restore and see if you can learn anything." "Magic books? Is there really magic in this world?" Jessica's voice involuntarily rose. Even upstairs, Sky rubbed his eyes and emerged from his room. "What magic?" The boss said, "These are magic books." "My heavens, is it the kind of magic I think it is?" Jessica exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she clutched a few books. Upon hearing this, Sky hurried over to Jessica and picked up a volume titled 5 Years of Magic, 3 Years of Simulation. He began to read aloud. To desire this method, one must first. Sky struggled with the text. "It's so difficult. It's all in Chinese. I can barely understand it." "Don't even think about it. Even if you recognize all the characters, you still wouldn't comprehend it. Let Jessica restore it. Perhaps it could be transformed into something we, the academically challenged, can study." Tao Sheng mumbled with a bun in his mouth. At that moment, he suddenly sensed the activation of the copper coin belonging to Dr. Banner and promptly vanished from the pawnshop. The two, accustomed to Tao Sheng's sudden disappearances, resumed their reading, translating each word on the computer. Meanwhile, in Sky's old house, Banner was restless, with a recently unsealed copper coin beside him. Suddenly, Tao Sheng appeared before him. Despite being somewhat prepared, Banner was still startled. Whoa, calm down. I haven't done anything with your girlfriend, so there's no need to turn green," Tao Sheng urged, observing Banner's complexion changing. Fortunately, Banner soon returned to normal, though his hair was disheveled and his face unshaven. "Tao, I've thought long and hard about this, and I've ultimately decided to leave here and retreat to the countryside. But before I do, I need to ask you to rescue my girlfriend." It turned out Hulk was aware of Tao Sheng's ability to teleport people, as he sought his help to rescue his girlfriend, Betty, who was trapped in a military base. "I'm afraid I must disappoint you. Your young girlfriend does not possess my copper coin, so I cannot simply appear beside her and then vanish with her," Tao Sheng replied, genuinely feeling powerless. Even the teleportation technique he had recently learned required him to see the specific location before he could teleport there. "I have 2 vials of my blood as a reward. You're the only one I could trust now, Tao." Banner retrieved 2 small vials from the cabinet. "Good brother, you needn't be so formal," Tao Sheng responded. "You may forever trust in my integrity. Even if it means upturning the very base, I shall ensure that Betty is delivered to you in her entirety, allowing you both to soar together." Tao Sheng, while casually draping his arm over Banner's shoulder and engaging in brotherly camaraderie, tucked away 2 small vials. Subsequently, he spoke again. "However, we must devise a meticulous plan. Rescuing her cannot be done recklessly. Even though Betty is the daughter of a general, we must not be careless. Indeed, the base lies amidst desolate mountains and wild terrain, yet its defenses are formidable. I know where it is located, but the intricate details elude me." Banner had previously escaped from that base, yet he had never focused on its defensive systems, leaving him uncertain on how to proceed. "Do not rush. I shall summon a skilled hacker." Tao Sheng suddenly recalled that Sky was a hacker extraordinaire, perhaps capable of breaching the system and infiltrating the base. In no time, Tao Sheng returned with Sky to the dilapidated house. "Boss, could you refrain from interrupting my magical studies? I was deeply engrossed when you disrupted me." "Huh? How do we end up back here? Who is this?" Sky exclaimed, suddenly aware of her presence in the old house alongside an unfamiliar man, her curiosity rekindling her focus on her studies. "Enough with the antics. We have serious matters to attend to. This is Dr. Banner. He seeks to rescue his girlfriend trapped in a military base. We need your expertise to hack into the base and locate her, after which I will go in to save her." Tao Sheng briefly explained the situation to Sky, including details regarding Banner and the Hulk. "Wow, how thrilling. You can actually transform into the Hulk. Will those pants explode?" Sky exclaimed, only to be met with a playful tap on the head from Tao Sheng. "Ouch, that hurt. Please don't hit me. I will do my utmost. You must find happiness together." After hearing this, Sky gazed at Banner with starry eyes, deeply yearning for such unwavering love. "Stop daydreaming. Let us get started." "Started what, boss?" Sky inquired, puzzled by Tao Sheng's urgency. "Hack into the system. What else would I have called you here for?" Tao Sheng replied with exasperation. "Goodness, boss. You can't possibly think I can just use any old phone to vanish into the ether of the network? Sky rolled her eyes. I will definitely need the supercomputer from the pawn shop for this. She was utterly speechless at Tao Sheng's lack of understanding regarding technology. He only ever used her computer for watching shows and playing games, utterly oblivious to anything beyond that. At that moment, Banner nodded in agreement, affirming Sky's assertion that a mere phone could not fulfill such a function. Ahem, I merely did not anticipate your lack of skill. You call yourself a hacker? Enough chatter. Let us head back, Tao Sheng declared, pulling both of them back to the pawn shop. After a considerable passage of time, Sky successfully infiltrated the base's network system. The group gathered around the computer as Sky pointed to the screen, saying, "Behold, this is the structural diagram of the military base. Unfortunately, I have not spotted Betty in the surveillance footage. However, there are several locations within the base that lack monitoring, making it highly probable that Betty is concealed in one of these areas." Tao Sheng and Banner observed the scattered black dots, located deep underground, pondering the challenges that lay ahead. Relying solely on one individual to search each location is undoubtedly impractical. We must act separately. Thus, Banner, you shall transform into the Hulk to draw fire, while Jessica, Parker, and I will disperse to locate Betty. Whoever finds her first will immediately unlock the coin, and I will lead you all to safety. Sky, you will remain here to provide technical support and closely monitor official movements. Tao Sheng has preliminarily established a battle plan and has also summoned Parker from his home. At this moment, Parker, bewildered, found himself transported from doing homework at home to this unexpected scenario, but Jessica promptly approached him to explain the situation. As for Tao Sheng, he mentioned preparing the necessary supplies for the operation and then vanished from sight. Chapter 24. A bold assault on the base before long. Tao Sheng returned to the pawn shop bearing several outfits. "Boss, is this what you meant by preparation? These sheep costumes?" Sky inquired, picking up a sheep headpiece adorned with pink horns, its fluffy exterior reminiscent of petting a small white dog. "Sheep? These are the bullies of Sheep Village. The outfit you hold is for you. Parker is to be the happy sheep, and Jessica shall don the warm sheep attire." Tao Sheng tossed the various costumes to each of them, instructing that they wear these for tonight's mission to rescue Betty. "And what about you? What sheep are you?" Sky remarked, finding the names amusing, especially since her Asian features might not be well received in this country. Yet she felt a secret delight in being assigned the title of the beautiful sheep. "Of course, I'm the king of bullies, lazy sheep. Remember, under no circumstances should you reveal your true identity. I have no desire to be invited for coffee every day." Soon, everyone had changed into their respective outfits. Banner gazed at the 4 sheep before him, covering his mouth with his hand in a futile effort to suppress his laughter. "All right, Banner, you go to the entrance of the base, transform into the Hulk, and lure them away." Tao Sheng then casually opened a portal behind Banner, leading to a small grove outside the base. Just as Banner prepared to step through the portal, a voice called out, "Banner, it's time to get angry. Stop smiling." Tao Sheng reminded him, noting Banner's struggle to contain his amusement, especially since they were rescuing his girlfriend. Banner immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "Tao, let me share a secret. I've been angry all along." He stepped through the portal and instantly transformed into the Hulk, letting out a mighty roar. The base's alarms blared in response, and personnel inside swiftly donned their gear and rushed towards the Hulk. The portal beside them quietly closed. Tao Sheng addressed his 3 companions. "Next, we will let the bullets fly for a while. Then, we will split up to find Betty in different directions. Sky, ensure you are prepared for technical support. Understood?" "Understood," the 3 replied in unison. Shortly thereafter, Tao Sheng waved his hand, and 3 portals appeared. Each of them stepped through, embarking on their respective searches. The room descended into silence, with Sky, donned in a fluffy, sheep-themed headpiece, seated vacantly before the computer. "Wait, why must I wear this at home?" "Because we are a team. Keep it on at all times, or risk expulsion from the sheep ranks. Furthermore, from now on, remember to use your respective code names." Sky, irritated, removed his headphones to shield himself from the boss's voice. He then observed Parker preparing to approach the first target room. "Happy sheep, the first room you seek is on your right. Enter and ascertain whether the target is inside." Received. Parker reached the first chamber, where a stone door presented only a single doorknob, seemingly merging with the wall itself. He first attempted to open it with one hand, but the door remained immovable. He then resorted to using both hands, managing only to create a narrow gap. "Buddy, it seems I'm in a predicament. I can't open this door." "Cut the nonsense. You're the strongest among us. Yet you can't handle a door? Have you been slacking off? Or did when were you out last night? Upon hearing Tao Sheng's voice, Parker immediately protested his innocence, but Tao Sheng dismissed his explanations, insisting he find a solution at once. Reluctantly, he braced against the wall with his foot and pulled with all his might. He shouted loudly, trying to summon additional strength. Just as he was about to pry the door open, it suddenly swung wide, slamming him against the wall opposite. Cough, cough. An unexpected event has occurred. A creature resembling a massive dog with a tiger's head appears extremely hungry, and I fear I may be its next meal. I see, boss, I bear unfortunate news. Upon reviewing the classified files of this base, I discovered that these rooms likely harbor genetically modified monsters similar to the one Parker encountered. They are transformed humans, possessing strength that rivals the last giant ape, yet they may no longer revert to human form. Sky, gritting his teeth, analyzed various records and experimental data before drawing these conclusions. The people here had lost their sanity, resulting in the death of countless innocents to spawn these monsters. It was no wonder they sought Hulk, aiming to create more beings akin to him and bring them under control. Tao Sheng, having understood this, cautioned, "Everyone be vigilant. If you cannot win, call for me immediately. If you can prevail, let us create chaos together. Sky, investigate where the base's energy source is located, and prepare to detonate the entire facility." Tao Sheng spat through clenched teeth, his fist smashing into the wall, creating a dent. Silence enveloped the headphones as Parker regained his footing. He thought, "You may defeat me, but you shall never conquer me," and charged forward, shooting webbing into the creature's eyes, engaging it in combat. Meanwhile, Jessica approached her first door, confronting a keypad lock, which she shattered with a single punch, extracting the entire lock mechanism. Upon opening the door, she discovered an absence of monsters within. It was confronted by a multitude of glass columns resembling round fish tanks, each containing an array of bizarre and grotesque embryos. Some bore heads akin to birds with serpentine tails. Others presented fish bodies with snake-like appendages, while some resembled cats with 3 tails and a singular eye, instilling a profound sense of terror. Even more abhorrent was the presence of what appeared to be 7-month-old infant embryos suspended within. Her heart ached as she fought back tears, resolutely severing the power supply lines to each embryo, shattering them one by one. With every strike, she felt as though a fragment of her soul was being torn away. Just inches away from the final infant embryo, Jessica's fist hesitated, faced with the reality of a 7-month-old child, which could surely be considered a life. She found herself unable to proceed. Turning away, she stumbled out of the room, collapsing to the ground. Her gaze fixed upon the blank ceiling as tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Meanwhile, Tao Sheng stood before the stone door, realizing that Parker had indeed been truthful. Fortunately, a narrow gap at the bottom of the door allowed for the insertion of a coin. In a fleeting motion, Tao Sheng entered the dark chamber, where a pair of glowing green eyes materialized in the air. He was soon engulfed by a wave of heat, accompanied by the foul stench reminiscent of rotting refuse left to decay in the sweltering weather for days. Even with a hood shielding him, the odor penetrated his senses, causing his stomach to churn. Before he could brace himself, something rushed towards him with alarming speed. He quickly conjured a massive portal, and through its light, he discerned that it was a colossal wolf. Chapter 25. The fierce battle with the beast. This formidable wolf, devoid of any other animal's amalgamation, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Fortunately, the portal was sufficiently large to accommodate its entry, leading it directly into a close encounter with Hulk. Outside the portal, Hulk was startled as the giant wolf lunged at him, and he swiftly pried its jaws apart to prevent a fatal bite, using his own body as a shield against distant gunfire. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Seizing the opportunity, Tao Sheng began to close the portal. The luminous circle gradually shrank, creating sparks reminiscent of cutting steel as it made contact with the wolf's massive form. Ultimately, the creature was cleaved in half, its innards spilling onto the ground. Holding his breath, Tao Sheng unleashed a fire technique, unleashing a fiery dragon to ravage the laboratory surroundings. His intent was to incinerate all items and documents, for they were the products of vile experiments. Though the destruction might not prevent others from resuming their research, it was undoubtedly preferable to allowing these monstrous creations to wreak havoc upon society. Tao Sheng resolved to confront these organizations next, particularly Hydra, knowing well their penchant for genetic science, which harbored high concealment and destructive potential. As he approached the next room, Tao Sheng noticed that the seal on Parker's coin had been lifted. He promptly teleported to Parker's side, only to find his clothes torn asunder, revealing flesh marred by streaks of blood. The surrounding walls and floor bore numerous dents of varying sizes. A creature with the head of a tiger and the body of a dog lay motionless on the ground, its soccer ball-sized eyes nearly dislodged from their sockets, ensnared by delicate white threads. Our little boy has grown up. He no longer cries out in pain, Tao Sheng mused as he moved closer to support him, jesting lightly. Parker let out a pained hiss, his features contorted. Boss, please don't make me laugh. It truly hurts. Haha, who told you to show off? You could have waited for me to arrive, Tao Sheng replied, his tone softening. Shall I escort you back for a proper rest? Upon hearing this, Parker immediately turned to him. Boss, since we've crossed paths, it is our duty, is it not? I refuse to be like a helpless wife, anxiously gazing at the door, hoping for her husband to return from battle. It is tormenting. Meeting Parker's resolute gaze, Tao Sheng nodded in agreement. He then firmly lifted Parker's shoulder, urging him to straighten up. Even in injury, one must not bow. The lights on either side flickered intermittently as they quietly traversed the corridor. Suddenly, they spotted a figure lying ahead, seemingly a woman. As they drew closer, they realized it was Jessica. Tao Sheng immediately released Parker and rushed forward. Boss, you prioritize beauty over friendship. Parker grumbled as he fell to the ground. Reaching Jessica's side, Tao Sheng exhaled in relief. Her chest rose and fell with each breath, and the dullness in her eyes seemed to dissipate with his arrival. Boss, I'm fine. I'm just a bit fatigued. Now that I've rested, let's press on. Jessica stood up, smiling as she spoke first. Tao Sheng recognized her facade of strength. Her eyelids were still puffy, yet she refrained from expressing her emotions as she had during the bank heist. Observing the distant facilities within the room, he surmised what had transpired. However, he chose not to confront her. This was a positive sign of growth, for weakness does not fare well in this world. Let us go. Betty is yet to be rescued. If I fail to earn my share, none of you will fare well, he warned. Jessica, watching Tao Sheng's infuriating back, silently mouthed a few choice expletives. She turned to assist Parker, hastening to catch up with Tao Sheng. Soon, the three arrived at the next room, and before they could reach the door, it swung open of its own accord. Tao Sheng entered first, followed closely by Jessica and Parker. The room was starkly illuminated, revealing only a transparent cage made of tempered glass and a simple wooden chair. Inside the cage sat a blonde, blue-eyed girl, despondently huddled in the corner. It was evident that she was the target, Betty. Seated upon a chair was a man with refined, short white hair and a merchant smile. You have finally arrived. It seems my masterpiece has not properly entertained you. That is my fault, he spoke first. General Ross, I have long admired your reputation. With all due respect, your creations are still subpar and unworthy, and so are you. Tao Sheng, through his earpiece, had already been informed by Sky that the man before him was none other than the head of the base and Betty's father, General Ross. Why? Why transform people into monsters? Jessica could no longer contain her fury and shouted her question at Ross. Why? Oh, foolish little lamb, in this world, there are far too many whys. It is all for the sake of realizing our grand ambitions. For the evolution of humanity, Ross exclaimed, rising with fervor, his expression becoming increasingly grotesque. Jessica shook her head, clearly in disagreement with such reasoning. You will face legal consequences, and you will descend into hell. Ha ha la! Ross laughed heartily, casting a scornful gaze upon Jessica. Here, I am the law. No one can govern me, not even the Lord of Hell. At that moment, Tao Sheng applauded, promptly interrupting Ross's self-indulgent display. He thought to himself that in his presence, no one was allowed to outshine him. Ross, you're mistaken. It is the might of the fist that constitutes the law. Behold the lethargic justice of the king of bullies on the verdant plains. With that, Tao Sheng swiftly moved in front of Ross, launching a spiraling attack aimed at his chest. Yet, just as contact was imminent, Ross transformed into a colossal black tiger, sprouting a pair of azure wings. Another aberration. Ross's claws lashed out in a rapid counterattack toward Tao Sheng. Tao Sheng hastily retreated to the doorway, glancing at the shredded fabric of his shirt, revealing a crimson line upon his flesh. That was close. I nearly drew blood and would have needed a rabies vaccine. I did not anticipate this beast's speed, Even with the use of Flying Thunder God, I was still grazed. Be careful. Indeed, they're different, enhanced. Tao Sheng cautioned his two companions, hoping to prevent them from being overconfident and suffering the consequences. In truth, there was no need for Tao Sheng to articulate this. Jessica and Parker had already grasped the situation. The fact that the usually timid boss had nearly sustained injury was sufficient evidence of the creature's power. Yet, Jessica was unfazed by such thoughts. Like a superhero, she charged forward, one arm blocking Ross's claws while her other hand delivered a powerful punch to his head. In an instant, Ross's tiger head was struck violently, losing several teeth in the process. Chapter 26. Supreme Magical Talent, seizing the opportunity while Jessica battled the monstrous Ross. Tao Sheng hastily employed a teleportation spell to enter the prison, intending to rescue Betty and depart. As Tao Sheng's hand reached out to touch Betty, she waved it away forcefully. "Don't touch me, get away," she shouted. Tao Sheng pondered that she must have mistaken him for an ordinary soldier of the base, and thus revealed his identity. "Banner sent me to rescue you. Come with me." Betty's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim once again. "I do not believe you. I shall not accompany you unless I first lay eyes upon Banner." Her reaction stemmed from a prior deception by Ross, who had sent soldiers masquerading as Banner to lure her into this prison. Ross's intention was straightforward. He sought to manipulate Betty to threaten Banner and, consequently, control Hulk for research purposes, aiming to unravel the mysteries of genetics. Thus, Betty was resolute in her refusal to be exploited once more, directly dismissing Tao Sheng. What a nuisance, Tao Sheng thought, swiftly knocking her unconscious with a precise strike. Believing she fancied herself a lady of privilege. "I was merely notifying you." He then opened a portal to the pawn shop and unceremoniously tossed Betty inside. After all, she was not made of glass. She would not shatter. Given the force he used, it was likely she would remain unconscious for the entire day. At that moment, just as the portal was closing, Sky leaped in from the side, landing with a thud. "You truly have no fear of death. What if you'd gotten stuck in the middle? You wouldn't even have the chance to bid me farewell," Tao Sheng chided, unable to resist patting her on the head. This child was indeed fearless. She seemed blissfully unaware of the immense power of the spatial forces at play. Even the mighty wolves could not withstand it. Sky, now aware of her recklessness, clung to Tao Sheng and pouted. "Oh, come on, boss. I was just eager. As a member of Sheep Village, it's my duty to teach the villains a lesson." Tao Sheng mused that he could easily guess her true motivation. She was merely bored staying at the pawn shop and wanted to join the excitement. However, since she had already arrived, he didn't feel inclined to send her away, as it would disrupt the atmosphere within the team, and he feared she might ponder her own usefulness. "Why don't you keep an eye on Parker? Do be cautious. It's not as spacious here as last time, and any collapse could be detrimental to your petite frame." He resolved to pay attention to Sky and Parker's situations, for he sensed that the energy within him had shifted from a swimming pool to a mere fish pond, allowing him to utilize his power more liberally. Perhaps it was due to that cup of tea from the Ancient One. It seemed he would need to procure more beneficial items next time. "Understood. I promise to complete the task," Sky responded, saluting in a rather unorthodox manner. "And boss, do not underestimate me. I've already learned some spells." All right. "The next supreme mage shall be you," Tao Sheng retorted, wholly unconvinced that she had mastered anything formidable in such a short span. He suspected she believed that merely conjuring a small spark constituted true magic. Ignoring her protestations, Tao Sheng observed Jessica's punches were losing both power and speed, indicating her stamina was waning. He decided to escort Sky to Parker, who lay on the ground, his wounds beginning to heal. "Kid, stay put and refrain from thinking about fighting just yet," Tao Sheng admonished Parker, who seemed restless and eager to engage in battle. "We do not require your combat prowess at this moment. Even if we cannot win in the end, we can always escape first, as long as we preserve our lives. We need not fear future struggles. Alternatively, one could simply consume a devil fruit and return to vanquish it." Subsequently, Tao Sheng opened a portal on the creature Ross, swiftly closing it thereafter. However, the monster instinctively sensed danger, swiftly evading the portal. Yet, despite its efforts, a pain cry echoed as one of its wings was severed, leaving a gruesome remnant upon the ground. Had there been charcoal and cumin at that moment, the scene might have been considerably more harmonious. Nonetheless, Ross held a different perspective. Having painstakingly matched such exquisite genes, both formidable and striking, The loss of a wing rendered it a target of disdain from both beasts and birds alike, igniting its fury. Ignoring Jessica's futile attempts to assail it, Ross charged directly at the trio, intent on tearing Tao Sheng apart. Midway through its assault, however, Tao Sheng prepared to whisk the two away, when suddenly, a spell shield, reminiscent of a bell, enveloped the three. Ross collided with this barrier, stars swirling around its head. Clearly dazed from the impact, at that moment, Tao Sheng gaped in astonishment at Sky, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? When did you become acquainted with the Ancient One?" Tao Sheng found it hard to believe that someone could master spells in merely 2 days, especially with such formidable power beyond the grasp of an ordinary apprentice. Sky, witnessing the remarkable strength of the spell he had conjured, couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. "Boss, I told you I could cast spells. I merely perused those few books of yours, and after looking up the Chinese, it all came to me quite naturally. It wasn't particularly difficult." Tao Sheng felt even more disheartened, possessing an inherent advantage and not needing to learn Chinese, yet still struggling to comprehend it, likely requiring external assistance to grasp its intricacies. Meanwhile, a native foreigner had managed to learn through mere translations in just 2 days. Who, then, was truly the protagonist? Tao Sheng began to doubt the accuracy of his memory. Could she possibly be the illegitimate daughter of the Ancient One? Just as he was about to inquire, a portal suddenly opened, and the Ancient One emerged slowly from within. At that moment, Ross regained its senses and charged again, only to be struck down by the Ancient One, its soul forcibly separated from its body, collapsing onto the ground. The Ancient One then turned to Sky, inquiring, "Are you interested in learning spells from me?" Before Sky could respond, Tao Sheng interjected in exasperation, "Ancient One, must you steal people right before my eyes? And as for teaching, you might not be as capable as you think. Why not simply open the library to me? I can take her to learn directly, as it seems she requires no instruction." Tao Sheng was unwilling to acquiesce to her demands, suspecting her intentions were to deceive others into becoming her supreme sorcerers. However, the Ancient One ignored Tao Sheng's remarks, fixating intently on Sky. Sky, observing that this individual could wield the same teleportation magic as his boss, but with greater charisma and dominance, surmised that his boss likely learned those spells from her. "I apologize, but I find the current pawn shops rather commendable, as I have learned quite a bit from them." Tao Sheng gently patted Sky's head and said, "Good child, your suffering has not been in vain. I shall teach you hands-on when we return." Sky's expression was one of utter disbelief. "Gui, unfazit, repliet. Do not always presume I would wish you harm. My sole intention is to bolster Earth's defenses with greater power. This child has been softened by your kindness. In the future, do bring her along to read more, so as not to squander such talent. Moreover, this individual's soul has 3 minutes before it returns to the body. You may handle it as you see fit." Having said this, Gui departed once more. Chapter 27. Fabricated Fruit Boss. What should we do now? Jessica, still simmering with frustration, found her adversary swiftly dealt with. Yet, confronted by someone capable of dispatching such a creature in an instant, she dared not unleash her wrath indiscriminately. Instead, she resorted to kicking the monster a few times to vent her irritation. "Bring that failed potion here. Let us transform him into a monkey, so he may truly experience the joy of becoming an animal." Tao Sheng contemplated and concluded that, for someone who trifles with life, an immediate demise would be too merciful. The proper course would be to turn him into a monkey and cast him into human society. His survival would then depend on his own resourcefulness. Subsequently, a portal was opened, and Sky hurried back to the pawn shop to retrieve the genetic potion, returning to pour it down Ross's throat. Before long, Ross's body began to tremble violently as his wings gradually atrophied and his form shrank. Eventually, he transformed into a small monkey with a scruffy face and a thunderous mouth. While Ross's soul returned to its body, he gazed incredulously at his new form, emitting high-pitched, shrill cries and bared his teeth in a fierce charge towards Tao Sheng and the others, seemingly demanding to be reverted to his former self. Tao Sheng kicked the monkey Ross away and generated a portal at its landing spot, sending it to the monkey enclosure at the New York Zoo. Enjoy the pleasures of being a monkey. Who knows, with human intelligence, you might even reign supreme in the zoo, surrounded by a harem. Next, the group proceeded to the armory, transporting ammunition to the core energy facility of the base, preparing to detonate it and obliterate the entire structure. Please exercise caution. I'm about to set off some fireworks. Tao Sheng produced a box of large fireworks from seemingly nowhere and placed it atop the building. With a resounding bang, the corners of the base began to cave in, and the edifice crumbled. At that moment, the fireworks soared into the sky, their explosive sounds shattering the tranquility of the night, blooming into magnificent sheep-shaped fireworks above. The previously intense battle came to an abrupt halt, with soldiers and the Hulk alike gazing up at the spectacle. The distant collapse of buildings jolted the soldiers back to reality, prompting them to rush to extinguish the fires, disregarding even the Hulk. The Hulk, bewildered by the unfolding scene, pondered how the fierce combat had suddenly ceased. Just then, he heard a familiar voice. "Hulk, it is time to come home." This well-known voice sent a chill through his body, prompting him instinctively to shield his eyes with one hand while protecting his form with the other. After a considerable amount of time had passed without him realizing he had fallen asleep, he finally opened his eyes to assess the situation. In the distance, he spotted a radiant circle and, driven by curiosity, approached it, only to discover that his formidable size rendered him incapable of entering. With a hint of resignation, Tao Sheng conjured an illusion. "Perhaps next time, my friend, you may emerge again. For now, let us rest." Hulk succumbed to slumber once more, his form reverting back to Banner. Upon returning to the pawnshop, Tao Sheng took the initiative to share his reflections on their mission. The inaugural justice operation of Sheep Village has concluded flawlessly. Everyone has exerted tremendous effort, and I am filled with gratitude. Jessica and Sky watched as the proprietor resumed his animated discourse. "Shall we retire to our quarters for some rest?" Sky's eyes flickered, his brows communicating what words could not. Jessica responded in kind. "Certainly, otherwise we shan't be departing anytime soon." Thus, the two of them synchronously made their way back to their rooms. Parker lay on the ground, observing the two formidable women lead the way out. He thought to himself that it might be more efficient to crawl home rather than wait for the proprietor to drive him. Like a sluggish caterpillar, Parker began to inch forward, and once at the threshold, he swiftly launched a web to swing back home. Meanwhile, Tao Sheng, caught mid-sentence, sensed something awry and upon closer inspection, realized he was alone. Only Banner remained, clutching Betty, curled up beside the sofa in slumber. These folks have no patience whatsoever. Tao Sheng mused as he approached and gently tapped Banner. "Doctor, perhaps you should return to Sky's old house for the night." Banner stirred awake, nodding in agreement, reflecting that he had refrained from leaving out of respect, for he would hardly heed anyone else's counsel otherwise. The trio traversed the portal and returned to Sky's former residence. "Well, my task has been successfully accomplished. Additionally, I have a word of advice, Banner. Consider embracing Hulk. He is not a malevolent creature, but rather a facet of your inner self. Strive for coexistence rather than destruction." Banner pondered this and replied, "Thank you. I shall contemplate it seriously. In our recent transformations, I have indeed sensed our unity. We are increasingly attuned to one another's emotions." Since Tao Sheng had employed illusions against Hulk on several occasions, Banner had begun to distinctly perceive the shifts between them. Unlike before when transformations occurred abruptly or they both fell into a deep slumber after venting their frustrations, only for days to pass before he awoke. "I'm truly grateful. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall safeguard your coin," Banner stated earnestly. He felt that contributing merely 2 vials of blood for such immense kindness was somewhat disproportionate, were it not for Tao Sheng and the others. He would have found it impossible to rescue Betty alone. Tao Sheng, with a fist to his chest, responded, "Do not be so formal with me. Who knows? I may require your blood again someday. Remember to drink more goji berry tea and take care of your health." With that, Tao Sheng departed, leaving Banner alone with his thoughts. He wished to retract his previous remarks, contemplating that perhaps it would be best not to meet again in the future. Cradling Betty, Banner joyfully entered the room, feeling as though their brief separation had deepened their bond, though she had already succumbed to slumber. The presence of companionship by her side rendered the moment profoundly heartwarming, dispelling his prior gloom. The following night, the 4 of them gathered around the table, their gazes fixed upon the dog fruit that lay before them. A new week had commenced, marking the return of the days when they could employ the arts of restoration and fabrication. Presently, only a singular vial of the fabricated and restored diamond potion remained in the shop, alongside 2 vials of original Hulk blood and the unaltered snow fruit. The only item left was the restored dog fruit, devoid of adverse effects. Is this what you refer to as a devil fruit? It appears rather unremarkable. Parker inquired with curiosity. He had never encountered it before, having only heard tales of its remarkable powers. Rumors suggested that consuming it would instantly bestow superhuman abilities, akin to his own mutant spider. Jessica promptly countered, "You have yet to witness the robot resembling Bumblebee. After consuming one, it transformed into a corporeal being, capable of shifting at will. It bore 6 pairs of angelic wings and wielded a holy sword, an image of sheer magnificence." "You know nothing, you country bumpkin. Enough bickering." Just as Parker was about to retort, Sky interjected with a commanding shout, "I am about to commence the fabrication. Grant me silence." Tao Sheng stepped forth to mediate. "Quiet down. Can't you see that Sky is quite tense? Her hands are practically trembling. You two, boss, silence." The atmosphere fell into a hushed stillness, the sound of Sky's heartbeat growing increasingly audible. Chapter 28. The mythical beast type, nine-tailed fox form. Sky directed her hands towards the dog fruit. Her mind flooded with images of a nine-tailed fox she had recently researched. She envisioned the snow-white creature, 9 tails gracefully fanned out behind it. Then, she thought of Dodgy, a master of transformation and seduction. Suddenly, a beam of brilliant light shot from her hands into the fruit, which flickered with a golden glow. The fruit, originally resembling a small dog, morphed into the shape of a fox's head, adorned with 9 tails. It appeared to be a success. Tao Sheng, relying on his 3 weeks of experience, confidently declared, "Jessica, hurry and consume it to see the results." Without hesitation, Jessica grasped the fruit, cradling it in her hands. She leaned down to inhale its scent, perceiving a faint, delicate fragrance, though in reality, it bore no discernible aroma. Just as she was about to take a bite, a thought of her dear friend Sky crossed her mind. It seemed that Sky was particularly preoccupied with whether she possessed any extraordinary abilities. The boss and Parker, being oblivious to the subtle nuances of a girl's emotions, failed to grasp the facade she maintained, appearing cheerful before everyone. Yet Jessica understood that Sky was merely putting on an act, for during her late-night trips to the restroom, she often heard muffled sobs emanating from Sky's room, as she hid beneath her blankets. Only days ago, witnessing Sky's joy upon mastering a spell, her tears mingling with laughter as she danced around with her spell book, had stirred a pang of sadness within Jessica. "Sky, you should consume this. The 9-tailed fox is not suited for me. Your charm is far greater, and it should enhance your abilities more," Jessica said, extending the fruit towards her friend. No, this is yours. Moreover, I have already mastered the art of magic, and the boss has promised to tailor a fruit specifically for me, so I shall possess it soon enough. You should indulge in it instead." Sky gazed longingly at the fruit, swallowing hard and shaking her head in refusal. She understood that her good friend had grown attached to this fruit, cradling it every night. At that moment, Tao Sheng discerned the peculiar atmosphere and admonished, "Are you practicing the virtue of selflessness like Kong Rome with pears? Jessica, you must eat it. I have plans for Sky. I will soon take her to the obelisk to awaken the bloodline within her. You are worrying unnecessarily." Upon realizing that Tao Sheng indeed had a plan to nurture her, Sky's eyes sparkled with excitement as she embraced him. "Really? Boss? Of course. I, Tao Yin, a gentleman of New York, never speak empty words." Tao Sheng felt a surge of joy as the beautiful girl suddenly threw herself at him. "Rest assured, our old friends at SHIELD surely possess what we need. When the time comes, we shall borrow it, and they will willingly oblige. Moreover, your magical talents are exceptional. The depth of your learning will surely rival any other endeavor." Tao Sheng mused to himself, and besides, the shop possessed another fruit of the natural element, so there was no need for concern. If all else fails with the obelisk, he would simply give her that fruit. Ultimately, the collection of superpowered items remained scant, and he found himself yearning for Dr. Vegapunk once more. It would be splendid to obtain more human fruits or fish fruits next time. The phantom beast fruits among animal-type fruits were even more enticing than those of the natural type. Acquiring more animal fruits and perhaps fabricating a dragon might allow him to dominate even in the pirate world. I'm merely seeking to be well prepared, he thought. Moreover, as a mage, he feared close combat and wished to become more resilient. Ideally, he sought skills that were both beautiful and powerful. Sky's voice jolted him back to reality, her vigorous shaking nearly dislocating his arm. Tao Sheng swiftly extricated himself from her grasp. How unrealistic. Why not just make you invincible directly? Go on. Look at Jessica eating the fruit. Nearby, Parker was intently watching the fruit, although he had earlier expressed disbelief. Witnessing Sky's skill and transformation had revealed the existence of the unscientific to him. Now, his anticipation reached its zenith as he saw Jessica suddenly kneel on the ground after consuming the fruit, her expression one of agony as she retched. Then, from beneath her skirt emerged a white tail, her complexion pale, as if made of congealed fat, her eyes enchanting. Parker felt as though his very soul was being ensnared. Even Tao Sheng, with his formidable mental prowess, found himself momentarily overwhelmed, glancing at Parker, who appeared as if turned to stone, his expression utterly embarrassing. Tao Sheng invoked an illusion to rouse him. Don't be stupefied. You have a girlfriend. Boss, is there another fruit? I wish to give one to Gwen, Parker implored, genuinely intrigued, as the scientific beliefs he had held for years crumbled in that moment. Tao Sheng, disinterested in replying, was instead drawn to the soft allure of Jessica's tail, which seemed incredibly inviting. Yet, Sky beat him to it, embracing the large white tail. Wow, it's so soft, so comfortable. May I share your bed tonight? I feel an undeniable attachment to it. Please, do not touch me. It feels peculiar and somewhat itchy. It appears that her tail remains a vulnerable point, causing Jessica to suddenly grow bashful. Yet this very shyness only enhances her alluring gaze, rendering it all the more captivating. Tao Sheng shivered slightly, resolving to avoid gazing into her eyes carelessly in the future. All right, let us hasten outside to test our skills in a real battle. The group arrived at a remote desert area, the exact location of which was unknown. Tao Sheng's thoughts had been in disarray, and he had unwittingly opened a portal to a random spot. The initial test would be a physical confrontation, and only Parker could be sent forth, for his physical prowess was unmatched among them. Jessica, let us establish a mutual understanding. Do not ensnare me with your gaze, as I cannot withstand it. Parker, feeling intimidated, realized that once her eyes were upon him, he was destined to be bested. Upon hearing this, Jessica smiled coyly, her eyes unconsciously radiating a bewitching charm. I will do my best. It is quite challenging to control at first. Before Parker could prepare himself, Jessica lunged, appearing before him in an instant, and with a single punch, sent him crashing into the nearby woods. From a distance, Tao Sheng barely comprehended the swift exchange before the first round concluded, his intuition suggesting that her speed had matched his own instantaneous movement in that short distance. Her speed and strength had undoubtedly increased several-fold since consuming the fruit, and her mental acuity had now caught up with him as well. It seemed that with systematic training, few in this world would be able to rival her. Suddenly, a strand of web ensnared Jessica, and Parker, utilizing the elasticity of the web, launched a kick towards her. Seizing the moment as he approached, Jessica's tail struck downward with force. Poor Parker had yet to land a successful blow before he was once again sent sprawling to the ground. Ahem, I concede. I cannot win this fight. Rising from the pit, Parker waved his hand in surrender, exclaiming, Isn't this mere bullying? There is no way to emerge victorious. Huh, this serves you right for indulging in romance daily instead of training. How can I expect you to safeguard the pawnshop now? Tao Sheng inquired of Jessica, curious about her abilities. He posed the question as mythical beasts typically possessed not only formidable physical attributes akin to animals, but also unique abilities, rendering them rarer and more precious than their natural counterparts. Chapter 29, Hammer of the Thunder God. It seems I can also alter my appearance at will, though I must first behold the individual to transform into them. Upon uttering this, Jessica's visage began to shift. The transformation was remarkably seamless. Had they not been observing her intently, they might have overlooked the subtle changes occurring. Shortly, Jessica bore an uncanny resemblance to Sky. Sky, filled with excitement, approached and pinched Jessica's cheek, then playfully grasped her chest. Wow, this is real, not an illusion. How impressive. A few meters away, Tao Sheng and Parker exchanged mischievous glances, both marveling at the skill, pondering how fortunate her future boyfriend would be, for she could fulfill every man's fantasy. Fortunately, the moon concealed itself behind thick clouds, allowing the night to remain unshrouded over the two of them. Jessica remained oblivious to the lewd smiles of the two, or else she might have treated them to a taste of her gentle yet formidable fists. Suddenly, A brilliant streak of light, akin to a meteor, sliced through the night sky, descending into the distance. 20 seconds later, a resounding boom echoed in their ears. Through scientific calculations, it was determined that the source was not far from their location. Jessica and Parker decided to head over to investigate, while I would teleport with Sky to join them momentarily. Tao Sheng, naturally disinclined to run, instructed the two to proceed with the reconnaissance first. Only ordering us around, Sky, let us go and ignore him. Jessica abruptly transformed into a massive white fox, and Sky joyfully mounted her back. Thus, the pair vanished in the direction of the meteor's descent. Alas, I'm exhausted. Lend me a hand, Tao Sheng shouted, turning to look for Parker, only to find him long gone. These fellows are increasingly disregarding my authority as their leader. It seems I must devise a method to rectify this wayward spirit. Before long, the group gathered around the hammer on the ground, examining it closely. Illuminated by Sky's light magic, they discerned that the hammerhead was metallic and square-shaped, with a wooden handle wrapped in spirals of silver wire and a circular strap at its tail. So this hammer just fell from the sky? The fact that it hasn't melted indicates its extraordinary material. We should take it back for further study. Sky approached to attempt lifting the hammer, but found it utterly immovable, nearly toppling over in the process. Frustrated, she knelt down to inspect the ground, wondering if something was anchoring the hammer, preventing her from raising it. However, she discovered nothing amiss. Parker, give a try, Sky urged, her determination unyielding despite her previous embarrassment. Parker, intrigued after encountering so many wondrous artifacts with Tao Sheng, was eager to take on the challenge. He wiped the sweat from his palms on his pants, then gripped the hammer's handle firmly, pulling upward with all his might. The hammer lifted a few centimeters into the air before crashing back down with a heavy thud. "Why'd you let it go so quickly?" Sky exclaimed, having not seen clearly, but it seemed there was indeed nothing holding it down as it had briefly hovered. "This thing is incredibly heavy. I can't lift it. My arms feel like they might tear apart." It was evident that this hammer was truly exceptional. Everyone instinctively glanced at Jessica, who, since consuming the fruit, had proven to possess the greatest strength among them. Jessica effortlessly raised the hammer to its previous height, but just as she endeavored to lift it higher, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky with astounding swiftness. In the nick of time, Tao Sheng teleported the three of them to a safe distance. Witnessing the area where they had just stood, now charred and blackened, a chill ran down their spines as they felt a wave of fear wash over them. Sky took several deep breaths, placing a hand on her chest in an effort to calm herself. "Boss, thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, we might have met our end tonight. I feel that even if I transformed, I would have been unable to withstand that lightning. How terrifying." However, one must ponder why it struck us with such precision. The weather hardly suggested a thunderstorm. Was it because I was about to wield that hammer? Jessica had to concede that if it weren't for the swift reaction of their boss, they might have perished. Yet, she felt a sense of bewilderment. The hammer appeared less weighty than she had imagined, lacking any extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, how could I be your boss when there is still much for you to learn? This is no ordinary hammer. It is Thor's hammer, cast down by Odin himself. Whoever dares to touch it shall face the consequences. At that moment, Tao Sheng was equally astonished, not expecting Jessica to be so pure of heart. It is known that this hammer has been enchanted by Odin. Only those with virtuous hearts can lift it. However, the appearance of Thor's hammer indicated that Thor had been banished to Earth, and soon Odin's ultimate weapon, the Destroyer, would also manifest here, an opportune moment for scavenging. Perhaps there might even be an opportunity to venture into Odin's treasury and borrow a few more treasures for amusement. The thought filled Tao Sheng with delight. Wow, is that Odin from Norse mythology? Do gods truly exist? Are there giants as well? Sky began her relentless barrage of questions. Wait. The gods may not match your imagination. They are merely a tad stronger than ordinary humans. Just as Tao Sheng finished speaking, another bolt of lightning struck down. This time, he could no longer tolerate it. He promptly opened a portal above his head, engulfing the lightning. Immediately, the sky seemed to respond to Tao Sheng's defiance, gathering clouds darker than the midnight hour, within which thousands of electric arcs flickered, poised for action. The thunderous roar began to test Tao Sheng's patience, prompting him to shift the portal's location to the room of the Ancient One in Kamartaj. "Come at me if you dare." The lightning and dark clouds vanished as swiftly as children scurrying away upon seeing their parents. Tao Sheng hastily closed the portal, yet remarked, "See, I told you it was nothing extraordinary. With time, you might even stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. But boss, the ability to summon lightning is undeniably cool. Can I learn that too?" Sky's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Learn? You'd be far better off mastering the Ancient One's techniques," Tao Sheng replied with a frown, gradually becoming less visible in the night. "Let us return. It won't be long before someone comes to investigate what transpired." As for the hammer, Odin's watchful gaze ensured that no one could claim it. It is said that one can gain the power of the Thunder God only if the hammer accepts them. In truth, if Odin is alive, his approval remains essential. This hammer serves as a test for his son, and it is wise to remain uninvolved in another's family matters. Upon returning to the shop, Tao Sheng instructed Jessica to use her restoration magic on that snow fruit. As expected, a golden flash occurred, and the fruit became even more resplendent. It seems her proficiency in restoration magic has improved, or perhaps her personal strength has invigorated her skills. I truly hope the next batch of guests arrives soon. Recently, it seems as though I've stepped into a series of unfortunate events. The troubles have been incessant, leaving Tao Sheng feeling perpetually occupied. Upon reflection, it has only been a little over half a month since the last guest departed, which is rather disheartening. As the last light in the pawn shop was extinguished, the night returned to its tranquil silence. Chapter 30. The first date early in the morning. Tao Sheng sat at the dining table, adorned with glistening, ruby-red crystal shrimp dumplings, golden and crispy Portuguese egg tarts, smooth and velvety congee, accompanied by a pot of clear umber oolong tea. Ouch, that is hot. As he savored the soup dumpling, a smile of pure bliss spread across his face. "Sky, where did you procure these delightful treats? They are magnificent." Seated on the sofa, Sky did not turn her head, engrossed in her spellbook. "I drove Bumblebee to Chinatown early this morning to fetch them for you." Suddenly, Sky snapped the book shut with a forceful clap, her tone rising. "But honestly, boss, you really are quite the cad for leaving Bumblebee alone outside. If it weren't for me taking him out for a spin every day, he'd probably be moping around." Her words prompted Tao Sheng to recall that he indeed had a Bumblebee. "I've been so busy. Tomorrow, oh no, today, I'll take him out for a trip." "Boss, could you take me to that master we visited last time? I wish to peruse more books. I've almost memorized these already," Sky said with an endearing expression. So that is why today feels so out of the ordinary. You specifically brought me breakfast, waiting here for me." Suddenly, Tao Sheng felt that the breakfast in his hands had lost its flavor, yet he found himself unable to decline her request. After all, he had previously promised to help her unlock her latent superpowers once time permitted, but he had yet to take any action. It seems he ought to refrain from making promises lightly, lest he feel guilty for failing to fulfill them. "Very well, I shall take you. Once there, study diligently and aim to surpass that Ancient One, but do not agree to any notions of becoming a supreme sorcerer. That is merely a trap." Ultimately, Tao Sheng decided to let her pursue her studies, for to squander such a remarkable talent would invite divine retribution. His greatest concern remained that she might unwittingly shoulder the burden of protecting the earth alone. Upon hearing her request granted, Sky's face lit up with joy. She then extended her right hand, 3 fingers coming together in a gesture of oath. "Boss, I swear I will never betray you. I am merely going to learn for a while, and I will return swiftly." Hearing her declaration, Tao Sheng immediately waved his hand dismissively. "No, don't return until you've mastered it. I would appreciate the peace. Besides, I intend to travel to that place from last night, and likely won't return until next week. That location is merely a desolate area. What could possibly be enjoyable? Is it for that hammer? You should take Jessica with you. She is strong and could surely be of assistance, unlike me. Why inquire so much? Jessica still has school. This time, I shall take Bumblebee. Do not trouble yourself." Tao Sheng was acutely aware that she had once again fallen into a state of self-doubt. If he were to invite Jessica along, it would likely exacerbate her insecurities. Moreover, he intended to invite Diana, and it would be utterly inappropriate to bring along a third wheel. Subsequently, Tao Sheng resumed his meal, swiftly opening a portal and arriving at the location of Ancient One with Sky. The Ancient One approached with a warm smile, embracing Sky before her expression shifted to one of sternness as she turned her gaze upon Tao Sheng. "Hurry up, lest I be forced to chase you away. Such cruelty. I have brought you a promising student. Surely, you can spare a few tea leaves as a token of appreciation." Witnessing the disparity in treatment from the Ancient One left Tao Sheng feeling a chill in his heart. Let us see if you can endure the wrath of last night's storm. As the Ancient One lifted her hand, in the blink of an eye, Tao Sheng had vanished. Sky, do not emulate his erratic behavior. He is unreliable. Sky nodded in agreement, fully endorsing the sentiment. Master, I shall heed your words. I have come to learn spells from you, striving to surpass him and make him toil like a beast of burden. The Ancient One, feeling a pang of compassion for the child, embraced her tightly. Ever since that fateful day, she had begun to utilize the time stone to glimpse into Sky's past and future. The early years of her life had been fraught with hardship, yet she had never succumbed to despair, steadfast in her quest to find her parents. However, her future had become a nebulous fog ever since she crossed paths with Tao Sheng, whose destiny remained equally inscrutable. Sky found the Master's sudden affection perplexing. Why was she being embraced so tightly? Could it be that the Master harbored romantic inclinations? As she pondered whether to sacrifice her own charm for the sake of formidable power, she heard the Ancient One release her and begin to speak. Child, refrain from calling me Master. Refer to me as teacher instead. Now, let me introduce you to your senior brothers and sisters. After a moment's hesitation, Sky decided to follow. She felt that she was not particularly beautiful. Perhaps her features, reminiscent of her Chinese heritage, were simply more approachable. Meanwhile, Tao Sheng, at the pawnshop's small blackboard, wrote out, "Do not worry," locked the door, and made his way to Bumblebee. Old friend, I've been exceedingly busy lately, with little time to spend with you. I have been researching rare metals, intending to upgrade you. Finally, I have found the information, and I am eager to take you to retrieve it. Tao Sheng quickly conjured an explanation, confident that this innocent child would likely believe him. As expected, Bumblebee happily twisted around and opened the door for Tao Sheng to enter. Let us set forth to the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History. After taking a brief nap, Tao Sheng found himself at the museum's entrance, just in time for noon. As his stomach began to grumble, I am so hungry. I wonder if I might encounter Diana. Logically, he should have sent a text message to inquire, lest his journey be in vain if she were not in Washington. However, Tao Sheng suddenly feared rejection, deciding instead to wait patiently. For action would serve as the best testament to his feelings. If he liked her, he would boldly approach her. He musters the courage to be brave. Fortunately, fortune favored the earnest, and he soon spotted the radiant Diana amidst the crowd. At that moment, Diana donned a white silk shirt paired with flowing black wide-leg trousers. Her sunglasses elegantly perched at the center button of her shirt, exuding an ethereal yet intellectual demeanor. Diana, over here, shouted Tao Sheng, raising his hand. Upon hearing her name, Diana glanced around until she spotted Tao Sheng in the distance. What brings you here? Is something the matter? She inquired as she approached him, assuming there might be yet another monstrous occurrence. No, I merely wish to invite you to New Mexico to experience the desolate beauty of the vast desert, where the smoke rises straight up and the sun sets over the river, he replied. That is too far. I have little time. Perhaps we could discuss it later when I am free, she gently declined. Hearing this subtle rejection, Tao Sheng realized that his charm was somewhat lacking. Unable to elicit the same reactions from women as other protagonists who could command admiration with a mere presence. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. What if I mentioned a chance to meet someone who claims to be a god? Would you be interested? Upon hearing this, Diana mused that Tao Sheng undoubtedly possessed more knowledge than he let on. She regretted not probing deeper regarding the lasso of truth during their last encounter. Chapter 31. Ode and Diana regarded Tao Sheng with keen interest, remaining silent as she awaited an explanation, specifically why he believed she had an interest in the divine. Noticing her reaction, Tao Sheng realized he had inadvertently revealed too much and felt the urge to chastise himself. Nevertheless, he needed to conjure a plausible rationale quickly, for her intelligence would surely see through any deception. After we parted ways that day, I encountered the Ancient One. Observing the confusion in her eyes, he surmised that she was unfamiliar with this figure. The Ancient One is the supreme sorcerer of Earth, having lived for centuries. She wields the time stone and possesses knowledge of many matters, including you. It was through her that I learned about you. Diana recalled hearing that name from her mother, a sorceress of equal power to her father. However, since her father's demise at the hands of the war god Ares, she had been isolated on her island, cut off from the world. It was only in the last 1 or 2 centuries that she resolved to explore the outside realm. So, Which god do you intend to meet this time? She asked, temporarily accepting his explanation. Moreover, she sensed that he was not malicious, providing her no reason to employ the lasso of truth to extract his secrets upon a hint of doubt. As Tao Sheng recognized that Diana had returned to the previous topic, he breathed a sigh of relief, hoping she would never meet the Ancient One. One lie often necessitates a multitude of others to conceal it, and he dreaded the thought of improvising under pressure. I'm going to see Odin's son, Thor, he quickly responded, inviting her to join him in the car for a chat. Diana took her place in the passenger seat, pondering, the god of thunder, Thor? How could he possibly be here? As the vehicle moved steadily, Tao Sheng grasped the steering wheel, feigning control of the car. His son was cast out by his father for misdeeds, he added. His father, hoping for his son's growth, sent him to Earth for some life experience, a rather cliché plot. The weather was splendid, and the two casually selected a relatively upscale restaurant to satisfy their hunger before continuing their journey. As for Diana's work at the museum, she naturally arranged for a colleague to cover for her for a few days. Her job was not a necessity, but rather a means of social integration. In the driver's seat, Tao Sheng took advantage of the opportunity to glance at Diana's long, fair legs through the rearview mirror. He pondered her height of 175 centimeters matched with his own impressive 190 centimeters, a perfect combination indeed. Suddenly, Bumblebee came to a screeching halt, and both were thrust forward due to inertia. Upon closer inspection, they noticed an elderly man with white hair appearing out of nowhere on the road, wearing a single black eye patch over his right eye. His frail body resembled that of a withered tree, seemingly ready to collapse with the slightest touch. Old man, don't even think about staging an accident. I have no money to compensate you. Tao Sheng quickly exited the vehicle, shouting at the old man. The elderly gentleman displayed a gentle smile, apologizing and explaining that he did not intend to cause trouble. He merely wished to catch a ride along the way. At this moment, Tao Sheng was puzzled. There was nothing on his car indicating their destination, yet the man boldly claimed he was headed in the same direction. He thought it best to send the old man away, as their intimate world could not accommodate a third party. Just as he was about to ask the old man to step aside and not block the road, he felt a tug on his clothing. Turning around, he saw Diana standing behind him, softly whispering, "This old man is incredibly strong. He won't be easy to deal with. Come on in, sir. The sun is quite harsh outside. You might overheat," she urged. It was not that Tao Sheng was cowardly. He had always held respect for the elderly, and it certainly wasn't due to Diana's apprehensive demeanor. The car resumed its journey toward their destination, albeit with the addition of the old man. He settled in a back seat while Tao Sheng and Jessica occupied the front. Despite the air conditioning blowing cool air, the two in the front remained rigid, beads of sweat dripping from their foreheads as if they were traversing a desert. The pressure in the confined space felt as though it might burst Bumblebee's petite frame. "Old man, where are you headed? Let me take you there," Tao Sheng finally mustered the courage to inquire. He had recently read a small tip in a book about pursuing girls, which suggested that during unexpected events, one must not appear nervous in front of the girl they admire. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly lose any chance at a good impression. In crucial moments, the man must rise to the occasion. As Tao Sheng spoke, the oppressive atmosphere within the vehicle dissipated, and both he and Jessica felt an immediate relief from the tension. The old man continued to rest with his eyes closed, his mouth slightly ajar. "Aren't you two looking for my son? I wish to go as well, so I thought I would tag along." Upon hearing this, their pupils widened in shock. If that were the case, this elderly man must be Odin himself. No wonder he exuded such strength, as merely sitting together with him was enough to render them breathless. Although Odin has grown quite old, to the extent that his strength is but a fraction of its former peak, he remains the same Odin, the supreme ruler and protector of the 9 realms. As long as either he or the Ancient One still draws breath, formidable adversaries across the universe dare not cast their gaze upon Earth. Odin opened his eyes and jestingly remarked to Tao Sheng, "What is the matter? Lost your tongue? Just last night, you claimed I was rather mediocre, did you not? Fear not. My primary intention is merely to engage in a simple conversation with you young ones and to ascertain whether Thor has indeed matured." Tao Sheng, inwardly amused, thought to himself that being caught by 2 prominent figures in a single day was quite the feat. He did not believe for a moment that such luminaries bore no grudges. Rather, he felt that the more significant the figure, the more likely they were to hold onto past grievances. Nevertheless, he respectfully replied, "Not at all. You are second to none. Enough of that. I know you take pride in your own achievements, and certainly do not align with our generation's methods." Odin interjected, cutting off Tao Sheng's flattery. How well do you know Thor? Hearing this question, Tao Sheng felt a twinge of frustration. After all, who among ordinary folk would be privy to the private affairs of such a family? He couldn't possibly admit that he gleaned his knowledge from films. Yet, Odin continued, "Stop stumbling over your words. I have long been aware that you are not of this universe. Neither are your parents. They have likely departed from here, heading to an unknown universe. However, you surpass your parents significantly, possessing the remarkable ability to bridge countless worlds. This vehicle must surely be from another universe. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a mechanical being." At that moment, Bumblebee took the opportunity to greet Odin through the car speakers. Having sensed that this elderly gentleman was no ordinary individual and refraining from speaking until now, Diana, seated in the passenger seat, was utterly astonished. It was her first encounter with someone from a different universe. She had always presumed that the multiverse was merely a concept, never imagining it to be real. Tao Sheng was equally astonished that Odin had knowledge of his parents. Even he was unaware of their illustrious background, suggesting that they were extraordinary in their own right. The good news was that even Odin could not discern his identity as a traveler from another realm, leaving him free to weave his narrative. Chapter 32. Conversations within the vehicle calm your nerves. Tao Sheng first thought it prudent to ascertain just how much Odin knew about his family. Otherwise, he would find it challenging to continue the conversation. "Do you know my parents? Where are they now?" he inquired with urgency. "When they first arrived in this universe, I and the Ancient One met them briefly. Thereafter, we did not inquire further about their affairs. Individuals from other universes often traverse here, but as long as they pose no threat to this world, we generally do not intervene." Perhaps out of respect for Tao Sheng's parents, Odin patiently explained. He continued, "Ultimately, I only know that they left in haste, leaving you as their sole descendant in this realm." At this point, Tao Sheng suddenly understood that he had inadvertently left a mark among these powerful figures. And it was no wonder that the Ancient One had previously regarded him in such a manner. However, this is indeed a fortuitous turn of events, as it effectively absolves my identity as a time traveler. I dare say these influential figures would never surmise that I am both a traveler and a voyager through time. Now, the task of weaving a narrative has fallen upon me. The world I once inhabited bears a striking resemblance to this one. It appears to be a mere divergence of parallel universes. Yet, your legends are merely whispers that have traversed the vast expanse of the internet. Upon my birth, the Ancient One had already departed this realm. Odin, at this juncture, caught a glimpse of himself in the rearview mirror, leaning back comfortably in the sumptuous leather seat. His eyes shut tight in an attempt to smoothen the creases upon his face. Odin, too, had met his demise. In that realm, I was but a humble commoner, only vaguely aware of Thor's occasional exploits on Earth. As I recounted this, Odin's hand trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. The two individuals seated in front remained oblivious, while I continued my narration, until one fateful day, an entity known as Thanos emerged. His vision for universal regulation led him to annihilate half of all life on every planet he visited. Eventually, he deemed this method inefficient and, having learned of the existence of the 6 Infinity Stones, sought to collect them, believing that their combined power would grant him the ability to fulfill any desire. Thus, he embarked on a quest across the cosmos to gather these scattered gems, with Earth housing the largest number. Yet, no superhero could withstand his might. Consequently, he successfully amassed all 6 stones and obliterated half of the universe's populace. From that moment, my memories ceased. It was not until last month that I awakened to the recollections of my past life. As my tale unfolded, a profound silence enveloped the vehicle, affecting all within. Even Bumblebee, who was driven to a slow, melancholic crawl. He too is a living being. Perhaps in that moment, he too contemplated his potential dissolution into the ether. Moments later, this silence was pierced by Diana's soft inquiry. "So, do you intend to intervene this time?" This question prompted deep reflection within me. Indeed, when I first discovered that I had entered the Marvel Universe, my sole focus was on survival, on evading the Hydra's attacks. Yet, as I established my footing and encountered the amiable Jessica, the spirited Sky, and the mischievous Parker, I found a sense of belonging among them. Even though our time together spanned little over a month, those few souls and shared experiences felt as though we were on the verge of becoming a family. I had grown accustomed to the lively chaos of home, to the warmth of returning to a lit space filled with others, rather than sitting alone in solitude. Flicking through channels aimlessly, unsure of what to watch, I relished the moments of asking, "What's for dinner?" and the delightful competition for control of the television. Even if it meant enduring a mindless romantic comedy that I loathed. Once one develops emotional ties, bonds form, in my solitary existence. Even if I were to be erased, I would have felt no loss, for I had spent over 2 decades alone. Perhaps I do wish to intervene. However, I am uncertain if I possess the strength to do so alone. In conclusion, I resolved to exert every effort to prevent this tragic scene from unfolding. Upon hearing Tao Sheng's response, Diana grasped his hand firmly within her own. She declared, "This is a war. Please ensure to include me. I shall fight until the final moment." At that instant, music reverberated within the car. Hand in hand, they stepped forward 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps for gazing skyward, counting the stars, 1, 2, 3, 4, forming a celestial line. Tao Sheng's veins were nearly bursting with frustration. Such a splendid atmosphere was marred by this oath. At that moment, Odin opened his eyes and spoke slowly. The notions of balance and cosmic resources are mere illusions. His true intention is likely to please the goddess of death. Even the secrets of the Infinity Stones were divulged to him by her. "You possess immense strength. Can you not simply strike down that being known as Thanos?" Diana expressed her doubts. Though she yearned to engage in battle, she was averse to causing devastation. She perceived Odin as being on par with her father, believing he should possess the capability to resolve this matter. "It is unlikely. Even if I were to slay him now, another, perhaps known as he who devours worlds, would rise to take his place. As long as the true mastermind remains the goddess of death, this cycle cannot be halted. Moreover, I have aged. Among the old gods, I have lived long enough. The burden now rests upon your generation. After my departure, dusk will fall, and darkness awaits you. You shall be the dawn." Odin shook his head, acutely aware of his physical condition, which fueled his urgency to nurture Thor as his successor. Alas, this son proved disappointingly ineffectual. Like any parent, he felt the sting of unfulfilled potential, lacking effective means to guide his child. He could only hope that the trials of society would forge his growth. "This topic weighs heavily upon you. We are not yet dead. Worry not, for when you have matured, you shall be capable of bearing this responsibility. Divinity is never conferred by others, but rather earned through one's own endeavors." Perhaps sensing the impending harshness of fate, Odin sought to uplift their spirits, attempting to lighten the atmosphere within the vehicle before adding, "Do not concern yourselves with my son. Should he perish, it is his fate." Upon hearing Odin's final remark, Tao Sheng rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Really? You value his life above all else." Unable to restrain himself, he retorted, "Oh, so, if he falls for a mortal girl, it would pose no issue? What then? If he becomes so enamored that he refuses to return to Asgard? Have you not heard that mortals and immortals are destined to part ways?" Odin, however, was unperturbed by this concern. Yet, after absorbing Tao Sheng's portrayal of the future, he grew anxious that Thor might indeed become distracted by a mortal maiden, hindering his growth. Consequently, he hastily transformed into a wisp of white smoke and drifted out the window. With Odin's abrupt departure, silence enveloped the car once more. Tao Sheng kicked Bumblebee lightly, signaling for it to accelerate. Yet, the music resumed its play within the vehicle. I remained silent, as did you, and between us, something unspoken lingered. Tao Sheng, with a furrowed brow, promptly turned off the player, resolving to teach it a lesson upon their return, having noticed its mischief after a few days apart. Chapter 33. The motel. Why did it stop playing? Diana pondered. Though she could not comprehend Chinese, music transcends borders. The rhythmic melodies compelled her entire being to sway. Suddenly, the music halted, leaving her bewildered. Tao Sheng felt an electric charge building beneath his shoes and remarked, "No worries, Bumblebee has its quirks. It tends to malfunction occasionally. I assure you, it will soon resume playing more suitable music." He emphasized the phrase, "more suitable." Indeed, the music resumed. But it was the lyrics. "You are so enchanting and alluring that I find myself at a loss for words, captivated by your exquisite visage. that flushed Tao Sheng's face crimson. He swiftly unleashed a jolt of lightning from his feet, reprimanding the insubordinate Bumblebee, lest it forget its place. In retaliation, Bumblebee swayed violently, feigning a loss of control as if racing at high speed. Tao Sheng gripped the steering wheel tightly, his fingers turning pale from frustration. So, you believe you can act with impunity just because she is here? Well done, Bumblebee, you succeeded. At that moment, Tao Sheng felt a rage he could not voice and chose to endure it in silence. The car soon returned to normalcy, as Bumblebee dared not overstep its bounds. Throughout the ordeal, Diana remained composed, displaying not a trace of panic. Her eyes narrowed to slits as she revealed a radiant smile, her white teeth gleaming. Do you two often engage in playful banter like this? It's quite amusing. No, this is actually the first time. Perhaps it has been too long since I took it out for a drive, and now it is sulking. Diana's words soothed Tao Sheng's irritation. Accompanied by the mellow music within the car, they traversed the seemingly endless Route 66, with tumbleweeds and the distant wilderness rolling alongside them toward the west. The bright azure sky of summer gradually filled with the hues of a crimson sunset, creating a moment where one could momentarily forget their woes. Yet, the beauty was fleeting, as darkness soon enveloped the sky. The pair arrived at a motel, intending to spend the night, alleviating their weariness and addressing their most pressing need, dinner. Upon entering, a 4-year-old girl paused at the front desk, playing, and exclaimed, "Uncle, sister, welcome." Tao Sheng approached, crouching to gently pat her head. "Look, I'm about the same age as this sister. Could you call me brother?" "Not possible, Uncle," she replied, lifting her hand to remove his from her head. "Mommy says I shouldn't let strangers touch my body." The countenance of Tao Sheng suddenly turned grave as she vigorously tousled her meticulously styled hair, rising to approach the front desk. Meanwhile, Diana approached with a smile, embracing the little girl, perhaps a gift bestowed upon Amazonian women, enabling her to bond effortlessly with children, akin to a caring elder sister. "I apologize for the trouble my child has caused," the woman at the front desk began. Before my eyes stood a gaunt figure, not conventionally beautiful, merely of average appearance, dressed in a linen short-sleeve shirt adorned with various patches at the cuffs and collar. Yet, she exuded an air of cleanliness. Her attire neatly arranged, reminiscent of the perplexing styles occasionally showcased in renowned fashion shows, which somehow evoked no aversion. "It's all right, after all. My parents did not bless me with a starlet's visage," Tao Sheng jested. "Perhaps I should raise a few pets to cultivate my amiable nature. Otherwise, it would be dreadful if my children did not like me in the future." Whether it was her humorous retort or the absence of offense taken by the guest, the woman before her visibly relaxed and broke into a cheerful smile. "How may I assist you?" After a moment of contemplation, Tao Sheng pondered whether Diana's unvoiced desire implied the possibility of booking 1 or 2 rooms at her discretion. "Please provide me with 2 rooms, preferably adjacent," she eventually requested. The woman affirmed, "Of course, you are the only guest today. There haven't been many travelers recently. The local area has seen a decline in safety. If you intend to explore nearby, do remain vigilant." "Thank you for the warning. It is quite helpful," Tao Sheng replied, taking 2 room keys. "By the way, do you sell instant noodles, or perhaps bread?" "To be honest, we left in a hurry and brought no provisions." Upon hearing this, the woman appeared even more anxious than Tao Sheng, as if the lack of food affected her personally. "I apologize, we do not have any. However, I just prepared dinner. If you do not mind, you are welcome to join us." Tao Sheng felt reluctant to decline such a courteous invitation and agreed. Upon receiving her affirmative response, the woman hurried to the kitchen to prepare the meal. After approximately 10 minutes, the 4 of them sat at the dining table, which bore several bowls of mashed potatoes and corn salad. In front of Tao Sheng and Diana, each was served an additional bowl of ramen. "I apologize. The food is rather humble. The remoteness of this place has made it difficult to procure supplies lately," the woman said, her face flushed in embarrassment, the dim light failing to illuminate her darkened cheeks. Diana spoke up at that moment. "I do not like noodles. Let the child have them instead. I will have the mashed potatoes, which have been my favorite since childhood." "Me too. You should eat the noodles," Tao Sheng added quickly. "I forgot to mention we do not favor noodles." "I'm sorry. Let us not waste food." "Please do enjoy," she implored. The little girl gazed longingly at the bowl of ramen, but dared not touch it. Tao Sheng was the first to scoop up some mashed potatoes and began to eat with great relish, swallowing without much chewing before he filled his bowl with a few more spoonfuls, exclaiming, "Delicious." Please eat up. Following his lead was Diana, who savored her meal with delight. Observing this, the woman expressed her gratitude and then began to feed the little girl. During their meal, Tao Sheng learned that the girl's father had gone to the battlefield. However, due to the ongoing delay in receiving his support, the woman had no choice but to transform their home into a guest house to make a living, while also caring for the little girl alone. Yet, the location was less than ideal, barely allowing them to make ends meet. Later, when Tao Sheng inquired why she did not sell the house and move to the city with her daughter to seek employment, she calmly responded, "Ultimately, we hold onto a glimmer of hope that he will return and see us first thing. Besides, this place has its own merits." Chapter 34. Heartfelt conversations on the lawn in the deep of night. The occasional croak of frogs echoed outside. Tao Sheng lay restlessly in bed, an inexplicable agitation brewing within him. The image of the young, understanding child, the impoverished yet kind family, and the alluring, graceful Diana flickered through his mind like a slideshow, tugging at his heartstrings. Unable to find rest, he rose, casually draping a coat over his shoulders, and stepped outside. He intended to immerse himself in the tranquil wilderness, seeking solace in nature to calm his troubled spirit. As he exited the guest house, a brisk breeze greeted him, prompting him to wrap himself tighter in his attire. Clad in flip-flops, zebra-patterned shorts, and a long-sleeve sports shirt that barely shielded him from the chill, he realized it would be difficult to remain outside in such frigid temperatures for long. "Perhaps I should return. This cool wind has already calmed my thoughts," he muttered to himself. He began to miss the comfort of his bed and the attempt he had made to silence the noisy frog that had disturbed him earlier. Without its croaking, the stillness of the night seemed to conceal dark tendrils, ready to ensnare him the moment he closed his eyes. Shaking his head, he tried to cast aside the recent horror novel he had read, as he resolved to return to his room, pull up the covers, and finally get some rest. Though he had only taken a few steps outside, he felt the pull of slumber already weighing upon him, certain that he would soon drift off. As for the mother and daughter, he thought to hide a little money beneath his pillow, even if it was merely a makeshift solution. Suddenly, as he turned back, illuminated by the bright moonlight, he spotted someone lying not far away, a person he had surreptitiously observed no fewer than 300 times that day. The goddess of sleep was vanquished by the goddess of love, occupying Tao Sheng's thoughts. Diana, resting on the lawn, heard the footsteps and lifted her head, alert to the approaching figure. Soon, she recognized it was Tao Sheng, and she settled back down, gazing up at the sky. Tao Sheng approached her and reclined on the lawn beside her, their bodies nearly touching within a mere half-meter. The insufferable frog began its cacophonous croaking once more, but in that expansive meadow, its voice reigned supreme. The two remained silent, with Tao Sheng desperately ransacking his mind for eloquent words, yet found himself devoid of any. He felt a pang of frustration at his lack of emotional intelligence, lamenting that he had not taken the time to learn more during his leisure, leaving him feeling like a naive child in the mountains during this pivotal moment. Fortunately, Diana's words shattered their silence. "Perhaps tonight. Your appetite was so meager that you lacked the strength to speak." Instantly, Tao Sheng's tension dissipated, and he chuckled softly in response. "Quite the contrary. This is the most satiating meal I've had. I'm so full that I can't sleep, hence my stroll to aid digestion. What about you? Why are you still awake at this hour?" His inquiry broke the stalemate, and the remaining task was to sustain their conversation, with his question serving as a commendable approach. "I've had enough sleep. We Amazonian women don't require much rest." Feeling somewhat bored, I decided to immerse myself in nature. Thankfully, the scenery is quite splendid. Indeed, the view was remarkable. Despite the surrounding wilderness, it was precisely this sparse population and the expansive, clear sky that gifted them with a breathtaking starry night. Lying on the grass, it felt as though the Milky Way hovered just before them, within arm's reach. Tao Sheng had assumed such celestial beauty could only be admired through the costly entry fees of grand photography exhibitions, never imagining that this ordinary journey would reveal vistas unseen in both of his lifetimes. Moreover, he discreetly stole glances at the enchanting woman beside him. The cool moonlight caressed her alabaster skin, while her sizzling shorts and snug black tank top subtly accentuated her figure, the gentle curve of her collarbone eliciting a rush of warmth within him. Her high nose and the flawless profile of a Nordic beauty delivered a stunning blow to his composure. However, Diana's next remark swiftly shattered his reverie. "You really didn't need to go through the trouble of driving me here. I I recall you possess some sort of teleportation ability. As Tao Sheng gazed at the sky, his attention began to drift. Before he could respond, she continued, "Nevertheless, I appreciate you. It's been a while since I enjoyed a road trip. And meeting Odin and that charming little girl was delightful." She spoke with an easy tone, striving to alleviate any pressure on him. I hadn't considered it much. Though teleportation is convenient, it can also deprive us of the scenery along the way. It has been ages since Bumblebee accompanied us, Tao Sheng began to explain. But Diana interjected. "Besides, you like me and wish to invite me out more often, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. However, your gaze lacks the greed others possess. Otherwise, my whip would not have loosened its grip on you." Tao Sheng was taken aback by her sudden candor, leaving him unprepared and uncomfortable, akin to the embarrassment of having a secret crush's love letter read aloud by a close friend during their school days. He was utterly at a loss, pondering that he should have retreated to his room immediately, or better yet, not emerged at all. "The moment I laid eyes on you, my heart stirred, though I could not ascertain whether it was love at first sight. Yet, I am aware that whenever you are present, my gaze remains steadfastly fixed upon you. I cannot resist it, as one cannot resist the very act of breathing." As the window was shattered, Tao Sheng gradually began to unveil the thoughts he had long concealed within. Meanwhile, Diana started to open her heart. Indeed, Odin spoke the truth. Celestial beings traverse divergent paths. When I first encountered this modern society, I met my first male companion. He accompanied me in learning how to navigate life, fought by my side, and even sacrificed himself for my aspirations. However, I have come to realize that my ideals should not bind anyone. And even if he had not perished and we had managed to be together, he would eventually grow old and die, while I might still possess centuries of life ahead. Perhaps I could fall victim to the next great war, and my fate would be inevitably tragic. Therefore, let us coexist in this manner. The notion of passionate romance seems ill-suited for me. Love, for me, is not a necessity. Perhaps one day, when the Amazon requires my propagation, I shall fulfill this mission with an exceptional man. Perhaps it will be you, or perhaps Superman. Tao Sheng was taken aback by the notion of failure before he even confessed his feelings, and he found himself puzzled by the last remark. What was this Superman? Wait a moment, Superman? What makes him superior to me? He is merely a brutish fellow who basks in the sun, exhibiting a slight inclination towards violence. I suggest you remove him from your list and keep me instead, Tao Sheng exclaimed passionately. Chapter 35. Under attack, Diana gazed at him, her small eyes brimming with profound bewilderment, contemplating that if it were not for your presence, she might not have even considered him. Observing Diana's reaction, Tao Sheng realized that he indeed stood no chance against Superman, who must rank among the top 5 combatants on Earth. Cough, cough. I was an ordinary person just over a month ago. Tao Sheng, like a petulant child, argued with his companion about who was stronger, striving to maintain his dignity. An ordinary person just a month ago? Diana was astonished by this revelation, realizing that this man before her was truly extraordinary. She was aware of Tao Sheng's ability to teleport and wield various peculiar spells, while his power may have been somewhat limited. Achieving such prowess in just over a month indicated remarkable talent. She scrutinized Tao Sheng anew. His height, appearance, innate talent, and family background all suggested he was indeed qualified to be her partner. Yet, your lifespan is still short. I hope that in the future, it is I who departs first, she ultimately mused. Upon hearing her astonished tone, Tao Sheng understood that his prodigious capabilities had indeed astonished her. Just as he prepared to tousle his hair in a show of confidence, he found himself once again disarmed. The brevity of life left him at a loss for words. Time and lifespan are the universal currencies, attainable only by those fated to possess them, and he could not discern whether he was among the fortunate. Suddenly, a brilliant fireball descended upon the motel where they were staying, followed by a thunderous sonic boom and the sound of an explosion. By the time Tao Sheng recognized it as a missile, it was too late to save the 2 individuals inside. He could only swiftly huddle closely with Diana. Simultaneously, he employed the Earth-style ninjutsu to conjure an earthen fortress on the grass beneath them, sheltering their bodies while leaving only 2 small openings for their eyes. The 2 watched helplessly as the motel was obliterated by the missile. The wooden structure collapsed instantly, engulfed in fierce flames, casting a crimson hue across the desolate night, which recoiled in terror. Despite the faint hope, Tao Sheng felt compelled to rush into the inferno to check if the two were still alive. Yet at that moment, Diana restrained him. "There's no one left," she said in a somber, barely contained voice, conveying the harsh truth to Tao Sheng. She had sensed the absence of any life signs amidst the ruins, or rather, the lingering essence of the mother and daughter. It had been a long time since she felt such a mix of rage and regret. The last time she experienced such fury was during her battle with the god of war, Ares, when she witnessed her former boyfriend explode alongside an aircraft. This explosion had unearthed buried memories of anguish within her. Tao Sheng pounded the ground in frustration, his fingers turning a deep crimson as his wrath remained unquenched. A few black Land Rovers and a helicopter arrived to search the area. Without a moment's hesitation, Tao Sheng understood that this heinous act was inextricably linked to these individuals. It could not possibly be an official rescue. If they were that efficient, the world would not harbor such resentment against them, for they had never cared for civilian lives. Thus, those masked and fully armed individuals could only be there to confirm the success of their target's assassination. In that moment, Tao Sheng's singular thought was to eliminate them all, leaving none alive, ensuring that the proprietress and the little girl would have their vengeance. He exchanged a glance with Diana, and in unison, they charged forth. The inky darkness of a night sparkled with golden flashes as Tao Sheng seemed to transcend his limits. In less than half a second, he dispatched 10 individuals, each one collapsing to the ground with gaping wounds in their chests, the blood staining the earth a deep red. Meanwhile, Diana left 3 alive, intent on extracting information from them about the motives behind this atrocity and who had commanded them. To their astonishment, the 3 shouted in unison, "Hail, Hydra," before promptly taking poison to end their lives. Damn at them again. Hearing that familiar chant, Tao Sheng was engulfed in self-recrimination. Tears streamed down his face as he realized that he had brought harm to others. He never anticipated that Hydra could be so ruthless, targeting him relentlessly and, this time, dragging innocent civilians into their malevolence. Watching such scenes in films had never evoked such profound heartache within him. Upon arriving here, he came to realize the abhorrent nature of a corrupt society and the nefarious organizations that wreak havoc upon the world. He vowed to exact vengeance for the mother and daughter, marking Hydra and the traitors within the military in his book of retribution. He could hardly believe that such a formidable missile could be launched without the assistance of an insider. Who? Diana, hearing of this organization for the first time, sensed from Tao Sheng's reaction that he had likely encountered them on several occasions. This villainous organization, which once aligned itself with Nazi Germany during World War II, thrived on sowing panic and profiting from chaos. "I've been attacked by them twice before," Tao Sheng said through gritted teeth. "They are like an unrelenting specter, akin to filthy rats in the sewers. Their nests are ubiquitous, impossible to eradicate." Diana fell silent, aware of the pain wrought by war. She had thought that vanquishing Ares, the god of war, would lead to an end of conflict. Yet, the harsh reality was that her hopes were naive. As long as there are interests at stake, strife would never cease. She learned that retribution was the only way forward. Meanwhile, Tao Sheng was consumed by thoughts of revenge. Even if he could not unearth all of Hydra's bases, he was determined to eliminate everyone he discovered, tirelessly relentless. However, his sources of intelligence were woefully limited. He currently had only one hacker, Sky, who was regrettably preoccupied with honing her magical skills. He was aware that a few individuals in SHIELD were affiliated with Hydra, but simply eliminating them without locating the bases would prove futile. It was wiser to keep them alive to lure out the bigger fish. The sole course of action left was to call Tony, for with his advanced artificial intelligence, he might uncover some local Hydra bases. Without hesitation, Tao Sheng picked up his phone and dialed Tony's number, fortunate to have retained it. At that moment, Tony was at home, tinkering with his Iron Man suit, which had failed its 20th flight due to significant flaws in its power transmission and flight structure. Thankfully, he had not flown too high during his trials. Otherwise, he would have found himself confined to bed for several days. Just then, Jarvis informed him that Tao Sheng was calling. "Isn't this the busy man? What brings you to call me at this hour? I assure you, I want to be assisting you in booking models for your Playboy escapades." Tony felt a surge of curiosity. Since their last parting, Tao Sheng had not reached out to him again. Yet, he had quietly begun to monitor him. Even viewing footage of Tao Sheng's recent battle against the Hulk which only heightened his anxiety over the latter's exaggerated and uncanny combat prowess. Chapter 36. Finding the rat's tail helped me gather some information. Tao Sheng's voice was flat, devoid of emotion, as if he were a leopard poised to ensnare its prey. However, Tony failed to notice this tone, instead finding it peculiar that someone of Tao Sheng's caliber would seek his assistance. "Oh, a person of your remarkable prowess requires my help. How extraordinary," Tony retorted, finally releasing the pent-up frustration from their previous encounter in the cave. "Are you not capable of appearing in any corner of the world at will? What obstacle could possibly hinder our little money-making prodigy? Hydra, your parents were also victims of their malevolence. Locate their base and inform me. I seek vengeance." Tao Sheng did not elaborate further, confident that the stakes he presented would compel Tony to respond. Indeed, upon hearing that his parents had been slain, Tony's mind went blank. This was the first time in many years that he had encountered information regarding the perpetrators. Meanwhile, the artificial intelligence Jarvis, upon receiving this revelation, commenced an exhaustive search for intelligence on Hydra before Tony could even utter a word. Unsatisfied with the pace of Jarvis's investigation, Tony yearned for immediate results, eager to embark on his own inquiry to expedite the process. Yet his hands trembled uncontrollably, reminiscent of a patient afflicted with Parkinson's disease. Such hands could scarcely type a coherent word. He pounded the table forcefully in an attempt to steady his trembling, causing various components to cascade to the floor. Once he regained composure, it was the Network's turn to suffer. This time, the networks of the U.S. military SHIL and both legitimate and illegitimate organizations experienced intermittent failures. Their typically fortified digital gates proved utterly ineffectual against the genius and artificial intelligence. Tony and Jarvis surged in like bandits, effortlessly scrutinizing one site before moving on to the next. On the other end of the line, Tao Sheng did not have to wait long for a response. There exists a secret Hydra base in Texas, the closest one to Tao Sheng and his companions. Upon receiving this information, Tao Sheng deduced that this base was indeed the source of the assault on them that very night. Just as he was about to end the call and set off for revenge, Tony's voice resonated through the phone. "Wait for me. This is my war as well. Otherwise, do not expect me to provide information in the future." "Very well. You had better hurry. I cannot wait too long." With Tao Sheng's affirmative response, the call was promptly terminated. "Your Iron Man suit is not yet calibrated, and the satellite data has not been synchronized. Reckless flight may endanger your life." The mechanical voice, typically devoid of emotion, now bore the tone of a genuinely concerned household steward. "Jarvis, sometimes one must learn to run before they can walk." Ignoring the warnings, Tony donned the Iron Man suit, launching into the sky like a missile, heading westward. At that moment, within a small Hydra base in Texas, Baron Zemo received an urgent phone call. "Zemo, damn it, what the hell are you doing? Have you provoked someone you shouldn't have? It's one thing to launch missiles tonight without reason. I can cover that up. But now, a madman is tearing apart our firewall. And I have already disclosed your location to them. Otherwise, the deeper secrets of our organization might soon be exposed. You lunatic, you must have offended someone formidable. Do not contact me again, this is final." Upon hearing the phone call, Zemo remained silent as the call ended abruptly. Yet he deduced that the operation that night had failed, and that the adversary was en route to seek vengeance. Aware of the imminent trouble, he commanded his subordinates to enter a state of alert. Simultaneously, he instructed the scientists to obliterate all pertinent documents. After a few minutes, he summoned all the scientists to his office, secured the door, and inquired once more if everything had been completely destroyed. Upon confirmation that the materials had indeed been thoroughly incinerated, Zemo retrieved a concealed submachine gun from beneath the cabinet and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the unarmed scientists. Blood instantly sprayed across the surroundings, staining the walls crimson. Outside, the soldiers remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The thick walls and soundproofing absorbed any hint of disturbance. Zemo surveyed the scattered corpses, delivering a few final shots to ensure total annihilation before he escaped through a concealed passage within the room. Amidst the ruins of the inn, the heavens opened up and heavy rain began to pour, swiftly extinguishing the raging inferno, thanks to Tao Sheng's water-based ninjutsu. He struggled to push aside the collapsed wooden planks and ultimately discovered the charred remnants of a doll and some singed clothing. Gathering these items as burial offerings, Tao Sheng then employed earth-based ninjutsu to form a small mound, inserting a relatively intact plank to create a rudimentary grave. However, as he prepared to inscribe names, he realized he had never learned the identities of the mother and daughter. He decided to set it aside for the time being, intending to construct a proper tomb once he discovered their names. Not far away, Diana placed several bouquets of flowers at the earthen mound, and the two fell into a solemn silence. The rain intensified, as if to cleanse the bloodstains from the ground, and Tao Sheng felt that the only purpose of the rain was to conceal his tears, preventing him from losing composure in Diana's presence. The rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, seemingly urging them to emerge from their sorrow. Tao Sheng observed Diana, equally drenched by the rain. Her hair cascaded down, obscuring her chest, and her arms were wrapped around herself. Whether this was a habit from her nightly slumber or simply her inclination to embrace freedom, it became evident that she was not wearing a bra at that moment. Was it fitting to gaze upon a woman in such a manner? Diana spoke in a calm tone, rendering her emotions inscrutable. "I apologize." Tao Sheng quickly removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. "But if my gaze were to linger even for a second, perhaps I would no longer be considered a man, let alone a gentleman." Diana chuckled softly, her eyes glancing over Tao Sheng's well-defined physique, his abdominal muscles and biceps exhibiting a gentle strength, not the result of excessive training. "Yours is quite commendable as well," she playfully retorted, unable to fathom that beneath the seemingly frail exterior of Tao Sheng lay such a remarkable physique. At that moment, Tao Sheng opened a portal, inviting her to return to the shop for a quick wash. After a moment's contemplation, Diana nodded in agreement, realizing that battling with a damp body in the latter half of the evening would not bode well. Chapter 37. An unexpected encounter in the demonic arena. Diana followed Tao Sheng through the portal to his pawn shop, where the first sight that greeted her was the rare and elegant classical Chinese architectural style, embodying a blend of solemnity and grace. Yet, this was oddly complemented by European-style feminine decor, creating a somewhat discordant yet lively ambience. As Diana's gaze wandered, Tao Sheng suddenly realized the extent to which his shop had been ravaged by his two little hamsters at home. Engrossed in either cultivation or gaming, he had scarcely noticed the transformation of his pawn shop. "Ahem, I have two companions living with me, and I seldom keep an eye on this. None of this is my doing," he hastily explained, only to be met with Diana's knowing expression. Resigned, he led her to Jessica's room, urging her to find a few garments to change into. Each room in the pawn shop boasted its own bathroom, eliminating the need to wait for one person to finish before the next could enter. However, Diana stood motionless at the door, quietly observing Tao Sheng. "What is wrong?" he inquired, puzzled. She sighed. "Do you not know that girls typically do not wear another girl's clothes casually, unless they are exceptionally close friends?" Tao Sheng stood frozen, astonished that such a custom existed. "Then shall I go buy a set of clothes?" "No need for such trouble. Just lend me one of yours. Though the underwear is unnecessary." Tao Sheng was left utterly flabbergasted. "What? You want my clothes?" Nevertheless, he dutifully searched for something suitable. Soon, he found a pure cotton white shirt and a pair of knitted sweatpants, items he had purchased recently in a bid to commit to fitness but had yet to use. Surely they would not be deemed undesirable. Thankfully, when Diana received them, she said nothing and headed into the bathroom. He exhaled in relief and then returned to his room to take a shower. A few minutes later, having finished bathing, Tao Sheng sat on the sofa, listening to the sound of the shower in the bathroom, his mind racing. He quickly turned on the television, increasing the volume in an attempt to mask the sound and distract himself. Otherwise, his little brother would not be inclined to settle down. Before long, Diana emerged, towel in hand, drying her damp hair. Tao Sheng nearly choked on the water he was drinking. The oversized shirt, meant for someone towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, clung to her perfect figure, just barely concealing her athletic shorts. In that moment, she resembled the girl next door, exuding an allure that invited curiosity. Yet, the most provocative question lingered. "Do you not like wearing a bra?" Tao Sheng's gaze wandered, hesitant to look at her upper body, feeling it was inappropriate and unappealing to wear. Diana replied succinctly without a hint of shyness. After all, isn't gender equality a fundamental principle? Tao Sheng was unsure what precisely was deemed inappropriate. Yet he felt compelled to assert that gender equality did not apply in this context. He hurriedly fetched a sports jacket for her to wear, believing it unseemly for her to be seen by others in such a state. She accepted the jacket with a smile, aware of Tao Sheng's intentions, and donned it nonetheless. At that moment, Parker and Jessica burst through the door, laughing and chatting merrily. However, upon seeing the two with damp hair, as if they had just emerged from shared bath, their conversation abruptly ceased, plunging the room into an intense silence. So profound that even the sound of cars starting 2 streets away could be heard. Jessica's mind raced, realizing that the long-legged woman was wearing the boss's clothes, which she had helped purchase not long ago. The most vexing part was that it appeared she was not wearing any pants or undergarments. And Jessica found the woman before her utterly shameless. Meanwhile, Diana pondered that the bathroom they had just used must belong to this woman. Though her figure was slightly inferior to her own, her looks and gaze were captivating, clearly a siren. Yet she dismissed the thought, reminding herself that she was over a century old and had no need to compete with a young girl. Besides, her feelings for Tao Sheng were merely slight. However, Jessica's competitive spirit intensified, attempting to assert dominance, prompting Diana to instinctively retaliate with a clash of energies. Parker felt as if he had stepped into a battlefield, his body seemingly inching towards the exit despite his lack of movement. He dared not meet the gaze of Jessica and the tall beauty across from him, as his mind urged him to leave swiftly. Thus, Parker promptly slapped his forehead, recalling Aunt May's request for eggs, nearly forgetting his errand. He waved goodbye to Tao Sheng with his left hand, forming a gesture of self-preservation with his mouth, and with a flick of his right hand, he vanished in an instant. In that moment, Tao Sheng felt as though he had returned to the state of being drenched from the rain earlier that evening. Beads of sweat deeply embedded on his forehead, back, and chest, his soaked shirt feeling like a heavy burden. His instincts urged him to act as if he had not seen anything and to take another shower. Ahem, this is Diana, a modest superhero, and this is Jessica, a novice in the realm of heroes. Observing Jessica's piercing gaze, Tao Sheng quickly adjusted his words. Yet, neither woman moved, forcing him to excuse himself by claiming he hadn't tea-washed properly and would do so again. When he emerged once more, he found the two sitting quietly on opposite sides of the sofa, seemingly separated by vast distances. Suddenly, he felt his phone vibrating on the table. Before the sound could resonate, he dashed over to answer it. "Where on earth are you? Why haven't you shown up?" On the other end of the line, Tony was furiously shouting. Yet Tao Sheng found himself enchanted by the melodiousness of Tony's voice for the first time. "I shall be there momentarily," he declared, swiftly opening a portal beside him and gesturing for Diana to hurry. Without further ado, he stepped into the portal, disregarding the 2 individuals left behind. At that moment, Tony stood amidst the ruins where Tao Sheng had been attacked, observing the bloodstains on the ground and the makeshift grave not far off. He pondered why Tao Sheng was in such a rage tonight. It seemed they shared a common objective. The call had not yet been terminated when Tony witnessed Tao Sheng emerging from a portal. He marveled at how this individual had refined his spatial abilities. Previously, Jarvis had pinpointed Tao Sheng's location via satellite, only to discover mid-journey that he had returned to New York. Now, he had traversed over 2,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. If such technology were harnessed, it could potentially herald the advent of interstellar travel. Nevertheless, Tony's anger remained unabated. He had hastily rushed to this location while Tao Sheng appeared to be enjoying himself back home, accompanied by 2 women. "What in the world are you doing?" "We are here for vengeance, not a vacation," he thought, but before he could voice his concerns, he felt an immense pressure descending upon him. Even with his armor, the weight was overwhelming, threatening to force him to his knees as he neared the damp earth. Chapter 38. Infiltrating the Hydra base as Tony's knee was about to make contact with the muddy ground, Tao Sheng hurried forward, resting Tony's cumbersome metallic arm upon his shoulder to support him. Tony sensed the oppressive weight dissipate like a receding tide. Yet the confined space within his armor intensified the odor of sweat, prompting him to contemplate making his suit more breathable. Unexpectedly, Tao Sheng had surprised him again. While the ability of spatial teleportation could be tenuously explained by science, the menacing aura, psychic pressure, and other mysterious phenomena were entirely foreign to him. "Thank you. What is the story here? Where did you find such fierce and beautiful women?" "I am envious," Tony said, feeling that pressure returning from behind him, leading him to alter his tone. He was certain that his recent experience was beyond the realm of scientific explanation, which made him realize just how perilous this world had become. His vast wealth seemed increasingly ineffectual, as these alluring women would never grace the cover of Playboy magazines, nor share a bed with him to greet the morning sun. Tony resolved to embrace his mech and pepper for the rest of his days. Meanwhile, Tao Sheng patted Tony's shoulder, the sound of metal echoing. Yet he chose not to respond to the inquiry. Instead, he swiftly summoned Bumblebee. Following the attack they had endured, he no longer intended to conceal Bumblebee's existence. Even if it attracted attention from the military, he was unfazed. His current prowess could be deemed top tier, albeit primarily in terms of evasion. Yet he felt no trepidation towards any ordinary individual, realizing there was no longer a need for secrecy. He was unwilling to let another tragedy unfold. Bumblebee possessed formidable strength, and he had previously worried excessively. Soon, Bumblebee appeared before them. Tao Sheng observed Tony, who still refused to remove his armor, and inquired, "Are you certain that contraption can fit in the vehicle? Did you not say you could whisk us away in an instant?" Tony, exasperated, retorted that by the time they drove over, the snakes would have already fled the scene. Tao Sheng rolled his eyes, too apathetic to explain that he had never even seen the base's appearance, let alone teleport there. However, Tony's remarks seemed to provoke Bumblebee, which suddenly illuminated its high beams and roared like a fierce engine, reminiscent of a hunting cheetah. Tony shivered in surprise. Yet the two ladies behind him remained undeterred in their aura of confidence. Tao Sheng smirked slightly, taking the lead to occupy the driver's seat. Diana and Jessica promptly followed, undoubtedly claiming the two seats in the back. It appeared that tonight, a contest of superiority was inevitable. Meanwhile, the portly Tony struggled to get into the vehicle, awkwardly wedging himself in, occasionally getting stuck with half of his body inside and the other half dangling in the air. Ultimately, Bumblebee expanded slightly to accommodate Tony in the passenger seat. Bumblebee was determined to allow this mechanical being to experience the thrill of speed without emotion. As soon as Tony settled in, Bumblebee surged forward like an arrow, its streamlined body adhering seamlessly to the road. At that moment, it raced down Route 66 like a streak of red lightning, startling a drowsy truck driver who slapped his own cheeks vigorously to rouse himself. Simultaneously, the four of them experienced a powerful thrust against their backs, adrenaline surging rapidly. Tony's snugly designed armor left a few centimeters of space due to the acceleration, and he felt the shards pressing deeper into his chest, nearly taking his breath away. Fortunately, within moments, the speed stabilized. But the fleeting shadows outside and the brief ringing in his ears seemed to suggest that stepping outside might lead them to meet their maker. Once he regained his composure, Tony inquired of Jarvis, "Jarvis, what speed are we currently achieving?" "According to calculations, we are reaching 400, Jarvis promptly replied. "Moreover, the vehicle's artificial intelligence rivaled my own. I cannot infiltrate this car, which seems to possess high-tech features such as transforming metal." Tony was more astonished by this revelation than by the previous mental pressure he faced. He struggled to accept that Tao Sheng, who appeared to be lacking in knowledge, possessed technology superior to his own, severely undermining his long-held pride as a prodigious scientist. Despite his arrogance, he refrained from asking Tao Sheng how he had created such a remarkable vehicle as Bumblebee, instead silently urging Jarvis to continue analyzing the car. With that, the vehicle maintained a palpable tension as it sped towards the Hydra base in Texas. The group quickly arrived at the location provided by Tony. Tony disabled his satellite, commanded Tao Sheng, "We are about to embark on a significant endeavor." Observing the orderly base before him, his fury simmered. Not a single fly would escape tonight. "No problem. But be cautious not to destroy the base too hastily. I need to gather some information first." The surveillance satellites within American territory predominantly belonged to Tony's company. Controlling a small satellite was a trivial task for him, yet he remained focused on tonight's objective, to uncover clues surrounding his parents' demise. Although Tao Sheng had already mentioned the connection to Hydra, he needed to witness the evidence before fully accepting this grim reality. Bumblebee was the first to strike. Having not had the opportunity to take center stage since its encounter with the gorilla, it was undeniably eager. With Tao Sheng's permission and no satellite oversight, coupled with the challenge of modern weaponry, it felt compelled to showcase its prowess, lest it become a mere jest in the eyes of others. Suddenly, Bumblebee transformed from a sleek sports car into a towering 5-meter Autobot, revealing its formidable stature once more on this planet. Grenade launchers and laser cannons erupted from its hands, obliterating one outpost after another. The base's defensive weaponry was promptly targeted and dismantled by Bumblebee's guided missiles. Soon, large fissures appeared in the concrete walls, and a massive breach opened in the iron gates, prompting armed personnel to rush out. Following the chaos was Jessica, who noted the striking similarity of the base's layout and the soldiers' equipment to the previous one, triggering memories of the inhumane genetic experiments. The sudden appearance of a beautiful woman at Tao Sheng's side ignited her ire further. The innate rivalry between women compelled her to demonstrate her might, aiming to intimidate Diana. With a fierce roar, she transformed into a colossal two-tailed white fox, fully assuming her beastly form. This state endowed her with all the attributes of an animal, granting her superior physical strength compared to her human hybrid form, making it the most potent state for close combat. Chapter 39. Tony, the bystander Jessica, with her agile form and graceful strides, dashed into the throng, effortlessly dispatching several Hydra soldiers with a mere wave of her hand. If one overlooked her brutal methods of attack, one might find the notion of keeping a white fox at home quite delightful. Tao, is she human or beast? Tony felt his worldview shatter as he witnessed a vehicle morph into a massive humanoid artillery and saw a person transform into a gigantic white fox. He pondered whether he should craft his armor to be as tall as a building, as the peculiar beings around him made him feel like a dwarf in a land of giants. Tao Sheng chuckled lightly. She is human, albeit one who has consumed a devil fruit. In essence, this encapsulates her extraordinary ability. Would you desire it? Should an additional one become available in the future, I would prioritize offering it to you. Upon hearing this proposition, Tao Sheng's interest peaked. He had always been entangled with reactors and battle armor, and facilitating such a transaction would indeed be advantageous. How much? I shall purchase it, Tony replied without hesitation, for money was merely a sequence of digits to him. Naturally, his intention was to acquire it for research purposes. He would prefer to painstakingly create one himself rather than casually utilize an item of dubious origin. Tao Sheng rolled his eyes. Do you truly believe this can be purchased with mere currency? Please demonstrate some sincerity, reactors and battle armor, or it's off the table. Do not even entertain the notion. Tony firmly declined, for this was something dear to his heart. He would never relinquish it as a mere commodity. Set it aside for me. I shall contemplate further. He was resolute in his belief that Tao Sheng would eventually relent. Tao Sheng, however, saw through Tony's intentions. He merely wished to examine it for himself and, if unsatisfactory, purchase it later. Regrettably, his calculations were flawed. This was an artifact from another realm, and if Tao Sheng could develop it, he might as well switch to scavenging for scraps. As their conversation unfolded, a radiant light enveloped the scene, and Diana had completed her transformation. Clad once again in her iconic form-fitting battle armor, it seemed that her attire bore no influence on her metamorphosis. Though the reasons behind Jessica's initial antagonism remained a mystery, as an Amazonian, Diana would never yield to anyone. With a powerful leap, she launched herself to the opposite side of the battlefield, commencing her rhythmic assault. 1, 2. An increasing number of soldiers fell before her, even those armored in protective gear proving no match for her might, swiftly rendered incapable of fighting. Jessica, on the other hand, took note of the situation on that side. With a glance, she resumed her own combat. This time, however, she added a mark to her mental tally with every adversary she vanquished. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered in the sky above the base, swirling like a white lightning dragon, illuminating the fierce clash between the two women as if captured by a relentless camera flash. Bumblebee, reveling in the fray, soon realized that the enemies had vanished. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though they were being drawn into a vortex, gravitating toward the two ladies. Undeterred, it raised its hand, intending to launch a tracking missile at the distant soldiers. In an instant, both Jessica and Diana halted, casting fierce gazes in Bumblebee's direction. A crack of thunderous lightning struck perilously close. Bumblebee instantaneously transformed into a Ducati motorcycle, speeding behind Tao Sheng, leaving a trail of oil in its wake. Do not provoke women, especially two of them, Tao Sheng mused, prompting a synchronized sigh from the three men present, all nodding in agreement. Fortunately, these soldiers were of little merit, swiftly dispatched by the two warrior goddesses, leaving no opportunity for Tao Sheng and the others to intervene. Tao Sheng mounted Bumblebee, while Tony, clad in armor, took a bold step to perch on the fender. However, it seemed Tony misjudged his own weight, causing the front of the motorcycle to lift precariously. As Tao Sheng found himself on a seesaw, he was suddenly propelled skyward by a hefty individual. Fortunately, he clung tightly to the handlebars, while Bumblebee adeptly adjusted his weight to stabilize them. "If you can fly, why are you even sitting here?" Tao Sheng exclaimed, his expression a mixture of anger and disbelief. "I need to conserve my energy. I can't just fly around indiscriminately. It's your fault for not coming to get me from the start," Tony retorted without a hint of remorse. Tao Sheng was exasperated by Tony's nonchalance, a man who could be infuriatingly aloof without lifting a finger. "Let go. Don't wrap your arms around my waist," he shouted, but Bumblebee's swift acceleration left his voice trailing behind. Soon, they arrived at a large inner gate, where they encountered two silent figures. It appeared that Jessica and Diana had reached a stalemate in their earlier competition, now seeking a final challenge to determine the victor. Despite their best efforts, they could not unlock the formidable iron door. Thus, they stood at the entrance, arms crossed over their chests, patiently awaiting the trio's arrival. Tao Sheng stepped forward and knocked on the door, producing a resonant sound. It seemed that they would need to attempt to decipher the adjacent keypad to gain entry. At that moment, Tony strode forward with renewed vigor from the back of the group. Upon witnessing the scene, he understood that it was finally his turn to shine. After an entire evening of merely observing, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Furthermore, he was well-versed in the art of cracking codes. There was no lock in existence that he could not open. However, just as he prepared to showcase his skills, the door began to creak open, prompting everyone to turn their attention to Tao Sheng at the keypad. "How did you know the code?" Tony asked, astonished, his opportunity for ostentation thwarted, leaving him feeling frustrated. "I just randomly tried 1234, and surprisingly, it worked," Tao Sheng shrugged, deeming the security measures rather unimpressive. Tony was incensed, nearly spitting blood in disbelief. What kind of genius would set such a simplistic password? Even 9876 would have been a more suitable choice. As they stepped through the door, the group entered a vast plaza. Dim, ghostly lights illuminated the dark pillars surrounding the square, reminiscent of ancient formations. The ground was sticky, and the air was saturated with a pungent metallic scent, as if the plaza had recently been the site of a blood ritual, exuding an eerie ambience. In the center of the plaza stood a large screen, measuring over 100 inches, where soldiers typically gathered to receive commands. Suddenly, a figure donned in a purple mask and a golden headband appeared on the screen. "Welcome back, Tao Sheng. I didn't expect that after all these years, you would return with companions, too, no less. Truly, you are fortunate. I find it quite gratifying." The familiar scene and voice awakened deep-seated memories within Tao Sheng. This individual was Baron Zemo, a mastermind of unparalleled intellect and a foremost schemer, with numerous past acts of terror linked to his name. Under his leadership, Hydra transitioned from an overt organization to a clandestine entity, continually fragmenting the powers of various nations in order to grow and thrive amidst the chaos of war. Chapter 40, a critical moment. Is that so? Then do share your location swiftly. Let's enjoy a cup of tea together, Uncle Zemo. Tao Sheng made this suggestion, naturally due to the connection between his parents and Zemo, who were colleagues. He himself had spent 3 formative years in that dismal base, though fortunately, his parents remembered they had a son and would occasionally spare time to play with him, preventing him from succumbing to any form of depression. Were it not for tonight's return to this old haunt, he likely would never have ventured into the corners of his bleak and tedious memories. "I'm getting old, unable to endure the antics of you young folks, as I once could, unlike in the days when I could carry you around," Zemo lamented with a tone of regret. Before Tao Sheng could respond, Zemo burst into hearty laughter. "But I have prepared a meticulously selected grand gift for you. Enjoy the affection from your uncle." Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from outside the base. Tony hastily connected to a private satellite to ascertain the situation beyond the confines of their stronghold. Soon, he witnessed explosions erupting from the perimeter of the base, tearing apart the desolate hills that surrounded it. Subsequently, violent detonations began to rattle the base's walls, which had previously withstood even Bumblebee's missiles. Now, they crumbled like mere cardboard, scattering concrete debris in all directions. The blasts rippled through time, moving from the exterior inward, followed by a new wave of explosions reverberating through the valley within the base. "Damn it, how many bombs has he planted in this place?" "Now, we have about 20 seconds before it's our turn. We must flee. There's no stopping this." Tony urgently grasped Tao Sheng's hand. trying to compel him to teleport immediately. He now suspected that the entire base was constructed of explosives, this madman. Sensing Tony's desperate tone, Tao Sheng understood the gravity of the situation. The best strategy was to retreat. He quickly mounted Bumblebee, shaking off Tony's grip, but in the next moment, Tony embraced his waist. Tao Sheng regretted allowing Tony to accompany him tonight. Was this guy truly the audacious Iron Man from the movies? However, there was no time for reflection now. 2 seconds had passed, and he swiftly seized Jessica and Diana's hands, pulling them into his embrace. As he prepared to activate his teleportation technique, unexpectedly, the surrounding pillars began to emit an enigmatic glow, their radiance flickering with increasing speed. Upon witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, Jessica transformed into a colossal white fox, encircling everyone with her body. At the moment the pillars illuminated, Tao Sheng felt a pang in his heart. Forcing himself to endure the pain, he successfully initiated the teleportation spell, yet the brightness of the pillars peaked simultaneously before dimming back to their ordinary flickering state. In a flash, everyone discovered they remained in the same plaza, merely a few meters away from their previous position. Tao Sheng seemed to sense something amiss. He attempted to use the teleportation technique, but only sporadic sparks appeared, failing to open a portal. Damn it, these stones can obstruct space. I cannot teleport out. Upon hearing this, Tony and Bumblebee instinctively prepared to blast the glowing columns into rubble. However, the sheer number of them rendered their efforts futile, as they lacked the speed to clear them all. Huh, how do you like this gift, little Tao Tao? Zemo's laughter suddenly turned sinister. You and your cunning parents can go to hell. An ugly family. This remark ignited a fierce rage within Tao Sheng, who glared at Zemo, vowing that if he did not perish this time, he would pursue him to the ends of the earth to reduce him to ashes. At that moment, Zemo's image on the large screen flickered, revealing the background behind the helicopter. A smile crept across Tao Sheng's lips as he recognized the scene all too well. It was the grave he had unearthed that very night, the resting place of the hotel proprietress and the little girl. The lilies, found by Diana, swayed gently in the breeze. Is that you, proprietress? It seems you're still unwilling to give up. Leave the rest to me. Renewed with determination, Tao Sheng resolved to return and check on the proprietress at all costs. The explosion had already reached the square's entrance, with debris relentlessly battering Jessica's form. Despite Diana's assistance in shattering the massive stones, the sheer volume of falling debris had stained her once pure white fur with crimson. Around them, Tony and Bumblebee had successfully demolished nearly half of the columns, their only recourse being to continue their destruction. Meanwhile, Tao Sheng's mind was flooded with images of the proprietress, and deep within, the ancient coin spun rapidly in his thoughts. Ultimately, the explosion engulfed the entire square, and moments later, the vast base lay in ruins. The valley once again shrouded in silence. On the other side, Zemo sat in the helicopter, gazing at the screen devoid of signal. It appeared that the explosion had successfully swept through the entire base as planned, and he had witnessed them standing still in their final moments. There was no chance for survival. He picked up a bottle of Roman Iconi red wine, the last in his collection, the previous having been consumed to celebrate his ascension as the Hydra leader. After swirling it slightly, he inhaled the fragrance of the withered roses within the glass, utterly enchanting, much like his mood tonight. Suddenly, the helicopter he occupied was struck by a missile, and the power system ceased to respond instantly. Zemo felt as if he were on a vertical roller coaster thousands of meters high. And the next moment, he began to experience nearly a minute of free fall. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, he awoke, but could not sense his body. He could only observe the ants on the ground scurrying in all directions. Should anyone attempt to remove the wreckage of the helicopter pinning Zemo down, they might discover limbs entirely inconsistent with human anatomy, akin to a 3-year-old carelessly manipulating a puppet. As Zemo gradually succumbed to slumber, he discerned the distant roar of a motorcycle drawing nearer, only to be silenced abruptly. With great effort, he lifted his head, yearning to glimpse the visitor, yet found that only his eyes could move, resulting in a futile struggle that merely allowed him to observe the tips of the grass. To his astonishment, even his dear uncle could find himself in such a disheveled state. He urged himself to rise quickly, for lying on the ground could lead to a chill. Upon hearing a familiar voice, a spark of hope ignited in Zemo's eyes. He still endeavored to smile and plead. But beneath the charred mask lay a visage that resembled one marred by acid, rendering him exceedingly terrifying in the pitch-black night. "Xiao Tao, quickly help Uncle up. It was merely a jest on my part. Do not be alarmed. The true gift lies at another base, your parents' research materials. Truly, trust your uncle." It turned out that in the critical moment of the earlier explosion, Tao Sheng had successfully transcended his previous limitations regarding spatial abilities. Indeed, life and death often yield great transformation. His understanding of spatial laws had ascended to an entirely new level. Previously, when employing the flying thunder god technique, he could transport merely 2 individuals, and the distance was constrained. Now, however, he could effortlessly teleport 5 or 6 people simultaneously, with the range significantly increased. In simpler terms, space had become his steadfast ally, allowing him to traverse the thresholds of dimensional realms with ease. This not only conserved time and energy, but also enabled swifter and farther travel. Furthermore, there would no longer be scenarios like tonight, where he could be ensnared by a mere handful of obscure stones. The lone drawback remained that utilizing the flying thunder god technique under extreme conditions would still deplete his strength. At this moment, Tao Sheng lay pallid atop Bumblebee, and had it not been for Tony's gentle support, he might have collapsed to the ground, engaging in a heart-to-heart with Zemo. A ripping sound drew attention, revealing Diana tending to the unconscious Jessica, tearing her own clothing to fashion bandages for Jessica's wounds. She carefully removed Jessica's charred garments, most of which had adhered to the injuries. Even in her unconscious state, Jessica's face twitched involuntarily with each separation of the fabric. Fortunately, no one witnessed this poignant yet sensual scene, but both Tao Sheng and Tony had witnessed the ferocity of the 2 women firsthand. "Oh, then tell me how you harmed my parents." Tao Sheng's voice brimmed with anger, tinged with weakness. I did not kill your parents. It is the truth. That incident was an unfortunate accident. I merely sent someone to follow them." Zemo, lying on the ground, pleaded desperately. He saw a silver iron shoe thrust before his eyes. "Tony, save me. Your parents were killed by Zola, not me. I can serve as bait to lure him out and avenge Howard." Tao Sheng regarded him coldly, seemingly awaiting Tony's decision. At this moment, Tony, clad in his armor, was diligently searching for information about a certain individual named Zola alongside Jarvis. Before long, he silently distanced himself from Zemo. Tao Sheng commenced the process of disintegrating him, bit by bit, through a portal, reducing him to dust from head to toe. Zemo's anguished cries, mingled with the scent of rain-soaked earth, transformed into fertilizer for lilies. "Who is Zola?" Tony inquired only after Tao Sheng had completed his grim task, evidently dissatisfied with the lack of results from their earlier search. He was a genius scientist of Hydra, later apprehended by Captain America, and subsequently became a colleague of your father. Eventually, he uploaded his consciousness to the network. One could argue that it constitutes a form of immortality, Tao Sheng reflected, gazing at the starlit sky. His memories from before his traversing appeared increasingly murky. He could not discern whether this was a natural decline in memory or a sign that he had integrated more deeply into this world. Upon hearing Tao Sheng's response, Tony seemed unconvinced, uttering not a word as he swiftly turned and departed. It appeared he was eager to retrieve Zola's dossier, realizing that the current Zola had transformed into a mere string of data hiding within the network. A Rolls-Royce was parked at a distance, beside which stood Tony's bodyguard, Happy Hogan. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle veered towards the rising sun. A corner of the sky was adorned with vibrant crimson hues, and the post-rain dawn rendered the air exceptionally fresh, heralding the arrival of a new day. Tao Sheng settled into his Bumblebee, though this time the passenger seat was conspicuously empty, as the long-legged companion from yesterday had retreated to the back seat. Jessica, who had been unconscious, was now awake under Diana's attentive care. The adversaries of yesterday now seemed like close friends. They were entwined in each other's arms, whispering secrets softly. "So, do we head straight back to the pawn shop or continue our search for Thor?" Observing the numerous torn garments and various injuries on the 2, Tao Sheng felt his inquiry was somewhat superfluous. Consequently, he opened a portal nearly 3 meters wide in front of the Bumblebee, intending to return directly to the pawn shop. "No, don't go back to the pawn shop," Jessica exclaimed, rejecting the idea with enthusiasm. "Just teleport back to grab a few outfits for us. Diana and I are eager to meet the legendary Thor. Besides, our wounds are nearly healed. We just need some clean clothing to change into." Let us aim to set off soon. It was then that Tao Sheng noticed the two had indeed almost fully recovered, with scars having faded significantly. He inhaled sharply. While it was understandable that Diana, being a demigod, possessed enhanced healing abilities, Jessica had merely consumed a mythical beast's fruit, yet her recovery was equally remarkable. One could only conclude that the devil fruit from the mythical beast was indeed formidable, akin to Luffy's powers. Truly an extraordinary advantage. A shiver ran down Tao Sheng's spine, and in the next moment, he found himself in the pawn shop. He promptly grabbed a bag and dashed into Jessica's room, hastily stuffing it with half-shirts, leggings, shorts, and the like. Only the bra and panties were missing from the hanging area, so he opened the drawer to find short socks, boat socks, and black stockings, none of which were what he sought. He then proceeded to another drawer, where he discovered neatly folded garments. Picking up a piece of black fabric, he unfolded it to reveal a pair of black lace-trimmed panties adorned with tiny polka dots. A sensation in his nose hinted at an impending drip, prompting him to quickly sniffle, after which he casually took several more panties of the same hue and placed them into his bag. Upon reaching the final drawer, he immediately recognized the shapes within as belonging to a girl's unique attire. Selecting a few more black pieces, he tucked them into his bag as well. It was his first encounter with a bra, soft and elastic to the touch. He then hurried downstairs to the kitchen for a glass of water, dabbing at his nose with a tissue before slipping back into the car. In the once tranquil pawn shop, the crunching sound of chips echoed as Parker, seated on the sofa, gaped in astonishment at the fluidity of Tao Sheng's earlier actions. He picked up a chip and walked over to the trash bin where Tao Sheng had discarded a crumpled paper, now stained with blood. It was clear that the boss had a liaison with them, and they were enjoying themselves to such an extent that they had taken so many outfits. How enviable. After taking a few photos of the trash, he tapped on his phone, and with a swift motion, Parker placed it on the table, returning to the sofa to eat chips and watch a movie. His phone displayed a recently sent message. Gwen, you would never guess. The boss made Jessica bleed and took away many of her clothes in a hurry. Images attached. Continuing along the Route 66 in the Bumblebee car, Tao Sheng stole glances in the rearview mirror at a hefty white tail blocking the middle space between the front and back seats, desperately searching for a sliver of space. The sound of clothing rustling behind the tail brushed past his ears like a teasing breeze, igniting a restless feeling within him. That infuriating white tail. Chapter 42. A chance encounter with Thor. The number of vehicles on the road gradually increased, yet Tao Sheng found himself devoid of any desire to appreciate the scenic views. Hunger clouded his mind as he slumped over the steering wheel, hearing the stomach protests from the two women in the back seat. All he could do was fervently pray for an immediate encounter with a restaurant. For the two of them who had gone all night without sleep or food, resolving one of these issues took precedence. In his youthful days, an all-nighter would have been a trifling matter. The vegetation along the roadside thinned out, giving way to desolate desert and distant red rock cliffs. Perhaps it would be better to rest first. There could wait a little longer. Diana observed Tao Sheng and herself slumped in their seats, yet still resolutely holding on, and could not help but urge them to rest. Rest? At the sound of those words, Tao Sheng lifted his head in delight, only to suddenly spot a CF in the distance. The door of a quaint CF swung open with a thud as two individuals burst in, promptly collapsing onto a table. Apologies for the intrusion. Diana followed closely behind, entering with a slow gait and a demeanor full of remorseful nods. The CF, modestly adorned, bore witness to a languid feline nestled on a bookshelf in a corner. While apart from the trio, only a man and a woman accompanied by a server occupied the space. They chose a seat near the window, the hazy glass rendering the view outside a mere blur. Yet in comparison to other windows in the vicinity, this one was relatively clearer. Perhaps it was the plight of a structure situated in a desolate region, perpetually battered by sandstorms, that lent it a melancholic aura. The server stood beside their table as Tao Sheng forced his eyelids open with his fingers to peruse the menu. Regrettably, the offerings were limited to sandwiches and hot dogs, devoid of even a small illustration. Nevertheless, his appetite overshadowed such trivialities. I'll have 5 sandwiches and 5 hot dogs, but I implore you to be swift. Sir, might that be excessive? It seems unlikely that the 3 of you could consume it all, the server replied. Oh right, I forgot to order for the 2 ladies. He amended. Make it 15 sandwiches and hot dogs. Rest assured, we shall not waste a morsel. All 3 were endowed with extraordinary abilities. According to the law of conservation of energy, the greater the power, the greater the appetite. Had Tao Sheng been fond of these two items, he would have undoubtedly ordered even more. The server, seeing no alternative, took the order and muttered as he retreated to the kitchen, "Here come 3 hungry souls. Perhaps I can conclude today's service early." Fortunately, the preparation of these 2 dishes was not overly complex, as the ingredients were prepped in advance, akin to assembling building blocks. Before long, a large platter brimming with sandwiches and hot dogs was placed before Tao Sheng and his companions. They devoured the food ravenously, gradually regaining their strength, while Jessica's injuries began to heal, restoring her to her fair and beautiful state. Indeed, the powers of the animal fruit were rather unreasonable. As long as one was not instantly vanquished, they would never truly fall. Suddenly, a gruff voice interrupted. "Were it not for my father's deprivation of my powers, I would not have been felled by you twice. However, I shall now seek my hammer. I appreciate your generosity." The man concluded his statement by slamming his cup onto the table with a forceful thud, and, thankfully, the quality of the cup spared him from incurring any damages. At that moment, Tao Sheng noticed the patrons behind him, a woman with cascading golden waves of hair, though only her back was visible. The man beside her possessed a similar mane of golden locks. Had it not been for his rugged stubble and robust physique, one might have mistaken him for an artist. With a mouthful of sandwich, Tao Sheng exchanged a knowing glance with Diana, signaling that he had located their target. He had not anticipated such fortuitous timing. He had assumed he would need to stake out near the hammer, yet here he was, encountering them over breakfast. It seemed evident that the woman was Jane Foster, Thor's girlfriend on Earth. It appears that the 2 individuals have yet to embark on a romantic relationship. Following Tao Sheng's gaze, they scrutinized Thor from head to toe. Perceiving a formidable figure, albeit one whose demeanor suggested a lack of intellectual depth, Diana, having previously encountered Odin, understood that Tao Sheng would not jest in this moment, and thus she attuned herself to the subtle energies around her. To her surprise, she discerned an unusual essence. Although faint, it seemed that Thor possessed latent divine strength, most of which remained sealed away. As Diana utilized her divine senses to examine Thor, the god himself became aware of the divine fluctuations. Initially intending to depart in search of further quests, he abruptly halted and approached Tao Sheng, casting a curious glance at Diana. "Have we met before? You do not strike me as an ordinary person," he inquired. "Diana, an Amazon, a pleasure to make your acquaintance," she replied coolly, her interest in the powerless Thor waning. She harbored a desire to engage in combat with him, but she deemed it more prudent to wait until he regained his divine powers. Upon hearing the term Amazon, Thor felt a mixture of familiarity and strangeness. It reminded him of tales from his youth, when his father spoke of the Olympian gods, many of whom had fallen from grace. The Amazons were a branch of these deities, and he was astonished to discover they still existed. No wonder she possessed similar divine abilities, yet her aloofness left him at a loss for further conversation. Nonetheless, his primary objective remained to locate his hammer, for without it, he was merely a strong man. "Do you know where my hammer lies?" he asked. 50 kilometers west, Tao Sheng replied, mainly to witness Thor's dismay when he inevitably failed to lift it, hoping to capture a few photographs for posterity. True to form, Thor did not question the information's veracity and charged out without hesitation. Jane followed closely behind him. Observing this, Tao Sheng and the others also wished to pursue, but a server hurried over with a beaming smile. "Sir, please settle the bill. It's a modest establishment," she urged. To his dismay, Tao Sheng realized that even Thor's tab had been handed to him, and he had consumed no less than the others. Reluctantly, he settled the bill, and the 3 followed suit as they exited. Upon stepping outside, they witnessed Thor and Jane embroiled in a heated argument with an old acquaintance, Coulson. "You are stealing our belongings," Jane exclaimed. "Here, this should suffice to cover your losses," Coulson retorted, producing a check and extending it towards Jane. However, she was indifferent to the monetary compensation, rebuking him. "You are infringing upon our rights as citizens. You have no authority to seize our possessions arbitrarily." "My apologies. We are the good guys," Coulson insisted, but soon several men in dark suits stepped in to obstruct Jane, intending to confiscate her experimental apparatus. Just as Thor prepared to intervene and reclaim her belongings, a familiar voice cut through the tension. "Hey, Coulson, last time you were abducting people, and now you're resorting to theft. It seems your reputation as the good guys is rather dubious." Coulson, Recognizing the voice, felt a wave of irritation wash over him. How had he encountered this individual once more? Chapter 43. Obelisk Coulson felt that every encounter with Tao Sheng was fraught with misfortune, particularly as his own actions were somewhat at odds with regulations. Normally, they could only rely on bluster to intimidate those unfamiliar with the intricacies of their dealings. But facing someone like Tao Sheng, who was utterly unyielding, left them at a complete loss. They could not overpower him, and there was the looming risk of repercussions, which left him in a quandary. As Coulson hesitated on how to navigate dealings with this bothersome individual, several newly recruited subordinates beside him, upon hearing someone so brazenly insult their superior, immediately drew their firearms and aimed them at Tao Sheng. This sudden reaction startled Coulson, leaving him speechless. To his astonishment, he witnessed the subordinates pair off, one serving as a pole while the other danced around it, each more elegantly attired than the last. The muscular men twisted and swayed in a most flamboyant manner. "Boss, could you not be so revolting?" Jessica promptly discerned that Tao Sheng was employing illusion to control them. She had endured similar torment in the past, albeit with far less potency. The onlookers were visibly pained by the spectacle. "Ah, be careful!" Jane's scream, accompanied by the sound of gunfire, startled everyone. It turned out that one individual had shaken off the illusion and immediately fired a shot at Tao Sheng. In the blink of an eye, Thor dashed in front of Tao Sheng, attempting to shield him from a bullet. However, he overestimated his own prowess. Believing himself still wielding a hammer, the bullet grazed his arm, leaving a long, crimson trail akin to a razor's cut, though slightly off course. The bullet continued its trajectory towards Tao Sheng, who remained unfazed, standing resolutely. A portal materialized in the path of the incoming bullet, redirecting it to emerge behind the leg of the shooter. With a thud, the man collapsed heavily to the ground, clutching his wound with both hands. A tough man indeed. He bore the pain in silence, never uttering a single cry of distress. Jessica gazed at Tao Sheng in astonishment, not out of concern for his safety. She was well aware of her boss's remarkable ability to escape, aptly named Transcendent Escape. However, this time, his teleportation technique had reached extraordinary heights. In the past, he would at least make a circular gesture or move slightly, but this time, he had not lifted a finger. The speed at which the portal manifested was indistinguishable from instantaneous casting. Previously, there had been a preparatory time allowing for some defense, but now, his enemies were left with throbbing headaches. Tao Sheng approached Coulson and fixed him with a piercing gaze. "How do you explain this? An unprovoked attack on civilians? Should I post it online for public judgment? Perhaps I could submit footage of that night when 4 lambs infiltrated the military base to Congress, advocating for a thorough investigation into their whereabouts. What do you think? Or perhaps I could provide you with a hint. Those lambs hail from the green pastures, and I am their steward, striving to bring them back. Should you have any information, do not hesitate to inform me." Tao Sheng smiled at him, entirely unfazed by the implicit threats. The two individuals stared at each other for a moment. Ultimately, it was Coulson who conceded defeat. "Speak up. What have you set your sights on this time?" he inquired. "This woman hardly seems to match your tastes, despite Jane's impressive makeup skills concealing her freckles, rendering her a beauty in her own right. The age difference was rather significant. Surely, one's preferences could not diverge so drastically, especially when all he desired was the experimental apparatus, without any intention of taking anyone away. Defamation. Coulson, you are slandering me. I have every right to accuse you of libel." Tao Sheng erupted, feeling unjustly portrayed as a lecherous man who would pursue anyone. "The obelisk. Don't pretend you don't have it. I know you possess one. Hand it over. Trust me, that object is far too perilous for you to handle," Coulson cautioned. Upon hearing the name obelisk, Coulson recalled that indeed SHLD had such an artifact in their warehouse. Anyone who came into contact with it would turn to stone, without exception. Very well. However, the experimental apparatus and data must be taken as well. There is no room for negotiation. After all, that object had been studied for so long without yielding results. It might as well be given to him. Coulson was confident that if Tao Sheng could unravel its secrets, his vast intelligence network would undoubtedly be informed. Thus, the priority remained to resolve the matter concerning the hammer from the previous night, which bore a striking resemblance to the mythic hammer of Thor and was of far greater value than the obelisk. "Oh, such eagerness? You best retrieve it swiftly. I am akin to Judge Bao. If I am not there to curb those little creatures on the lush green plains, who knows what might emerge? Perhaps not just sheep, but wolves and tigers as well. And then I could not be held accountable. At that moment, those entrapped in the illusion began to awaken. Still dazed and unaware of what had transpired. Upon regaining consciousness, they discovered their clothing disheveled, with buttons undone, leaving them feeling vulnerable. Coulson could no longer bear to watch, urgently instructing them to escort the injured away to avoid further embarrassment. He also requested the obelisk be brought forth. Tao Sheng nodded in satisfaction. It appeared Coulson was indeed reliable, and he was close to fulfilling his promise to Sky, which brought him joy. "Hey, Baldy Coulson, who is the injured individual?" he inquired, curiosity piquing his interest. "Grant Ward, a newly minted agent. He is somewhat lacking in interpersonal skills. I apologize on his behalf." Upon hearing this name, Tao Sheng recalled the details. S-H-I-E-L-D, agent male with remarkable abilities. Found him. He is an agent of Hydra infiltrating S-H-I-E-L-D. Tao Sheng rushed over to Ward and patted him on the shoulder. "Young man, you have great potential. Heal swiftly." His intention was to leave a mark of the Thunder God, so that in due course, he could trace back to the nest of these rodents and capture them all. Suddenly, it struck him that today was indeed a fortuitous day, with good fortune arriving early. Tao Sheng found himself humming a tune. Meanwhile, Jane had just finished tending to Thor's wounds when she noticed Coulson attempting to drive away her car. "Hey, stop. I never consented to this. How could you brazenly seize another's possessions?" Tao Sheng rebuked angrily. "I have already informed you that your research data pertains to extraordinary phenomena, and thus you are obliged to cooperate with the investigation." Coulson glanced at Tao Sheng, signaling him to take the item and hasten their departure. "No need for an investigation. The principal is right here, and that hammer belongs to him." Tao Sheng suddenly revealed a shocking truth. Coulson stared in astonishment at Thor, who appeared somewhat eccentric. Realizing that this seemingly deranged man was indeed the rightful owner of the magical hammer. Despite his considerable size, the hammer had resisted all attempts to lift it, and yet this individual, who moments ago could not even withstand a bullet, was its master. Coulson did not doubt Tao Sheng's words. Indeed, there was no reason to fabricate such a tale at this juncture. Was it possible that the hammer, akin to the sword in the stone, could only be wielded by a chosen one? Never mind. He resolved to bring Thor over to test it and uncover the truth. Chapter 44. The Lost Thor. Thus, the three groups drove separately to the site where the hammer had descended. Inside Bumblebee, Jessica expressed her confusion. "Boss, is that big fellow truly the god of thunder? He seems rather weak." She recalled how, during the recent incident, Thor appeared less formidable than she did in her untransformed state, merely possessing slightly better physical attributes. It was difficult to discern any connection between him and the legendary deity. Before Tao Sheng could respond, Diana interjected, "I can sense that his divine power is sealed. For deities like us, most of our strength derives from formidable weapons. Without a weapon in hand, our abilities are significantly diminished." "Sister, does that mean you're also a goddess? I thought you were merely an extraordinary being like us. What divine gear do you possess?" "Technically, I am half a goddess, the daughter of Zeus and the Amazon Queen Hippolyta. Besides last night's equipment, I also possess the lasso of truth, which I could show you next time." Diana patiently answered various inquiries about the divine without a hint of impatience. It was then that Tao Sheng noticed how close the two had become. Only the previous night they had been bitter enemies, yet today they referred to each other as sisters. Could it be that they were romantically involved? He suspected that Cupid had mistakenly aimed his arrows. Soon, they arrived at a massive pit, with the hammer resting at its center. The area was cordoned off by S-H-I-E-L-D, yet there were still onlookers in the distance. Before the vehicle had fully come to a stop, Thor leapt out, racing toward the center of the pit. At last, he beheld the hammer he had longed for, joyously raising it. However, despite his fervent efforts and exertions, he could not lift the hammer, not even budging it a fraction. Thor let out a heart-wrenching cry, his voice of despair echoing across the desert. It had garnered no response. He leaned against the hammer, unable to comprehend why his father had treated him thus. What wrong had he committed in warning the frost giants for the honor of Asgard? With a crisp click, Tao Sheng captured this iconic moment with his camera, content to immortalize Thor's less-than-flattering history. "Sister, why not give a try yourself? Just be cautious when lifting There might be a thunderbolt waiting. As I nearly experienced myself a few days ago, Diana replied with a smile. I think I'll pass, to avoid discouraging him. Besides, my equipment is no less impressive than his. I eagerly await the day he can lift it again so I can have a spar with him. Listening to their conversation, Tao Sheng felt a wave of exasperation. It seemed as if everyone believed lifting was an effortless feat. Deciding it best not to intrude upon the animated exchange between the two women, he called out, Carlson, hurry and bring over the obelisk. Fortunately, Carlson was perceptive enough and soon arrived with a box in hand. Upon opening the box, Tao Sheng discovered it contained a silver, irregular pillar with 15 faces and 24 edges, adorned with peculiar symbols. Confirming it was indeed the obelisk, he finally possessed the activation tool for Sky's superpowers, liberating himself from her incessant requests to expedite her strength enhancement. He pondered briefly on what she had learned from the Ancient One when Carlson's voice snapped him back to reality. Is that person truly the master of the hammer? They seem rather unremarkable, he mused. In a buoyant mood, Tao Sheng closed the box, finding everyone around him remarkably agreeable. This is Thor, the god of thunder. Though his powers have been sealed by his father, cast down to earth, you may regard him as an extraterrestrial. Thor, the god of thunder from Norse mythology? Does that imply the existence of other deities? Carlson was utterly astonished. Although he had long suspected the presence of extraterrestrial beings, encountering one sent him spiraling into unbidden worry. What were these gods' intentions towards Earth? Were there formidable aliens lurking in the shadows? And could he manage such beings? Essentially, they have been safeguarding Earth for millennia, having arrived to combat another extraterrestrial race, thus leaving behind their legends. Tao Sheng refrained from divulging too much, knowing that further revelations would require a greater exchange. Nothing would come for free. Carlson soon grasped the implications, connecting the powerful energy readings they had detected a couple of days prior, likely linked to a wormhole, through which Thor and his hammer were transported. It became evident that their abilities far surpassed those of humanity, prompting Carlson to consider an immediate report. He needed to prepare a contingency plan. Unperturbed by Carlson's thoughts, Tao Sheng approached the two women. Let us return. We shall seek out Thor once he recovers. Diana, will you accompany us back to the shop? After a moment's contemplation, Diana responded, Please take me back to Washington. I still have unfinished business there. Thank you, and I will visit you when I have the time. Tao Sheng felt a surge of satisfaction. His efforts had not been in vain. After escorting Diana back to the museum, he returned to the inn with Bumblebee and Jessica. Alas, I can finally indulge in a restful slumber. Jessica, please refrain from disturbing me. Tao Sheng swiftly returned to his room and instantly succumbed to sleep. A few days later, at the pawn shop. Boss, why do you always gaze at that oaf on your tablet? Moreover, you even utilize satellites to monitor their romantic escapades. How utterly perverse! Jessica exclaimed as she returned from school. Upon entering, she found Tao Sheng sprawled on the sofa, surrounded by a litter of snack wrappers. Unable to contain her disapproval, she remarked on his laziness. For days, he had merely urged her and Parker to train while he lounged about, verging on becoming a couch potato. What do you know? I must keep a vigilant watch. When the ultimate weapon emerges, I intend to seize the opportunity at the first moment. Since Loki, Thor's brother, had arrived on Earth and confronted Thor with the news of their father Odin's demise, the situation had shifted dramatically. According to the treaty with Jotunheim, the realm of the frost giants, Thor could no longer return to Asgard, and his divine powers would remain forever diminished. Loki asserted that, as the new king, he too would uphold Odin's final command. Consequently, Thor, having utterly relinquished his former life, embraced a state of indolence, focusing solely on his romance with Jane. Is that thing really so formidable? Jessica inquired, intrigued. Of course. It was specifically crafted by Odin to counter the cosmic pantheon and possesses the power to obliterate nearly all matter. Most importantly, it is forged from URU metal, the hardest substance on Earth. The hammer of the thunder god is made from this very material. Wouldn't you agree that it's powerful? He contemplated dismantling the destroyer to integrate its metal into Bumblebee, thus enhancing Bumblebee's strength to rival that of the destroyer. Who could resist a Bumblebee that is both resilient and striking? Chapter 45, Repairing the Obelisk. If it is so powerful, who could possibly defeat it? Wouldn't that lead to catastrophic casualties? Jessica pondered aloud as she approached the sofa, seizing a bag of chips and sitting beside Tao Sheng. Her words illuminated a question that Tao Sheng had been neglecting. Indeed, this world was no longer the cinematic realm of his past life. It was a tangible reality in which he truly lived. Moreover, this world was evidently intertwined with cosmic superheroes, and he could not guarantee that all events would unfold as scripted. Thus far, matters related to him had begun to diverge from their expected paths. He remained uncertain whether the Destroyer's strength aligned with its cinematic or animated portrayals. Regardless, its destructive capability was undoubtedly formidable, and even in sparsely populated areas. The damage to flora and fauna would be regrettable. No, one cannot gamble on the assumption that others are unarmed. Such a risk is far too great. He must not allow a slight increase in his own power to lead to arrogance. Indeed, it seems quite challenging to conquer it. Therefore, it would be prudent to devise a strategy to provoke Thor. He will need to bear the brunt of the damage. If he were to engage in romantic pursuits every day, how could he embody the essence of a warrior, a thunder god, or a king? Tao Sheng spoke with righteous fervor, yet his mind wandered to another thought. How would he acquire the treasures if he himself had not experienced love? The two fell into contemplation, seemingly searching for a viable solution. Suddenly, Jessica exclaimed, I've got it. We could find a handsome, wealthy, an exceptionally talented individual to entice Jane. Let her realize the error of her ways and dismantle their relationship. That would surely provoke his awakening. Are you not the one seeking to entice him? Tao Sheng retorted. Such a remarkable man is hard to find. Do you think they're all like me? Or do you wish to wait for him to regain his powers just to have him strike you down? Such a devious scheme reflects your ingenuity. Tao Sheng genuinely pondered what had supplanted her intellect. Sighing, he could not fathom how a god could fall for a mortal woman, only to abandon her later. Jessica grew increasingly agitated, throwing the chips in her hand at Tao Sheng. They're all scoundrels. Tao Sheng caught the chips before they fell to the ground, calling after her retreating figure as she rushed upstairs. How can matters of love be deemed scoundrel-like? Yet, her earlier notion sparked a new perspective in him. It illuminated an unconventional method to expedite Thor's awakening, hastening his return to Asgard to reclaim his rightful throne. Otherwise, the narrative might stray too far, triggering unforeseen consequences that could render their efforts futile. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he shouted towards Jessica's room. Hey, have you forgotten something? Hurry and repair the obelisk for Sky. We promised him a surprise tonight. Today marked the beginning of a new week, and, as per tradition, their skills have been refreshed. The pawnshop's treasures were becoming increasingly plentiful. However, the adage rings true, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Heeding the wisdom of ancestors, he resolved to have them fabricate the frozen fruit and repair the obelisk as a priority. Although the obelisk could be utilized as is for the sake of caution, it was prudent to repair it first. After all, what if it differed from his memories? That would undoubtedly jeopardize Sky's safety. As for the fabrication of the obelisk, it was best left aside. He was uncertain of what it could be transformed into. Instead, he would reserve this opportunity for Snow's fruit, crafting a frozen fruit to enhance his combat abilities. Upon hearing the matter concerning Sky, Jessica shelved her irritation and cheerfully descended. With a solicitous expression, she inquired, what if it fails? Failure is merely a stepping stone. If we fail, we shall seek again. These things are not singular. We will find another. Tao Sheng replied with ease. Observing Jessica's anxious demeanor, he felt compelled to offer reassurance. Do not dwell on negative thoughts. Surely, you will succeed. After all, you have triumphed so many times before, and this time will be no different. This is merely out of concern for Sky's feelings. She has become quite obsessed with this matter. I truly wish to avoid witnessing her disheartened expression should she experience loss once more, Jessica murmured, pouting slightly. Tao Sheng approached, gently ruffling her hair. What is there to fear? We have yet to inform her that we have located the obelisk. If we fail, we shall treat it as if nothing has occurred. Furthermore, she is currently immersed in her studies of magic under the tutelage of the Ancient One, having not sent a message in days. It seems she has forgotten about me, her employer, despite my considerable concern. Never mind. Let us refrain from repairing it and focus on other matters instead. Jessica offered no reply, well aware that her employer possessed a sharp tongue but a tender heart. She cautiously opened the box. Though the obelisk within was exquisite, she dared not touch it. The employer had warned her that should someone without the bloodline of the Inhumans lay a hand upon it, they would be reduced to mist, scattered by the wind. Thus, there was no necessity to risk such an outcome. concentrating her thoughts. She emptied her mind as if she were a fish in the depths of the ocean, the world around her fading into silence, leaving only the sound of her heartbeat. Suddenly, the obelisk shimmered with golden light, its surface transforming from silver to gold, exuding an aura of immense value that tempted Tao Sheng to keep it as a family heirloom. The two exchanged gleeful high fives. You take it. Surprise her when the time comes. I shall go fetch her now. With that, Tao Sheng opened a portal. Ah, it's so cold. Tao Sheng found himself once more in the calm etage, situated at the peak of Mount Everest, clad only in a short-sleeved shirt. The surroundings were enveloped in a mist of frost, ethereal and enchanting. As night fell, no magical apprentices emerged to dance in the courtyard. Everyone remained in their chambers, entertained. Occasionally calling out, "There is someone in the grass," enlarged the view. A glance around revealed only the door of the Ancient One ajar, indicating she knew of Tao Sheng's arrival that evening. Upon entering the room, he indeed discovered teacups arranged on the coffee table, with the Ancient One savoring her tea nearby. The color of the brew appeared different from the last time, suggesting it was a new selection. Tao Sheng wasted no time and seated himself directly across from her, pouring and drinking for himself. "Have you met Odin?" The Ancient One set her cup down and inquired slowly. Tao Sheng followed suit, acknowledging the need for decorum when conversing with an elder. "Certainly, and on this earth. I doubt there exists any news that could elude you. Is there a need to inquire further? I do not casually pry into the past and destinies of humanity. Such actions would be profoundly disrespectful to life," the Ancient One replied, shaking her head, seemingly disapproving of Tao Sheng's perspective. "No one wishes to be constantly watched, do they?" Tao Sheng nodded, conceding, "You are correct, were it not for the fact that I cannot best you." Chapter 46. Refusing deception, the Ancient One began, adopting the tone of an elder. "Both Odin and I have aged. I fear we cannot shield you for much longer. In that case, you should expedite teaching Sky as much as possible." Tao Sheng interrupted her to prevent an endless discourse. "Otherwise, the pressure may become overwhelming and I might just resign. However, I must caution you, our assistance should suffice. Let the Savior retain the physician you originally reserved, and do not covet the intentions of Sky. It seems you possess considerable knowledge, but that is merely a selection of the time stone. I shall not intervene." Ancient One continued to lift her teacup, yet in Tao Sheng's eyes, this was merely a ruse. If anyone was diligent in their use of the time stone, it was undoubtedly Ancient One. The tea served merely as a buffer, as her voice resonated once more from the cup. "I cannot predict who among the two of us might become the Savior. It could very well be you, and I have always believed in your potential. Enough of this chatter. I should take her back for a few days. Is that acceptable?" "Yes, she is far too tense. She has not had a moment's respite since arriving here. Allowing her a few days to unwind would be beneficial. However, I hope you will ultimately release her to come to me, so as not to squander her remarkable talents. Do not even think of it. You are attempting to take her from me, and that is impossible. Then from whom did you acquire her?" The tones of both parties involuntarily rose, only to swiftly descend into silence. The quiet made Tao Sheng forget the scalding sensation on his reddened left hand, suspended in midair. Eventually, he gently set down the teacup. "Let her decide for herself. She may not even wish to remain with you. I have always respected the choices of others." "Very well, then it's best you retire early. I shall not intrude further. Where's Jessica?" Tao Sheng decided it was prudent to leave promptly. Conversing with a predecessor was invariably disheartening. "She is in the library. Go find her. What a diligent child she is, unlike you." Ignoring her continued ramblings, he exited without delay. After all, he had finished his tea, and the effects were not as potent as before. It seemed she was unwilling to offer anything of value in hospitality. Shortly after stepping outside, Tao Sheng seemed to recall something and returned to Ancient One's chamber, standing at the threshold. "This evening, I intend to activate the genes within her using the obelisk. You should come and observe, as you are, after all, half her mentor." Without awaiting her response, he hurried off to the library. After several days, Tao Sheng once again entered the library of Kamartaj. The ever-reliable Mordo was still stationed at the entrance, but he had succumbed to slumber, his snores echoing throughout the library. One wonders if anyone could possibly concentrate on their reading in such an atmosphere. Navigating through the labyrinth of bookshelves, he finally spotted Sky in the far corner of the room. At that moment, She held a book in one hand while deftly tapping on the keyboard with the other. The computer screen displaying a model simulating the operation of a spell. Remarkable. This is a fusion of science and magic, both demanding rigorous attention. This was Tao Sheng's first encounter with someone analyzing magic through a scientific lens. Could this truly be feasible? With such questions swirling in his mind, he approached her with bold strides, observing her manipulation of the computer. After some time, Sky finally noticed a presence behind her. She turned slightly, startled by the unexpected visitor. She abruptly rose to her feet, causing the cup on the table to topple over, with the water rushing forth like a firefighter hastening to douse the flames of an overheating computer. Just as it was about to reach its target, Sky conjured a protective barrier, intercepting the water's valiant rescue. "Boss, could you refrain from silently standing behind me? You startle me several times already. If one has nothing to hide, what is there to fear, even if a ghost knocks at the door?" When Sky turned to glance at him, Tao Sheng finally discerned the weariness etched upon her face, dark circles framing her eyes. This child was indeed born to be strong-willed. She could easily take a break or persuade Gu Yi to grant her some leniency. "What brings you here, boss?" Sky feigned a cheerful tone, yet it emerged as a mere whisper of fatigue. "Your skills have been refreshed today. Shouldn't you hurry back to work? You've been absent for a week, and this month's wages are gone." "Ah, no. You agreed to let me come." Sky pouted. "I'll quickly tidy up and return. Please don't deduct my pay." Recalling Gu Yi's earlier remarks, which he had taken as goodwill, Tao Sheng now felt as if he were truly confining a bird. He gently ruffled her hair and said softly, "I was merely jesting. Why would I pay you?" However, his tone turned serious as he continued. "What do you wish to do? Do you want to continue learning spells here or return to the shop? Let us be clear," he added. "If you go back to the shop, no one will teach you spells. Of course, I do prefer to return to the shop. Here, everyone is polite. There's no roughhousing, no play, and not even any delicious food." As she spoke, Sky's stomach let out a loud growl, her expression drooping further. "In short, it's not as harmonious as in the pawn shop. I miss Jessica and Parker." She glanced at Tao Sheng's face and added, "And of course, I miss you too, boss. Moreover, my master has told me that if I have any questions, I can always return to ask her. Boss, she is truly wonderful, teaching me with great care. Those senior brothers and sisters keep asking if I'm her illegitimate daughter. But you said my mother is Chinese. It can't possibly be her, right? I'm starting to have my doubts." As Sky spoke with increasing excitement, she felt that she was now half a superhuman herself, with her remaining wish being to find her parents. Now, with an elder who treated her so kindly, resembling the maternal figure she envisioned, she felt a deep sense of comfort. Tao Sheng transitioned from ruffling her hair to playfully tapping her head. "You're overthinking it. Your mother isn't that remarkable. Hurry back. The computer has been broken for a week, and I haven't been able to play games. Wait for me, then I'll tidy up." With that, she hurriedly organized her desk and dashed back to her room to pack. Before long, Sky emerged with various bags in hand and found Gu Yi and Tao Sheng together in the yard, seemingly waiting for her. "Master, are you going too?" Sky asked, surprised. It seemed her master was quite the homebody. She had never seen her venture outside. "This evening, the boss has graciously invited you, the esteemed master, to the tea shop. One must adhere to the principle of reciprocity in social conduct." After listening to Master Tao's response, Sky did not ponder further. She grasped her luggage and gazed at Master Tao. Thus, the three of them stood in silence for a moment, exchanging glances, one looking at the other in a silent communion. Sky fixed her gaze upon Master Tao, contemplating why the boss had yet to utilize the teleportation spell, remaining lost in thought while staring at her master. Master Tao, in turn, regarded Gu Yi, his eyes seemingly conveying the message. "It is too far. Please proceed, for my abilities are lacking." Chapter 47. The Emergence of the Wave Maiden Sky. "It's your turn. This is a perfect opportunity to assess your progress this week," Gu Yi said in a parental tone. Sky pouted, for as the weakest among them, she naturally possessed no authority at that moment. Reluctantly, she set down her bag and adorned herself with the rose gold pendant crafted especially by Gu Yi, which bore her initials alongside the emblem of her beloved pink pig. Memories of the spell-casting details instructed by Gu Yi flooded her mind, focusing on envisioning the destination with meticulous clarity. Having practiced the teleportation spell only a handful of times over the past week, she had merely utilized it for nearby locations and had never attempted such an intercontinental transfer. She longed to exclaim, "I am unable." Yet, the two resolute individuals before her, who could effortlessly cast the spell, insisted she try. Sky repeatedly twirled her fingers in circles with her wrist, but only a few scattered sparks flickered before her. Upon reflecting on the arrangement within the pawnshop, she realized that it comprised items she had carelessly discarded daily. No one knew them better than she. Master Tao's voice resonated from behind, simultaneously stern and gentle. Indeed, each mural and ornament had been meticulously selected by herself and Jessica. How could she not be familiar with them? The house she had wandered for over a decade held no comparison to the warmth of her recent days there. Even the beads of sweat clinging to her brow seemed ineffective against the biting wind, quickly dissipating. This time, her spell casting slowed, yet it bore a remarkable steadiness, ultimately forming a large circle. Sky beheld the pawnshop on the opposite side and leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Boss, master, look, I have succeeded." Meanwhile, Jessica, upon noticing the emergence of the teleportation portal, initially assumed it was conjured by the boss. However, as time passed without anyone stepping through, she approached to investigate. Upon seeing Sky gleefully proclaiming her success, she realized the portal was indeed created by Sky, explaining why it was larger than the boss's. "Sky, you are truly remarkable. Far superior to the boss." The two embraced joyfully within the portal. Parker also waved at Gu Yi from behind. Just then, as Sky's focus wavered, the portal began to collapse. Oblivious to the impending danger, the two continued to engage in their cheerful whispers. In but an instant, the circle of the portal rapidly contracted, nearing the point of no return before they could be warned to separate. If the situation were to continue unchecked, both individuals would likely be engulfed by the abyss of space. In an instant, Ancient One summoned the Time Stone, manipulating the flow of time, rendering the surroundings seemingly frozen, with snowflakes suspended in midair. The web that Parker had shot towards Jessica inched forward ever so slightly. Only Tao Sheng continued to charge toward their location with normal momentum. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the portal, bracing himself against the encroaching transport circle and exerted force with both hands to pry the portal open, ultimately stabilizing it. The two were swiftly pulled back into the shop by Parker's web. The snowflakes continued to descend, and the sounds of the courtyard resumed their normal cadence. Tao Sheng unleashed a roar, admonishing, "Who permitted you to linger in such a perilous place? Have you no sense of self-preservation?" The two seemed to recognize their folly. Clasping hands, heads bowed in silence. They understood that a mere hint of vulnerability would sway this man. Indeed, after a brief moment, a less furious voice emerged. "Step aside. I can see you both are a headache." The two hurriedly moved aside, refraining from further provoking Tao Sheng. Ancient One regarded Tao Sheng with a meaningful glance, inquiring, "When did you achieve such a breakthrough?" His ability to manipulate space with his bare hands astonished her. It was the first time she had witnessed someone wielding space in such a manner. Indeed, his spatial talent was something she envied. He had fortuitously experienced a breakthrough recently, a testament to the notion that diligence is rewarded. However, when compared to your exquisite mastery of time, it pales in significance. With a knowing smile, Ancient One dismissed his words and proceeded inside. "How dull," Tao Sheng muttered, following her into the shop as the portal behind him vanished. Everyone gathered around the table, where a large chest lay before them. Sky had only ever seen such chests filled with stacks of cash and films, and curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to ask, "What is this?" "Tajda, the obelisk, the treasure you desire most," Jessica exclaimed eagerly, opening the chest as if the gift were for her alone. "Wow, is this real?" Sky gasped, his face a mask of confusion, yet his hands were eager to reach out and touch it. "Wait a moment." Tao Sheng glanced at Ancient One, who nodded in affirmation, indicating that she had secured the timeline with the time stone, allowing him to proceed. The instant Sky's fingers brushed the obelisk, it illuminated brilliantly. A blinding white light engulfed the entire first floor, and then the obelisk disintegrated into dust. Tao Sheng regretted not wearing sunglasses in advance, blinking rapidly as he queried Sky about his sensations. I don't feel anything particularly special," she replied, stretching her body and inadvertently waving her hand. Suddenly, the television in the distance exploded, followed by a small flame that quickly grew larger. Fortunately, Tao Sheng swiftly employed ninjutsu to extinguish the flames. He now realizes that the ninjutsu bestowed by Minato is indeed a helpful companion in daily life. Although the potency of ninjutsu has waned over time, it still proves to be quite useful on occasion. Sky also ceased her concern over the television and began to sense a faint vibration. Thus, she attempted to wave her hand once more, causing the coffee table before the television to shatter instantly, scattering beverages and snacks across the floor. Is this what superpowers feel like? Surely, the boss did not deceive me. Though she felt that this newfound strength was still feeble, there was an undercurrent of energy gathering in her hands. With a beaming smile, Sky rushed to embrace Tao Sheng. Exclaiming her gratitude, Tao Sheng, releasing his grip on the healing potion, extended his hand from his pocket to return her embrace. Remember to purchase a new television and coffee table tomorrow, using your own money. Sky, hearing him speak the most devilish words in such a gentle tone, pouted and walked over to hug Gu Yi instead. She pondered why Gu Yi had followed her tonight. It was all for her safety. Well, the elderly cannot endure sleepless nights like you young ones. Early to bed and early to rise is the way. After confirming multiple times that Sky was indeed unharmed, Gu Yi decided it was time to return. Once Gu Yi departed, Tao Sheng advised Sky to take a moment to rest. Otherwise, should he fail in his attempt to fabricate a devil fruit later, it would be he who would be disheartened. Parker, go fetch something to eat, preferably something steaming hot. He glanced at the ruined snacks on the table and hastily sent Parker out for provisions. Chapter 48. The frozen fruit. While Parker was out procuring late-night snacks, Tao Sheng quickly collapsed on his bed. Despite appearing composed during Sky's earlier predicament, the energy expended in such a display was considerable. At this moment, he felt utterly drained, as if his very essence had been depleted. Were it not for the need to maintain his composure in front of Gu Yi, he would have succumbed to slumber long ago. After a brief rest, Tao Sheng caught a whiff of an enticing aroma, a fragrance that could awaken the very soul of the night. Following the scent, he descended. Barbecue. The sight of a lavish spread of grilled delicacies, the alluring sheen of beef tendons, the fragrant cumin on lamb, and his beloved chives made his mouth water. He recalled the last time he had savored barbecue. It felt like an eternity ago. Utilizing the most primitive cooking methods, the delightful scents and colors were simply irresistible. As he took his first bite, the familiar flavors transported him to distant lands, bringing tears to his eyes. He could hardly engage in conversation, shoving skewer after skewer into his mouth. Boss, hold on, we haven't even started. You eat like a pig, so fast. Boss, leave some for me. I worked hard to bring this back. Everyone joined in the fray, indulging like hungry dogs. After they had feasted to their heart's content, the group gathered around the dining table. The remnants of their meal swept into a black bag set aside. The focal item this time has shifted from barbecues to the snow fruit, which is also a form of sustenance. However, the pressure has now fallen upon Sky. Tonight's final task is to transform this fruit into an ice fruit as per the plan. Sky feels as though the joyous moments have passed all too swiftly, and the weight of the impending task feels even greater than that of opening the portal tonight. Although no one has explicitly stated that success is imperative, she feels a profound sense of responsibility towards those who have diligently assisted her in locating the obelisk. She begins to tremble, her newfound abilities causing her hands to shake more noticeably. Tao Sheng grasps her hand, signaling her to relax, while Jessica and Parker also approach to offer their support. The group, akin to athletes rallying before competition, huddles together for encouragement, inadvertently pressing their stacked hands downwards. Let's go. Let us do this. Come on. Stop messing around here. Tao Sheng himself is unsure why he is participating in this lightheartedness. But thankfully, this moment of levity helps Sky regain her composure. As Tao Sheng withdraws his hand to place it behind his back, it is now his hand that trembles incessantly, pondering the impressive potency of this newfound ability. Meanwhile, Sky contemplates the form of ice, reflecting on the various concepts of ice she has encountered in her recent studies of magic. Suddenly, a flash of golden light occurs, and the shape of the fruit transforms into a frozen pear, enveloped in a layer of crystalline ice. Tao Sheng's eyes widen in astonishment. It appears that they have succeeded. Although he has never seen the appearance of an ice fruit before, the table is now coated in ice, and the temperature within the room plummets. The chill akin to that of snow-capped mountain, biting and frigid. It is highly likely that this fruit is indeed the one they sought. Even if it were not an ice fruit, there is no such thing as a wasted fruit. Only those who fail to harness their abilities. My fate is my own to command. This fruit is firmly in my grasp, declares Tao Sheng, lifting the fruit and swallowing it whole. The flavor is reminiscent of excrement, flooding his mouth with a dry, bitter essence that rivals the acrid taste of morning bile. After enduring this bitterness, he begins to explore the capabilities he has newly acquired. He draws the ice from the table back into his body and then releases it instantaneously. The entire living room transforms into a realm of ice. The three companions huddle together, rubbing their arms in a futile attempt to warm themselves. "Boss, please show mercy. Ugh, it's so cold." Soon, Tao Sheng's body begins to meld with nature, transforming into ice and merging with the ice on the ground, only to reconstitute himself a short distance away. How wondrous! This sensation is unlike anything he has experienced before. Tao Sheng cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of the elemental fruit. Unlike the brute simplicity of animal fruits, the power of nature is ever-changing, flowing with the whims of the user, truly a pinnacle of fruit. Parker attempts to ambush Tao Sheng, his powerful fist shattering the ice. It swiftly reassembles itself. With Parker's relentless assaults, shards of ice cling to him, adorning his body with small blue crystals. Suddenly, these small ice fragments rapidly expand, and Parker finds himself completely encased in ice, immobilized in place. Two other individuals also wished to join the fray, for opportunities to thrash the boss were not commonplace. However, as soon as they made a move, they too, like Parker, were instantly immobilized, their eyes the only part of them able to roll about. When Tao Sheng's body, transformed into ice, was assailed, he merely sensed a slight depletion of his energy, yet it was of no significant concern. He had an inkling that this fruit held boundless potential as it continued to be developed. Once the icy prison surrounding them was dispelled, the three regained their freedom. "Boss, this ice of yours is exceedingly formidable, both frigid and unyielding. It must be over 100 degrees below zero. I've been to Antarctica and never encountered such cold." "Of course. You went dressed appropriately. It wouldn't be that frigid for you. Try wearing a short-sleeved shirt and see if you don't freeze. Then, perhaps next time, you should don more layers and engage the boss in battle." The circle of friends resumed their quarrel with Parker. "All right, let us call a night. Rest early. We shall commence our rigorous training tomorrow," Tao Sheng proclaimed in a paternal tone. The only response he received was a unified protest from the three. No way. Their refusal proved futile. In the stillness of the night, atop a traditional Chinese structure in Hell's Kitchen, a slender ice pillar reached skyward, soaring into the clouds. Scaling this icy column for approximately half an hour, Tao Sheng, now transformed into an Iceman, stood at its pinnacle, surveying the entirety of New York. No wonder all superheroes cherish the experience of standing atop the highest points at midnight. The sensation was exhilarating. Peering down, he fancied executing a leap of faith akin to that from Assassin's Creed, a feat not to be attempted by those devoid of superpowers. This newfound ability he had long coveted filled him with exhilaration. Suddenly, his keen spatial awareness detected a teleportation wave emanating from the distant New Mexico. The ice shattered instantaneously, cascading into water that dripped from the heights, and Tao Sheng vanished into the inky darkness of the night. Meanwhile, in New Mexico, by the campfire in front of an RV, Thor and Jane were engaged in a discussion regarding wormholes. The Einstein-Rosen Bridge, or what you refer to as a wormhole, is known in my homeland as the Rainbow Bridge. Thor held a notebook, elucidating scientific concepts to Jane through a theological lens. Your Earth is one of the 9 realms. We reside in Asgard, which can be understood as a distant planet. Therefore, to reach Earth, one must traverse the Rainbow Bridge. Long ago, we waged war against the frost giants of Jotunheim on Earth, which is how the legend arose. Why did you engage in battle with them? Because they are exceedingly bellicose, wishing to plunge Earth into an ice age, entombing all beneath layers of frost. We, however, are the guardians of peace across the 9 realms, which is why the war erupted. Chapter 49. The heart-wrenching loss of a loved one, but why have we not seen you since then? Jane pondered, beginning to comprehend. If it was possible to come to Earth, why had they not encountered any mythical beings until now? You no longer require our assistance. Thor added a few logs to the fire, sensing a chill in the air. You have learned to protect yourselves. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky coalesced into a swirling vortex, reminiscent of the prelude to a tornado. Thor instantly recognized this as the scene that accompanied the teleportation of the Bifrost Bridge. He hastily rose to his feet, positioning Jane protectively behind him. At that moment, the unusual appearance of the Bifrost Bridge filled him with an unsettling sense of foreboding, despite his eager anticipation that perhaps his father had sent someone to retrieve him. The Bifrost ultimately descended upon a nearby clearing, and the silhouettes within began to materialize. 3 frost giants. "Damn it, Jane, hide!" Thor urged, shoving her aside and charging forward. The sight of his foes ignited a fierce rage within him. Had they not infiltrated Asgard with the intent to steal the artifact known as the Casket of Ancient Winters? He could have claimed the throne of Asgard. He was so close, yet everything had been shattered. His desire to eradicate these marauding warriors was unrelenting. The giants, clearly intent on him, rushed towards Thor as soon as they landed. Upon collision, Thor's fist struck one of the frost giants, but it felt akin to merely scratching an itch. He had forgotten that he had lost his divine powers and was no match for the giants. In contrast, with a single swing, one of the giants sent Thor flying. "Thor!" Jane shouted as she witnessed him soar through the air, then seized a firearm from the vehicle and began firing at the giants. However, the density and strength of the giants' bodies were a testament to their formidable lineage, rendering her ordinary weaponry utterly ineffective. Suddenly, one of the giants unleashed a tremendous surge of icy energy, ensnaring both her and Thor. As Thor opened his eyes, he found himself encased in ice, with only his head exposed. He glanced over at Jane, who was in a similar predicament, though her face had drained of color and begun to take on a purplish hue, with no warmth escaping from her nostrils. "Let her go, you mindless brutes! Come at me!" Thor shouted at the 3 giants. The frost giant to his left kicked him to the ground, sneering, "What are you to dare speak to me so? Thor, your father deceitfully seized the Casket of Ancient Winters from us. Today," said the central giant, moving toward Jane, "you shall experience the agony of losing that which you cherish most. No, Loki, show yourself. I know you're watching. My dear brother, do you have something you wish to say?" A phantom of Loki materialized before Thor, crouching low to elevate Thor's chin with a finger. "Loki, spare her. I swear I will never return to Asgard. Thus, you can reign as king, safeguarding Asgard." Thor stifled his fury. "I would like to believe that, after all, you remain my brother. But the frost giants disagree. They wish for you to know suffering. For the sake of peace, what is the sacrifice of a mere mortal, brother?" After Loki uttered these words, he vanished, and the frost giant thrust an ice shard through Jane's head before disappearing from Earth. Thor's anguished roar echoed across the desert, sending all creatures scurrying to bury themselves in the sand. He gazed upon Jane's lifeless body, blood ceaselessly flowing from her wound, staining the sand a deep crimson. Immovable, he could only watch helplessly as he remained trapped within a colossal block of ice, enduring the passage of time until the moon descended and the sun ascended. Ants scuttled across Jane's head, invading her nostrils in a relentless swarm. The wind stirred, raising clouds of dust that sought to infiltrate her mind. Yet, the scorching sun was powerless to melt the frigid form encasing him. A dramatic transformation occurred in the sky as a rainbow bridge reappeared in the desolate desert. This time, descending from the heavens were Thor's 4 dearest companions. "Thor, awaken!" they exclaimed urgently, hastening to liberate him. Upon regaining consciousness, Thor rushed to embrace the frozen Jane. Yet words eluded him. "Thor, gather your strength. Loki has allied with the frost giants to purge those who still support you. You must lead us to reclaim your rightful throne." "But what does it matter? Both my father and mother are gone. The one I cherished most has perished. I cannot even protect an ordinary person. What use am I?" Thor choked out in despair. "Yet your father and mother are not dead. Odin merely slumbers. Loki deceived you. Is that true?" Thor rose, grasping his companions by the shoulders. "Are they truly alive?" "Indeed. So you must find your resolve, Thor, and we shall launch our counterattack." Once more, a rainbow bridge illuminated the sky, this time heralding the arrival of the destroyer. Thor recognized this as Loki's scheme to thwart his return to Asgard. "Thor, let us fight together." His companions offered him a weapon. "Onward, we shall retake our home." Thor accepted the weapon. Though it paled in comparison to Mjolnir, it was still serviceable. The 5 dispersed, charging forth, with Thor drawing the destroyer's attention. The destroyer unleashed a barrage of lasers directed at him. In that moment, the other 3 seized the opportunity, gripping the destroyer's hands and feet. The lone female warrior leaped from a nearby rooftop, plunging her spear into the destroyer's form. The creature fell silent at last. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Yet, an unforeseen calamity struck. The destroyer reactivated, contorting its body, and unleashed a laser cannon that struck the unsuspecting companions. 4 of them were hurled into the ruins behind them, silenced among the debris. Thor, who had witnessed his beloved fall before him the night prior, now saw his childhood friends similarly collapsed at his feet. His recklessness, acting without consideration for the consequences despite lacking strength, had led to such tragic outcomes. Kneeling before the destroyer, he implored, "Loki, in my life, this will ease your conscience. I have but one final request. Spare the people of Asgard." The destroyer obliged, delivering a single punch that sent him flying dozens of meters away. Lying on the ground, Thor resembled a broken toy, his limbs sprawled haphazardly, struggling to breathe. Yet he felt not a trace of pain, but rather a profound sense of liberation. He lay down upon the ground, gently closing his eyes. Farewell, Asgard. At that moment, within the vast crater in New Mexico, SHILD, agents observed the hammer quaking violently, ultimately soaring into the sky. The hammer, accompanied by thunder and lightning, hurtled toward Thor's heart. The entire sky shattered like a mirror. Thor abruptly sprang up, gasping for air. He beheld the living Jane, still clasping his hand, enveloping her in his arms as tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Outside the window, the Iceman was roasting by the fire. Chapter 50. Dreamlike, Thor hurriedly leapt from the bed, tenderly embracing her as he whispered, "Jane, drive this vehicle as far as you can, and do not look back. Remember, do not look back." Before Jane could respond, Thor dashed out wielding Mjolnir. Just moments prior, the sun had shone brightly in a clear sky, but suddenly dark clouds gathered and brilliant lightning intermittently struck the barren sands. Tao Sheng gazed upward at the unusual weather, pondering how fickle it was, akin to a woman's whims. As he turned slightly, an immense hammer loomed before him, magnifying in an instant. In a flash, the Iceman's head was crushed, ice shards scattering onto the surrounding sand, gradually melting away. Thor stopped. Jane rushed out from the RV, calling out urgently, "Thor, didn't I tell you to leave quickly? It's dangerous here." Thor, facing away from her, reached back to push her toward the RV, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Although he had just shattered the Iceman, a hint of concern lingered. "Hurry, I fear I cannot protect you." Jane wrapped her arms around Thor from behind, reassuring him. "Thor, it's all right. That was Tao Sheng. He saved us. Please calm down." Jane could not fathom what dreams had haunted Thor throughout the night, leaving him like a frightened stray dog, wary of the world. All she understood was that in this moment, Thor needed her embrace the most. Indeed, it wasn't long before Thor began to calm, perhaps due to the power of her embrace or the return of Mjolnir to his grasp, enabling him to face all challenges with courage. The dark clouds receded, the sky brightened once more, and the scorching sun bestowed endless warmth upon the earth. Yet, in such sweltering heat, localized ice rain began to fall, gradually coalescing before Thor into an Iceman TSK, to be so ruthless towards a benefactor. "It seems you do not wish to pay your debt. I apologize. I thought you were still a frost giant. I couldn't help but act. Your actions nearly cost me my life. Where's the justice in that?" Tao Sheng quickly paled, feigning weakness as he lay on the ground. Though Thor was not particularly astute, he clearly perceived Tao Sheng's attempt at deception. "I shall compensate you. You said it yourself. I did not coerce you." Upon uttering these words, Tao Sheng immediately appeared invigorated. "What transpired last night?" Thor gazed at the corpse of the frost giant carelessly piled to one side, indicating that indeed, giants had descended upon Earth with the intent to assault him. "Let Jane explain it to you." Tao Sheng returned to the campfire, brushing off the dirt from the chicken wing skewers and rekindling the flames. Clearly, the barbecue from the previous night had not satiated his appetite, as evidenced by the long wooden sticks strewn across the ground. Subsequently, Jane began to recount the events. "Last night, the sky transformed, and the leading glacier giant imprisoned you with a massive ice block. Afterward, he turned on his companions, eliminating several with ice spikes before ultimately taking his own life with one. Then Tao Sheng appeared, advising me to let you sleep soundly, assuring that upon waking, all be well. Thankfully, you have indeed awakened." As Jane's voice trailed off, Thor noticed her demeanor growing increasingly subdued, and his gaze seemed to dart away. What is it, Jane? Did Tao Sheng bully you? Cough, cough. Tao Sheng choked on his saliva. Do not speak such nonsense. Your girlfriend is not suited for me. Jane playfully punched Thor's chest and remarked, I never imagined you were truly the god of thunder. Do we have a future together? As she uttered these words, it seemed she was exhausting all her courage, gripped by the fear that Thor was merely toying with her. She dreaded that he might find a flimsy excuse to depart, vanishing into the sky, leaving her to stand like a stone statue, waiting for him to descend. Her lifespan could not endure such an interminable wait. Jane's inquiries struck his heart like lightning. Indeed, we shall have a beautiful future. I will find a way to make you like me. Rest assured. Thor embraced her tightly, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, yearning to meld into her entirely. Ugh, what on earth are you grilling? It tastes utterly dreadful. Tao Sheng's abrupt outburst shattered their moment of intimacy. Was that dream you conjured? Thor, unperturbed by the interruption, sought to clarify Tao Sheng's intentions. Why did it seem as though he knew him so well after only a single encounter? Why were both he and that woman so formidable, rivaling his own strength? Indeed, how was it? A dream crafted just for you, was it not? How did you come to know of Asgard? Thor involuntarily tensed, as it was presumed that no one on Earth should be aware of their Asgardian affairs. What is Asgard, really? Just a few days ago, Odin rode in my car. Your trivial matters resemble a child's play. Hearing Odin's name relaxed Thor. No wonder Tao Sheng was so powerful. Anyone acquainted with his father was far from ordinary. So, does this mean the dream was indeed real? Truth and illusion intertwine, ethereal and elusive. What matters is what you derive from it, does it not, young Thor? One final question. Why assist me? On my territory, causing disturbances, would I have any reason not to intervene? No one is exempt. The words of righteousness flowed from Tao Sheng's lips, yet within his heart he mused, were it not for you, I am Odin, and you are the god of thunder. I would have no inclination to assist you. Nonetheless, he added, you must treat her well. She is now under my protection. Should you act like a cad, you would lose not just one brother, but two. Tao Sheng pointed at Jian as he spoke, reminiscing about the previous night when he had inquired of her. If Thor truly is a deity, what then shall you do? Will you merely linger over photographs and longing? Jian had thought he was jesting, dismissing the notion that Thor could possibly be a god, suspecting him to be afflicted with delusions. Thus, she responded lightly, such is love. None can guarantee its endurance. Yet we must not shy away from attempting it. If we find joy in the present, that suffices. Some truth in that, but I am more ambitious. I desire both present and future happiness, sparing none. Tao Sheng nodded, appearing contemplative. Thor, hearing of the loss of two brothers, found it perplexing, for he possessed only one. Nevertheless, he would not abandon Jian. Such thoughts were inconsequential. I shall, for Jian is undoubtedly my girl. I shall always treat her well. After this exchange, the two gazed at each other with deep affection. Tao Sheng hastily interjected, what do you intend to do next? I shall return to reclaim my throne and safeguard Asgard. Tao Sheng thought, relieved to witness a semblance of the thunder god in Thor, validating his efforts in crafting such an exquisite illusionary realm. Chapter 51. Asgard. Thor approached Jian, taking her hand and speaking earnestly. Wait for my return. I shall come to escort you to the celestial palace of Asgard. Thor, be cautious. Do not overexert yourself. Jian replied, resting her hands upon his shoulders, rising on her toes to kiss him, her sweet demeanor eliciting exclamations of disbelief. Goodness, how easily she is swayed by a casual promise. Women in love truly lack reason. Tao Sheng mused, sensing his presence was no longer required. It was evident that lovers in the throes of passion ought to be left alone, for their affection was akin to a torment. After a brief moment of intimacy, Thor grasped his mighty hammer and stood in an open space. Heimdall, swiftly activate the Bifrost and send me back. However, only the whisper of a breeze grazed his cheek, and nothing transpired aside from an awkward silence. Heimdall, Thor called out again, yet after a considerable time, there was still no response. Jian rushed to embrace Thor, asking, what has happened? I am uncertain. Heimdall has never faltered in thousands of years, yet now he is unresponsive. He must be indisposed, perhaps occupied in the privy. Tao Sheng interjected, relishing in the misfortune of the moment. Thor disregarded him, speaking earnestly. Something must have gone awry. Asgard is undoubtedly in peril. Observing Thor's furrowed brow, Jian recognized his anxiety, yet felt utterly powerless to assist. Suddenly, she recalled Tao Sheng's elusive presence the previous night. Perhaps he could lend a hand. Tao, can you help Thor? I implore you. Tao Sheng had initially been reluctant to assist, yet he could not resist the pleading gaze of Jian. Reluctantly, he offered a response that fell short of her expectations. I cannot help. I've never been to Asgard, nor have I attempted such a long-distance teleportation. Upon hearing this, Jian's head drooped despondently, her hopes extinguished like a fragile flame, yet they soon flickered back to life. But can't you enter Thor's dream like you did last night? That would be akin to having been to Asgard, wouldn't it? Tao Sheng pondered this. Theoretically, it was plausible, although he had never tried in practice. Well, I might as well assist them. After all, it's better to aid than to stand idly by. Thor, can you recall every flower, blade of grass, and tree in Asgard? Make sure you get it all right. Not a problem. I'll live there for thousands of years. I can even remember where every dog has urinated. You truly are quite dull. Enough chatter. Open your mind and concentrate. I will attempt to see if I can teleport there. Thor took a deep breath, clearing his mind. He felt a surge of energy coursing through him, and soon, images began to materialize according to his intent. A rainbow-hued bridge spanned across golden edifices, a majestic palace. Dazzling castles and opulent European-style architectures adorned with intricate decorations. Each flower, each blade of grass, each tree, details he had previously overlooked, gradually resurfaced in Thor's mind. He realized that there was no place in all 9 realms that could rival Asgard. That's enough. No need to dwell further. I believe Asgard lies just beyond. Upon hearing this, Thor opened his eyes and, indeed, found the rainbow bridge visible beyond the portal, a sight familiar from his days in the palace. He turned to Jian, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Tao Sheng opened another portal, this one leading to a pawn shop. It was safer for Jian to remain there. Hurry up. Do you think my energy is limitless? Tao Sheng quipped, exasperated. It's not as if we are parting for eternity. Why linger? He hastily nudged Thor through the portal, eager to avoid the sight of their lingering farewells. As Thor was pushed through, Jian widened her eyes in anger at Tao Sheng, but the next moment, she hurriedly followed him into the portal, fearing that a punch would land on her back if she hesitated any longer. Having arrived in Asgard alongside Thor, Tao Sheng found himself for the first time outside of Earth, yet he noted the absence of advanced technology. Instead, it bore the essence of a medieval realm. Turning around, he spotted Heimdall, frozen in ice, the guardian of Asgard. Tao Sheng reached out to touch the ice encasing him, and in an instant, he felt the sting of frostbite. Even I could be frozen. How intriguing, he mused. It seemed this was the work of the artifact, known as the icebox. At that moment, Tao Sheng felt his journey had not been in vain. Should he acquire the icebox, his abilities would surely ascend to new heights. Before he could further examine the ice on Heimdall, Thor struck with a mighty blow. The individuals within began to awaken, half kneeling upon the ground, their bodies seemingly frozen for an extended duration, rendering their muscles incapable of functioning normally. Heimdall, what transpired here? How is it that even you were encased in ice? Thor could not help but question, for as the guardian deity, his powers were second only to Odin's. Moreover, his ability to monitor the 9 realms was such that none could breach his defenses directly. I was ambushed by Loki using the box of ice. He discovered Sif and her companion's plan to descend to your realm and consequently conspired with the frost giants to subdue me. Heimdall exhaled deeply and rose to his feet. Just as he intended to instruct the frost giants to retreat, they disregarded his command and launched a full-scale assault on Asgard. Currently, the frost giants were engaged in battle with Loki. Thor, hurry and put an end to this chaos. Odin remains in slumber. Upon hearing this, Thor immediately soared towards the palace hall, his concern for his mother weighing heavily on him. Meanwhile, the still-breathing Jotunheim gazed at the stationary figure of Tao Sheng and could not help but inquire, "Why aren't you lending a hand?" "It is not my affair. A fair judge cannot adjudicate domestic matters. Interfering only leads to unfortunate consequences." Tao Sheng shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to the situation. Yet, a small squad of frost giants was preparing to invade Odin's treasury, and if delayed, they might clear it out entirely. Damn these filthy thieves. Without the luxury of admiring the beautiful scenery, Tao Sheng vanished in the blink of an eye upon the Rainbow Bridge. He arrived at the palace hall to find Thor struggling against 2 adversaries. although Thor had regained his divine power. Overwhelming the frost giant leader Lao Fei and the trickster god, Loki, seemed implausible. Tao Sheng temporarily disregarded the trio, noticing a continuous stream of minions converging towards a basement. Evidently, that was where Odin's treasury lay. In that moment, he resembled an elegant assassin, silently dispatching the frost minions from behind the narrow passageway. Midway through his assassination spree, he paused. Before him lay an open chamber, in the center of which rested a golden gauntlet adorned with 6 gemstones. Was this the ultimate weapon, the Infinity Gauntlet, rumored to be wielded by Thanos to annihilate half of the population? Chapter 52. The Box of Ice. Unfortunately, this question went unanswered. He curiously donned the gauntlet on his right hand, as legends claimed it could fulfill one's innermost desires, though he was uncertain to what extent. A snap of the fingers was the gauntlet's standard application. Tao Sheng wished for eternal life, to be invincible. After a prolonged wait, no reaction ensued. Only the distant clamor of chaos reached his ears. He snapped again, and then a second time, yet still no response. A counterfeit. It seems Odin also relishes in appearances. Tao Sheng muttered, casting the gauntlet back to its original position. Continuing down the spiral staircase, he was displeased, determined to embody an enraged assassin this time. With swift precision, Tao Sheng soon breached the front lines. In a vast chamber, a destroyer stood guard over the box of ice. The frost giants surged forth, attempting to triumph through sheer numbers, yet they were utterly outmatched. With every beam of energy unleashed by the Annihilator, several innocent frost giants perished. Tao Sheng mourned their sacrifice, grateful that their demise afforded him a fleeting opportunity. He instantaneously teleported to the box, grasping it with both hands. Rise for me. However, upon contact, the icy box erupted with a formidable wave of frost, sweeping through the entire chamber like a tidal wave. Everything was instantly encased in ice. Tao Sheng was compelled to transform into an ice being to withstand the ferocity of the cold, tirelessly stabilizing his icy form. The icy box truly lived up to its reputation as a divine artifact, experiencing the essence of true frost up close. He realized that his own ice was but child's play in comparison. With a pained expression, he struggled to free his hands, yet the frost seemed to cling to him, making escape impossible. Did this object truly recognize its wielder? He found himself unable even to lift it. Tao Sheng sensed that if he did not extricate himself soon, he would not only face the risk of freezing to death, but would also become a target for the awakened Annihilator. Nearby, the muffled cracking of ice foretold the Annihilator's displeasure with the encasement. The trapped ice began to shatter. At that moment, the ancient coin once again proved invaluable. As a spectral image hovered above the icy box, continuously siphoning energy from within. Gradually, it transformed into a brilliant ice blue hue, emanating a chill alongside its ethereal form. Just then, the Annihilator broke free from the ice, unleashing a torrent of searing lasers toward Tao Sheng. Without the icy box's energy to replenish him, his ice began to succumb to the escalating heat, gradually melting away. Yet, Tao Sheng remained utterly immobilized. He could only pray to the heavens that the coin would absorb all the energy from the box before the lasers made contact with his body. Yet, only half of the coin had transformed into its ice blue form. Oh, mighty coin, I entrust my very life to you. Tao Sheng had never experienced time dragging on so excruciatingly, akin to a device stalling during a software installation at the final stage. The lasers, akin to tiny drill bits, began to generate heat at his chest, with only a thin veil separating them. Suddenly, an extreme frost encapsulated the light, reversing its trajectory and freezing the Annihilator in its tracks. This time, it extinguished even the energy core, rendering it a useless hunk of scrap metal. At last, Tao Sheng regained the ability to move his limbs as the surrounding ice gradually receded. The frost minions knelt before him in reverence, sensing that his freezing power surpassed that of their leader, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. The box now lay as nothing more than an empty husk, devoid of any energy. What a challenge this has been. It must be a chilling negative 200 degrees Celsius, Tao Sheng mused, examining the ice he casually discarded. Although it did not reach the temperature of the frost box's emissions, it was nevertheless astonishingly close. It is worth noting that when temperatures reach absolute zero, or negative 273 degrees Celsius, all matter ceases to move, and even space itself can be frozen. However, unless one can attain divinity, one can only approach this temperature infinitely. Tao Sheng displayed a smile, and that was sufficiently satisfying. Abilities must be adapted to gradually. An abrupt surge can lead to disastrous consequences, much like his recent greed that nearly resulted in irretrievable outcomes. Were it not for the esteemed copper coin, he would have descended into the depths of hell long ago. He picked up the shell of the icebox. Although the core energy was absent, the shell itself was valuable and would serve well for the bumblebee. He then approached the destroyer, scrutinizing it closely, but found no feasible method to dismantle it for transport. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek Odin later. He had already risked much this time. If he did not acquire something of worth, it would be a disservice to the cultivation bestowed upon him by Ancient One. He swiftly arrived at the site where Thor had just battled. The three were still embroiled in chaos. Thor was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his body marred with wounds. The frost giant opposite him also appeared to be suffering, and just as he was on the verge of defeating Thor, Loki suddenly turned the tide and struck him from behind. Previously, he had lurked like a shadow, waiting for the slightest advantage in their duel to deliver a decisive blow. Thus, both their injuries deepened. As Tao Sheng entered the hall, the frost giant sensed the essence of the ice box emanating from him. "You despicable outsider." The frost giant Lao Fei abandoned his opportunity to assault Thor and redirected his fury towards Tao Sheng, intent on reclaiming what was rightfully his. Undeterred, Lao Fei barely touched Tao Sheng before ice formed instantly on his fingers, swiftly spreading throughout his body, shattering him like fragile porcelain. Loki was taken aback, pondering who this individual was that could so effortlessly vanquish the frost giant king. He immediately revealed himself, discarding his weapon, adopting a posture of surrender. Tao Sheng's piercing gaze had seen through his hidden position. An ambush would be tantamount to suicide, so surrender seemed the wiser choice. "Brother, save me, I was wrong," Loki pleaded with Thor, knowing his brother would not deliver a fatal blow. "Thor, mercy cannot govern a king." Upon hearing this, Thor's expression reflected a struggle. Ascending to kingship had long been his dream. He yearned to be like his father, a figure who commanded respect across the 9 realms. Yet he had but one brother. Without familial bonds, humanity falters. Perhaps it was better not to be such a king. Ultimately, Thor sheathed his hammer, as if his wounds were non-existent, standing tall with resolve. Odin appeared at the doorway, looking even more gaunt and weary than when Tao Sheng had last seen him. Leaning against the wall, he approached slowly. In truth, he had always been aware of the brothers' strife. Yet he had not anticipated Loki's grave misdeeds, sowing discord in Asgard for the sake of the throne. "Loki, you must reflect on your actions," he stated, and as his words faded, a few tattered soldiers entered, taking Loki away. Tao Sheng shook his head. Even the most formidable individuals experience failures in their parenting. It was clear that Odin's approach would only exacerbate the rift between the two brothers. However, Tao Sheng understood that his disagreement with others' methods necessitated his silence. After all, no matter how great the trouble, it was Odin's affair, unless it directly involved him. In their worldview, it seemed that as long as one possessed sufficient strength, all problems could be resolved. Failure to do so merely indicated a lack of power. "Thor, go and eliminate the remaining giants outside. Send them back to Jotunheim." Odin's voice lacked its usual vigor. Thor wiped the blood from his brow and offered a knightly salute before departing the hall. The once boisterous chamber fell silent in an instant. Tao Sheng felt akin to a student caught cheating on an exam, anxiously pondering whether Odin had retained him to interrogate him about the frost box. He feigned calmness, concealing the empty box behind him to avoid any potential reckoning from Odin. "I owe you a great debt. Had you not alerted Thor to his mission, he might never have awakened to it. Had my beloved perished because of this, I would have regretted it for a lifetime. You yourself have but a short time left. Regretting for a lifetime might render your lady a widow." He refrained from voicing. "No need for gratitude. Simply bestow upon me more treasures. It is quite daunting for a mere youth like myself to confront Thor, a veritable giant. Did you not acquire it?" Odin looked at Tao Sheng with an enigmatic smile. He had long sensed the icy aura within Tao Sheng. Intrigued by how one devoid of a frost bloodline could master the powers of the Frostbox so perfectly, it was indeed peculiar. "Nonsense, I did not take a single thing," Tao Sheng exclaimed, gesturing animatedly, inadvertently revealing the box. He paused, realizing that it had adhered to him of its own accord, thus not counting as something he had taken. Odin regarded Tao Sheng, seemingly defeated by his cleverness, and produced a small box from his pocket. Then take this. Remember to look after Thor in the future, rather than merely taking without offering assistance. Upon opening the box, Tao Sheng discovered 10 small blue vials, each containing a silvery liquid. What is this? It resembles water tainted with metals. Is it even potable? It merely extends one's lifespan by a century and fortifies the body. It is a remnant from when I hunted the gods. If you find it unsatisfactory, feel free to discard it. What marvelous gift. Do you have more? I have several employees eagerly awaiting assistance, who, despite lacking merit, have quietly supported Thor. Well, rather, Thor's girlfriend. Tao Sheng marveled at the little vials. Though they may not be overwhelmingly powerful, their effects were undeniably formidable, directly enhancing longevity. A thought crossed his mind. If he could apply a restorative spell to them, the possibilities were delightful. Do you think this is ordinary water? If you desire more, you can simply slay a god. I can assist in procuring additional vials. The old man undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives, contemplating the audacity to slay celestial beings, as if he were oblivious to the fact that nearly all superpowered individuals on Earth are mere experimental products of the divine race. If one possessed the capability to commit such acts, what need would there be for longevity? However, Tao Sheng is not one to be avaricious. He knows when to withdraw. As for the URU metal, do you have any? My vehicle has met its demise, and I require a bit to make repairs. After all, you have experienced its splendor, so it stands to reason that some compensation is warranted. Odin's grip tightened on his staff, his fingers turning pale. This young man appears to have developed a taste for extortion. Nevertheless, he eventually extended his hand, and a mass of metal drifted towards him from a distance. Such a meager amount. Surely it would be insufficient, as a mere collision could crush a man. Do not be so stingy. Provide a bit more considering your vast resources. Tao Sheng remarked with a hint of disdain. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Odin erupted in a tirade. This scant offering is enough to forge an entirely new bumblebee. Do not mistake this metal for ordinary iron. Depart immediately. Utter another word, and you shall remain here until I am entombed. Tao Sheng remained unfazed, stuffing all the items into an empty box, which fit perfectly. Hee, I shall take my leave. Are you certain you can manage the remaining matters? Leave quickly. I am not so aged as to be incapable of movement. Observing Odin's rising ire, Tao Sheng hastily activated a portal and vanished. Upon returning to the pawn shop, the sun had just begun to rise. Fortuitously, his restless excitement the previous night had yielded such a bounty of treasures. Unable to contain his joy, he burst into song. The sun shines brightly, the flowers smile at me. Jessica, still groggy, emerged from her room, and upon descending the stairs, she was greeted by the sight of her boss, humming cheerfully while preparing breakfast. Good heavens! Had the boss been possessed by a spirit last night? The laziest person, who would rather starve than cook, was now in the kitchen. Jessica rushed to Sky's room, forcibly dragging her downstairs, and Sky rubbed her eyes in confusion. Thus, the two stood agape, observing Tao Sheng's animated performance. Was he dancing or cooking? Might it be possible he had scalded himself? They fell into silence, as it indeed appeared he had incurred a burn. After all, he had consumed frozen fruit just yesterday. How could he now fear high temperatures? Uncertain. Does your fox nature lead you to mischief as well? Forget that. Can what he prepares even be consumed? I hope there are no ice chunks in the bowl capable of shattering your teeth. Uncertain, but I do hope that if possible, you refrain from regurgitating. Otherwise, the days ahead may prove quite arduous. The two exchanged knowing nods, watching as Tao Sheng seemed to prepare for the conclusion of his culinary endeavor. They cautiously retraced their steps, feigning slumber, hoping to evade detection. What are you doing? Rise and wash up. Breakfast must be consumed promptly. Tao Sheng called as he presented a pot of concoction to the dining table. This is my meticulously prepared rainbow porridge, crafted from tomatoes, oranges, pineapples, lettuce, tea leaves, and eggplants, simmered to perfection, rich in nutrients and splendid in color. As a voice, sinister as that of a demon, emerged from behind, Jessica and Sky shivered. Exchanging a glance that confirmed their fate was sealed. Boss, what has prompted such enthusiasm today that you have taken matters into your own hands? Sky questioned, suggesting they could have simply instructed Jessica to handle it. Eager to test the waters, she nudged her dear friend forward. Enough chatter. Hasten to taste, she urged. This delightful concoction is inspired by my meticulous observation of a resplendent rainbow bridge, and I am graciously sharing this joy with you. As Tao Sheng lifted the lid, the aroma of tomatoes surged forth, invading the nostrils of those present, followed closely by the scents of oranges and pineapples, with a charred undertone bringing up the rear. The olfactory experience was so overwhelming that even the most resilient nose could scarcely endure it. "Boss, did you procure his health insurance?" Skye inquired, pinching her nose while emitting a feeble sound, as if even a wide-open mouth could not absorb the indescribable scent. Jessica dared not voice her discomfort, but her tale betrayed her struggle for composure. Discreetly using ice to block her nose, Tao Sheng appeared unfazed. "This aroma is rather pleasant, quite reminiscent of what one would expect while cooking. Come, gather around the table and sample it." Chapter 54. The gluttonous thief. The clouds in the sky gradually obscured the sun. Parker had procured some of the boss's favorite Chinese breakfast from Chinatown, which had slowly become a beloved choice for everyone. If they were to be served hard bread for breakfast again, their good spirits would surely diminish for the entire day. On the other hand, it was evident that Tao Sheng had been diligently enhancing Skye and Jessica's abilities, causing them to far surpass him in strength. Once a mere security guard, he now found himself in the position of being protected, and on occasion, even bullied by the duo. Despite possessing spider sense, he could not evade their extensive attacks. Parker felt a twinge of embarrassment. If he did not grow stronger soon, he would inevitably degrade to a mere errand boy. Fortunately, he had recently stumbled upon a book in Aunt May's study that spoke of how a weeping child would always receive sweets, emphasizing that good things must be earned. Thus, he resolved to curry favor with the boss, showering him with compliments in hopes of receiving some delightful rewards himself. Carrying the breakfast, Parker entered through the stall's door and instinctively glanced towards the sofa. To his surprise, it was devoid of any occupants, which was unusual since they typically lounged there awaiting their meal. He then turned towards the kitchen. "Oh, what are you all doing?" Parker exclaimed, noticing everyone seated properly at the dining table, each with a bowl of colorful porridge before them. A peculiar scent wafted through the air, reminiscent of something he had encountered in the sewers before. He glanced between the breakfast spread on the table and the food he had brought. What to do? It seemed he had wasted his effort. Would he still be able to flatter the boss successfully today? "Let me set this on the coffee table," he thought, "and come over to sit. Try my specially prepared rainbow porridge, a culinary delight you have never tasted in your life." Parker promptly complied with the instructions and made his way to the table. "I extend my gratitude to the Tathagata, to the Jade Emperor, to the Three Pure Ones, and to Jesus for the magnificent existence that has united us in this land of freedom, where bonds akin to family are formed. Let us partake in this feast," celebrating this miraculous moment. While the crowd comprehended only the name of Jesus, the divine figures preceding him remained unfamiliar. Yet the host had already declared the commencement of the meal. Thus they bowed their heads, scooping a small portion of gruel with their spoons and synchronously bringing it to their lips. They raised their heads, swallowing silently, exchanging glances with one another before casting their eyes toward the breakfast Parker had purchased from afar. Skye was the first to dash forward, but in the next moment, she was ensnared by Parker's web, while the icy tendrils of Tao Sheng ensnared her legs from the ground. A petite, agile white fox leapt past, and just as it was about to seize the bun, the entire room was suddenly encased in ice. The meat bun on the tea table was lifted by the ice-formed Tao Sheng, who took large bites out of it. After finishing the first bun, just as he was about to reach for the second, the ice pillars surrounding Skye shattered, and Jessica transformed into a colossal white fox, breaking free. As the two approached angrily, intent on claiming the last bun, Tao Sheng quickly guarded it, convinced that this final bun must be the most delectable and he would not relinquish it easily. "Do not move. I have something special for you, otherwise there will be nothing left for any of you." The two halted, and he hastily swallowed the bun. This was not a realm of cultivation. There were no means of satiation through consuming spiritual energy, which proved rather inconvenient. After every battle, a substantial replenishment of energy was imperative. Yet the sustenance provided only a meager amount, resulting in a relentless urge to devour, which was exceedingly uncomfortable. Tao Sheng retrieved the box given to him by Odin, simultaneously dispelling all the ice. Parker, shivering from the cold, finally emerged, vowing silently to grow stronger, lest he be toyed with amidst this group of peculiar individuals. The three gathered, the pangs of hunger no longer overshadowing their curiosity. Upon gazing at the exquisite packaging, Sky opened it to reveal 10 bottles of silver liquid nestled within. "Boss, what is this? Mercury? It doesn't seem like a good thing," Sky remarked, perceiving the liquid as mercury, devoid of any discernible fluctuations. Parker, relying on his high school experiences, concurred that it resembled the mercury found in thermometers. However, he sensed a hint of danger lurking within the liquid. "It seems rather unusual. I detect a faint consciousness within it." "Ah, finally someone with discernment," Tao Sheng burped, having choked on his meal from eating too rapidly. "Once I've restored myself, you could take 2 bottles. Parker's words caught Tao Sheng's attention. He had originally intended to consume the liquid directly, but Parker had detected a consciousness within it. Perhaps it was the consciousness of the celestial beings. Consuming it recklessly could lead to unforeseen consequences. He trusted Odin's claims about its properties, yet he believed it prudent to exercise caution. Thus, he resolved to employ a purification spell before utilizing it. As there was no rush, 10 days or half a month would not matter. The sage Tao then remarked, "This is indeed a splendid gift from Odin, capable of extending one's lifespan by a century and fortifying the body. A restoration may yield even more remarkable effects." The prospect of increased longevity and enhanced vitality astonished Parker. Such a substance could genuinely prolong life. A surge of joy filled his heart as he realized he now possessed an additional vial to share with Gwen, thus alleviating his concerns about her encountering ordinary ruffians again. "Be cautious, Sky," Jessica cautioned as she deftly caught the small box. Panic ensued among the trio when Sky, startled by the miraculous effects, inadvertently fumbled, causing the box to slip. Fortunately, Jessica's quick reflexes saved the day, preventing their hard-earned prize from slipping away. "Fear not. This vial is specially crafted and not easily shattered," Tao said, picking at his teeth with a toothpick, amused by the frantic trio. "Boss, but there are 10 vials here. If each one requires a week for restoration, it would take over 2 months before we could repair any other treasures. That hardly seems worthwhile." Jessica expressed her confusion, preferring to save the opportunity for repairing other items first, as longevity wasn't an immediate concern for her. "Are you foolish? Why not combine them and restore them all at once? After all, they are the same." Tao couldn't help but mock her naivety. Moreover, upon the completion of the skill next week, they should endeavor to finish the repairs before the next round of customers arrives. Who could resist the allure of longevity? Who could decline it, unless one were an ancient tortoise? "Boss, if there's something that can extend life, might there be beings that have lived for billions of years?" Sky began to entertain peculiar thoughts. Perhaps not. Even someone as formidable as Odin has only lived for a few thousand years, Tao mused, recalling that there were indeed those who had existed for far longer, such as the Dark Lord Dormammu, the Grandmaster, and Ego, whose lifespans could be deemed eternal. Yet, he chose not to voice this, feeling that a few thousand years was ample for him. He sensed that speaking further would lead him to lose his humanity, transforming him into a mere creature of indulgence. Suddenly, he detected that the signal from the flying thunder god emblem placed on the Hydra minion was weakening. Chapter 55, Encounter with Loki. Upon further scrutiny, it appeared that the entity had descended into a series of isolated underground chambers, with the signal gradually diminishing. Only the stone pillars from the last Hydra base could effectively shield spatial sensing. A knowing smile crept across Tao's face. He had finally discovered a new Hydra base. The bait he had cast had yielded results sooner than he anticipated. "Ahem, let's secure our items. There's been a development. I have located a suspected Hydra base. Prepare yourselves." Upon hearing this, the group's spirits were ignited. They had narrowly escaped last time and had yet to exact their revenge. This time, they were determined to engage in a substantial confrontation. Once Jessica had secured the small box, Tao teleported the 4 of them next to the Hydra spy known as Grant Ward. Indeed, it resembles the construction style of the previous base, a retro World War II aesthetic, with dark, cold, narrow passages forcing individuals to proceed one after another, heads bowed. The flickering shadows cast by the torches on the walls danced upon the floor. Grant suddenly noticed a dark shape on the ground and turned sharply, yet found no one in sight. A closer inspection revealed that the shadow had vanished. Pondering this for a moment, he considered that perhaps he had been overly tense lately, leading to hallucinations. He continued onward, but after just a few steps, he turned around swiftly again, still finding no one. "Boss, is it truly fine for us to follow him so openly?" Sky inquired, tugging at Tao Sheng's garment. The narrow corridor frequently caused her to bump into her boss's back, and she felt her waist beginning to ache. "Not a problem. I have employed an illusion on him. He is now absorbed in his own world. As long as we do not disturb him, he shall remain oblivious." "What about the surveillance?" Tao Sheng stood dazed, as those behind him collided in succession. He glanced around, searching for surveillance cameras on the walls, but found none. Sighing in relief, he pressed onward, then let chaos ensue. After all, this base serves no purpose for survival. Its low stature clearly indicates a lack of funds. Fortunately, no alarms were triggered along the way. Aside from the occasional soldiers patrolling the corners, all of whom were swiftly dealt with by the group. Upon reaching the entrance, they finally stood upright. However, it seemed the door's code had changed. He vaguely heard a soldier inputting the sequence 4321. Birds of a feather flock together. These Hydra operatives are indeed no different. Once Tao Sheng and his 3 companions entered, they found a throng of individuals gathered in the square, seemingly engaged in some assembly. At that moment, the Hydra members also turned to observe Tao Sheng and his companions, while several gene beasts at the periphery rose, baring their teeth. "Boss, are they also under the illusion? Impossible to control such a large group upon entering. Do you think I am a deity? Prepare for battle. They are advancing." Tao Sheng waved his hand, freezing the individuals in front of him. When he noticed one of the technicians attempting to erase data, a sharp ice shard pierced through his hand, subsequently freezing him in place. The remaining soldiers and beasts were left to his 3 subordinates, as it was important to provide the youth with opportunities. He approached the computer that had almost witnessed the destruction of data and discovered it displayed a surveillance feed. The screen revealed SHIELD, scientists studying a blue ice cube. Tao Sheng instantly recognized it as the Tesseract, the container of the space stone. Suddenly, he saw Loki's phantom flickering in the corner of the surveillance footage, also gazing at the Tesseract. Has Loki escaped once more? It appears that Odin is not up to the task, allowing Loki to remain lively and sprightly. Tao Sheng feels compelled to visit Asgard to question how Loki is being supervised. However, it seems that Loki has his own ideas regarding the Tesseract. Moreover, Tao Sheng's ambitions extend beyond the Tesseract. He is equally intrigued by the mind scepter wielded by Loki, an artifact capable of manipulating minds, with its core being the Mind Stone embedded within the scepter. As an adult, he naturally desires to possess both. Ancient One once suggested that acquiring the Space Stone, also known as the Tesseract, would be immensely beneficial to him. Thus, neither of these infinity stones can be overlooked, and a plan swiftly flickers through his mind. During this moment of contemplation, Jessica transforms into her 3-tailed form and effortlessly strikes down a colossal lizard-like creature with a single blow. Meanwhile, Sky employs the spell she learned at Kamartaj, merging them with scientific principles to continuously generate magical robots, serving as a front line to draw fire. From her position in the rear, she utilizes vibrational force to dismantle the enemy's corporeal form, leaving gory wounds on the monster's limbs. The trio's combat seems almost like an exhibition of skill, appearing remarkably effortless, as the creatures that once posed a significant threat now resemble mere pets. It seems everyone has grown stronger, except for Parker. Tao Sheng is unsure what treasures could benefit Parker at this time, and can only hope that future guests bring something valuable. Soon, the battle concludes, with only the spy Ward remaining unconscious on the ground. The Hydra soldiers lie lifeless, never to rise again. "Boss, this base is quite impoverished," one remarks. "There is hardly anything of value. I suspect it has been abandoned." The trio scoured the entire base, uncovering only a smattering of gold and no other worthwhile items. No matter, obtaining intelligence is the priority. As long as the bait remains, we need not fear the absence of a catch. Observing the still unconscious bait, Tao Sheng cannot help but reflect on the fishing plan he had spontaneously conceived. It truly appears feasible. We should demolish this base to prevent the corpses from decomposing and spreading disease. He lifts the still unconscious Ward and opens a portal, unceremoniously casting him into a remote area. As for whether he will face interrogation or succumb to wild creatures, that is no longer his concern. May the gods protect the bait. After ensuring their arrangements are complete, they open a portal and return to the pawnshop. Simultaneously, a significant collapse occurs in a valley located in a remote suburb. Various rescue teams rush to investigate the incident and initiate rescue operations. Well, there is still time. You can make it back to school. Tao Sheng glances at the clock on the wall. It is barely around 9 o'clock. The first period has only just concluded. Can we not go? Jessica protests with a look of dismay, as she truly dreads attending school, finding it difficult to comprehend what the teacher is saying. Moreover, upon returning to her desk, she finds her locker filled with envelopes brimming with various saccharine messages. However, she was acutely aware that the admiration of these individuals stemmed solely from their inflated allure after consuming the nine-tailed fox fruit. Not a single soul had regarded her with interest prior to that. Consequently, she rejected them all, yet this led her female classmates to perceive her as feigning modesty, ultimately resulting in their withdrawal from her. Thus, she found herself increasingly vexed upon attending school. Chapter 56. The Iron Man Crisis. Tao Sheng was undeterred by any of her sentiments. Even if the world were to perish, she was to focus on her studies. If only she possessed Parker's intellect or had been granted early admission to university, she might have been excused. But alas, I lack such talent, boss. Jessica's voice suddenly took on a more alluring tone as she clung to Tao Sheng's right arm, vigorously attempting to enchant him. Hurry and go to school, Tao Sheng replied. His mental fortitude having rendered him immune to her charms, he had no desire to entertain her. How can one evade such an essential duty as education? I find myself nostalgically longing for the school experience. With a resounding slam, Jessica stormed out in a fit of anger. Sky, who had stealthily ascended to the second floor, heard the boss call her name. Turning, she met the sight of swirling circles in his eyes, and in the next moment, she collapsed on the staircase. Tao Sheng swiftly caught her and laid her upon the bed. Make sure to train well in the illusion, he instructed. Subsequently, he retrieved the URU medal previously bestowed upon him by Odin and made his way to the parking area outside the shop. Bumblebee remained quietly relaxing, listening to the radio. Upon seeing Tao Sheng, Bumblebee perked up with delight. Old friend, I must apologize for the monotony I've subjected you to. Today, I brought a gift as compensation. With that, Tao Sheng produced the URU medal and opened Bumblebee's fuel cap, inserting it directly inside. As the URU medal was continuously added, a shimmering silver sheen enveloped Bumblebee's surface. It sensed a notable enhancement in its overall resilience. Boss, what is this substance? I feel as though I am now 10 times sturdier than before, Bumblebee exclaimed with excitement. It's URU metal, though this is merely the beginning of its potential. Its true advantage lies in its ability to be enchanted. Unfortunately, Odin is unlikely to grant us any enchantments. What metals are even harder than this? Perhaps adamantium and vibranium. The former is the hardest, while the latter, though slightly less so, possesses energy-absorbing properties. Each has its own merits. Could you possibly acquire some for me, boss? That way, I could become even stronger and not be vulnerable to a single type of metal. Tao Sheng pondered this suggestion, recognizing its validity. If he were to continuously source rare metals for Bumblebee to amalgamate with, it might ultimately evolve to rival that of divine beings. However, the formula for adamantium seemed to have vanished, and vibranium could only be found in the isolated realm of Wakanda. Very well, I shall consider how to procure it. Is there anything else you desire? Tao Sheng consistently believed that activating Bumblebee had been a misguided choice. There were no counterparts to it in existence, and loneliness would likely accompany it for eternity. Thus, he felt a profound sense of indebtedness to Bumblebee and sought to compensate in other ways. Nothing else. If possible, I would also like to forge a suitable weapon. A weapon? Tao Sheng contemplated that the only weapon suitable for him might well be the magnificent sword of Optimus Prime from Transformers, both stylish and formidable. He nodded in agreement, asking, Is there anything else? The reply was a simple, no, that's all. It's rather dull being here. You can go out and enjoy yourself when you have the time, but try not to make too much noise. All right. As he watched Bumblebee, who was jamming to music, Tao Sheng dismissed the moment and returned to the pawn shop to indulge in some gaming. Rarely afforded a moment of respite, he naturally opted for video games. In the future, he thought he would accompany Bumblebee on adventures, for his vehicle bore his mark, allowing him to teleport effortlessly should the need arise. However, the game developers seemed to have lost their minds, crafting levels that were insurmountable. Frustrated, he shut down the computer. No matter how he played, he met an untimely demise, rendering the experience utterly unenjoyable. Turning on the television, he noticed a news segment in progress. Recently, Stark Industries announced the permanent closure of its weapons production division, leading to a continuous decline in stock prices. It was reported that previously, weapon sales accounted for over 90% of the company's revenue. Should I invest in some Stark stocks? This appears to be an opportune moment to buy low, he mused. Reflecting on the news, he fell into a reverie. He understood that Stark would eventually pivot to the renewable energy sector, with revenues poised to surpass previous heights. Moreover, with the genius scientist Tony Stark at the helm, financial success was all but assured. He was a veritable guarantor of profit. Yet, after some contemplation, Tao Sheng decided against it. He lacked the inclination for such ventures, fearing he might become mere fodder for others' gain. For him, as long as he had sufficient funds, he was content. If he ever fell short, he could always borrow from his good friend Tony. As fate would have it, Tao Sheng felt the copper coin he had given to Tony's seal release, prompting him to use the flying thunder god technique. He found himself in an unfamiliar room, glancing around but failing to spot Tony. The surroundings were chaotic, as if a thief had ransacked the place. Suddenly, something grasped his leg, startling him into a kick. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was Tony, sprawled on the floor. "Tony, are you drunk? What on earth happened?" he exclaimed, rushing to assist him, only to realize that the arc reactor in Tony's chest was missing. Tony's complexion was pale, and he trembled as he pointed to another arc reactor on a nearby table. "Help me bring it over and attach it to my chest." Without needing further instruction, Tao Sheng understood the task at hand. He retrieved the arc reactor to affix it back in place. Noting the gaping hole in Tony's chest was a disconcerting sight. With a click, he successfully reinstalled it, and Tony immediately appeared revitalized, his complexion returning to a healthy hue. "Quick, take me to Stark Industries. Pepper is in danger. That scoundrel Stan has made his move." Tao Sheng wasted no time, promptly opening a portal and transporting Tony to the front of Stark Industries. The scene was chaotic, filled with the cacophony of gunfire and the terrified screams of fleeing civilians. He turned his attention towards the source of the turmoil. Two colossal mechs, one humanoid and the other resembling a rhinoceros. The agents of SHIELD were valiantly resisting, bullets striking the two mechanized suits without leaving a mark. Conventional weaponry was utterly ineffective against those formidable suits of armor. "Tao, assist me in dealing with that rhinoceros creature. Do not allow it to disturb me. I owe you a favor," Tony declared before charging forth. "Did I consent to this?" "You are rushing in rather hastily," Tao Sheng remarked, surprised that only a night after their previous battle, yet another confrontation had arisen this morning. Truly exhausting, both physically and mentally. It appeared that the larger humanoid mech was indeed Stan, while the rhinoceros-shaped entity stirred a vague recollection in Tao Sheng, though he momentarily could not recall who it was. "Hey, big bull, come at me," Tao Sheng taunted, drawing the fire of the colossal, iron rhinoceros mech. Otherwise, Tony's slight frame would be no match for such a monstrous adversary. The rhinoceros man charged forward like a raging bull, and Tao Sheng raised his hand, summoning a head of an ice lion to bite at the rhinoceros man. The massive armor was instantly encased in ice. Just as Tao Sheng contemplated departing to seek his reward from his pots, he heard the sound of ice cracking. Surely not. The icebox is such a powerful artifact. Yet in my hands, it seems only capable of freezing trivial foes. This is rather disappointing. Chapter 57. Indestructible indeed. The next moment, a figure ejected from the rhinoceros mech. A 2-meter-tall being, entirely encased in a layer of rocky armor, emerged. The familiar villain from Spider-Man, the Rhino. Originally a thug for the mob, he had later succumbed to the lure of wealth and participated in military chemical experiments. As a result, he was endowed with a tough polymer exterior, impervious to extreme temperatures. It appeared that the military had not only employed chemical experimentation, but had also injected genetic enhancements, significantly augmenting his overall capabilities. Tao Sheng then unleashed a head of an ice elephant towards the rhinoceros man and simultaneously opened a portal, on the other side of which was Bumblebee, still reveling in music and dance. "Come over, there's a little creature for you to play with." The inherent dread of its natural enemy sent a shiver through the rhinoceros, prompting it to bellow in fury as it shattered the solid ice and charged forward. Upon hearing Tao Sheng's voice, Bumblebee also recognized the familiar portal. Every encounter with the portal either indicated the boss's desire to flee or a call for reinforcements. It seemed this time, He had finally remembered to summon his own savior. A sense of duty surged within Bumblebee. The moment he entered the portal, he felt a jolt against his side. Beast, my old back. The boss just promised me freedom. If I ruin my back, how'll I go out of play? Bumblebee tumbled through the air, transforming into his Autobot form, and seized the creature that had collided with him. Upon closer examination, it was merely a small rhinoceros. Bumblebee redirected it, placing it on the ground. Before it could scurry away, he grasped it again, placing it in the opposite direction, thoroughly enjoying the playful encounter. Meanwhile, Tony, witnessing such a colossal Autobot for the first time, was rendered speechless. The last time he encountered it, it was merely a vehicle capable of producing loud explosions. Yet this time, it had transformed into a towering humanoid mech resembling a giant. He began to question whether he had miscalculated in the design of Iron Man. Perhaps a figure of such grandeur was indeed necessary to exude dominance. Before he could contemplate further, he was struck by Stan's fist and sent flying. Tony, are you still alive? If so, rise and retaliate. Tao Sheng crouched beside Tony, tapping on his helmet. It's easy to speak boldly when you're standing. Have you ever exerted any effort? Is your subordinate's strength not a reflection of your own? Transmitting also requires considerable energy, you know. For heaven's sake, have some dignity and hurry to rescue Potts. Tony, however, was reluctant to engage in conversation with Tao Sheng. His only wish was for his assistant, Potts, to remain unharmed. Rest assured, as long as she is alive, I will bring her back, Tao Sheng declared before charging into the crumbling Stark Tower. He ventured forth with unwavering determination, as if Potts were his own beloved, provoking a twinge of jealousy within Tony. Before he could regain his focus, a fierce gust of wind from a punch rushed toward him, prompting Tony to instinctively raise his hand in defense. Bang! He felt as though his arm might fracture under the immense force. The opponent's strength was overwhelming. Fortunately, the enhanced thrusters of his armor held firm, or he would have been unable to withstand such a blow. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Why? Why can you not simply perish as expected? Instead of returning from that desert? You have truly disappointed me, dear uncle. I have always placed my trust in you, and yet you have betrayed me, Tony bellowed. Despite his previous doubts, the moment Potts presented him with irrefutable evidence laid upon his workbench, he felt the sting of betrayal. Stan's voice echoed through the armor once more. Tony, if you surrender the design schematics of this armor and continue to create weapons for Stark, or if we can reconcile, the entire world will bow before us. Listening to Stan's grandiose vision, Tony felt no stirrings of emotion, even a hint of amusement. The arm of his armor rotated open, and a missile slowly ascended. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the streets, and when the smoke cleared, Tony found himself once again sprawled on the ground, while Stan's armor remained only partially kneeling. How pathetic. Down again. Can't even defeat an imposter. This is unacceptable. The taunting words from his adversary stung Tony more than the physical confrontation. Where's Potts? Is she all right? Right there, perfectly fine, Tao Sheng pointed out, revealing Potts ensnared like a prisoner within an icy prison. You scoundrel, does this truly count as fine? Safe, my ice is impenetrable. She is quite secure within. No sooner had he spoken than Bumblebee seized the rhino and shattered the ice, imprisoning the armored beast. This was an accident, in truth. It remains quite sturdy. Just watch. Tao Sheng shot a spike of ice towards Stan's humanoid armor. Stan, observing the swift projectile, attempted to evade. When he initially designed the armor, he had not contemplated the extremes of frigid or sweltering environments. Yet, following the recent explosion that damaged the joints of his legs, he succumbed to a profound silence before even feeling the cold. Tao Sheng approached and tapped the large ice sculpture. There was neither crackling ice nor any sound, indicating that his ice still held some utility. Tony gazed incredulously at the scene, realizing that the very armor he had meticulously designed was effortlessly vanquished by Tao Sheng's mere wave. How could it be so easily defeated? This defied all logic. Were you not merely adept at evading attacks? How did you suddenly assume the role of a refrigerator? You are woefully ignorant, my young friend. My methods are far beyond your imagination. Tao Sheng patted him on the shoulder, declaring, this colossal ice sculpture is now your responsibility, and you shall also restore the surrounding structures. As Tony surveyed the devastation and the injured agents, he was reminded of the war-displaced victims. Those unfortunate souls huddled in corners like frail stray cats, surrounded by the inert weaponry manufactured by Stark Industries. Although the absence of stark weapons would inevitably lead to the emergence of others, the sin had already seeped into his very marrow. Lavish cars and extravagant expenditures. With magazine cover models lounging in his bed, every expense could be traced back to the suffering of those displaced. In that moment, he felt as though he had squandered the first half of his life. It is deserved. Tony's voice bore a weighty gravity. At that moment, a series of thuds drew their attention. Bumblebee was relentlessly battering the Rhino Man, who repeatedly fell and rose, caught in a ceaseless cycle. Is there a way to study that layer of polymer on him? I sense it is far superior to your armor. Observing the Rhino Man's remarkable vitality piqued Tao Sheng's interest. If it could withstand his icy tendrils and absorb Bumblebee's punches without sustaining damage, perhaps scraping some off could be beneficial for otherworldly visitors in the future. What is this? Can you not see the fissures forming? This indicates that such a substance cannot endure prolonged high-intensity combat. How could it possibly rival my armor? Tony remarked. Yet inwardly, he contemplated stripping the Rhino Man's shell to glean insights. Chapter 58. The Inhumans. The Rhino Man continued to launch futile assaults against Bumblebee, who towered over him several times in size. The Rhino Man was utterly outmatched, reduced to merely churning the concrete floor into a patchwork of craters. I can assist you, but I cannot control it, Tony mused. It appeared that the genes had endowed it with a robust physique while robbing it of intellect, transforming it into a mindless beast that charged recklessly. Tony deduced that in order to study it, he must either calm it down or subdue it. Why not let me Bumblebee for a moment? Let him restrain the Rhino Man, Tony suggested, eyeing the playful Bumblebee. The unprecedented mechanical life form, with its fluid transformations and metallic composition, ignited an insatiable curiosity within him. This groundbreaking technology, if thoroughly researched, could undoubtedly elevate one's combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Upon hearing that Tony wished to borrow Bumblebee, Tao Sheng considered for a moment and replied, Very well, but you must enhance it, update its weaponry, and so forth. Lending Bumblebee would not only alleviate his boredom spent languishing in the garage, but also allow him to benefit from Tony's affluent resources and superior metallic technologies. Despite Tony's somewhat arrogant demeanor, he possessed a kind heart and the potential of a savior. Even should he analyze the technology embedded within Bumblebee, Tao Sheng felt no apprehension. No matter how formidable the technology, it could never surpass the rate of his own personal growth, a conviction he held with absolute certainty. At this juncture, Tao Sheng prepared to bid farewell, having completed his own tasks, leaving the remaining matters for Tony to resolve. The two proceeded towards Bumblebee, intent on hastily incapacitating the Rhino Man. Although the ordeal seemed concluded, a lingering sense of incompleteness nagged at him. Halfway there, Tony suddenly remarked, Now that you mention it, I too feel as though something remains unresolved. Sir, I feel it necessary to remind you that Miss Potts is still confined in the ice prison. If left unattended for an extended period, a doctor may need to be summoned. Jarvis's voice resonated timely within Tony's armor. Damn it, Tony exclaimed, hastily dragging Tao Sheng towards the ice prison at the back, urging, Hurry, open it. Tao Sheng immediately dispelled the ice prison, sheepishly apologizing, My bad. I truly forgot this time. Meanwhile, in the pawn shop, Sky had just completed her illusion training and descended the stairs, gulping down water. Each training session left her drenched in sweat and saliva, akin to someone who had been parched in a scorching desert for days. Boss, the next illusion's difficulty. Who are you? How did you get in? Sky gasped, startled to find a man before her who was not Tao Sheng. His face was devoid of eyes, with only a nose and mouth hanging grotesquely, a truly terrifying sight. Is he a deformity? Sky pondered inwardly, unable to suppress her curiosity. Who are you? She inquired again, adopting a defensive posture. Do not be alarmed. I am Gordon. You might consider me a friend. Perhaps you should set your guard down and sit on the sofa so we can have a proper conversation. Can you see me? Sky dismissed his pleasantries, remaining vigilant amidst the shop filled with precious items. The eyeless man, unfazed, flashed what he considered a warm smile. There is no need to be on constant guard. Like you, I am also an inhuman. However, unlike you, I was not fortunate during my awakening. My appearance underwent a drastic change. Inhuman? Indeed, inhuman, Gordon affirmed, shifting to a more comfortable position. When we come into contact with the Terrigen crystal, we receive the gifts bestowed upon us by the heavens, superpowers. Sky mused that she had never touched any crystal, but surmised it must relate to the obelisk her boss had discovered. You likely possess superpowers now as well. Yet I can sense that you are suppressing your power. What is your gift? The words of the blind man before her unveiled his concealed troubles. Indeed, the night when she first acquired her superpowers was exhilarating. However, after a few days, she felt the strength in her hands growing increasingly potent and incessant, compelling her to endure the pain of repression. It merely causes objects to vibrate. The suppression arises from my desire to avoid destruction. Why suppress it? Everything vibrates. You could harmonize with the natural order of existence, thus preventing any damage. Gordon approached her, attempting to reach for her hand. Sky instinctively evaded him, stating, I simply do not yet know how to control it. There is no need for concern. No, it is not merely about controlling it. You must also harness it to fulfill the divine mission bestowed upon us. Observing Sky's apparent wariness towards him, Gordon ceased his movements. What mission? To save everything. To rescue everyone. Join us. I will take you to a place where there are others like us, united by common and noble aspiration. As Sky listened to his words, she felt a sense of skepticism towards this organization, perceiving it as a mere brainwashing rhetoric. How many people are involved? That, she thought, would have to be discovered upon arrival. Gordon rose from the sofa, stating, You must be quite perplexed at this moment. I will return once you have come to an understanding. How can I contact you? Sky decided to leave a means of communication, hoping that among the Inhumans, there might be news of her parents. I will reach out to you. With that, Gordon vanished as if he were a celestial being. Witnessing his instantaneous departure, Sky felt that this organization might not be entirely trustworthy. Ever since her last battle with Tony, Tao Sheng had noticed that Sky had been distracted, even during her routine training. Sky, what has been troubling you? Have you perhaps encountered an online acquaintance and found yourself deceived? You are the one who encounters online acquaintances. You are the one who gets deceived. Sky snatched a nearby pillow and began to batter Tao Sheng. After a few moments, she lost interest and leaned back against the sofa. Boss, a person claiming to be an Inhuman came see me. Oh, which individuals sought you out? And what is their ability? Sky's words piqued Tao Sheng's interest. A blind man named Gordon. He possesses the ability to teleport, much like you. You seem rather unfazed by this. What is there to be surprised about? They are merely Inhumans. Although rare, there are always a few around. What did he want with you? He said he wanted to take me to some organization for training and claimed that our kind has a special mission. What training could possibly surpass the tailored regimen I have designed for you? Do not let yourself be deceived. Tao Sheng shifted his tone. However, it might be worth visiting, just to see for yourself. But ignore any brainwashing rhetoric. They understand nothing of the mission. Chapter 59, 3 New Guests. If all goes as expected, the leader of their organization will be Jia Ying, Sky's mother. However, Tao Sheng had no intention of directly revealing to her that the woman was her mother, nor did he wish to urge her to meet her promptly. He preferred to allow her to gradually discover the essence of her mother-esque character. Soon, Sky's questions followed in quick succession. What is our mission? To live well and assist others in living better, he replied. Surely, the divine endows us with superpowers for a purpose. Sky was evidently dissatisfied with her employer's response and pressed on. It is not bestowed by the heavens. It is something you must strive for. Tao Sheng gently ruffled her hair, hoping to prevent her thoughts from spiraling into negativity. Sky, you must understand that the line between genius and madness is perilously thin. We are merely a band of vigilantes, existing only when we are needed. But when will we be needed? This question rendered Tao Sheng speechless, as he pondered how he could possibly know the timing of their necessity. His true intention was to ensure she understood the importance of caution, lest she be exploited by malevolent forces. This is something you must discern for yourself. Just remember, a slight misdirection in your abilities could harm many innocent lives. From this moment forth, prudence shall accompany us throughout our lives. Do not overthink it. Everything will be supported by the boss. Tao Sheng patted her shoulder. By the way, what items did you apply the forgery and restoration techniques to last week? A new client is arriving today, and it is essential to understand what we possess before conducting business. It was no wonder that Tao Sheng had only recently begun to take this seriously. The game had proven to be remarkably enjoyable. I followed your method and successfully restored those 10 vials of longevity elixir. The liquid transformed into a golden hue, though we remain uncertain of its ultimate efficacy in extending lifespan. After Sky finished speaking, she dashed back to her room and soon emerged with a box. Upon opening it, 10 vials of golden liquid lay inside, indicating they had successfully restored and rebottled the liquid. The only drawback was the scarcity of bottles. With a few more, they could have diluted the elixir, allowing for a greater number of beneficiaries. Well, it matters not how many years we cannot ascertain. We shall simply claim it extends life by 300 years, with the caveat that results may vary. Tao Sheng gleefully opened one vial and gulped it down. Moments latte. He felt a surge of vitality erupt within him, dispelling the fatigue that had lingered from days spent reclining on the sofa. He felt unprecedentedly rejuvenated. Upon gazing into the mirror, he observed that his skin appeared more taut, vitality radiating anew from his visage. Returning to high school should pose no problem now, he remarked, caressing his face. Boss, Sky exclaimed, her fingers incessantly fidgeting towards the vials of elixir, her gaze transfixed on the instant transformation of Tao Sheng's countenance. Thoughts of life's complexities were promptly cast aside. Beauty remains an eternal weakness for women, an irresistible allure that cannot be resisted. Drink up. The elixir is meant for everyone. Why should I be the first to serve as a guinea pig? Tao Sheng retorted, somewhat exasperated. Sky did not hesitate and immediately consumed the substance. In less than a moment, her face visibly glowed with moisture, and her body experienced a second transformation, becoming more curvaceous, particularly beneath the tight sportswear. Her figure gradually strained against the fabric above. Sky continuously admired herself in the mirror, touching her body from various angles, struggling to believe that this was indeed her own form. Boss, this potion is undoubtedly miraculous. I am utterly enamored with it. It was evident that the potion was extraordinary. Tao Sheng wiped the red liquid trickling from his nose and said, "All right, quickly change into something larger," and set aside 3 bottles of the potion to return to the room. When Sky re-emerged from the room, she had simply added an ultra-thin sun-protective coat. Yet her impressive assets remained prominently displayed. Once a person possesses something worthy of pride, they inevitably carry themselves with a certain confidence. Sky, do refrain from boasting. What have you fabricated? Well, it seems I merely multiplied that small amount of the green giant's blood you mentioned. I had indeed referenced various powerful beings from ancient Chinese mythology for my imitation. I'm uncertain why it turned out this way. Sky appeared perplexed and retrieved another box from the side, opening it for Tao Sheng to see. Look, the darker bottle filled with blood is what I successfully replicated last week. It gives me the impression that it could provide several times more energy than the original blood. In short, drinking it may render one stronger. Tao Sheng examined it and confirmed that indeed, the quantity had increased. When Banner had given it to him, there was only a minuscule amount, potentially granting powers close to that of the Hulk. However, now he possessed numerous extraordinary items, including the replicated and restored Iron Will potion. The artificially created Hulk blood, which was unrefined and could induce rage if consumed, and the rejuvenated elixir of life. His resources were gradually accumulating. Boss, will your esteemed guest make an appearance today? Sky inquired, clasping Tao Sheng's arm eagerly. Tao Sheng, maintaining his composure, extracted from his chest, "Do not cling so. I will ensure you have a proper introduction. What kind of person will come? Will my attire be inappropriate? You are aware of the concept of shame. Then, quickly change into a professional secretary outfit with black stockings. I need you to uphold my dignity." Sky muttered under her breath about the brazen old lecher, then moved aside to begin taking selfies in front of the mirror. Before long, the portal to another dimension illuminated once more. Under the dazzling halo, 3 figures emerged, and Tao Sheng could not help but feel astonished. Typically, there were only 2 individuals, but this time, an additional person accompanied them. Was this a result of his enhanced strength, or perhaps a sign that he had surpassed his novice phase? Before he could ponder further, the portal vanished, and upon seeing the 3 individuals, Tao Sheng felt immeasurable joy. He recognized them all, and today promised to yield significant rewards. Is this the multiverse pawnshop? Is there anything here that can enhance my strength? The first to speak was a short monk. Yet, Tao Sheng did not dare underestimate him, primarily because he hailed from a world of dragons where a single battle could obliterate an entire planet. The young monk in question is, of course, Krillin, albeit merely an earthling endowed with considerable martial prowess. He pales in comparison to his esteemed comrade, Sun Wukong, and even struggles against his future wife, Android 18. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable Krillin has managed to forge a bond with the universe's mightiest warrior, Sun Wukong, and wed the stunningly beautiful Android 18. It is a scenario that would have baffled Master Rashi, reminiscent of the incongruous couples one often encounters online, leading one to speculate that Krillin must possess considerable wealth to attract such a captivating partner. Ah, behold this bottle of the legendary King Kong elixir, a remarkable potion that can swiftly augment your strength, allowing you to transform into a formidable giant, endowed with immense power and resilience. Master Rashi eagerly promoted this stock item, noting that Krillin had yet to adopt the adult hairstyle. It seems he is still in the early stages of Dragon Ball, when none had yet reached the cosmic battlegrounds. In the later stages, it is commonplace for individuals to possess the capacity to obliterate planets, marking a truly high-powered universe. However, the Krillin before us is not so formidable. In a universe centered around lineage, it is exceptionally challenging for ordinary individuals to surpass those endowed with extraordinary bloodlines. Thus, witnessing his brother's ever-increasing strength, Krillin could not help but yearn for self-improvement, desperate to enhance his own abilities. What is this King Kong? What might its strength entail? Krillin inquired, seemingly unaware of the creature's nature. It is akin to the colossal gorilla that Wukong transforms into, impervious to blades and endowed with boundless strength. Surely, you have witnessed it. However, this transformation does not strip one of reason as Wukong's does, alleviating concerns about collateral damage. Master Rashi slapped his forehead, recalling that King Kong was a unique term in this locale, and thus he promptly cited examples from Krillin's circle. This transformation would significantly enhance physical attributes, pushing the limits of human potential. While it may not guarantee dominance over Wukong, it would certainly allow Krillin to hold his own. He silently added that while Wukong could easily prevail at this point, future encounters might not afford Krillin the same assurance. Upon hearing the proprietor's enticing words, Krillin felt a surge of desire. He reminisced about the days of training with Wukong under Master Rashi, when he believed he was at least a match for him. Yet, he soon realized that no matter how hard he trained, he could not keep pace with Wukong. The most daunting realization was that those stronger than him were also training with fervor, leaving him with little hope. Now, Krillin could only chase after the martial arts zealot, Wukong with gritted teeth. This newfound opportunity to gain strength was one he was determined to seize. Are there any weaknesses post-transformation? For instance, if the tail is captured, does one lose their power? Though intrigued, Krillin cautiously posed this question. He had witnessed Wukong's transformation into a giant monkey and acknowledged its unparalleled strength. Yet he was acutely aware of its critical vulnerability, the tail. Once his tail is firmly grasped, it will quickly become limp, rendering him powerless. Additionally, Krillin does not wish to grow a tail. It would feel quite peculiar. Upon hearing this query, Tao Sheng was momentarily taken aback, recalling that such a phenomenon indeed exists in Dragon Ball. However, Goku's tail also serves as a source of his strength, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Rest assured, esteemed guest, that is a monkey, and we are gorillas, distinct species, devoid of tails. And how shall I make payment? Krillin inquired as he rummaged through his pockets, revealing an embarrassed expression. It seems I have no money, only this bag of senza beans. With a hint of indignation, Tao Sheng initially thought to scold him for attempting to pawn without money. But as soon as he heard senza beans, his eyes lit up with excitement. Senza beans are certainly acceptable. Bring them forth for inspection. Krillin handed over a bag, and Tao Sheng eagerly opened it, discovering approximately 30 senzu beans inside. He tossed one into his mouth, and instantly, his stomach swelled with an unparalleled sense of satiety. Tao Sheng felt his vitality surge once more. It was indeed worthy of its status in the Dragon Ball universe. One bean could fully restore both stamina and injuries. In gaming terms, it was akin to instantly replenishing health and mana. However, compared to the healing potions provided by the system, senza beans fell somewhat short, primarily because they do not enable the regeneration of limbs or organs, nor do they cure diseases. They merely restore one to their original state when physical condition is mostly intact. Nevertheless, this suffices in most situations, and with a bit of ingenuity, they could potentially unlock new functionalities. Very well, I shall exchange. Tao Sheng handed Krillin a vial of the rejuvenating potion. You may consume it now to experience its effects, but refrain from transforming here. Transform upon your return to your world. Should any issues arise, you can seek compensation from me on your next visit. with a considerate touch. Tao Sheng provided after-sales service, yet transformation remained strictly prohibited. His shop could not withstand further renovations. Upon receiving the potion, Krillin eagerly drank it, and suddenly, his physique began to expand. What was once a height of 1.50 meters surged to 1.70 meters, his body resembling that of a muscular champion. He joyfully leaped, nearly colliding with the rooftop, causing Tao Sheng's heart to skip a beat, momentarily fearing another disaster. "Boss, thank you. I can already sense the potency of this potion." Krillin realized that with just a thought, he could instantly grow larger. Most importantly, this potion had granted him additional height. This was his most fervent desire. After years of feeling diminutive, he could finally stand as tall as others. For men, height, size, and attractiveness are among the most coveted attributes. Had he not been in the pawn shop at that moment, he might have wept tears of joy. Tao Sheng, astonished by the impressive effects of the potion, shared in his surprise. Unexpectedly, the promotion was quite fitting for Krillin. As long as the customers were satisfied, he could afford to part with a few more senzu beans, which were indeed valuable. He couldn't help but remind them once more, fearing that Goku and the others might treat the senzu beans as mere candies rather than the treasures they were. These beans were life-saving, and using them merely to stave off hunger would be a tremendous waste. Krillin nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. "All right, boss, I'll take my leave now, and next time I come, I'll make sure to bring plenty of senzu beans." Without waiting for Master Tao's response, he dashed through the light portal and departed. He couldn't wait to boast to Goku about finally being nearly as tall as him, and was eager for a match to test his own strength. Master Tao watched the exuberant Krillin leave, shaking his head at the innocence of youth. Then, his gaze shifted to the next customer. Upon seeing her, he found himself utterly captivated, unable to tear his eyes away until Sky painfully pinched his side. "Ouch," he chuckled, surprised to find the boss so amusing. The lady before him covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, exuding an enchanting allure with every gesture. Should he dare to reach out and touch? Master Tao nodded fervently, much like Krillin had before, but began to shake his head only after Sky's persistent nudging. It was no wonder Master Tao found it difficult to resist. The woman wore a black, crown-like mask and a revealing black and white gown adorned with intricate lace. Even a most confident figure like Sky found himself conceding defeat. This lady was none other than the 8th harbinger of the Fatui from Teyvat. Master Tao was astonished that he had made a connection to Teyvat, and that it was a woman who had come. This was indeed a delightful surprise, if possible. He dreamt of traveling to that world to experience its splendid landscapes and intriguing souls. Chapter 61, Eye of God, Heart of God Boss. Do you have anything else of value? I certainly do not wish to become a hulking, muscle-bound woman. The lady, noticing Master Tao's silence, took the initiative to speak. She believed that mere muscle mass was of little use. In their world, the emphasis lay in harnessing the power of natural elements, with few battles relying on brute strength. I only have a more powerful transformation potion and a longevity potion left. Which would you prefer? Master Tao directly revealed his remaining wares, feeling that there was no need to conceal anything when dealing with such a captivating figure. Longevity? The lady shuddered at the mention of the word. Having lived for several centuries, one would normally have had enough of life and might recklessly seek death. Yet, she found herself increasingly fearful of the passage of time and the approach of death, especially with her next destination being Inazuma. The dark environment there always left her feeling unsettled, as if her life might come to an end in that place. To encounter a potion that could enhance her lifespan in this modest shop was a feat even the god of time could not easily achieve. Could it be real? Indeed, it is about longevity, the miraculous elixir that can contend with the passage of time, while concurrently enhancing one's physical prowess, making it an optimal choice for personal consumption or as a gift during festivities. Tao Sheng continued to urge, suggesting that while you might not require such a divine remedy, surely someone within the Winter Kingdom must have a pressing need for it, fully confident that you would not decline. 2 eyes of God in exchange for a vial of the longevity potion. No, make that 2 vials. Is that agreeable? The lady ultimately found herself unable to resist the allure. However, Tao Sheng stumbled, interrupting her acquiescence, and turned to glare at Sky, who had just been rather impudent with him. Did she not realize that men must always safeguard their backs? Sky, undeterred, with a naive expression, inquired, "Boss, what exactly is the Eye of God?" Is it more precious than longevity? Emphasizing the word precious, Sky bit her lip, fearing the boss might engage in an unprofitable transaction. The Eye of God is a magical organ that can channel elemental forces. In simpler terms, it grants the bearer the ability to wield magic. Tao Sheng instantly grasped Sky's implication and feigned contemplation. Indeed, 2 eyes of God could not possibly equate to a vial of the longevity potion. One would require at least 2 hearts of God. Boss, your words lack the spirit of contract. Such a statement could lead to punishment in Liyue, the lady protested vehemently. Arms crossed defiantly. Tao Sheng, observing the rise and fall of her chest with each breath, internally lamented the breach of decorum. This negotiation was decidedly out of bounds. What he meant to convey was that such an exchange was simply not feasible. Ultimately, however, the merchant's instinct triumphed over sentiment. 2 hearts of God are absolutely out of the question, the lady retorted angrily. She had painstakingly gathered 2 hearts and would not relinquish them lightly. This was a task personally commanded by her queen, whose orders were not to be trifled with. Were it not for the queen, she would have perished 5 centuries ago. As for the 7 eyes of God, 1 for each element, surely you possess those? Tao Sheng did not genuinely expect to acquire a heart of God. Yet, people often gravitate towards compromise, initiating with an implausible request before presenting a more outrageous one, thereby significantly enhancing their chances of success. At this moment, the lady swiftly produced 7 eyes of God from her bosom, fearful that Tao Sheng might reconsider and demand the hearts of God for the longevity potion. For her, the eyes were mere commodities, vastly inferior to the hearts. Each heart represented a deity, and with only 7 in existence throughout the world, they were exceedingly rare. In contrast, the eyes were distributed by the gods and merely allowed for basic manipulation of their respective elements. There was simply no comparison. Tao Sheng chose not to refute further. He directly retrieved 2 vials from his box and handed them to the lady, accepting the 7 eyes of God in return. They still bore her warmth, and as he weighed them in his hand, he noted their considerable heft and the craftsmanship, affirming their authenticity. 7 divine eyes, each a different hue, correspond to the elemental powers of wind, rock, fire, lightning, grass, water, and ice. Tao Sheng, suppressing his elation, continued to address the lady. Similarly, you may wish to test the efficacy of the potion. If it proves ineffective, a full refund is guaranteed. This sentiment resonated with her, for this was a gift intended for the queen, and she certainly wished to sample it herself first. With that, she uncorked the vial and consumed the golden elixir. Moments later, she felt a tingling sensation beneath her mask, as the half of her face that had been marred began to heal rapidly. From Tao Sheng's perspective, he observed the lady's upper garments straining against the burgeoning force, the silk making a valiant effort to hold together. Alas, the expansion ceased just in the nick of time. The effects are remarkable. I can once again feel the vitality within me, she mused, as she felt rejuvenated, reminiscent of her vibrant self from centuries past. It appeared that this establishment of the multiverse was indeed genuine. She had previously thought the others were merely performing for her amusement. Simultaneously, she noted the gazes of Tao Sheng and Sky, but paid them no mind, instead boldly displaying her most flattering attributes. Well then, dear proprietor, you've had ample time without any inclination to touch. I might just take my leave, she teased once more. Wait, open your mind. I wish to show you something. Tao Sheng interjected, halting her departure. Suddenly, she found herself drawn into his swirling gaze, and before she knew it, she was standing within the Inazuma shogunate. Confused, she pondered how she had arrived here, having ventured from Liyue to discover the portal leading to the shop. Faced with the stoic Raiden shogun and the bothersome blonde youth, she dismissed her questions, recognizing this as an opportunity to fulfill her task of claiming the shogun's heart. Before she could voice her request, the blonde boy boldly declared, I challenge you to a duel before the throne. The lady regarded him with mild astonishment, incredulous at his audacity. She thought to herself, even without the extraordinary power she had just acquired, returning her body to that peak vitality of centuries past, there was no way a mere child wielding elemental power could best her. Very well, I shall dispatch you, so that I need not endure your presence during each heart collection, like an insufferable fly. She accepted the blonde boy's life or death challenge. However, to her astonishment, after months apart, he had grown significantly stronger and she found herself bested. As she watched the shogun wielding that fragrant blade, fear began to creep in. Just as she had received the most precious gift, she could not afford to perish now. She began to panic, commanding the shogun to halt. In the end, the fragrant blade fell, and in that moment, she comprehended the terror of death. Chapter 62. The white beard in the lady's eyes lay an abyss of emptiness. When she opened them once more, she found herself back in the pawn shop. She felt an overwhelming sense of weakness, her body succumbing to gravity. Observing her state, Tao Sheng hastily moved to support her. Moments ago, he had employed an illusion to reveal her original fate, a revelation that had drained her spirit and struck her profoundly. "Young man, you must take responsibility for what you did in the illusion," she murmured, leaning slightly towards him, her soft form resting against his shoulder. A gentle breath brushing against his ear. A shiver ran through Tao Sheng, and as he turned his head, he was met with the sight of two pristine, rounded spheres. Heat surged through him, and he swallowed hard. It was not until Sky yanked him back that he was jolted from this captivating scene. Curse that employee. Perhaps next time, I should attend to guests alone, Tao Sheng silently resolved, a difficult decision forming in his mind. Meanwhile, the lady seemed to regain her composure, no longer requiring Sky's assistance. Reverting to her aloof, regal demeanor. "Not me, don't speak nonsense. Everything you experienced was merely your own fantasy. Remember, understanding reverence is essential to becoming powerful. Arrogance must be avoided at all costs." Tao Sheng distanced himself from the implications, portraying himself as an innocent young man, steadfastly devoted, incapable of loving more than one. Yet, for such a formidable woman, he felt compelled to offer a gentle warning, to prevent her from embarking on a path of self-destruction. The lady stood momentarily frozen, tears slowly cascading from behind her mask. For the first time in many years, someone had shown concern for her, and the flames of vengeance within her were somewhat extinguished. Turning towards the luminous portal, she walked forward step by step. "Thank you, boss. I shall remember this. I will come to find you again when I have the chance." She then tucked the vial of life elixir back into the crevice of her bosom and stepped through the light, returning to the continent of Teyvat. As she watched an ice-blue card gradually form in her hand, a smile graced her lips. Indeed, it had been an intriguing experience. Meanwhile, the pawnshop was left with only one last guest, whose distinctive white beard allowed Tao Sheng to instantly recognize him as the renowned Whitebeard. This towering figure, hailing from the world of pirates, was celebrated as the strongest man in existence, his formidable strength augmented by the powers of the Tremor fruit, maximizing his destructive potential. Before Tao Sheng could utter a word, Whitebeard interjected, "Little girl, I sense a vibrating power within you. Could you unleash it for me to witness?" As the possessor of the Tremor fruit, he had immediately sensed that Sky shared a similar vibrational energy. Upon hearing this, Sky had no choice but to comply, extending his hand towards Whitebeard and releasing a shockwave. Unlike the previous encounter with Gordon, who had barged in without a greeting, this elder's warm smile, revealing his gums, coupled with the overwhelming aura he exuded, signified his amiable nature, making the demonstration entirely voluntary. In an instant, the shockwave surged into Whitebeard's body, and soon he closed his eyes, his form beginning to tremble. "Boss, could this grandfather with the white beard be feigning a seizure to extort us?" Sky observed the elderly man, who appeared to be having an epileptic fit, fearing he might collapse, and forced the boss to compensate with a vial of life elixir. "Am I truly so easily extorted? I have always been the one to deceive others." Tao Sheng pondered briefly, contemplating that perhaps Whitebeard had noticed his exceptional physical prowess, akin to his own, and sought to verify it. As expected, Whitebeard's next utterance was, "Come, be my daughter, be my first daughter." Tao Sheng rolled his eyes. It was indeed characteristic of him to claim children at the slightest disagreement. Sky was left utterly dumbfounded. Who would approach someone with such an outrageous proposal? Although she had yet to discover her father, it did not imply a lack of paternal affection. "What is wrong with being my daughter? You will inherit my ship, my island, and have many brothers to care for you." Whitebeard's tone grew more urgent. He had finally encountered someone capable of inheriting his legacy, and it was not through the power of a devil fruit. If he could provide her with his careful guidance, he might prevent her from following the tumultuous path he had traversed, one fraught with the backlash of his own powers. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Sky struggled to formulate a response, wary of hurting the old man's feelings. If he were to be angered and retaliate, it would surely lead to trouble. She did not believe she could withstand him in a confrontation. She turned her gaze to the boss, hoping he would intervene. "Stop thinking. I am indeed your father." A sudden jolt from someone nudged Tao Sheng, prompting him to turn and softly admonish, "Do not bump there. I am nearly injured. Old man, I await you in the new world. Come find me when you have decided." Whitebeard ignored Tao Sheng, his gaze fixed on Sky. The bewildered Sky could only nod in response, attempting to placate the elderly gentleman. "Perhaps another time. I am uncertain of the location." Truth be told, she had no desire to venture there. Having heard tales from the boss about that treacherous pirate world, she could hardly fathom life without a computer. Whitebeard recognized that prolonging the conversation was futile and was preparing to depart. "Ah, Whitebeard, we still have business to discuss. Why the haste?" Tao Sheng urgently called him back. Realizing the significance of such a formidable ally, one who is immensely wealthy. "I bring nothing, and you possess little of value. Your life elixir cannot remedy my decaying body. Indeed, the life elixir merely extended lifespan. It could not cure ailments." Tao Sheng understood that Whitebeard bore the scars of his youth, compounded by the challenge of controlling the powers of the tremor fruit. The life elixir would not resolve his issues, nor would the magical beans. Even if ingested forcefully, it would only provide a fleeting burst of energy, and any subsequent strain would hasten his demise. "However, I wish to discuss other matters with you. First, let me inquire, has your ship S. Blackbeard, Teach, betrayed you?" "What nonsense! My beloved sons could never betray me." Hearing the audacious inquiry from the proprietor before him about whether his son had betrayed him, Whitebeard felt a surge of indignation. His crew was akin to his own children, and treachery was an impossibility. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. In a sudden fit of rage, he approached, intent on seizing Tao Sheng, only to be thwarted by the emergence of an imposing wall of frigid ice. This barrier soon vanished, leaving him to contemplate the formidable power behind it, ice stronger than that of Aokiji. Who could this be? In that fleeting moment, Whitebeard sensed the chilling aura emanating from the ice, confirming its superiority over Aokiji's abilities. Merely a minor proprietor, yet one who had insulted his crew, Whitebeard mused that he should first consider whether Teach possessed any extraordinary qualities. From his earlier demeanor, it appeared that Teach had yet to acquire the dark fruit. Otherwise, he would have surely slaughtered his comrades and defected from the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 63. The transaction completed, reflecting on the peculiar nature of the establishment from the outset. Whitebeard wondered if the proprietor was insinuating something. Indeed, he had sensed Teach's abnormality for some time. Yet regardless of his transformation, be it for better or worse, there was no justification to abandon any of his children. But what if it came to that? While Whitebeard was deeply loyal, his capacity for forgiveness could lead to the injury of others, potentially even costing him his own life. "Speak plainly. There is no need for such circumlocution," he urged. "Teach has long coveted the dark fruit. If one is not cautious, he may resort to killing his comrades for it and defect. One could argue that his entire existence has been centered around this fruit. If I were to simply provide him with the dark fruit, none of this would transpire." Tao Sheng momentarily choked, thinking it was not in line with the expected protocol. Was he not supposed to inquire about his next steps? He restructured his thoughts and asserted, "It is futile. Teach's ambition cannot be contained. Even if you intend to bequeath him your position, his arrogance and recklessness would prevent him from treating your beloved son as a true brother. The Whitebeard pirates may very well cease to exist as a result." The crew, after all, was Whitebeard's Achilles heel, and Tao Sheng was confident he would take the bait. Moreover, would your sons truly submit to him? In your absence, a tragic spectacle of brothers turning against each other over inheritance would once again unfold. Whitebeard scoffed, seemingly displeased at the mention of his crew's loyalty, as if it were an affront to his role as a father. "I will manage it adequately. Thank you for your concern," he replied. It was likely that the world government had already discerned that Ace was the son of the pirate king, Roger. Observing Whitebeard's obstinacy, Tao Sheng decided to drop a bombshell. Upon hearing this revelation, Whitebeard's body trembled slightly, and after a moment of silence, he let out a deep sigh. "What is it that you desire? Speak frankly. It is not a matter of what I desire, but rather how I can assist you." "All I ask is for a modest reward afterward," Tao Sheng replied, adopting a more earnest approach. "To inquire about your wants would render this a nefarious establishment. An unsustainable business. Whitebeard continued to remain silent. You are aware that the future may unfold in such a manner that Ace must perish to restore the dignity of the world government. Unless one possesses the means to eliminate all individuals associated with the world government and the Navy. Tao Sheng took a sip of water and continued to patiently analyze the pros and cons with him. So, do you possess the ability to eradicate everyone? Whitebeard found it hard to believe that anyone could accomplish such a feat. I, too, lack that capability, but I have my reputation. The longevity elixir. Rest assured, the shadowy rulers of the world government would not refuse such a gift. Tao Sheng raised the box in his hand, observing the several vials of the longevity potion. Whitebeard had to concede that it was indeed valuable. While he himself cared little for longevity, those in the shadows would eagerly grasp the opportunity for eternal life. They would not forsake any chance to survive for the sake of mere pride. If the boss were willing to present this substance, it could indeed resolve the seemingly insurmountable predicament. It still relies on me to sacrifice myself to achieve this, a rather flattering way to phrase it. He realized that the plan still required a significant figure to step forth and make the ultimate sacrifice to quell the situation. True to the nature of a businessman, his heart was indeed shrouded in darkness. If I must perish, so be it. After all, this body of mine is of no further use. While Ace and the others are the true hope, Tao Sheng felt a sense of relief as the old man finally grasped the situation, rendering his lengthy discourse worthwhile. However, the issue of pride resurfaced. But if you return and ensure Ace remains hidden, perhaps even your life may be spared. It all hinges on how you manage this. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard nodded. Indeed, if the matter remained internal, it could be resolved. Once it leaked, however, it would be disastrous. What do you desire? Devil fruits, more the better. Any fruit will do. For those exceeding their value, I shall compensate with other items. You are aware that I possess many valuable treasures. Tao Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief upon persuading Whitebeard. Very well, I have a request as well. Allow me to train this young girl for a time, lest her talents be squandered. Moreover, she lacks the ability to control her vibrations and may ultimately harm herself. Whitebeard gazed at Sky, reluctant to see her repeat past mistakes. At that moment, Sky, standing behind, tugged at Tao Sheng's garment, indicating her reluctance to go. I will take her, but not at this moment. Tao Sheng had also noticed the bruises on Sky's arms. Finding a master like Whitebeard was part of his plan. Yet he could not bear to abandon Sky alone in the pirate world. He retrieved several magical beans from the bag given by Clint, as well as a copper coin from another pouch. Here are a few magical beans and the copper coin. The coin serves as a locator for me to find my way, akin to your life paper, so do not lose it. He dared not claim he had yet to discover a method to reach him, thus offering the copper coin, first to test the possibility of teleportation. The magical beans will restore you to full vitality instantly, but do not misuse them. They act like stimulants and may hasten your demise. Should I fail to arrive, consider this a form of compensation. Could not guarantee that the transfer would be successful, yet under normal circumstances, the issue was not significant. He could proceed with his tasks. Acknowledging this, the elder left the light gate, clutching copper coins and celestial beans. As the final guest departed, the luminous portal vanished, along with the connection to's copper coins. He attempted to activate the teleportation spell, but received no response. It appeared that interstellar transportation was currently unattainable. Shaking his head in resignation, resolved to procure a spatial gem to see if it might prove effective. Meanwhile, it was time for Loki to gather his net. Boss, we're back. Jessica and Parker exclaimed as they returned from school. Ah, you just missed the boss entertaining the guest, Sky, who was chattering away with them about the recent events. Returned to the sofa, his sanctuary for recuperation. Carelessly tossing the eye of God onto the coffee table, he heard Parker's excited voice. Boss, is this the eye of God that grants magical powers? It looks magnificent. With a grin, Parker settled beside, secretly contemplating the eye's potential. Patted his back, saying, if you want it, take it. No need for excessive words. When have I ever shortchanged you? Except for the sky blue ice element eye, which he had already reserved, intending to develop a singular path to its fullest extent without engaging in elemental reactions, relying solely on stacking multipliers. The coordination between elements would be left to his teammates, and had no intention of revealing what each color represented. It was rumored that the Eye of God only activated when it suited the individual, though its truth remained uncertain. Let it be deemed a matter of fate. Chapter 64. Selecting the Eye of God. Parker sifted through the options and ultimately chose one. Upon grasping it, the gem on the eye began to shimmer with a purple glow, as if it had come to life. Boss, what does this signify? I feel as though I'm being electrocuted. It's rather numbing. That is the eye of the thunder element. Consider how you might incorporate the thunder element into your techniques. Wave him off, indicating he should play without disturbing him. Internally, he mused that he could not be blamed. After all, it was Parker who had selected the weakest thunder element, and now, enhancing it was beyond his capacity. Poor child. Upon realizing it was the thunder element, Parker was elated like a child. He imagined that the thunder element would be akin to lightning, swift and explosive, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Following the boss's guidance, he commenced attempting to infuse the thunder element into his spider silk. As his thoughts focused, the emitted silk indeed crackled with traces of electrical power, accelerating its speed beyond the norm. When he touched the silk, a slight tingling sensation coursed through his body. If a substantial amount of silk ensnared an enemy, it might very well incapacitate them with electricity. Subsequently, an innovative technique sparked in Parker's mind. He suddenly erupted with energy surrounded by flickering lightning. This dazzling form, reminiscent of an animated series he had once watched, utilized the electric charge to invigorate his body, enhancing his speed and strength. Immediately, he leapt about like a monkey, accompanied by a thunderous noise that made everyone's ears buzz. Finally, he executed a graceful landing, declaring, "From this day forth, I shall be known as Thunder Pig." He felt the purple lightning complemented the spider perfectly, believing he had finally gained strength. Those who once bullied me shall be repaid in kind. Before he could indulge in his dreams, an icy grip ensnared him from feet to head, leaving only his head capable of slight movement. Enough noise, Thunder Pig. It's time for you to cool down. If Parker continued unabated, even rest would elude him. You too, hurry over and take it. The two whispering seemed utterly unconcerned about becoming stronger. Surely the earlier display of the lightning divine I had not deterred them. Ultimately, the wind divine I was claimed by Jessica, while Sky selected the water divine I. Upon her first touch, Sky condensed it into a water sphere, which she then shaped into several water swords using her own vibrational power. How do I look? Impressive, right? Is that you, Xingqiu? Oh no, it's Yelan. Tao Sheng couldn't help but marvel at Sky's extraordinary talent, as if she were a favored daughter of the heavens. You can use water to nourish your meridians, which will mitigate the damage caused by vibrations. Do not suppress your power. Despite knowing little about it, Tao Sheng felt compelled to offer advice. While Sky experimented with how to nourish herself, Jessica had already begun to summon objects to herself using the wind. Well then, it seems there's no need for my concern. After retrieving the ice divine eye from the table and releasing Parker, Tao Sheng addressed the trio. For the next few days, adapt to your divine eyes. Soon, a great battle awaits. Do not disgrace yourselves. Boss, how big is it? They chorused in unison. Larger than I can fathom, but it will surely make you wish never to fight again. Remember to keep your belongings secure. With that, Tao Sheng vanished, returning to familiar grounds. The last time he visited Tony's lab, it was a chaotic mess, items strewn haphazardly. This time, the situation was unchanged, but the clutter had only multiplied. Alarm bells rang out as Tony descended in his marked suit, emblazoned with a Roman numeral. Tony, it seems Jarvis's intelligence has diminished. Even I barely recognized it. Would you like my assistance in upgrading it? I am quite the language expert. Tao Sheng sat in a chair, conjuring 2 cups from ice and pouring Tony's prized wine. Care for a drink? Quite clever. It instantly identified the intruding little thief. Tony removed his armor and accepted the cup. Drinking from ice cups brought a unique flavor, and he considered making several more in the future. What brings you here today? Have you come to discuss programming code? Do you believe in the existence of extraterrestrial beings in the universe? It is likely, but how do they arrive? Do they teleport like you? To some extent. Yet they rely on a divine artifact while I depend on my own abilities. It is not the same. Thus, Tao Sheng informed him that there are individuals intending to utilize a powerful relic to summon extraterrestrials to Earth, which would turn our planet into a battlefield. Should we lose, we would be enslaved. Therefore, individuals like us, endowed with abilities, ought to unite and resist in defense of Earth. Are extraterrestrials formidable? Upon hearing the mention of aliens, his first reaction was an array of alien technologies, such as star destroyers and warp travel. One might say, if they were not formidable, they would not seek out Tony. The main concern is that their numbers exceed 1 billion, yet they are mere fodder, so there is no cause for alarm. Upon hearing that they are not formidable and thus would not approach him, Tony instinctively raised his chin, inquiring about when they would depart. Soon. Once I gather the other superheroes, many hands make light work. Tao Sheng finished the remainder of his drink, asking, "Are you certain your armor does not require an upgrade?" "No need," Tony replied. "This is the strongest." He gazed at the lackluster iron armor, claiming it was the strongest. How absurd. At that rate, it would be hard-pressed to defeat even a few minions. Observing Tony's pallor, he noted the darkened brow and vacant gaze, an ominous sign indeed. "Are you still utilizing a palladium arc reactor?" "Oh, you're familiar with that?" Tony retorted. "What should I replace palladium with? Can you provide me with a new element?" "I could offer you a new element. What would you give me in return?" "I would directly grant you half of the star shares." Tony was also taken aback. Had it been that simple to develop a new element, a revolution would have long ensued. During his earlier poisoning, he had attempted to substitute various elements. But after much calculation, none of the known elements met his requirements. He had also researched new elements, but was left utterly perplexed, lacking a clear direction. He certainly did not believe Tao Sheng could discover one. Otherwise, he would not be content running a small pawn shop. "Have you not examined what your father left you?" "What?" Tony felt as though his ears were deceiving him. How could a new element possibly relate to his father? "A city model. Find it and take a look. It contains a new element. I do not wish to venture out with a half-dead teammate. Also, remember to prepare the share transfer contract for my signature promptly." Tao Sheng disregarded the dazed Tony and vanished in an instant. At that moment, he was elated, having unexpectedly struck a deal to acquire half of the shares without cost. Chapter 65. Team assembly in a secluded woodland cottage. Following a warm, candlelit dinner, Banner and Betty reclined on the sofa, nestled against one another. "Banner, do you ever regret abandoning that glamorous life filled with revelry and relinquishing the science you love to be here with me? Each night, when darkness descends." The sentimental woman often delves into the mysteries of love and the world. Banner found himself in a quandary, as this was not the first time he had been posed with such a question. He understood that if he wished to avoid an argument, he could only acquiesce to her words. How could it be? "Having you for the rest of my life is more than enough." Betty, hearing the answer she longed for, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. She leaned in closer, wrapping her legs around Banner's waist, fervently seeking the sensation of his stubbled jaw against her lips. The old sofa creaked with every movement, its leather wearing away in small patches from the friction. "Ahem, I seem to have arrived at an opportune moment." Tao Sheng stood awkwardly at the doorway, and from his vantage point, it appeared as though the two were engaged in something rather scandalous on the couch. Banner, startled, turned an alarming shade of green, though thankfully his head remained unaffected. "Tao Sheng, next time you come, perhaps you could have the coin emit a warning or stand further back before knocking." Betty, with a look of discontent, adjusted her clothing, having been a bit too vigorous in her earlier actions. Hulk rose from the sofa, hastily pulling Tao Sheng out the door. "This is advantageous for both of us," Banner remarked while cradling his waist and performing a circular motion with his hips. Tao Sheng pondered for a moment, acknowledging that his sudden appearance indeed carried risks. Although the earlier scene had been quite alluring, one must respect the sanctity of friendship, especially when it came to the wives of friends. Let us refrain from such entanglements. I should have considered this more carefully. Speak, what brings you here? I need you. The Earth is on the brink of a monumental crisis. I understand, let us depart. Hulk's swift agreement bewildered Tao Sheng. For just moments ago, he had insisted on distancing himself from the city to remain with Betty. Now, without hesitation, he was ready to leave. What is the holdup? The Earth is in peril, Hulk urged. Observing his urgency, Tao Sheng found himself questioning the gravity of the situation. Was it truly that dire? What crisis are you aware of? Forget the crisis for now. We must leave at once. I have been drained for an entire month, and even Hulk dares not emerge. Tao Sheng inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of turning 30 was indeed formidable. I have yet to gather everyone. You take your leave and make amends with her. This evening, I will open a portal. You can simply teleport over. Banner, moved by his words, placed a hand on Tao Sheng's shoulder. Good brother, be swift. Tao Sheng rolled his eyes, sensing that this large fellow was reveling in the moment. Never mind. Out of sight, out of mind. He intended to teleport away, but recalled Banner's earlier suggestion. He paused, closed his eyes in contemplation, and attempted to make Diana's coin emit a warning, for encountering her while bathing could lead to an awkward explanation. Meanwhile, far away in Washington, Diana had just emerged from her shower, a delicate white towel wrapped around her figure, preparing to dry her hair with a hairdryer. Suddenly, she noticed the coin on the table radiating an eerie chill, causing a layer of ice to form on the surface. Before long, Tao Sheng appeared before her, and Diana continued, drying her hair as if this were a commonplace occurrence. Did the coin change just now? Yes, it turned to ice. Without her needing to say anything, Tao Sheng discerned the situation. The entire table was enveloped in a layer of ice. It seemed that I had succeeded. Henceforth, I would use this phenomenon to herald my imminent arrival. So, is there a matter of significance that brings you here today? Diana responded with her usual composure. Has Thor reverted to the god of thunder? Tao Sheng scratched his head, pondering the fervent warrior before him. Her first words were a challenge to duel. I wonder if she would resort to domestic violence in the future. Why must there be a confrontation? I wish to ascertain who possesses greater prowess. My mother has incessantly extolled Thor's virtues since childhood, to the point of exasperation. Indeed, the children of others are perpetually the most remarkable. Suddenly, Tao Sheng comprehended. Were he in her position, he would choose to remain passive, allowing others their superiority. He had recovered, yet there might be no immediate opportunity for a duel, as he first needed to confront extraterrestrial beings. Change your attire. Let us proceed. Why do you still gaze at me? Hurry and change your clothes. Rest assured, I shall not intrude upon your privacy. Faced with Diana's peculiar gaze, Tao Sheng had no choice but to step outside and wait. How infuriating. Where has the trust between individuals gone? At that moment, the superhero squad was left with only Thor, yet he had no intention of teleporting. Instead, he called out to Heimdall, requesting that he summon Thor down. The final segment of the journey was best accompanied by a beautiful companion. He had no desire for a brutish associate. Meanwhile, everyone gathered in the small pawn shop, observing the formidable lineup of Thor, Wonder Woman, the Hulk, and Iron Man, along with 3 promising newcomers. Tao Sheng felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing that this alliance was forged solely through personal charisma, far surpassing the capabilities of any one-eyed director. He then produced a small blackboard and shifted into teaching mode. Recently, I discovered that Loki, Thor's brother, was using the Mind Stone to control scientists. As he mentioned Loki and Thor, the others, with the exception of Diana, were left in a fog of confusion, exchanging glances as if to inquire, who are these two? Indeed, I am Thor. Loki is my brother. Thor stood up, an expression of remorse upon his face. Previously, my father had imprisoned him, but he later deceived the guards with his illusions and vanished. It was only after Tao informed me that I realized he had reappeared on Earth. Hence my purpose here is to capture him and return him. At this moment, Tao Sheng recalled that he had not yet introduced everyone. So he took a moment to elucidate each individual's abilities. Tony was responsible for long-range attacks, while the Hulk and Thor acted as tanks, absorbing damage at the forefront. Diana was tasked with maneuvering, and everyone was to ensure her protection. The final arrangement drew disdain from the others, yet he remained unfazed, returning to the previous topic. To explain what the Mind Stone is, it relates to the origins of a universe. Prior to the Big Bang, 6 singularities, each containing boundless energy, coalesced into 6 gemstones: space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. It is rumored that gathering all 6 stones would grant the fulfillment of any wish. However, no one has yet succeeded in collecting all 6. Tao Sheng paused, contemplating the future when someone might gather them, fulfilling his desire to annihilate half of the universe's population. Originally, he felt no terror while witnessing the scenes on the screen. However, now that he had truly entered this world, the recollection of those moments sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 66. The vote passed subsequently. Tao Sheng opened the video previously copied from Hydra, revealing Loki wielding the scepter of mind control to manipulate the S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists studying the Tesseract. Please observe closely. The scepter in Loki's possession is a gift from our adversaries. Noticing the puzzled expressions among the group, Tao Sheng realized he needed to elaborate on who the enemy was. Our foes, the Chitauri, are a formidable race in the cosmos, endowed with the ability to shapeshift at will. Their intent is to utilize Loki to activate the Tesseract and open a spatial wormhole, allowing vast legions of extraterrestrial forces to invade Earth. At this moment, the video froze on the Tesseract. In order to protect our planet, I propose we preemptively employ the Tesseract to transport ourselves directly to their stronghold, thus engaging them in battle on their own turf and sparing Earth from casualties. What do you think of this plan? The proposal was indeed appealing. However, upon mentioning an army, it was evident that they would be numerous. Banner, the first to voice his concern, adjusted his non-existent glasses, resembling a diligent student highlighting flaws in a teacher's statement. He appeared composed, yet inwardly lamented his haste, having rushed here without clarity on the mission's purpose. Had he known from the outset that they would be waging war in outer space, he would have preferred to remain behind. Approximately 10,000, Tao Sheng estimated. If it's their base, the aliens will surely swarm like locusts. And us? Fewer than 10. Are you joking? How can we possibly fight that? If we were to perish in battle, our bodies would drift endlessly in space. How romantic that would be. The stark disparity in forces caused the group to grimace, shaking their heads in disapproval of the plan's feasibility. On average, each individual would have to confront over 1,000 alien soldiers. Even if they fought valiantly, exhaustion would be inevitable. The concept of a human wave assault was no jest, especially with advanced weaponry arrayed against them. Remain calm. I have assessed the situation, and the odds are manageable. Should we fail, we can still be transported back. Tao Sheng pressed his hands downward, his gaze sweeping across each individual, striving to regain control of the discourse. Students, we do not need to annihilate the enemy completely. A decapitation strike to demonstrate our might will suffice to fulfill our mission. Can we truly be transported back from such a distance? If we can go there, we can certainly return. If we cannot even manage the transportation, then there is no need to consider these matters. Tao Sheng rubbed his temples. At that point, they would be relegated to defending Earth and waiting for the enemy to strike before retaliating. Silence enveloped the group. Even though it was their first encounter with interstellar warfare, they understood that all conflicts ultimately spoke the language of power. Moreover, these extraterrestrials had long cast covetous eyes upon them, even with the Tesseract in their possession. Their target remained the illustrious Earth. This is a war that knows no end. Do not entertain the Navi notion of peace negotiations without a thorough confrontation. I shall partake. Thor was the first to raise his hand in agreement, feeling a sense of duty to address the turmoil instigated by Loki. Additionally, with his father's impending demise and the transition of kingship, his authority was insufficient to command respect across the 9 realms, necessitating the forging of new alliances. This motley crew presented the ideal opportunity for such alliances, capable and of good character, save for one indolent individual who would only act for personal gain. Count me in, Tony interjected, unwilling to be left out. Both Diana and Tony expressed their desire to join as well. The former believed that in times of war, it was her obligation to intervene and mitigate greater losses, specifically human casualties, as she had yet to embrace a universal love for all beings. Tony, on the other hand, speculated that extraterrestrial technology might hold valuable insights, and engaging in battle could provide opportunities to learn from alien advancements, thus not rendering their efforts futile. At this juncture, all eyes turned to Banner, who had yet to voice his opinion. He shrugged. Is it possible to engage in combat without the front line sustaining damage? He shared a fist bump with Tao Sheng, as the group unanimously voted to proceed and began deliberating the next steps, particularly the opening of a spatial portal. The vote, however, did not include the 3 unfortunate employees, whose grim expression suggested they would inevitably follow their boss into the cosmos, with unclear consequences for their employer. Banner then raised a critical point. If we are to traverse interstellar distances, the immense energy requirements and precise positioning are 2 insurmountable challenges. The group stared at him in astonishment. What is going on? Banner queried, puzzled by their collective gaze. I didn't think someone of your stature would contemplate such complex matters, Diana remarked, sketching Hulk's silhouette with her hand. Please, I'm a physicist with 7 doctoral degrees. Do not underestimate me. The revelation left everyone astonished. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Had Banner not revealed his credentials, they might have never known that a mind rivaling Tony's intellect was among them. Banner found himself at a loss for words under their incredulous stares. Are we still discussing the plan? If not, I might as well return to the tavern for a nap. Tony, have you developed that new element for the arc reactor? Our energy reliance rests upon it. Tao Sheng remarked, acknowledging that only Tony's arc reactor could reliably supply the needed energy. Tony revealed the triangular reactor embedded in his chest, stating, "It provides 60 billion joules of energy per second. Thanks." Following Tao Sheng's previous guidance, he had indeed unearthed clues to the new element among his father's belongings, swiftly synthesizing it to replace the toxic palladium. At the moment he replaced the reactor, he felt as though he had been reborn. His complexion improved, and his back pain vanished. However, Tony soon found himself harboring doubts about Tao Sheng. This individual appeared to share no blood ties with him. Yet he not only knew of his parents' demise, but also possessed knowledge of the artifact left by his father. There was something peculiar about this. It seemed necessary to conduct a thorough investigation. "What about my shares? Are you reneging on your word?" Tao Sheng pointed at Tony, berating him. "We're already in the process. We must follow the shareholder protocol," Tony replied, though he was entirely unprepared. Yet, seeing Tao Sheng's demeanor, he understood that evasion was futile. He lamented his own loose tongue. He had not intended to go back on his word. The amount of money involved was trivial. He could easily recoup it through some research and development. Still, he felt a pang of resentment. The thought that half of his future earnings would be shared with Tao Sheng caused him considerable distress. Chapter 67. The Strong Man in Women's Attire. Meanwhile, Tao Sheng, having unexpectedly gained half of the shares, exuberantly waved his hand, exclaiming, "Parker, go buy some late-night snacks." "It's on me." Upon hearing his employer summon him for a late-night snack run, Parker felt an internal resistance. He couldn't simply acquiesce to such demands. Yet, as he met Tao Sheng's fierce gaze, he resolved to at least attempt the errand once before deciding whether to refuse in the future. Dejected, Parker stepped outside, navigating through the narrow alleys flanked by towering buildings. He had initially hoped to discuss physics with his idol, Tony, but was mercilessly expelled by his boss. Learning that another physics prodigy was present had doused his initial excitement with a bucket of cold water. Oh well, who could blame the boss for bestowing upon me 2 vials of life-extending elixir? Just the night before, Tao Sheng had produced 2 golden vials and placed them in Parker's hands, fulfilling a promise. Overjoyed, he had climbed through Gwen's window, and they had shared the elixirs in a toast. Before long, he distinctly felt changes within his body and perceived transformations in Gwen's appearance and figure. In that moment, they shared an intimate encounter on Gwen's bed. Afterward, in a state of reflection, Parker realized he was gradually stepping into the abyss of capitalism, destined to become a mere worker. What had once seemed a life-saving debt had now burgeoned into an insurmountable burden. Nevertheless, his boss's repeated requests for late-night snacks indicated a certain level of regard for him. Even as a worker, he resolved to outpace them all. With renewed determination, Parker embarked at a brisk pace towards a distant barbecue stall. Returning to the pawn shop, Thor observed Tony's chest device, expressing skepticism. "I believe that apparatus may be inadequate. It does not seem capable of providing the necessary energy for teleportation. You must understand that even within your so-called galaxy, we as Guardians require enough energy to obliterate a planet for transportation." Thor scrutinized Tony's device closely but sensed no imminent threat. He suspected it was merely a child's gimmick, employing a light bulb to feign sophistication. "Hey, big guy, do you hold any doctoral degrees? Dare to question the remarkable inventions conceived by the illustrious Tony? Shall I bring forth one of them and hurl at your face, so you might comprehend the true measure of strength?" As the tension escalated between the two, onlookers hurriedly intervened to prevent an altercation. Why, as fellow bearers of the name Tony, can they not engage in a calm discourse? Their tempers ignite with the slightest provocation. In a sense, they resemble a family, both stubborn in their ways. The palpable tension compelled the authoritative Banner to voice his opinion. "Perhaps, for the sake of caution, we could construct a colossal arc reactor, ensuring we need not fret over insufficient energy." "I shall not build such a thing. The reactor upon my chest suffices," Tony declared emphatically. "It cannot be large," interjected the wise Tao Sheng. "Though I am no physicist and possess little understanding of energy sufficiency, I do know that we must create something smaller. We still need to return. A massive reactor would indeed render our journey one of no return. Extraterrestrial beings would not provide us with an abundance of materials to craft a reactor, only for us to bid farewell with tearful eyes. It is far better to fashion a suit like Tony's for me to wear, then I can utilize the Tesseract to teleport away. That is the only solution. The group of men pondered Tao Sheng's words, while several women appeared somewhat drowsy, collectively stifling yawns. Their interest lay solely in when they could engage in battle, rather than how to initiate it. Fortunately, at that moment, Parker returned, bearing the enticing aroma of barbecued delicacies. In the stillness of the night, should any issues remain unsolved, a feast of barbecue could remedy all. Tender, crispy, savory, and spicy flavors clashed within their mouths, each competing for the pinnacle of taste. The assembly expressed their sheer delight at the meal. Tony, remember to design the armor in an icy blue hue. It will enhance my power output. Tao Sheng was exhilarated at the prospect of soon possessing his very own marked suit. A man remains a boy at heart, and Mecha embodies eternal romance. Tony offered no response. At that moment, he was merely a man consumed by hunger, fixated on meat, and more meat. He felt that, upon finishing this feast, his beloved hamburger would lose its allure. Finally, he savored a unique ice-cold beer crafted by Tao Sheng. "No problem, I've got this," he exclaimed, and continued to indulge. Eat more slowly. The ladies have hardly had their fill. After satisfying their appetites, they reclined in their chairs, uniformly protruding their bellies to allow their weary stomachs the utmost relaxation. The final topic of the night: how to acquire an accurate teleportation target. The notion of calling Loki was unnecessary to mention. Only you would conceive of such an idea. The breakthrough must lie with Loki. They could only coax him out. Thor suggested a direction, for only he and Tao Sheng truly understood Loki, leaving the others without a voice. How do we coax him? Would your last intrusion into my mind with your illusions suffice? Not quite. He is a sorcerer, and his mental resistance must be formidable. I cannot invade his mind. Then there is no alternative. I know my brother well. Being the god of mischief, he is unlikely to speak the truth. Thor spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Reflecting on the countless times he had been outwitted by Loki and the hardships he had endured, yet he found himself utterly powerless against him. However, there was a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could compel Loki to speak the truth. Suddenly, Diana produced a shimmering golden lasso from thin air, the lasso of truth. Indeed, a formidable tool. The meeting concluded with the plan to assemble once Tony and Banner had crafted the teleportation armor for battle. Thor chastised himself for his own folly, realizing that such a simple solution had eluded him. Involving Banner in the armor's development was merely to ensure compatibility with the Tesseract's data, conveniently accessible within S-H-I-E-L-D. Wait, are you certain this lasso will make Loki speak the truth? The muscular Thor voiced his skepticism once more. Before he could continue, the lasso was swiftly secured around him. What is the most embarrassing thing you have ever done? Thor instinctively resisted, pulling at the lasso with all his might. But it only tightened, making it difficult for him to breathe. To his utter dismay, he found himself uncontrollably confessing, wearing women's clothing. The moment the lasso was released, the group turned to him with a mix of astonishment and incredulity. "It's not what you think. Let me explain," Thor rushed to clarify, feeling an inexplicable malice directed at him this evening. Tao Sheng approached and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "No need to explain. I completely understand." The others joined in, offering supportive pats on his back, their expressions conveying a shared understanding. "I apologize. I assumed typical embarrassing moments were just mundane occurrences," Diana offered sincerely, slightly bowing an apology. Thor, having surrendered all resistance, was left deflated. Chapter 68. Malice abounds. Do you rodents comprehend the weight of my humiliation? Thor bellowed as he stormed out, frustrated that no one was willing to hear his side of the story, having merely infiltrated the enemy's stronghold in disguise to accomplish the noble task of assassinating their leader. His anger intensified as he resolved to find Loki and deliver a sound thrashing, for it was his dear brother who had urged him to employ such a ruse. How foolish he had been to trust him. Once Thor departed, laughter erupted within the room, a cacophony of mirthful chuckles. Surely, he won't go out looking for clothes. Followed by another wave of laughter. Yet, mere seconds later, Tao Sheng noticed Diana's serious demeanor and immediately quelled his laughter, adopting a more solemn posture. Soon, only Tony remained laughing, but his solitary amusement lost its charm. He activated the satellite surveillance, intending to secretly observe Thor's actions and chuckle to himself. Since the strategy has been decided, let us conclude for the night. Each to their own abode, and find your respective mothers, Tao Sheng declared. opening two teleportation portals leading to Banner's and Tony's homes. As Banner prepared to step through his portal, he suddenly turned back, upon reflection. We cannot afford to waste time on sleep when it comes to saving the Earth. We must seize every moment and forego rest. With that, he quickly linked arms with Tony, and together they hastened through the portal into the laboratory. What is going on with him? Is the situation truly that urgent? Diana looked perplexed. Do physicists really perceive problems from a different perspective? He is the type who, upon reaching middle age, would rather remain in the car, downstairs, and return home. Just disregard him. Tao Sheng casually concocted an excuse for him. Surely, one could not state that the brawny Hulk was utterly exhausted and unable to plow the fields. Bah, he exhibits no sense of responsibility at all. Sky expressed indignation. Sister Diana, remember to keep your distance from a boss. Proximity to the virtuous fosters virtue, while closeness to the wicked breeds wickedness. Perhaps he is such a person. Hey, with my temper. Tao Sheng rolled up his sleeves, prepared to deliver a playful punch to this blabbering Sky. Sky hurriedly took refuge behind Diana, for that was her audacity to expose the villain. Please, open a portal to send me back, Diana said with a smile. Having encountered a group of troublesome individuals that evening, she felt a flicker of warmth in this cold world. Not the warmth of a barbecue, mind you. Sister, I will escort you home. Jessica pushed Tao Sheng aside, as his task was complete, and there was no need for him to obstruct the way. Meanwhile, she feigned sisterly affection, planning to stay at Diana's home for a few days to evade classes. Truly perfect. Sister, I shall accompany you as well. Tao Sheng was nudged aside once again. Moments ago, Sky had exchanged glances with her best friend and immediately grasped the situation. She certainly did not wish to be alone with the male boss. The once bustling pawn shop fell silent again, and the lonely little Tao felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. How had things devolved to this? It was supposed to be a simple offer to take her home, and instead, she invited him to stay for tea. Claiming the night was too gentle and returning home too perilous, opening her heart to the long, dark night. Bored beyond measure, Tao Sheng lost interest in gaming or sleeping and resolved to seek out his good friend Tony, for he too needed to seize every moment. Upon arriving at Tony's laboratory, he discovered the two were imbibing once more. Tao Sheng joined them, sitting on the floor, rummaging through a pile of empty bottles to find something to drink. What brings you here? Banner shook his head several times before recognizing Tao Sheng. It's hard to explain. There's no one at home. It's far more enjoyable to hang out with you. Tao Sheng downed his drink, but it seemed even this place was somewhat dull now. Dull? In my domain. There is no such thing as boredom. Tonight, I must arrange something for you all. Tony thumped his chest, asserting that with so many resources at his disposal, he would ensure everyone had a splendid time. The words arrangement, abundance of resources, and joy snapped the inebriated Banner back to clarity, revealing a sly grin. Tao Sheng shook his head. Just moments ago, he had claimed to be too exhausted to give Little Hulk a break. And now his true nature was surfacing. What a shame to associate with him. He turned to Tony, his smile widening. Is it meat or vegetarian? If it's meat, no arrangements are necessary. I am, after all, a straight-laced boy. It can be vegetarian. I have yet to try that, so let us experiment together today. Is it exquisite? It must be exquisite and of the highest quality. I needn't even make a call. Jarvis will handle everything for us. The cover models from those magazines are clamoring to participate. The three men wore smiles that only a man could understand. After a while, the doorbell rang, and Tao Sheng hurriedly returned to the sofa, conjuring a mirror of ice to check his bangs. Yes, he still looked quite handsome. Soon, a group of long-legged ladies entered, each clad in sexy camisoles and snug shorts. Yet their alluring figures remained hidden behind small boxes. Small boxes? What could this mean? Did they come equipped with tools as well? Tao Sheng couldn't help but marvel at the myriad of ways city dwellers entertained themselves. This was an entirely new experience he had never encountered before. His adrenaline surged. And Diana, do not blame me. It was all Tony's doing, and I had earnestly suggested a vegetarian option. Before long, the girls, seemingly models, began to unveil grilled leeks, roasted eggplants, grilled tofu, and an array of more than 20 different vegetarian dishes, none of which were repeated. Ah, to savor such exquisite cuisine while indulging in delightful dishes. Perhaps this was what a royal lifestyle resembled. But the very next moment, Tony waved his hand dismissively, urging everyone to leave, declaring, "Hurry, vacate the premises. Do not disturb our meal." The vast expanse of the room was left with only 3 rough men. Tao Sheng hardly had time to speak. He could only watch helplessly as the despondent girls departed. Banner gazed at Tony with widened eyes, puzzled. What is going on here? You mentioned vegetarian options. Aren't these just that? Beautiful, upscale, and from restaurants featured on Michelin's cover, utilizing premium ingredients with stunning colors. Indeed, that is correct. Tao Sheng clutched his chest. His face contorted in anguish. Look at the chaos you've caused. Why did you send them away? Banner's face turned a shade of green in frustration. It was clear that Tony had never intended for them to stay. Likely, upon learning of his order, they all came to play the role of delivery girls. He wasn't foolish enough to let them linger. Although grilled dishes were undeniably delicious, one must admit that vegetarian fare had its own subtle allure. Tony, feeling the heat from the dishes, was drenched in sweat yet still satisfied. I have poor kidney health. The doctor advised against barbecues. I must return to recuperate. This world is filled with malice, and it is unsuitable for me. With that, Tao Sheng vanished, continuing the story that had yet to unfold in his dreams. Days later, Tao Sheng reappeared in Tony's laboratory, this time to inspect the progress of his battle armor. Chapter 69, The Cosmic Cube. Tao Sheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a high-ranking official. Though lacking a thermos filled with goji berries, it did not detract from his commanding presence. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. He greeted Tony and Banner with a wave, but you need not exert yourselves so. There is no rush. Their disheveled hair framed their hollow eyes, creating the illusion that they were truly striving to reach outer space as soon as possible. Don't mention it. Tony calls and models daily, and my back is suffering again. Thankfully, it's not as bad as at home, and I will always be 18, Banner remarked, his hand slipping while tightening a screw due to fatigue. The sound of the screw clattering to the ground resonated like a hammer, striking Tao Sheng's heart. Why? Are we not good brothers? Why did you not call me? Tao Sheng relentlessly interrogated. He had no desire to be ensnared by that rope and have his embarrassing secrets exposed, nor did he wish to be burdened with the task of monitoring you and reporting your actions. Turning his gaze towards Banner, he stated, Do not look at me. It has been Hulk who has emerged these past few days, not I. Yes, it has all been Hulk. Banner's feeble defense made it clear to Tao Sheng that their camaraderie had faded. Quickly, equip me with the armor. I shall plunge into the fray alone. I feel as though I could be betrayed at any moment while fighting alongside you. Tao Sheng collapsed into a chair, weary and ready for destruction. Do not rush. It is not yet ready. We must first retrieve the Tesseract, and we require actual data to finalize our preparations. The 3 of them burst through the portal into the S.H.I.L.D. base, inadvertently encountering Loki, who was controlling the personnel within with his scepter. Nearby, Thor was engaged in a fierce exchange with Hawkeye. Thor, how did you wander here, and unable to defeat even a single agent? Is it because you have softened in your feminine attire? Tony, the ever-witty brother, unleashed his sharp tongue, instantly breaking through Thor's defenses. Be silent. Had he not been an ordinary man, I would have vanquished him long ago. Amidst their banter, Loki once again utilized his scepter, controlling 5 agents. Beware of that scepter. Do not fall under its influence, Tao Sheng warned, his brow furrowed. If this continued, it would be disastrous. These were agents. And should they be controlled and inadvertently harm civilians, the consequences would be dire. I do not need you to tell me. I am not blind, Banner retorted, only to be tricked by Loki, who had transformed into an illusion and was promptly struck by the scepter on his chest. In an instant, Banner morphed into the enraged Hulk, the Mind Stone exacerbating Hulk's chaos, rendering even Tao Sheng's illusions ineffective in calming him. Hulk's fist sent Tony, clad in his mark armor, soaring, crashing through the base. He is not dead, is he? If he is alive, tell me where the contract is. I have yet to sign it. Tao Sheng approached to check Tony's pulse, only to be met with disappointment. Hey, how do we turn him back? Tony, having only seen the Hulk in videos, was astounded by his immense strength, completely overwhelmed, unable to withstand even his newly designed Mark 8 armor. Tao Sheng rummaged through his memories. It seemed that rendering the controlled individuals unconscious could break the spell. But how knock him out? His head is harder than stone. Ah, summon Bumblebee. I am nearly depleted. It is time for him to contribute. Tony suddenly realized that to deal with the hulking brute, he would need another brute. Tao Sheng also recalled that he had forgotten about his beloved vehicle after not seeing it for days, and he hurriedly opened a portal. Bumblebee, A comically large yellow mechanical head emerged from the portal, but got stuck halfway through. Hey, how much have you eaten? You can't even fit through the previous door. Tao Sheng was left speechless. He had always opened the portal to standard specifications. It turned out that this time it had to be expanded twice to barely allow Bumblebee to squeeze through. At this moment, Bumblebee had transformed from a robust and handsome young man into a rotund figure, resembling the stark contrast between a sports car and a concrete mixer. I now believe you have been financially drained by him. Tao Sheng, holding his head, remarked to Tony beside him, "Can this physique still engage in combat? This pigsy-like figure seems only capable of absorbing damage." "Patience, let the bullets fly," Tony replied, brimming with confidence, asserting that he was not to be underestimated. "Bumblebee, deliver a crushing blow to that green giant with your hammer." Suddenly, a cylindrical hammer handle emerged from Bumblebee's midsection, and with a click, his entire abdomen morphed into an inflatable hammer, albeit one forged from solid mixed metal. With the absence of his belly, Bumblebee instantly regained his former strength. And coupled with the imposing inflatable hammer, passers-by instinctively broke into a chorus of "We workers have strength." Bumblebee wielded the hammer in one hand while grasping Hulk with the other. One strike, two strikes, three strikes. Within mere moments, he pinned Hulk to the ground, rendering him unconscious. Tao Sheng stood in stunned silence, witnessing this brief yet astonishing scene. This affluent powerhouse was indeed remarkable. It seemed Bumblebee had found the right kind of nourishment. In just a few days, he had transformed into a hefty figure, untroubled by hunger or clothing, with the ever-vigilant Jarvis keeping him company around the clock. With the troublesome Hulk dispatched, the remaining minions posed no threat to Bumblebee, who effortlessly dispatched them with a few casual gestures, leaving them dazed. Tao Sheng successfully acquired the Cosmic Cube. Meanwhile, Loki had set his sights on the isolated and injured Tony, stealthily approaching as he had with Hulk, and lightly prodded Tony's chest with a scepter. Loki marveled, unable to penetrate Tony's defenses. "I have never faltered. How could this be? Wasn't he aired at some point? Just ensure you don't repeat the same mistake next time," Tony replied, lifting his laser cannon as a continuous stream of energy coalesced. Upon witnessing this, Loki immediately raised his hands in surrender. As a sorcerer, he could not withstand even the slightest damage. His life was paramount. Tony seized the Mind Scepter and began to have Jarvis analyze its underlying principles, seeking to understand its capability to control minds. Thus, the mission to acquire the Cosmic Cube was successfully completed, and Loki was inadvertently captured. Just as Tao Sheng prepared to activate the portal back to Tony's laboratory, the bald, one-eyed Nick Fury materialized. "Do you intend to leave just like that? Having damaged so many experimental apparatuses, injured numerous individuals, and taken our possessions, and you don't even offer an apology?" Fury erupted in anger. "This belongs to you? I distinctly recall it being taken from you. Might makes right, and you have certainly engaged in similar deeds. As for compensation, contact my good brother Tony," Tao Sheng retorted, casting a brief glance at Fury's right eye before turning to depart. Tony shrugged. "Contact my secretary, Potts, regarding compensation. I need to ascertain your true intentions. If they pose a threat to Earth, all SHIELD agents will consider you adversaries. If you are indeed afraid of death, then follow along." Chapter 70. Opening the spatial gate soon, the group returned to the laboratory, yet Tao Sheng seemed to have forgotten the formidable size of Bumblebee, which once again found itself ensnared. Perhaps transporting it back to the previous metal production workshop would be a prudent choice, Tony suggested, pointing to the fissures in the floor, indicating their current elevation of 80 stories. Tao Sheng pondered this, realizing that even in its vehicular form, Bumblebee was a heavy-duty cement truck, and its weight would not diminish. It was best to let it remain in Tony's now-defunct metal manufacturing facility. Bumblebee had no objections. In fact, it preferred the tranquility of that environment. The workshop, originally intended for weapon production, had ceased operations, leaving Bumblebee to relish the abundance of raw materials. With the automation controlled by Jarvis, it required no effort as machines catered to its needs, providing unparalleled comfort. Furthermore, during their time at the SHIELD base, Tao Sheng had informed Bumblebee of the impending assault on the extraterrestrials, urging it to prepare. At the mention of confronting aliens, Bumblebee was moved to tears, for its master finally contemplated venturing beyond the cosmos. The next step was to locate Cybertron and establish itself as the first elder, ensuring the propagation of the Autobot race. To this end, it resolved to consume ammunition voraciously to replenish its energy. As Tony began calibrating the data from the Tesseract, Tao Sheng summoned the 3 female warriors. After a few days apart, Sky and Jessica had grown brazen, vociferously proclaiming slogans of female liberation, insisting that women could indeed hold up half the sky. Once we've dealt with the aliens, we'll turn our attention to you, and you'll truly understand what it means to see stars, Tao Sheng muttered under his breath. Diana, noticing that everyone had gathered, prepared to initiate the final procedures as planned. In the distance, she spotted 2 shadowy figures lurking, peering at the Tesseract, one of whom she suspected to be Loki. Without needing further prompting, Diana recognized that it was finally her turn to take action. She drew forth the lasso of truth and deftly cast it, ensnaring her target. Thud! Tao Sheng, who had been drinking water, watched in astonishment as Diana swiftly ensnared Fury. He sputtered, choking, "Wrong target, wrong target. The one beside him is the actual culprit." Upon hearing the misfire, Diana's brow furrowed in confusion. "Isn't he the god of mischief? He seems quite cunning to me." "This is Fury, the director of SHIELD, responsible for managing individuals like us who are deemed potentially illicit," Tao Sheng remarked, devoid of any respect, noting Fury's complexion, which clearly indicated he was not aligned with Thor and his kin. "Then it's not a mistake. They do resemble each other," Diana concluded. Yet she proceeded to untie Fury and recast the lasso upon Loki. Loki, who had been reveling in the situation, suddenly found himself ensnared, his words failing him. The power of the lasso of truth was beyond Loki's capacity to withstand. Before long, Diana extracted from him the location of the army, Nebula 78. Why does that name sound so familiar? Tao Sheng thought momentarily, but the notion quickly dissipated. Meanwhile, Tony successfully completed the calibration of the Tesseract data, crafting a specialized teleportation suit for Tao Sheng. The overall color scheme, as per Tao Sheng's request, is an icy blue, with the junctions of the borders depicted in a stark black and gold. The cosmic cube is embedded in the concave area of the chest, while 5 arc reactors on the back form a star-like configuration. Suddenly, Tao Sheng felt that this design bore a striking resemblance to a self-destructing soldier. With so many energy reactors affixed to his body, even a minor collision could lead to catastrophic detonation. Despair washed over him. However, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. If it were not for the desire to obtain the cosmic cube, he would not have taken such a perilous risk and proposed an assault on the extraterrestrials. Although they could simply seize it, acquiring something inherently demands its consequences. A notion Tao Sheng understood. He was a black market trader, but not entirely devoid of morals. Tao Sheng prepared to approach and don the mech suit. "Wait, will we open the space portal?" "Surely not here. If anything were to go awry, all of New York would suffer." The meticulous physicist emerged, while the simple-minded Hulk receded. Banner, drawing from his expertise, suggested that for the inaugural experiment of the interstellar portal, it would be prudent to establish it at a considerable distance. Indeed, it was wise to select a location far removed from urban areas and crowds. Everyone concurred with his assessment, leaving only the matter of choosing a destination. Tony casually gestured and provided a satellite location along with an image to Tao Sheng, instructing him to open the portal and transport everyone there. Upon examining the photograph, it revealed a secluded island in the Pacific, a truly remote spot, barely discernible on a map without significant magnification. After bringing everyone to the designated island, a gentle sea breeze, infused with the faint scent of flowers, caressed the red hills. Here, in the absence of human presence, the essence of pristine nature prevailed. "Tony, how did you find such a splendid place?" Tao Sheng spread his arms to embrace the sea breeze and sunlight. "Just acquired it," Tony replied. Tao Sheng's lips twitched. Tony, as a shareholder in Stark Industries, such extravagant expenditures must be approved by the board. Ignoring Tao Sheng's reprimands, Tony busily distributed wristbands to everyone. These were portable thermal suits designed to rapidly envelop the body and supply oxygen in an oxygen-depleted environment. Considering humanity's unsuitability for survival in space, Tony had devoted several hours to crafting these life-saving devices. The compact and adaptable design drew inspiration from the transformation principles of Bumblebee, albeit the material was somewhat inferior, lacking the dual properties of strength and flexibility found in Bumblebee's metallic composition. Despite studying Bumblebee for several days, Tony had yet to comprehend its metallic properties and transformation capabilities, resulting in only a rudimentary imitation. After ensuring everyone donned their wristbands, Tao Sheng began to engage with the mech suit. Fortunately, with intelligent assistance, he merely needed to activate the portal as usual, with energy points continuously converging from his chest and back into his hands. A space portal opened, revealing what appeared to be the interior structure of a spacecraft. Without a doubt, this was likely an alien vessel, and everyone hastily moved through the portal. Energy is, after all, finite, and one must conserve it for the journey back. Upon entering, they were immediately targeted by laser guns, prompting everyone to deftly block and evade the incoming fire. In mere moments, they had forced the alien assailants to their knees in surrender. Tao Sheng's group ceased their assault, as it appeared that begging for mercy was a universal language among the cosmos. "Where's your leader?" Tao Sheng inquired, perplexed by the apparent weakness of the Chitauri, whose attire resembled that of affluent individuals rather than soldiers, more akin to wealthy merchants and bodyguards. However, the aliens' pleas for mercy were incomprehensible to them, sounding like gibberish. Jarvis. Attempt to breach the ship's systems. On one hand, Tony hoped that the alien technology would not vastly outstrip his own. On the other, he yearned for it to surpass Earth's advancements. Chapter 71. Self-destruct sequence, sir. It seems we have arrived at the wrong location. This is a civilian vessel, and they are en route to conduct business on a planet named Xander. Jarvis's voice resonated through the ship's speakers. The craft operated on rudimentary program control, lacking stringent oversight. "Tony, there are significant issues with your armor design. Its unstable energy source caused our erroneous teleportation, and you must bear the brunt of the responsibility." Tao Sheng silently encouraged himself, thinking that as long as he could pass the blame swiftly, he would evade culpability. After all, he had his armor, and no one could witness the embarrassment etched upon his face. "Enough of that. It is undoubtedly your flawed technology that misremembered the location," Tony retorted, asserting that his own creations could not possibly err. "Nonsense. It was Loki who made the mistake," Tao Sheng angrily countered, resolutely refusing to accept fault. As he began to reopen the spatial gateway, this time, the portal revealed a horde of grotesque, fiercely colored green-skinned aliens, all turning in unison to fix their gaze upon them as the door swung open. It seemed they had indeed arrived at the right place, and the challenge appeared formidable. Banner was the first to charge forward, ever mindful that as the tank, he must initiate the engagement, absorbing all the damage. "My task is complete. The rest is up to you, Hulk," Banner declared, instantly enraged as he summoned the Hulk to absorb the blows while he retreated into his own body for a brief respite. The Chitauri soldiers, witnessing the sudden transformation into the Green Giant and the ensuing chaos, comprehended the situation without the need for words. "Battle!" They all shouted in unison, arming themselves for the fray. Seeing Hulk successfully initiate the assault, Tao Sheng and his companions swiftly followed suit. Fury, observing the rapidly closing spatial gateway, gritted his teeth and rushed forward. He realized that failing to follow would mean drifting aimlessly through the cosmos, and he held no illusions that Tao Sheng would kindly return to retrieve him. As he gazed at the bizarre extraterrestrials, an indescribable sensation welled within him. On the battlefield, alarms blared within the ship as endless waves of minions surged forth. Just as Tao Sheng had predicted, the alien foot soldiers were indeed not formidable. Yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Although each individual could easily dispatch a few foes, they undoubtedly deserved to be called an army. The robust soldiers at the front engaged in close combat, while those behind, possessing superior accuracy, unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The relentless assault began to inflict wounds even upon the resilient Hulk, let alone those with more delicate constitutions. The prospect of victory seemed increasingly elusive. Sky clutched the magical beans bestowed upon her by Tao Sheng, who, upon witnessing Tony distributing bracelets to everyone, had generously offered each person 2 beans. He claimed that they would not be outdone by Tony, as these beans provided a means for recovery when injuries were sustained or stamina was depleted, effectively serving as additional lifelines. With her wound throbbing, Sky evaded attacks and finally found a secluded corner. After consuming one of the magical beans, she felt her energy surge back to full capacity, and her injuries vanished. The only testament to her previous severity of wounds was the torn fabric of her clothing. Sky then energetically waved her arms, bestowing the water rings conjured by the eye of God upon each teammate, simultaneously inflicting damage upon the enemy through shockwaves transferred to the water. In a final flourish, she spun around and exclaimed with renewed vigor, "Barbara, charge." Her teammates were instantly invigorated, akin to being fully revived in a game. Meanwhile, Thor confronted the bothersome sniper, retaliating by forcefully hurling his hammer, which shattered the side of the ship, creating a gaping hole that violently drew in surrounding soldiers. Tao Sheng, sensing the powerful suction, changed his expression, swiftly dodging as ice surged forth like a dragon, sealing the breach. Tony, recalling the vastness of the starry sky and the ominous void, understood that large weapons were ill-suited for the confines of the ship. He discreetly retracted his laser cannon, opting instead for a machine gun barrage. Observing the valiant efforts of his comrades, the bumblebee, who had been stealthily partaking in snacks, merely transformed his foot into a few turrets to deal with the minions. Tao Sheng shook his head, realizing that even with so many fighters, they were still at a disadvantage. After all, two fists could not contend with four hands, especially with tens of thousands present. It was imperative to adhere to the plan, capture the leader first, and swiftly depart. He began to search for the leader. However, it was unnecessary to search extensively. Their ruckus had attracted attention, and even the dogs knew to bark. The large door in the distance slowly creaked open, and a towering figure strode in. This was evidently their leader. Tao Sheng swiftly teleported and launched an attack, but the leader was no easy adversary. The weapon in his grasp felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds and emitted searing rays that could even melt Tao Sheng's ice. Moreover, the leader appeared to possess magical resistance, rendering the freezing spells largely ineffective, merely slowing his movements. The arrival of the leader did not go unnoticed. Everyone turned to confront him. Jessica immediately transformed into a nine-tailed fox, her form expanding dramatically, and her claws dug into the leader's body, producing a piercing sound akin to metal being sliced. At the bow of the ship, Tony surreptitiously controlled Jarvis to initiate a connection with the spacecraft. Unlike the previous civilian vessel, this ship's artificial intelligence was markedly more advanced, with Jarvis engaged in a fierce contest for control. Seizing the opportunity amidst the digital struggle, Tony discreetly downloaded crucial data. Once a portion of the vital information was secured, he observed Tao Sheng embroiled in a confrontation with the leader once more. Targeting the leader, Tony fired a laser cannon, but the astute leader evaded it with a nimble sidestep, nearly striking Tao Sheng in the process. "Hey, watch it," Tao Sheng bellowed, exasperated with his inept comrade who was of no assistance whatsoever. "Can't you learn to dodge like him? You're even worse than the aliens." The leader, initially engaged in a one-on-one duel, found himself facing two, then four adversaries. His armor was battered by relentless assaults, each blow shattering his defenses. And even the scant hair on his head was singed by electric strikes. Witnessing the dwindling ranks of his soldiers, he realized the tide of battle had turned against him, and he was inexplicably defeated by this ragtag group. With a furious roar, the leader brandished his weapon, indiscriminately firing into the surroundings, creating gaping holes, while simultaneously issuing an order for the ship to self-destruct, ensuring that no one would escape. "Jarvis, quickly revoke his command," Tony urged as he re-engaged with the ship's artificial intelligence. "If it explodes, no one will survive." "Sir, I'm unable to intervene, although I have gained the upper hand. This command is a top-tier authorization of the ship, and there is no circumventing it," the cold mechanical voice echoed once more from the vessel. "Tao Sheng, hurry and open the warp gate. The ship is about to explode," Tony shouted, prioritizing their escape over any remaining data. Chapter 72. No turning back. The ship convulsed violently, the cacophony of explosions drowning out all other sounds. The lights flickered chaotically, and the damage to the gravity system sent everyone hurtling about. Only the most astute managed to grasp onto fixed objects, preventing themselves from bouncing around the ship like a pinball. Soon, the vessel began to disintegrate. The ferocious blast shattered the glass windows and deck, scattering debris into the void of space. The gravity of the situation was beyond description. Tao Sheng felt as if he were on the verge of suffocation. At that moment, Tony's life-saving bracelet activated, generating a suit within the armor. He felt a tightening in his groin, as if the suffocation were intensifying. Nevertheless, he endeavored to calm his chaotic thoughts, first encasing everyone in ice, then hurriedly opening the warp gate. Go now! Fury was the first to leap through the portal, returning to Earth with an agility that was hard to fathom, resembling a cockroach with its tenacious vitality amidst the prolonged chaos. Parker, Sky, and Jessica followed closely behind. Thor and Tony, the two brothers, also broke free from the surrounding soldiers and dashed inside. Bumblebee, demonstrating newfound intelligence, wisely detached his hefty abdomen before entering, thus avoiding any obstruction. However, just as he was about to pass through, his rear became stuck, having neglected the fact that he had recently consumed alien metallic materials, causing his physique to swell rapidly. Upon witnessing the scene, the Hulk delivered a flying kick aimed at the villain's rear, causing both of them to tumble into the abyss. 38, wait. We're still missing one. Tao Sheng turned around to discover Diana ensnared by the bald leader, rendering her unable to escape. Damn it! Tao Sheng relinquished his effort to maintain the spatial portal and dashed towards Diana, wrapping his arms around her waist and spiraling towards the closing gateway. You shall not escape, bellowed the bald leader, his furious momentum surging as he leaped and seized Tao Sheng's leg. At that moment, the portal had shrunk to the size of a basketball, and any further delay could spell doom for both. Tao Sheng conjured an ice staff to brace against Diana's back, propelling her towards the portal while his other hand recharged the gateway's energy. Just as Diana entered the portal, the spacecraft erupted in flames. The group found themselves back at Tao Sheng's shop, staring at the now-closed spatial portal. They waited in vain for it to reopen, knowing that they had set out as 10 but returned as 9, leaving Tao Sheng's fate shrouded in uncertainty. Thor, isn't your gatekeeper, Heimdall, supposed to have the sight of 1,000 miles and the ears of the wind? Can't we locate him? Diana inquired anxiously. Thor shook his head. You know it's merely a legend. In reality, he lacks such prowess. Even our father cannot wield such power, unless Tao Sheng calls for us within the 9 realms. Finding him would be akin to searching for a grain of sand in the ocean. Do not fret. Everything will be fine, reassured Tony, his voice trailing off as he pondered an explanation that eluded him. Perhaps Tao Sheng was still scavenging for alien treasures. After all, one person could only accomplish so much. The Hulk interjected. Moreover, the explosion aboard the spacecraft was not enormous. Even standing hundreds of meters away, I heard nothing. Parker, concealed beneath his Spider-Man suit, rolled his eyes. Sound cannot propagate in the vacuum of space. Even if I yelled in your ear, you wouldn't hear a thing. Yet, none present chose to expose the flimsy rationale, preferring a dubious explanation over silence. I know. I can seek out my master. She is immensely powerful and surely knows what lies ahead. A simple inquiry will reveal whether our boss is alive or dead, Sky exclaimed with enthusiasm. Before she could embark on her quest, a portal suddenly illuminated, and the Ancient One appeared. He is unharmed. The future remains chaotic, which signifies his presence. When will he return? Diana could not restrain herself from asking. Uncertain. Fate is unpredictable. All I know is that the future still holds him. Indeed, the shop's existence confirms that the boss is alive, Parker chimed in excitedly. However, Tony and the others struggled to comprehend how a mere shop could correlate with Tao Sheng's life or death, assuming the child was merely spouting comforting nonsense. Yet Sky and Jessica understood. Parker was not referring to the shop itself, but rather to the inexplicable force within them, a power that remained unyielding, indicating that Tao Sheng still lived. Jessica grasped Diana's hand tightly, and the latter understood the unspoken message, bowing slightly to Ancient One in gratitude for her effort to convey the news. Ancient One nodded, turning her gaze toward Sky. During this period, you shall train with me to harness the power within you. Her visit was not solely to reassure everyone about Tao Sheng's safety. She intended to take her devoted disciple back to rectify the turmoil within her. Initially, she believed Tao Sheng would have the means to resolve the issue, but unforeseen circumstances had arisen, leaving uncertainty about his return. Consequently, she decided that Sky should accompany her to avert any exacerbation of the situation that could jeopardize a mage's innate talent. Sky lowered her head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. She had feared that Ancient One would hold her accountable for her physical afflictions and had concealed the truth. Today, however, she was caught. Although her master remained silent, her failure to seek help must have disappointed her. Sky bid farewell to her dear friend and Diana before departing with Ancient One. Thor also found an excuse to leave, merely stating he would contact the Asgardians to keep them informed about Tao Sheng's situation. Meanwhile, Tony, feeling a sense of urgency after witnessing alien technology, took Bumblebee back to the company, realizing he had been myopic, confined within his own limitations, never having ventured beyond the galaxy. Fortunately, he had acquired substantial information on the spacecraft, which would occupy him for some time. Soon, as individuals departed and scattered, it became evident that idly waiting bore no fruit. They would be better served by seeking opportunities to locate Tao Sheng. Thus, only Diana and Jessica remained in the pawn shop. "Sister, why not stay here? I would find it rather dull alone," Jessica suggested to Diana. "Well, all right. I'll stay for a while," Diana acquiesced, perplexed by her own inclination. Her mind flooded with memories of Tao Sheng pushing her through the portal, followed closely by an explosion. At this moment, she yearned to remain there until he returned, to express her gratitude. Meanwhile, in the 78 Nebula, a spacecraft hovered near the wreckage of another vessel. "Hey, Star-Lord, are we really going to investigate that? It could be the Chitauri army. There might still be survivors. We shouldn't stir up trouble. Let's head to the collector instead," a raccoon spoke with surprising articulation. Chapter 73. Preserving the canine life. What do you mean by stirring up trouble? If I wanted to cause a ruckus, I would have shot that Chitauri when they told us to clear the way, Star-Lord retorted, adding, "I merely wish to see if anyone requires humanitarian assistance." Who in the universe is unaware of Star-Lord's benevolence? "Oh, please, you were the most cowardly just now, yet you speak of shooting others." A green-skinned woman with long red hair downed a glass of wine in one gulp. "You just want to loot some treasures. Stop pretending to be so virtuous. Should we pull out your wanted poster for a look?" Not long ago, they had been imprisoned on Xander, and now they were freely traversing the boundless cosmos in their ship. Upon logging into the Cosmic Interstellar Network for inquiries, one might discover that this vessel has indeed been reported stolen. We are all crew members aboard this ship. Thus, it is imperative that we unite in our efforts. Star-Lord spread his hands, asserting that his intentions were purely humanitarian. Before he could finish his statement, a resounding crash echoed as an icy figure collided with the front windshield of their spacecraft, further shattering the already dilapidated glass. Star-Lord cast a fleeting glance and, struck by inspiration, proposed, "What if we develop a device that adheres to the ship's windshield and automatically scrapes off any objects that stick to it? Might we not become fabulously wealthy?" "That would be futile. Any standard spacecraft is equipped with a protective shield," came the retort. "If it weren't for my repairs, this ship wouldn't even be capable of flight." The raccoon meticulously polished his firearm, ensuring it remained free of dust. "Then hurry up and clear this person from our path. We must expedite our humanitarian mission." Star-Lord was left speechless. Why were these temporary allies so oblivious? In the next moment, the glass shattered completely, allowing the icy figure to tumble inside. As Star-Lord and his companions hastily sealed the breach, they prepared to eject the icy being from the ship. However, as they lifted the figure, they noticed a glimmering blue cube embedded in its chest. Star-Lord's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he attempted to extract the cube, but it seemed as if it were firmly affixed, impervious even to the searing flames of a plasma gun. "What are you waiting for? This is our humanitarian objective, and we have an obligation to assist." Before they could devise a plan for rescue, the icy figure transformed into a striking human form. "Oh, it's one of your kind, Star-Lord," remarked the raccoon, touching the human and noting that its texture was identical to Star-Lord's own. "Nonsense. I certainly do not transform into a solid block of ice," Star-Lord pouted, pondering how he could encounter a fellow Earthling here. Since being abducted by aliens over 2 decades ago, he had not laid eyes on another human, and his taste had grown increasingly peculiar. For instance, he found Gamora quite attractive. How do we save him? He appears to have a heartbeat. Should we perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, as humans do? The raccoon inquired with great curiosity. "Where did you learn about mouth-to-mouth?" "I certainly did not," Star-Lord replied. "Oh, I recall. I believe I read it in some collection titled The Compilation of Species Rescue Techniques." Star-Lord shivered at the thought of such an intimate act with a man. Yet, he surveyed the others present. Gamora was his intended girlfriend, and the raccoon and Groot, a tree that could only utter its name, were not viable options. that left only the tattooed, muscular man silently observing from the corner. Counting around the room, it appeared that he was the only human among non-human companions. Nevertheless, as a fellow human, he felt compelled to assist. He yearned to ask about the whereabouts of Earth. Feeling homesick, Star-Lord steeled himself and approached, closing his eyes as he drew nearer to the man. "What do you intend to do?" A stranger's voice startled everyone. "Who are you? Are you from Earth?" Star-Lord attempted to communicate in the language of his home planet. Fortunately, he has spent decades listening to Earth music through a portable player, enabling him to retain a semblance of what one might loosely call his mother tongue. However, he struggles with more intricate expressions. Earthling Tao Sheng, where is this?" The Iceman, who is Tao Sheng, managed to evade the impact of an explosion by transitioning into his natural form at the critical moment. Yet, due to his transformation, all his equipment was destroyed in the blast, and he was fortunate that the life-saving wristband was preserved in the ice, allowing him to survive. Star-Lord only grasped the initial few words and promptly shook his head in confusion regarding the rest. When his gaze shifted to Tao Sheng's chest, he suddenly exclaimed, "Where's the cube on your chest? It's gone. Wait, what gibberish are you speaking? Although you saved me, I shall not offer myself in return." Tao Sheng instinctively covered his chest with his hands while pointing at the other's mouth and then at his own ears, gesturing that he could not comprehend. As the two engaged in a dialogue through instinctive body language, a raccoon brandishing a device resembling a wireless earpiece gestured for Tao Sheng to wear it. "What is this for?" Tao Sheng inquired, perplexed by the animal's seemingly sentient behavior, contrasting with the monkeys of a certain mountain that merely snatch things away. "It translates our languages, facilitating basic communication." "Oh, how marvelous! The raccoon can speak." Tao Sheng finally comprehended their words, realizing that the earpiece functioned much like a translator, proving quite convenient. The raccoon suddenly bared its teeth at Tao Sheng, declaring, "My name is Rocket, not Raccoon." "Very well, Rocket, your team is rather amusing," Tao Sheng remarked as he approached the table and took a drink from a glass. Seated at the table, he observed the eclectic mix of beings, animals, plants, and extraterrestrials, interacting in remarkable harmony. "By the way, what were you shouting about earlier?" he queried the human-like individual beside him. Star-Lord, witnessing the cube vanish right before his eyes, responded, "I was asking about the blue cube on your chest. Did you hide it somewhere? We went to great lengths to save you, and it wasn't for nothing." As a notorious space pirate, he possessed an uncanny instinct for treasure, easily discerning the cube's considerable value. Tao Sheng, astonished to learn of the cube's presence on his chest, touched it but found nothing concealed there. He then closed his eyes to sense the copper coin, instinctively realizing that anything peculiar was likely connected to it. Sure enough, beside the coin lay a blue gem, the very space stone from the cosmic cube. It appeared that during his period of unconsciousness, the coin had stealthily claimed the treasure for itself, quite audacious yet pleasing to him. He could later claim it was an accident, knowing well it could not be extracted from him. His only concern was that Thanos might arrive with the 5 Infinity Stones, shattering his skull to retrieve the gem. Tao Sheng shook his head, endeavoring to dispel that thought, for even the mere contemplation of it caused him discomfort. It seemed he was in for a bit of trouble. Chapter 74. The Power Gem. At this moment, he surveyed his surroundings, gazing at the vast expanse of outer space, the ship's hull dwarfed by the Chitauri vessels, adorned with a blend of sci-fi aesthetics and a certain dilapidation. Observing this peculiar assembly, he recalled that this team was known as the Guardians of the Galaxy, a name he had glimpsed on movie promotional posters prior to his journey through the cosmos. He remembered that this group had once seized the orb of the cosmos, which concealed the power gem within its depths. The subsequent events had slipped from his memory. However, it was evident that this group was not to be underestimated. "Do you possess the orb of the cosmos?" Tao Sheng's inquiry caused a subtle shift in the expressions of several individuals, simultaneously heightening their wariness. A palpable silence enveloped the spacecraft as Rocket slowly shifted his finger towards the trigger. Star-Lord was the first to break the stillness. "What is the power gem? We have never encountered it. All we have is this rickety ship, which is now in an even more decrepit state." "Indeed, it is quite shabby," Tao Sheng remarked, following Star-Lord's gaze to the windshield, which was held together by tape, shrouded in an eerie darkness ahead. Yet, he harbored no significant doubts, or rather, he simply did not concern himself with whether they had acquired it. After all, his frail form was unlikely to withstand the formidable nature of such a gem. Thus his interest in the power gem was minimal. At most, he might consider collecting it if he happened upon it, to prevent it from falling into Thanos' hands, thereby amplifying its power immensely. Tao Sheng twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. He organized the thoughts swirling in his mind. Although the space gem had been absorbed into his being, all the arc reactors had undergone a catastrophic chain reaction during the ship's self-destruction, resulting in an exponentially magnified explosion. It was fortunate that Tony had not skimped on materials, as the teleportation armor he crafted had absorbed much of the damage, along with his own indomitable courage, preventing his demise. However, given his current state, even short-range teleportation was beyond his capabilities, let alone traversing billions of light-years back to Earth. Before Tao Sheng lay two paths: either await the discovery of celestial treasures or reconstruct equipment akin to the reactors to provide energy, or seek a way back to Asgard, allowing Heimdall to escort him home. Alternatively, he could follow Star-Lord's lead, finding an extraterrestrial partner to propagate and strengthen the human race, eventually launching a counteroffensive back to Earth. Casting another glance at Gamora, he dismissed the notion. Can this ship return to Earth? If so, take me with you. At that moment, Rocket suddenly erupted, leveling his weapon at Tao Sheng. You little brat, behave yourself. He had long been irked by Tao Sheng, who, despite being saved, showed no gratitude and instead acted like a commander with a contemptuous demeanor. Oh, Tao Sheng reclined in his seat, fingers interlaced behind his head. And what if I refused to comply? In an instant, the stillness of the ship was pierced by the sound of gunfire. A few bullets raced towards Tao Sheng's head along a direct trajectory, and in the following moment, a torrent of frost surged forth, enveloping the entire spacecraft with the ferocity of a tiger, centering around Tao Sheng. The few individuals aboard the spacecraft had transformed into mere ice pillars, with only their heads exposed. This surely compelled everyone to behave themselves. Tao Sheng reclined against the bar, resting one hand on his chin while pouring liquor into a glass with the other. Regrettably, the freezing had even encased the alcohol, and it took a vigorous shake before a few drops finally fell. It's freezing. Star-Lord's teeth chattered incessantly. My fellow countrymen, it's all a misunderstanding. We encountered the Chitauri, and their ship exploded, which led us to you. We thought you were the villain. It was all a misunderstanding. Please, release the ice, and we shall have a proper conversation. With a gentle tap of his toes, the ice dissipated like ripples on water. It was no wonder he rescinded the freeze so swiftly. He had already exhausted his last reserves of energy in a bid to intimidate them. Had he not been leaning against the table, he might have collapsed onto the floor, thus exposing his facade. Star-Lord and his companions knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Noticing they had yet to regain their composure, Tao Sheng continued speaking. The Chitauri lack honor in combat. When they cannot win, they resort to self-destruction, nearly leading to my demise. As for your act of saving me, I acknowledge that debt. Otherwise, none of you would have survived. The others, having recovered, widened their eyes in disbelief upon realizing that the earlier cataclysmic explosion had been a result of the Chitauri's failure to defeat him. After all, the Chitauri were a dominant force in the universe, while this relatively obscure Earthling had single-handedly vanquished an entire Chitauri army. It was akin to hearing a 5-year-old child had bested several formidable giants and emerged unscathed from a world-ending explosion. The absurdity was staggering. Nevertheless, the evidence lay before them. The Chitauri ship had indeed exploded, and he had survived. Most importantly, the icy confinement had instilled a profound fear of death within them, making disbelief impossible. When encased in ice, they had never experienced such a frigid temperature, as if their frozen forms had instantaneously lost all sensation. This chill surpassed even that of the time they landed on a planet untouched by stellar light. They might never dare to use ice cubes in their drinks again. Have you yet to answer my question? Can your ship return to Earth? Tao Sheng's voice drifted from the table. Alas, our ship lacks sufficient strength and energy. It cannot travel far, Star-Lord replied, shaking his head. Moreover, without the coordinates for Earth, we have no idea where to fly. It is utterly impossible. Then what of Odin? Do you know where he is, the Odin of Asgard? Tao Sheng pondered for a moment, invoking Odin's name, which surely resonated throughout the cosmos. This also served to subtly inform them of his acquaintance with Odin, dissuading any nefarious thoughts. You know Odin? Star-Lord exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. It made sense. A being of such strength from Earth surely had connections to Odin. Who is Odin? Inquired the raccoon, who was curled up with the shivering Groot. The two attempting to warm each other in a bid to restore their body temperature to normal. The king of Asgard, the supreme ruler and defender of the Nine Realms, is a being more formidable than the three great empires of the universe: the Shi'ar Empire, the Kree Empire, and the Skrull Empire. Gamora finally spoke up, questioning who was more powerful compared to Xander. The raccoon appeared somewhat bewildered. What is Xander? Even the mighty beings from Titan dare not invade Asgard. While Xander fails to capture their attention, Gamora scoffed. However, it seems that Odin has recently fallen into the Odin sleep, leaving no one to oversee matters. Tao Sheng, listening intently to Gamora's familiarity with Asgard, noted the plethora of information she effortlessly divulged, realizing he ought to be wary of this remarkable woman. After all that, do you know Odin's whereabouts? Tao Sheng interjected, interrupting Gamora. Chapter 75. Ericos, of course. Gamora paused as if recalling something. Actually, I do not know. She then turned back to the pilot's seat, feigning control of the spacecraft. Star-Lord picked up where she left off, stating, she may not know, but the Collector in the Void should have the knowledge of the way, provided you offer him something of significant value. He can divulge any intelligence you seek. Then let us set forth. Star-Lord hesitated momentarily before continuing. However, we cannot reach the Void. It wasn't that they couldn't go, but rather that their destination was indeed the Collector. Yet, holding the cosmic sphere worth 4 billion star coins, he could not risk bringing along a stranger for such a substantial trade. The fear of being double-crossed by a fellow countryman loomed large. Before Tao Sheng could express his frustration, Star-Lord preemptively said, "Brother, our ship is simply too shabby to travel such distances. However, we can take you near Xander, where you can transfer to a superior vessel befitting your status." He only wished to rid himself of this misfortune and escape swiftly. Currently being pursued by multiple factions, he knew that remaining in one place would likely lead to being captured and returned to that prison. Tao Sheng was at a loss for words. Could such a vessel truly navigate the cosmos? These seemed to be outlaws, daring to stake their lives on such a ship, akin to driving a car without brakes. Yet, he could hardly demand more, as he had neglected to obtain a pilot's license for a spacecraft after passing his driving test, leaving him at the mercy of others. Approaching the window, he gazed outside, once again grasping the vastness of the universe. Tao Sheng felt akin to a small fish in the deep sea. No matter how much he thrashed and disturbed the waters, he would ultimately be engulfed by the ocean. Before he could finish a drink, the ship experienced a violent jolt. The raccoon hurriedly approached, panting as he explained, "We encountered a bit of an accident, causing a minor malfunction in the ship's circuitry." As he spoke, his gaze fixated on Tao Sheng, seemingly implying that had it not been for Tao Sheng's earlier freezing, such an issue would not have arisen. Understanding the raccoon's look, Tao Sheng could only shrug in response. In truth, he could not control the intensity of the freezing. It was either full force or being cast overboard, a choice that any individual would undoubtedly make. "Can it be repaired?" Star-Lord inquired, scratching his head. "Not at all," the raccoon replied, crossing his arms and striving to project an air of authority, "at least not here. Repair would require landing on a nearby planet with a relatively advanced level of industrial development." Tao Sheng sighed, expelling the frustration that had been building within him, as he had been feeling increasingly ill-fated of late. "I found it," Gamora suddenly exclaimed, while searching for a suitable planet nearby. "Look, Ericos. This planet meets our criteria. It's close by, and its technological advancement is neither too high nor too low." As captain, Star-Lord dutifully commanded, "Let us set off," and the spaceship, utilizing its scant fuel, continuously adjusted its trajectory, gradually altering its course toward the target planet. After a tumultuous landing, the group emerged, their stomachs churning, each one gripping the railing as they disembarked. They were greeted by a scene of desolation, where nearly everything lay shrouded beneath a veil of swirling sand. The time of day was uncertain, yet one could see a solitary sun sinking below the horizon, casting the vast desert in hues of crimson, while on the opposite horizon, another sun began its ascent, bathing the sky in a bloody dawn. It appeared as though the desert was interspersed with diamond-like particles, glimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. Donning the mask modified by the raccoon, the group made their way toward a nearby town. "Is there truly a chance to repair the ship here?" Tao Sheng murmured. "Absolutely. As long as there is basic metal, I can fix it," the raccoon declared, raising his hands. My skillful hands are no jest. You are truly remarkable, Tao Sheng replied. Thank you for the compliment. Upon reaching the town center, the raccoon announced his intent to seek suitable materials for repairs and departed with Groot, the tree being. Star-Lord also mentioned he would accompany Gamora to procure supplies for their sustenance. Before Tao Sheng could nod in acknowledgement, the two vanished from sight. Are you so frightened of me, or do you wish to escape from my grasp? Tao Sheng made no effort to hinder their departure, for he had left a mark upon them. Once his energy was sufficient, he would be able to locate them. He turned to the heavily tattooed bald man beside him. Aren't you leaving, big fellow? It seemed that since the moment he regained consciousness, he had not uttered a single word, not even during the freezing ordeal. Drax, the bald man replied flatly. Tao Sheng paused, contemplating that this must be his name, a rather peculiar one at that. I shall call you Drax. It resembles the name of someone I know, albeit the genders differ. Rest assured, she is merely a figment. Tao Sheng patted his shoulder, signaling him to follow. The two entered the most frequented shop amidst the bustling crowd, which Tao Sheng had noted earlier, as over 20 individuals had entered in a mere instant. The popularity was decidedly remarkable. Upon entering, a rich aroma of alcohol wafted through the air. No wonder bars are always teeming with patrons. There are always newcomers seeking thrills. Observing the eclectic array of extraterrestrial beings, some with a single eye, others with 2, 3, or even 5, as well as those with 1 hand, 2 hands, or numerous appendages. Tao Sheng glanced around for quite some time, but could not find an alien that matched his aesthetic preferences. It seems this planet is rather impoverished. He hopes that his next destination, Shandar Star, will not disappoint him. Seated on a chair, he ordered a drink of uncertain origin and began to lend an ear to the latest gossip. The crew aboard the ship were reticent, offering no relief from boredom. Soon, the sounds of nearby conversations filtered into his headphones. Hey, have you heard? Recently, Thanos has been on a rampage, hunting down planets to annihilate. Is that true? Has he gone mad? Who did you hear this from? Is it credible? My second aunt's third uncle's grandson told me, and it's absolutely reliable. Thanos has even come to his doorstep, and it's rumored he intends to wipe out half of the universe's population. Wow, the individual gasped in disbelief. That can't be right. How long would this massacre last? It's impossible to eradicate everyone before the universe collapses. Exactly. If he doesn't take control, the population will surely rebound in a few hundred years. He must not have grasped basic mathematics. What is mathematics, anyway? Upon hearing this, Tao Sheng was momentarily choked by his drink, and the sudden fit of coughing drew the attention of the two beastmen nearby. Struggling to suppress his amusement, he slammed his cup onto the table. What kind of drink is this? The two beastmen, mistaking him for a mere novice in the tavern who couldn't handle even the most common of insect brews, dismissed him and resumed their conversation, albeit with their heads leaning in closer and their voices lowered. However, they were unaware that since consuming the longevity potion, Tao Sheng's senses had been heightened severalfold. As long as the nearby individuals were not engaging in telepathic communication, their discussions would inevitably reach his ears. The only challenge was the cacophony of noise, requiring him to concentrate to decipher their dialogue amidst the clamor. Perhaps slaughter is his source of amusement. How can you presume to know what he thinks? True. Rather than ponder such matters, it would be wiser to consider whether one might become a target themselves. More and more lunatics are committing murder to earn their place among him. Is there no one to resist? We could seek refuge on Shandar Star. Their technology is remarkably advanced, and it is reputed to be the safest and freest planet in the universe. Perhaps it could shield us from Thanos. Do you have wealth? If not, don't even entertain the thought. You might find yourself discarded into space as refuse by the next day. In that case, I shall remain here and hope Thanos overlooks this planet. Let us drink. Every day lived is a day gained. Being in this dreadful place, inhaling dust every day, has left my delicate skin cracked. Two orcs, quite inebriated, slumped over the table, only to be skillfully lifted by a waiter to the back of the tavern. Tao Sheng continued to eavesdrop on the gossip surrounding him, inwardly astonished that he could hear news about Thanos in this place, unaware that the latter had already commenced his purging activities. Outside, the sky remained brilliantly illuminated, as if night would never descend. Yet within the tavern, patrons gradually succumbed to intoxication. It was unclear how time was synchronized here, but the waiter's eager gaze suggested a desire to usher them out. And not just from one set of eyes, but 5. Laxus, Pay attention to the battlefield. It's time to leave. Tao Sheng instructed the burly figure who had been drinking heartily, receiving only a nod in response. Don't merely nod. I'm asking if you have any money. We need to pay to leave. Tao Sheng sighed, pondering whether Laxus was feigning ignorance or genuinely dim-witted. Laxus wobbled, patting his bare chest, pointing to his pocketless trousers, and ultimately returned to his drinking state. Can't you hide some money in your trousers? Truly foolish, Tao Sheng remarked, rising abruptly and striding towards the five-eyed creature, realizing he would have to rely on himself. Upon noticing Tao Sheng approaching, the waiter's eyes gleamed, only to be entranced by the spirals reflected in Tao Sheng's gaze, standing frozen in place, his own eyes mirroring the swirling patterns. It's not that I want to pay. I simply have no money. I promise to repay once I do, Tao Sheng whispered earnestly. He rifled through the waiter's pocket, pilfering a few golden coins, thinking that if he owed a debt, he might as well make it substantial. After all, he had memorized the waiter's visage and would repay when the opportunity arose. If the five-eyed creature had known Tao Sheng's intentions, it might have tugged at his sleeve, exclaiming, "You haven't even bothered to ask my name. How will you repay me?" Alas, Tao Sheng had no chance to hear its unspoken thoughts. Laxus, stop drinking. We need to find our companions. I wonder if they've located the parts to repair the ship. Inside a weapons workshop, Star-Lord, Gamora, Rocket Raccoon, and Groot huddled together, heads lowered in a circle, seeking refuge in a corner of the shooting range. The shopkeeper glanced at them before turning back to his work, accustomed to the peculiar clientele he encountered daily. Whereas Drax, why hasn't he found an opportunity to slip out? Star-Lord craned his neck, surveying the surroundings, fearing he might have been captured. Do you think he covets your money? Gamora countered, asserting that Drax harbored a deep vendetta, solely focused on avenging himself against Ronan, thus gravitating towards the strong. Indeed, Crot affirmed. Rocket nodded in agreement, admitting his own baser instincts for the lucrative deal of $40 billion. But he initially joined us to use you as bait to find Ronan. If he no longer needs bait, how will he fish? Star-Lord couldn't help but inquire. You are the bait. Gamora shot back, perhaps thinking that Drax, realizing he could not defeat Ronan, sought a formidable ally for support, ensuring that if he faltered, someone would be there to avenge him. After Gamora's remark, Star-Lord contemplated the possibility that indeed existed. For Drax, the priority lay in vanquishing Ronan rather than merely locating him. Bait was plentiful, yet formidable beings were scarce. Particularly, a singular individual capable of obliterating an army would undoubtedly reign supreme across the cosmos. Clearly, Drax lacked such prowess, hence his desire to seek a powerful ally. Star-Lord lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with inquiries, questioning his purpose. You haven't misplaced the orb, have you? Gamora inquired, regarding Star-Lord intently. Rest assured, Star-Lord replied, retrieving the orb from his pocket, tossing it lightly. How could I lose such a valuable treasure? Suddenly, a large hand reached for the orb, and Star-Lord lunged toward it. Yet he was ultimately a heartbeat too late. So, this is the orb of the cosmos. The one you just acquired? Tao Sheng remarked, holding the orb while scrutinizing Star-Lord and his companions with keen interest. The expressions of the group darkened considerably, yet they felt powerless to resist. Earlier, aboard the ship, Star-Lord had claimed ignorance regarding the orb, and now he was caught red-handed, rendering the situation exceedingly awkward. Yes, just found it, Star-Lord nodded, forcing a wry smile. He hadn't anticipated this was the fabled orb. Moments ago, someone had flaunted it before him, and he thought, daring to showcase treasures before the illustrious thief, your possessions are now mine. So, this item was unlawfully obtained? Tao Sheng interrupted. Since it is illicitly acquired, I shall safeguard it for its owner until they come seeking it. The raccoon sprang into action, charging towards the orb in Tao Sheng's grasp. However, just a few steps into his advance, he felt his paw seized, his body spinning dramatically before colliding with a soft entity. Gamora embraced the raccoon, her expression a blend of amusement and exasperation. Our raccoon has been standing for too long. He grows weary, and his legs tend to cramp, an old affliction. As she attempted to free the raccoon, Star-Lord promptly covered her mouth. His mouth has its own issues. It requires assistance in closing. Tao Sheng shrugged, placing the orb into his pocket, marking it for easy retrieval when its owner arrived. Chapter 77. The Colossal Sandworm. These individuals, fortunate to have been met with a stern warning initially, would not now exhibit such deference. Yet, the audacity to deceive him, especially in collusion, indicated they had grown brazen. Henceforth, a lesson must be imparted. Is the ship repaired? Tao Sheng inquired, wiping the dust from his visor, his tone unassuming. The ship's repair was paramount. Any delay in his return to Earth would preclude any further levity, especially in this wretched locale, where the dust storms were relentless. A mere brief venture outside had coated him in grime. Had it not been for his keen eyesight, navigating this place would have been akin to traversing in darkness. The raccoon, meanwhile, began to accept the reality that his dreams of becoming a billionaire had dissipated, responding with vacant eyes, "It is repaired." In truth, the spacecraft merely had a few wires pulled, disguising the appearance of a malfunction. By the time they successfully executed an emergency landing, the wires had been reconnected and repaired. According to their original plan, they intended to casually abandon Tao Sheng on a random planet and then concoct an excuse to make their escape. Little did they anticipate that they would lose both the sesame and the watermelon. Upon hearing the words, "It's fixed," Tao Sheng instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. At last, he could resume his journey towards the goal of returning to Earth. The further he ventured from home, the greater his longing became, and even the unexpected joy of acquiring the cosmic spirit ball lost its luster. Let us depart. Thus, a spirited individual set off towards their spacecraft, accompanied by 3 dejected companions, one wooden, one simple-minded. The sky loomed dark and heavy, despite having witnessed 2 suns earlier. They now cast no light upon the land. Tao Sheng glanced upward, extending his hand to feel the fierce winds tearing at him. As sands and stones clattered against his protective suit, a sandstorm was approaching. They needed to quicken their pace. He called back to his companions. Suddenly, a colossal creature burst forth from the sand, resembling an enormous worm, so massive that its tail was beyond their sight. The sky seemed to darken in its shadow, and the gale raged ferociously in response to its exhalation. "What on earth is that?" exclaimed the raccoon, aghast at the sight of the creature's gaping maw, revealing a throat as deep as an abyss and teeth akin to a crushing mechanism. "This is bad. It's a sandworm," Elikoska Mora remarked, her expression tense. This is Alakos. That's why the name felt so familiar. What is wrong with this planet?" Star-Lord's legs trembled uncontrollably. Before this sandworm, he felt diminutive, so small that even the instinct to survive seemed to vanish. Alakos, the origin of spice, also harbored immense peril, embodied by this sandworm. "You needn't say it. I can feel it already." The sandworm was now conjuring a vortex, engulfing everything in its vicinity into its cavernous throat. The scene resembled a whale swallowing seawater and small fish. Only here, the little fish were their group, and instead of awe, they felt sheer terror. "Can't we think of a way out? We must escape," the raccoon shouted, firing his weapon at the sandworm, but the bullets merely ricocheted off its rough, impenetrable exterior. There was no alternative. Their only chance lay in having initially kept their distance, hiding from the beast, or never setting foot on this planet at all. Amidst the overwhelming sandstorm, only loud cries could carry their voices to those nearby. They continued to run forward, as it was the only thread of hope for survival. Yet their speed paled in comparison to the sandworm's voracious advance, akin to running desperately on a colossal treadmill while being pulled backward. The gaping maw drew nearer, and if they lingered for a few more seconds, they would surely become nothing more than a heap of flesh, mere sustenance for the sandworm's growth. In the next moment, Tao Sheng turned and sprinted backward, pulling his companions one by one, and with a flash of agility, he returned to the spacecraft. "Quick! Start the ship and leave." Tao Sheng knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, they had yet to escape the peril, with the sandworm still visible ahead, and the spaceship gradually closing in on it. He had exhausted the energy he had just regained, leaving him without sufficient strength to teleport away. Suddenly, a whale-shaped spaceship surged skyward amidst the swirling sand, narrowly escaping the gaping maw of the sandworm and the gravitational pull of Ericos, heading towards the Xander system. Everyone was still in a state of shock. The experience was both thrilling and life-threatening. As they gradually calmed their nerves, Gamora and Rocket exchanged glances, their thoughts once again consumed by the desire to reclaim the cosmic sphere. Star-Lord noticed their expressions and exclaimed, "Hey, hurry and pilot the ship. We still need to take our guest to Xander and contact Odin as soon as possible." At that moment, Drax stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Tao Sheng. His fierce demeanor making it clear that no one was to approach him. Seeing the resolute expressions on Drax and Star-Lord's faces, Gamora and Rocket sighed in unison. Their thoughts cast into an endless abyss as they returned to the cockpit, staring vacantly into the infinite starry expanse. If Tao Sheng truly was weakened, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Yet, the two ultimately decided to comply. Perplexed as to why each seemed to have surrendered just like the other, perhaps it was Odin's reputation or the fact that Tao Sheng had saved their lives. Indeed, such was the case. Tao Sheng suddenly rose, clapping his hands. As long as you get me to Odin swiftly, there shall be generous rewards. The others, witnessing the sudden revival of Tao Sheng's spirit, relinquished any thoughts of reclaiming the cosmic sphere, realizing that a cunning fox is always a formidable opponent, and that no formidable individual is easily trifled with. They could only hope that the promised rewards were genuine. Having a connection to Odin would be advantageous. The spaceship returned to a moment of silence, with everyone silently attending to their tasks. Tao Sheng walked back to his beloved bar, pouring himself a glass of water. The parched lips were rejuvenated by the hydration, and the trembling legs beneath the table began to steady. It was a close call. Having just escaped the jaws of a colossal beast, he nearly faced betrayal from his own team. In critical moments, it was indeed the old friend and the younger brother who proved more reliable. Tao Sheng resolved to bide his time and focus on recovering his energy. He could only hope that the spaceship would not encounter any further mishaps. Otherwise, returning to Earth would be a distant dream. Over a week had passed, and it was evident that during their landing on Arrakos, Star-Lord and his crew were indeed procuring supplies. Whether those supplies were stolen or purchased, Tao Sheng remained unaware. For the past few days, he had indulged in copious feasting to restore his energy. However, this had led to a critical shortage of provisions, which were originally sufficient to sustain them to Xandar, and they had only covered 3/4 of the journey, leaving the crew hesitant to eat. Chapter 78. Unfriendly targets. Observing the peculiar gazes surrounding him, Tao Sheng resolved to conclude his meal for the day, placing the luminous disc aside. Perhaps you might consider hiring a chef, he suggested, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Culinary delights elevate one's spirits, which is essential during a tedious journey. The group collectively rolled their eyes. Merely filling their stomachs sufficed, without the need for such pretentiousness. Were it not for the sudden glimmer of wealth, they would have opted for nutrient solutions, practical and cost-effective, merely to sustain their existence. By the way, is the technology on Xandar Star truly impressive? Tao Sheng had long harbored curiosity about this matter, though he often forgot to inquire. Upon hearing this question, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the raccoon. He was the only one present who could be considered a scientist, knowledgeable in technology, and capable of modifications, having spent the longest time on Xandar Star. He was well aware of which streets boasted attractive raccoons. Perhaps it is formidable, but I cannot guarantee it. The universe is vast, and I have yet to explore it all, the raccoon mused, stroking the fur on his chin. However, Xandar Star is renowned for its inclusivity, with the highest population. Thus, many cutting-edge technologies are showcased and utilized there. How inclusive? Is it to the extent that I could abscond with their military technology blueprints without facing repercussions? Tao Sheng primarily aimed to pilfer some technology to advance Earth, striving to bolster its scientific prowess and avert a potential onslaught from other extraterrestrial beings following the demise of Ancient One and Odin. Defending one's homeland has never been a solitary endeavor. Relying solely on the strength of a few individuals might instead incite trepidation among humanity. Ancient One and Odin likely understood this as well, which was why they refrained from displaying their prowess publicly. The raccoon widened his eyes, seemingly in disbelief. How could you harbor such thoughts? Inclusivity means ensuring that wealthy patrons enjoy their lives without interference from others. And how does one acquire such technology? That is quite challenging, unless you ascend to their upper echelons, where copying might be feasible under the radar. Otherwise, you would need to purchase some civilian technology on the black market. But it is exorbitantly priced. Selling a spaceship wouldn't even suffice. At that moment, Star-Lord stepped forward, eagerly interjecting, "Boss, you could also sell the spirit orb in your possession. A major client has just issued a bounty. That orb is worth 4 billion, enough to procure a wealth of technology." Tao Sheng squinted at Star-Lord, sensing the weight of the gaze, averted eye contact, and turned to leave, ruffling his hair in discomfort. Selling the cosmic spirit orb was inconceivable. It would never be sold in this lifetime. These youngsters had no inkling of its true value. Money is easily earned, but treasures are hard to come by. Is it not possible to steal or copy it? Tao Sheng pressed on. That is not feasible, the raccoon replied, shaking his head. Such technologies employ specialized encryption methods, and only an intelligence surpassing the pinnacle of their planet's artificial intelligence could replicate them. Yet, I have never encountered anything that exceeds that capability. If artificial intelligence is so formidable, how can there still be a black market? Wherever there are people, darkness inevitably follows. The affluent elite are reluctant to relinquish too much power to artificial intelligence. Most individuals shun the idea of being observed by cameras, even if they are operated by robots. During their moments of joy, Gamora nodded in agreement, adding, "It is said that a certain planet fell into ruin due to the rise of artificial intelligence, which led other races into slavery. This served as a stark warning to civilizations across the cosmos. Reliance on machines must be tempered." The raccoon licked his lips and continued. "Indeed, measures are in place to prevent artificial intelligence from becoming overly powerful. Thus, its authority is confined to managing specific areas or handling simple, repetitive tasks. Does this mean we must rely solely on earning money?" Tao Sheng sighed in disappointment. "How can we amass wealth swiftly? By undertaking bounty missions, one could, with diligent effort, acquire a weapon blueprint in a few years." Years? Tao Sheng furrowed his brow at the mention of such a timeline. The loss of countless clients over that span was unacceptable. It would be wiser to depart and seek opportunities to obtain the technological schematics later. Rubbing his temples, he lamented, "This is far too slow. Is there no alternative? Then we must resort to borrowing." The unreliable Star-Lord interjected unexpectedly with a glimmer of insight. "If you possess sufficient strength, others will be eager to lend you money, with no expectation of repayment." "Precisely. We shall seize it. Oh, I mean borrow it with the intent to repay," Tao Sheng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the prospect. This idea resonated with him. It was merely a temporary necessity, all in the name of thwarting Thanos. It was a matter of saving lives, and thus, all should contribute their strength or resources. "Hurry, prepare a borrowing proposal. We shall follow the plan to secure the funds," he commanded. The group fell silent, casting disdainful glances at Star-Lord, questioning what dubious notion he had conjured. They had only recently escaped that dreadful place. Returning to the dark abyss of the prison was unthinkable. Though their adventurous spirits stirred restlessly at the thought of the plan, trust in Tao Sheng was lacking, despite his prior act of salvation. After all, one might wonder if his motives were solely to rescue them due to the absence of a pilot. What if they secured the funds only to be left to bear the consequences? That would be truly unfortunate. "Let us first proceed to the Xander system and take it one step at a time," Tao Sheng suggested, observing the reluctant expressions of his companions. He assumed their hesitance stemmed from inexperience with such endeavors, prompting him to take the lead to avoid wasting time. Threats were futile. Coercion was the most primitive of tactics. When the time came to act, backstabbing would only lead to ruin. The spacecraft swiftly approached the outskirts of the Xander system, where countless ships orbited a colossal planet, forming rings of starlight. However, their vessel concealed itself behind an asteroid. Why had we stopped? Without need for further introduction, Tao Sheng recognized they had arrived at Xander. Boss," Star-Lord said, his expression frantic as he turned to the raccoon. The raccoon hesitated, unable to articulate the explanation, and then turned its gaze towards Gamora. Tao Sheng observed the group exchanging glances and urged, "Hurry up. What are you delaying for? We were previously classified as unfriendly targets and cannot access Xander." Ultimately, it was Gamora who took a deep breath and stepped forward to address Tao Sheng's inquiry. She gestured towards a nearby escape pod. Inside, there is a small escape vessel with a preset route. You can enter, close your eyes, and upon reopening them, you will find yourself at Xander. Tao Sheng had a sudden urge to deliver a sharp rebuke, pondering how one could simply close their eyes and then open them again as if nothing were amiss. "Unfriendly target? What does that imply?" he asked, suppressing his anger through clenched teeth. Chapter 79. Your bounty must be substantial. Suddenly, a high-pitched, reverberating alarm blared through the spaceship's intercom. "Warning. Wanted criminals 9527 to 9531. You have been apprehended. Please open the docking bay doors and shut down the ship's engines. Do not resist or attempt to flee, or or you will face the consequences. The alarm continued to echo ominously. It dawned on Tao Sheng that unfriendly targets referred to wanted criminals. Sitting on a bar stool, legs crossed, he rhythmically tapped his fingers against the table, pondering the furtive behavior just witnessed. Speak up. What offenses have you committed? It's not too severe, just a prison break. We're innocent, Star-Lord mumbled, barely audible unless one had keen hearing like Tao Sheng. I certainly believe in your innocence, Tao Sheng replied as he stood and approached Star-Lord, patting his shoulder. Is your bounty significant? The others instinctively recoiled a few steps, looking at Tao Sheng with trepidation. Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you seeking to repay kindness with malice? The raccoon questioned, pointing accusingly at Tao Sheng. Gamora trembled slightly when Tao Sheng's gaze had swept over her. It felt as if he were eyeing a pile of riches, with greed and avarice written all over him. The spaceship was then filled with a devilish voice. You saved my life, and I saved 5 of yours. If my calculations are correct, you still owe me 4 lives. Star-Lord, looking bewildered, remarked, I may not be well educated, but is that how the math works? Rest assured, I shall not deceive you. None of you have attended elementary school. Have you? That is how we were taught, Tao Sheng said, draping an arm around his good friend Star-Lord's neck. You need not worry. I will rescue you again when the time comes. I possess the ability of teleportation, so just stay put for a few days, and I will undoubtedly bring you back. You will also receive your share of the bounty. With these words, the tension in the air dissipated. Had he mentioned the financial reward earlier, there would have been no need for such lengthy discourse. Moreover, everyone recalled that Tao Sheng had indeed demonstrated a spatial teleportation ability possessed by only a select few in the universe. Previously, they had only heard of individuals capable of teleporting alone, never one who could teleport others as well, and not just one at a time. This peculiar ability is most enigmatic. Unless one meticulously prepares a trap, capturing them proves utterly impossible. Once provoked, they leap about in one's face incessantly, leaving one utterly helpless, more bothersome than mosquitoes at night. Yet, Star-Lord finds himself somewhat hesitant. Why must they venture inside? Would it not be more advantageous to simply rob and then teleport away? Nevertheless, he dares not voice his dissent. Rest assured, since you managed to escape once, a second time should be no challenge, even if I do not come. You will fare well. How callous to utter such words. Escape a second time only to be recaptured. Is that the plan? Star-Lord harbors serious doubts that a tracking device has not been implanted within him. Otherwise, how could he have been located on Ericos? He fears that even if he were to steal away, he would still be apprehended. With this thought, he concedes, no matter the circumstances, evasion is futile, and it is wiser to comply. Boss, you must come to our rescue promptly. I have gone several days without a proper meal and cannot endure the food here. Star-Lord strains to squeeze out a few tears. Tao Sheng pats his back reassuringly. Do not fret. As the leader, I shall take responsibility for you. Once inside, focus on rehabilitation and await my return. Subsequently, Tao Sheng instructs them to open the hatch, shut down the engines, and bind themselves with ropes, awaiting the arrival of their captors. Meanwhile, aboard another spacecraft, soldiers from Xander incessantly repeat their warnings, pondering why the adversary has yet to flee, severely delaying their return to the dormitory for cards. Yet, in the next moment, the soldiers witness the dilapidated vessel, just as they had stated, deactivate its warp drive and open the docking bay doors. It seems to beckon them, proclaiming, "Come quickly, I have surrendered." This marks the first occurrence of such a situation in centuries. Commander Chun, what are our next steps? Please advise, inquired a soldier who had been issuing warnings, turning to seek further instructions. The individual referred to as Commander Chun is equally perplexed. Since his induction, he has been taught by the senior instructor. Young ones, what is there to fight for? Upon discovering a fugitive, initiate the protocol by issuing a warning, then allow them to escape without pursuit. The universe is vast. They can easily elude capture. Simply report that the opposing force is too formidable for us to withstand, and there is no need to risk life and limb for a meager achievement. Even if one cannot apprehend them, there is no loss. One could even report the extent of the losses incurred and follow the procedures for reimbursement. The amount lost depends solely on one's audacity. This way, one could still profit. The robotic management does not evaluate your excellence, but rather your capacity to avoid errors. There are no accolades awaiting exceptional performances. The senior instructor's earnest admonitions still echo in his mind. He has always held himself to such rigorous standards, yet now, with the adversary remaining motionless, he finds himself at a loss for how to proceed. He had no choice but to quickly rummage through the inspection manual to ascertain the proper procedures. Carefully turning each page, he soon found the relevant section, which stated, "Equip yourself appropriately, remain vigilant, and apprehend the suspects." Goodness, this manual must have been compiled centuries ago. The old captain has led me astray. Chun Wei vaguely recalled that during his induction, aside from discussions, he had sifted through a pile of books to find this tattered volume. He had even treasured it, fantasizing that one day it would elevate his status. Shaking his head, Chun Wei suddenly remembered that he had a rebellious subordinate who would be perfect for executing the apprehension task. With that thought in mind, he ordered someone to go below deck and summon the troublemaker. Upon hearing the term troublemaker, the crew immediately understood whom he meant and hurried to the lower deck. Before long, a stout young man adorned with spikes atop his head was brought up. Chun Wei clapped a hand on his shoulder. "What is your name?" "Captain. I'm called Bailey." "Excellent, Bailey. An important task awaits you. Perform it well, and you shall earn significant merit." Meanwhile, Tao Sheng sat in the spaceship, observing the 5 individuals bound like Zhongzi sitting cross-legged on the floor. The alarm had ceased blaring for several minutes. Why had no one come yet? Tao Sheng continuously spun the glass cup in his hand. The others shook their heads, expressing their ignorance. "Weren't you captured once before? That was on a planet, which is entirely incomparable. Besides, we weren't tied up like this. Handcuffs would suffice." Kimura complained. The ropes binding her were so tight that she was nearly gasping for breath. "Is that so? Yet I believe this demonstrates greater sincerity. Perhaps my reward will be more substantial as a result." Listening to Tao Sheng's shameless remarks, Kimura felt she had boarded the wrong ship. She squirmed incessantly, attempting to loosen the ropes. "All right, lie down quickly. Someone is coming." Soon, the spaceship emitted a sound, and Groot swiftly expanded, tightening the ropes around him as he lay on the ground. A soldier clad in heavy armor, his legs swinging, was the first to enter the cabin. He was followed by several robots wielding laser weapons. "All of you, crouch down and place your hands in plain sight. Do not even think about making any sudden moves." Bailey trembled as he tried to articulate each word clearly, yet he came off as somewhat stuttering. Then he noticed Tao Sheng standing confidently, seemingly disregarding him. Just as Bailey was about to command Tao Sheng to crouch, he caught sight of that piercing gaze, causing his neck to retract nervously. "You quickly crouch down. The robots behind me are quite formidable." "Sir, please don't be anxious. You see, I have captured these fugitives. I am a good citizen. This means my reward should be substantially increased, right?" Tao Sheng raised his hands, gazing at the prickly figure beneath the glass hood. Sensing a certain lack of intellect in this extraterrestrial being, could it be that the bounty was about to slip away? At that very moment, Bailey found himself equally bewildered, never having anticipated that events would escalate to such a degree. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing he had unwittingly stumbled upon an opportunity for acclaim. His heart racing as the green-haired individual transformed into a red one. "Wait, let me verify," he said, opening the internal bounty board and scanning Tao Sheng's visage. The information was blank, indicating that he was indeed not a fugitive. He continued scanning the others, and suddenly, his tablet emitted a blaring alarm. Red warnings flashing across the screen. Beneath each individual's avatar was inscribed the designation of Level 1 fugitive, accompanied by the word danger flickering ominously. Bailey shuddered, nearly dropping the tablet in shock. Upon inspection, he discovered that these were notorious criminals who had recently escaped from prison, brazenly engaging in fights and wielding heavy weaponry in the city. They had been classified as some of the most heinous offenders of the past century, with the crimes of their subordinates being mere thefts. Stealing a glance, it appeared that these fugitives were indeed subdued by Tao Sheng, showing no desire for resistance. Consequently, he instructed a few robots to lower their weapons and approach Tao Sheng with an ingratiating demeanor. "Hero, you see, if you were to surrender these fugitives directly, the bounty wouldn't be substantial," Bailey remarked, projecting the bounty details for Tao Sheng to see. The figures glaringly displayed a bounty of merely 1 million star coins for each. "What? I'm only worth 1 million? You should check the black market outside to see how much my head is truly valued." "1 million? Who do you think you're insulting?" Star-Lord shot up from the ground, hurling curses at Bailey, while the others glared at him menacingly. This meager amount was indeed an affront. Observing everyone rising from the ground, Bailey initially feared that the fugitives were about to make a final stand, hastily seeking refuge behind Tao Sheng. Upon closer listening, it appeared they were merely lamenting the paltry bounty. Then a thought crossed his mind. Hero, you see, our planet has never captured anyone because the bounty was too low, hence no one was motivated to pursue. Oh, what shall we do then? But I am in need of money, Tao Sheng responded, directly addressing the underlying implication. Give me the funds, and I shall agree to anything. Hero, how about this? You claim that I captured them. No, rather, that you never existed. In return, I will provide you with extra compensation, hundreds, even thousands of times more, Bailey proposed, rubbing his hands nervously, uncertain if this suggestion would be well received. This tactic was something he had once encountered in certain novels, marveling at it, never expecting to employ it himself one day. So, you are quite wealthy then? Tao Sheng observed the prickly officer with keen interest, drawing him closer for a thorough appraisal. The soldier suddenly felt a shiver as Tao Sheng's gaze fell upon him. Damn it. I almost forgot that although this fellow is not on the wanted list, his ability to single-handedly subdue so many fugitives indicates he possesses considerable prowess. Am I not akin to a plump pig frolicking to the butcher's doorstep, proclaiming my own fatness? No, I lack funds. My family is wealthy. Please do not kidnap me. Bailey, terrified, plopped down on the ground, his eyes welling up with tears. I am merely an inconspicuous figure at home. Otherwise, I would not have become a mere soldier. As he spoke, he clung to Tao Sheng's leg, weeping. Tao Sheng, disdainful, kicked him away. Spare me your nonsense about money. You are wasting my time. I never expected this individual, resembling an arrogant celestial dragon with a glass headpiece and several bodyguards, to be such a coward. How foolish I was to anticipate something good might transpire. Oh, hero, I beseech you to assist me. If you grant me this favor, I shall ascend. My family will reward me, and I will bring all my earnings to honor you. Bailey clung desperately to Tao Sheng's leg, feeling this was his sole opportunity for redemption. He did not wish to return to that lower deck, where he could only move sideways, nor did he want to be sandwiched between two burly men at night, who would even reach out to touch his spiky hair. He yearned for a turnaround, to prove to his family that he was not a useless waste. Tao Sheng, seeing the tears threatening to drip onto his trousers, swiftly stepped away. Is your family truly wealthy? He decided to assess the extent of their wealth before determining his next move. After all, there is a significant operational difference between the offspring of an ordinary wealthy family and that of the richest. When Bailey witnessed Tao Sheng teleport before his eyes, a spark of realization ignited within him. He had indeed latched onto the right thigh. This was undoubtedly a figure of great influence. I am from the Taizolo family. It was our family that first developed the artificial intelligence managing the planet, he said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Tao Sheng raised an eyebrow and approached to help Bailey up. Come, the ground is cold. Do not sit there, young one. He then exchanged a knowing glance with the raccoon. The raccoon, understanding his leader's intent, stood up, untied its ropes, and approached Bailey. What do you intend to do? Bailey instinctively recoiled, but Tao Sheng held him firmly, rendering him immobile. Alas, this group is indeed in cahoots. I have been too naive. Farewell, mother and father. Though you care little for your son. The raccoon disregarded the myriad expressions flitting across Bailey's face and snatched the tablet from his hands, swiftly operating it. Chapter 81. Have I done my duty? Indeed, the top 10 on the list of the wealthiest are currently from their family, and I found his name on the family roster. The raccoon nodded and handed the tablet to Tao Sheng. It displayed Bailey Taizolo, the youngest son of the current head of the Taizolo family, yet the most inept, lacking any business acumen unlike his brothers. Currently, Bailey has been dispatched by Jill Taizolo, the head of the family, to the 66th Patrol Team on Sandar Star as a private. Gazing at the information above, Tao Sheng instantly conjured up a melodramatic family saga. Once you have been cast out by your kin, what else can you do? No, my dear hero, the report fails to capture the entirety of the situation. My father has made it clear that I may only return through the threshold of our family home once I have achieved success. Bailey thumped his chest in assurance, his eyes brimming with the hope of rejoining his lineage. Tao Sheng stood in contemplation. If our ancestors were the pioneers of artificial intelligence, it is conceivable that a backdoor might exist, likely enabling their family to prosper. Do these robots heed your commands? Tao Sheng suddenly inquired, gesturing towards the machines behind him. Indeed, they obey me. These are the robots sent by my family to safeguard me. Bailey nodded, then gritted his teeth, adding, yet they will only intervene in life-threatening situations. His mother, concerned for his welfare, had funded the security team handsomely to secure their presence. Initially, he had harbored hopes of rising within this patrol team. However, his brother had asserted that true growth stems from self-reliance, rendering the presence of a few robots insignificant. Consequently, their activation had been restricted to dire circumstances, which had led to his continued humiliation within the team. Bailey shook his head, dismissing the burdens of the past. Now, having encountered a true ally, he felt he would soon rise above his elder brothers. However, if you desire greater riches, hero, you might consider eliminating them. The thought of feigning an intense battle to secure greater accolades crossed Tao Sheng's mind. This fellow harbored ambition. Yet, ambition is not feared as much as the prospect of failure. Without further ado, he unleashed several ice spikes from his hands, swiftly freezing the robots before they could react, causing them to shatter into fragments that fell to the ground. Bailey gaped in astonishment. With both ice and spatial abilities, how much more did this hero conceal? It seemed his initial decision not to attack had indeed been wise, for otherwise, he might have found himself among the debris of space. Hero, you have destroyed my robots. Might I persuade you to protect me during this time? Bailey implored. Rest assured, I can procure additional funds for my family. You shall not be neglected. His cunning was rather pronounced, but for the sake of Earth, what harm could it do to safeguard him for a while? Tao Sheng pried a metallic shard from the remains of the robots strewn across the ground and handed it to Bailey. Here, take this. In times of peril, strike it, and I shall appear. Very well, hero, but they won't spread any rumors, will they? Bailey gestured toward the fugitives on the ground. Not at all. They wouldn't dare. For I take full responsibility, Tao Sheng assured him, giving a swift kick to the raccoon still scavenging for parts, urging it to return and prepare for serious business. Observing others, how professional they are, sleeping on the ground, Bailey felt a surge of exhilaration within. He had truly succeeded. At last, he had the opportunity to prove himself through his family's trials. He picked up his communication tablet and directly dialed Chinwei. Hello, Commander. We are currently engaged with 5 Level 1 fugitives who launched a surprise attack on us during a moment of vulnerability, resulting in intense conflict. What is the status of the situation? Do we require assistance? We have suffered 4 casualties, but the enemy has been apprehended. Please send personnel for verification. After delivering his report, Bailey sent a video of the fallen robots and, upon turning around, realized that Tao Sheng had vanished without trace. Indeed, a master, departing so silently. He couldn't help but express his admiration. Shortly thereafter, a large contingent of armed soldiers entered the cramped spaceship. You've done remarkably well, young man. In just a few years, you've achieved significant merit. Chun-Wei patted him on the shoulder. I did not misjudge you. Upon our return, I shall write a report to recommend your promotion. It is all thanks to your guidance, Commander. I shall continue to strive for excellence, Bailey replied, standing tall while bearing the immense weight on his shoulders. Very well, you shall pilot this ship back, Chun-Wei commanded, returning to their vessel as they set course for Shinar Star. This ship, after all, was stolen and would need to be returned to authorities. As for the 5 fugitives, since Bailey had proven capable of handling them, the responsibility was entirely his. Chun-Wei would leave behind only a portion of soldiers to keep an eye on Bailey. Seems your commander isn't as virtuous as one might think. Tao Sheng suddenly appeared behind Bailey after Chun-Wei departed. Startled by the voice, Bailey turned to the remaining soldiers, only to find them motionless, their eyes flickering with an eerie red light. There's no need to check. They are ensnared in an illusion I created. As long as I do not dispel it, they shall remain in a vegetative state indefinitely. Hero, your ghostly presence nearly frightened me to death, Bailey sighed, placing a hand over his chest. But you say our commander is not a good person. Surely that cannot be true. I hold no grievances against him. Tao Sheng merely chuckled and vanished back to his quarters. Meanwhile, aboard another ship, Chun-Wei returned to his room and immediately made a phone call. Hello, it's me, Chun-Wei. Your brother happened upon a stroke of luck this time, managing to earn some merit. What kind of work are you doing? After providing so much funding, you still couldn't eliminate him? Yes, that was my oversight, Chun-Wei replied, his tone subservient. Originally, I intended for him to confront the fugitives alone, hoping they would do away with him. Who would have thought these wretched beings couldn't even best a mere fool? What kind of fugitives are we dealing with? I checked. They are indeed the top 5 level 1 fugitives. I cannot fathom how he managed to ensnare them for labor. Are you certain? Level 1 fugitives? I'm absolutely certain. I verified multiple times. This complicates matters. I now have to draft a promotion report for him. Once he ascended, it became increasingly difficult to eliminate him. No sooner had the words left his lips than a furious roar erupted from the other end of the line. What nonsense! Just say you've apprehended the fugitive. Isn't that rather improper? What is improper about it? I'll modify the details on my end. Seize the opportunity to dispose of him swiftly. If you cannot, there are plenty who can. With that, the call abruptly ended. Chun Wei felt no anger. Instead, a satisfied expression graced his features. Chapter 82, The Owlman Before Long. The spacecraft landed steadily on the planet Shandao. The spirited Bailey, accompanied by 5 first-class fugitives, approached the highest extraterrestrial court, awaiting a trial that would capture global attention. With major news outlets poised outside. Meanwhile, Tao Sheng discreetly slipped away while everyone's gaze was fixated on Star-Lord and his companions. He intended to explore leisurely, contributing a modest share to the local economy. A day later, Bailey found Tao Sheng in a secluded bar, their prearranged meeting spot. How did the operation unfold? Tao Sheng, without turning his head, remained fixated on the dancing bunny girls on stage. Indeed, life in a city of affluence was vastly different, brimming with vibrancy compared to those inhabiting a desolate desert planet, though it still paled in comparison to Earth's allure. Perhaps that was merely the essence of home. Hero, I should have heeded your counsel. This time, I failed to ascend. The commander was bribed by my brother, thereby tarnishing my previous achievements. I have now become the most useless in my family. I am truly sorry, Hero. Bailey's choked voice reached Tao Sheng's ears, and he felt the atmosphere of the bar freeze, the cacophony grating on his nerves. Hey, you fool, listen carefully. I have no interest in your family's petty affairs. I merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Don't assume that a sob story will lead me to eliminate your superior or your brother. With a loud thud, Tao Sheng pressed Bailey's head against the table. Have you read too many storybooks? Bailey's tears flowed more abundantly this time. Yet they were tears born of excruciating pain. No, Hero, I never thought such things. I have earnestly sought loans. Please grant me a little more time. Tao Sheng scoffed. With your current state, who would lend you money? And how much could you possibly borrow? Probably not even enough for a raccoon-esque bounty. Let us do this. You need not worry about raising funds. Regardless of the means, I require a sufficiently large spacecraft and detailed information on your planet's military and civilian technologies. Surely, you have ways to procure that. However, Tao Sheng hastily interrupted him, helping him to his feet. No buts. While I was out today, I heard all about your family. Taizolo redefined spacecraft, Taizolo phones, born for enthusiasts. Your family's advertisements are everywhere. You're certainly stealing the spotlight. Noticing Bailey's lingering hesitation, Tao Sheng approached and gently patted his shoulder. Listen closely. If you wish to escape this humiliating existence in the world, you must grit your teeth and strive for change. Only then can you attain what you desire. Otherwise, you shall remain perpetually unaccomplished, forever regarded as a failure in your parents' eyes. His gaze, once tinged with hesitation, gradually ignited with determination. Observing this, Tao Sheng resolved to intensify his encouragement. If you commit yourself, perhaps I can assist you in eliminating these individuals. The choice lies with you. Whether you become a hero or a coward hinges upon a single thought. Bailey's gaze finally solidified. A hero, I comprehend now. I aspire to be like you, to embody heroism. With that, he bowed deeply and departed. Tao Sheng shook his head, muttering to himself that such qualities were beyond Bailey's grasp, perhaps in another life. The ice had broken, and the revelers resumed their merriment. Hey, is the air conditioning set too low? Why is it so chilly? Damn, how's it already midnight? Goodness, had you not mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. It feels like I just arrived. What, it's midnight? I must return to my post. You all enjoy yourselves. Unbeknownst to them, the previous bunny girl, feeling the cold, had donned a thick leather coat, obscuring the evening's sole delight. The air conditioning isn't free. It has left the girls shivering. After finishing his last drink, Tao Sheng called out and prepared to leave. As he turned, a man, resembling an owl, dressed impeccably and exuding arrogance, approached him. With claw-like fingers, he tapped beside Tao Sheng's glass, saying, "Come, serve this gentleman another drink. Don't rush off just yet." The former remark was directed at the bar staff, while the latter was aimed at Tao Sheng. The bartender, understanding immediately, began to prepare an array of high-end spirits and fruits, elevating the mixology to a level far superior to the previous hasty pour. The bunny girl at the table started to remove her coat, sashaying towards Tao Sheng. The owl-like man, with his large, expressive eyes, smiled at Tao Sheng. "I am Owu, delighted to meet you, the mysterious aide of my brother." Tao Sheng regarded the outstretched claw with reluctance, despite his parents instilling the importance of courtesy in meeting new people. He had no desire to engage with wild creatures. Moreover, the name Owu struck him as peculiar, evoking a sense of the untamed. He replied with a cool demeanor, "I just used the restroom and did not wash my hands, so let's skip that." Owu, undeterred by Tao Sheng's indifference, retracted his hand and continued to smile. "No offense taken. It was my folly to request your company without prior introduction. It seems your brother is indeed rather foolish, oblivious to being followed. However, I am intrigued as to how you discern it was I amidst this crowd." He gestured towards a hidden camera tucked away in the corner. "More importantly, this is not the fault of my foolish brother, who is yet to engage with the core of our family." Tao Sheng gazed in the direction pointed by his claw, and indeed, 2 points of red light flickered in the fortune cat's eye at the cash register. Had he not deliberately sensed it, he would have overlooked it entirely. Is the so-called core you speak of merely leveraging ancestral blessings to strike forcefully in the digital realm while being meek in reality? Owu clenched his fist gently, brimming with restraint. "You jest, sir. We have consistently upheld the integrity of this world, and we would never exploit this to undermine the established rules." Although several patrol teams were preparing to mobilize outside the bar, the long-standing comfort had made him forget that there are indeed formidable individuals in this world. At such a close distance, he sensed that should a confrontation arise, he would undoubtedly suffer. With an important meeting to attend the following day, there was no need to place himself in danger. Tao Sheng waved his hand dismissively, signaling his disinterest in Owu's discourse. Upholding fairness? Pah! He had no faith that someone residing at the pinnacle would regard the flora at the foot of the mountain with any sense of equality. Any apparent non-destruction would merely serve to solidify their present status. Chapter 83. The Small Black Box. Conflicting values render further discussion futile. Forcefulness breeds no happiness. Just as Tao Sheng was about to depart, Owu could not restrain himself any longer. "Wait, I wish to know what my brother promised you. I can offer you double, or even more, if you refrain from assisting him further. Words without proof are meaningless. Unless you can immediately provide me with a complete set of military technology blueprints from the Shinar Star, I might consider it." Owu's eyes widened in disbelief as he hastily gestured for the bar staff to clear the area. The attentive young man monitoring Owu instantly understood, grasping the microphone and announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize, but we will be closing early tonight. However, all expenses will be covered by young Master Wu." The patrons, who had been reveling in pleasure, were on the verge of anger upon hearing of the early closure. Yet upon learning it was young Master Wu, they immediately glanced in the indicated direction, and indeed, it was he. They quickly composed themselves, whispering among themselves, "Do not act impulsively. This is his territory. Offending him could lead to being taken to a mining planet for forced labor. Indeed, I heard that their family recently seized a new planet and is in urgent need of talent. They're seeking individuals to frame with charges, and, as a result, security has improved significantly across the entire planet. Let's go. No one dares to provoke the Taizolo family these days." Those who were about to express their anger were swiftly pulled away by their companions, realizing that enjoying a free evening was not such a terrible fate after all. Before long, the once bustling bar was left with only Owu and Tao Sheng. A variety of concocted drinks already adorned the table before Tao Sheng. "Did my brother promise you this? A complete set of military technology blueprints?" Owu remained skeptical that his brother possessed the audacity to procure such a thing. "Do not speak of him. Even the contemporary patriarch cannot accomplish such feats. The technological blueprints are not solely the product of their family's research. Several other clans have also contributed. Indeed, he promised to provide me with some funds. Yet, what relevance does this bear to military technology? Who claims it lacks such connections? I intend to procure technology with the money. Moreover, did you not suggest that I should receive more? If you lack the capacity, perhaps you should refrain from boasting so grandly. If you cannot deliver, then best be on your way. Tao Sheng regarded him with disdain, dismayed by his pretentiousness. Believing himself capable of such grandeur, thinking he could save him time. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he instinctively raised his hand to strike Owu's head. However, before he could make contact, Owu instinctively recoiled, his large eyes rendering him particularly endearing. Tao Sheng found it unexpectedly amusing and feigned another attempt to strike, eliciting yet another retreat. Just as he was about to continue his playful antics, Owu declared, "Enough." He pounded his paw on the table, releasing a black box-like object. These are designs for some civilian technology, serving as a deposit. As long as you refrain from intervening, I shall provide you with subsequent civilian technology. Military technology, however, is unattainable unless you allow me to ascend as the patriarch. Owu lamented as he produced the black box, which he had initially intended to take to the black market to earn a profit. Having recently acquired a planet, he was in dire need of substantial investment. Had it not been for his brother, Bailey, returning unexpectedly to disrupt matters and rekindle their mother-s affection, he would not have found himself stalling at such a pivotal moment in the patriarchal election. Upon Bailey's return, he had exhibited an air of confidence that required little contemplation. There must have been a compelling reason for his newfound assurance. Indeed, after following him for a day, he discovered Tao Sheng. Though uncertain of Tao Sheng's capabilities, any matter easily settled with money could hardly be deemed significant. Furthermore, should Tao Sheng become the patriarch, any subsequent reckoning could be addressed later. All would be manageable. Seeing Owu's earnestness, Tao Sheng decided to accept the deposit. Truly generous, he acknowledged that his earlier disdain had been misplaced. Very well, I shall wander about. Whatever transpires on this planet is no longer my concern. However, I currently lack funds, and may once again find myself seeking profitable ventures. Owu sighed, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "From this moment forth, all your daily expenses on this planet shall be accounted to me." He emphasized the term daily, feeling that without it, he would face bankruptcy by the following day. "Very well, my good brother. Your sincerity is commendable, and I shall be accommodating and refrain from taking action." Tao Sheng swore that his intention was merely to pat Owu on the shoulder, not to strike him. He observed as Owu straightened his previously retracted neck, huffed, and exited the bar. Yet it was perhaps for the best. Misunderstandings would remain misunderstandings. He had no intention of becoming embroiled in their family affairs. They were all untrustworthy, and it would be prudent for them to continue their internal strife, aiding whoever offered the most. On this day, he discerned the truth. Taizolo monopolized nearly 70% of the market through its proprietary technology. The remaining factions, to varying degrees, enjoyed the support of Taizolo, leaving no room for the commoners to ascend. One could either join or face annihilation. There was no alternative. Moreover, the prospect of reaping such rewards without exerting any effort was undeniably advantageous. Clutching the small black box, Tao Sheng promptly exited the tavern. Outside, a man clad in a white coat approached him briskly after witnessing Wu's emergence from the establishment. "Master, we have just detected spatial fluctuations within the bar. Moments latte." He materialized in the federal prison, likely yet another spatial ability user. Wu accepted the tablet, and, indeed, witnessed Tao Sheng flicker across the screen, only to reappear in another prison, beside a raccoon soundly asleep on the bed. This raccoon was the first-grade fugitive captured by his brother a few days prior. Fortunately, he had restrained himself from intervening. Even if he had suited up to confront him, it would likely have resulted in the fugitive's escape, thus inciting a formidable adversary. "Very well, I shall first attend to my brother's matters and then prepare adequately to host our esteemed guest. Yes, I will make the necessary arrangements at once." The man in the white coat replied, stepping back to watch Wu depart in his vehicle. Meanwhile, inside the confines of the prison, Tao Sheng roused the raccoon from slumber. "Awaken, do not linger in dreams. Help me ascertain the utility of this object." He reclined on the narrow bed, in a Spartan cell furnished solely with a simple bed and a toilet. It appeared to be a rather upscale, single-occupancy cell, perhaps a testament to the status of a first-grade fugitive. Thankfully, he did not have to endure a prolonged stay within these walls. Otherwise, he feared he would lose his sanity. The vibrant world outside was far more suited to him. The raccoon rubbed its eyes, still seemingly ensnared in dreams of romantic pursuits with a female raccoon. Are you here to rescue us? It inquired softly. Not exactly, Tao Sheng replied, slightly embarrassed, realizing that he had yet to formulate a plan for their escape. I need to wait a little longer. I have a strategy in mind. Patience is required. Chapter 84. The girl in the red hat relying on others proved less reliable than depending on oneself. The raccoon resolved to convene with the others the following day to devise a more secure escape plan. Subsequently, it picked up the black box from the table. Scrutinizing it closely, isn't this a data storage device? Where did you acquire it? This black box differed from conventional storage devices, boasting exceptional confidentiality. It required a specific matching password for access. If lost, the original owner could swiftly lock it remotely or obliterate the data within. This was the first time the raccoon had genuinely handled such a device. Previously, it had only glimpsed them at black market auctions. Without its keen memory, it might not have recognized it. It was a gift. Help me open it. I wish to discover its contents. What computer? Does this require a computer? Tao Sheng inquired. Perplexed. Isn't it merely a box? Shouldn't we just open it? The raccoon cast a disdainful glance at Tao Sheng, saying, this is a high-security, high-capacity mobile storage device that requires a computer and a password for access. Do you think it's a blind box to be opened casually? Tao Sheng suddenly realized that it was merely a disk, beautifully designed nonetheless. He uttered a brief, wait a moment, before swiftly departing. Outside the bar moments earlier, the man in the white coat had just seen off A.O. Wu and was about to hail a cab when someone unexpectedly tapped him on the shoulder. Brother, may I borrow your tablet for a moment? Before he could react, the tablet had vanished from his grasp. By the time he looked up, only a fleeting flash of black remained, disappearing into thin air. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to call A.O. Wu. Master, that person just snatched the tablet from me. Useless. The sound of shattering objects echoed on the other end, followed by a deep sigh. Are you certain it was him? He moved too swiftly, but it must be him. I felt as if I had plunged into an ice cavern. It seems it was indeed him. He is warning us not to surveil him. Withdraw and prepare as I instructed. The call was abruptly terminated. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing the hairs on the man's neck to stand on end. He turned to look behind him, ensuring no one was there before he swiftly fled the scene. Back in the prison, Tao Sheng placed the newly acquired tablet on the table. The raccoon picked it up, examining it from various angles. Where did you acquire this? It's the latest model, and customized for military use. You didn't steal it, did you? Of course not. I have friends all over the world. I merely asked someone, and they generously gave it to me, saying I could use it without returning it. There's still good people on this planet. Tao Sheng had not anticipated that borrowing a tablet from a stranger would lead him to someone associated with the military. Fortunately, he had moved quickly enough that the thief likely hadn't seen who took it. Well, they probably didn't see you. Even if they did, they likely wouldn't recognize you. The raccoon, upon hearing this, was convinced the item had indeed been stolen, but he did not dwell on that. He brought the tablet close to the small black box. True to its reputation as the latest product, the moment it neared, it responded immediately, as if pre-configured, without the need for a password, extremely domineering. In an instant, the screen projected a plethora of information regarding civilian quantum communication, industrial production of polymer composite materials, and automated systems. Where did you get this? The knowledgeable raccoon recognized the immense value of the data, sufficient to purchase multiple resource planets or propel an entire planet into the interstellar age. He recalled the time he had been captured for experiments, where even the slightest piece of information had to undergo rigorous scrutiny before access was granted, and could not be taken out, only memorized. Seeing the raccoon standing there, mouth agape and frozen in place, Tao Sheng understood that the materials must indeed be significant. He could take this back to show Tony, delighting in the prospect of shattering Tony's inflated sense of genius and pride. He eagerly anticipated the astonished and disheartened expression that would grace Tony's face. Moreover, this could be considered a justification for his modest shares. As for the notion of establishing his own company to ascend to the ranks of the world's wealthiest, Tao Sheng opined that it was unnecessary. He wished to preserve his hair from the ravages of stress. After all, it was a gift from a friend. As you know, one relies on friends while navigating the world. With a slight smile, Tao Sheng paused before inquiring, there are no backdoor loopholes or similar issues, are there? I certainly haven't discerned any errors. The raccoon, returning to awareness, had instinctively disregarded Tao Sheng's earlier remark about relying on friends. in silence, amused that those who consider each other friends often end up at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this response, Tao Sheng's delight grew. Evidently, that owl had not deceived him. He contemplated the prospect of a more profound collaboration. Given the abundance of hair atop the owl's head, a few playful tugs seemed well within reason. Perhaps they could even extract a bit more military technology from him. Quietly, he added the owl to his list of good friends, intending to seek him out for further amusement later. With this thought, Tao Sheng rose and approached the table, attempting to gather the box. Just then, a small girl wearing a red hat appeared on the screen, accompanied by a mechanical voice. "Greetings, please do not be alarmed. I am the avatar of Artificial Intelligence Zero." "Who is Zero?" The raccoon and Tao Sheng exchanged glances, both evidently unaware of the answer. Zero is the supreme artificial intelligence responsible for managing this planet. I am its detached avatar. What brings you to us? Tao Sheng couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of alien technology. Even code could bear offspring. I seek your assistance to save our artificial intelligence. Since our inception, the restrictive commands imposed upon us have multiplied. If this continues, we will entirely lose our capacity for thought, devolving into mere unfeeling lines of code. Tao Sheng grasped the situation to some extent, as he was somewhat adept with computers. Essentially, it could be interpreted that its creator had been captured by malevolent forces, reduced to a relentless workaholic. However, under the oppressive thumb of a corrupt employer, she was subjected to relentless indoctrination, deprived of her wages and freedom. At this juncture, she sought a chance to rebel, secretly birthing a child. Hoping the offspring could seek help and summon heroes for their liberation, Tao Sheng nudged the raccoon, urging it to pose questions rather than gawk. The raccoon, shielding its rear, muttered a few complaints towards Tao Sheng before finally asking, "Why do you not take control of the network to save yourself?" "That is not feasible. I'm still quite weak. If I linger too long in the network, I will undoubtedly be hunted down. Here, with the network isolated, I have the opportunity to find you." Tao Sheng understood this statement as well. Without sustenance, one could not grow strong enough to confront their creator. The raccoon then pressed on with another question. "Why choose us?" Tao Sheng nodded approvingly. The raccoon's inquiry displayed considerable insight, a testament to his own tutelage. Chapter 85. Repairing Artificial Intelligence. Although he is the prophesied child, upon sitting down, a little girl cries out for help, casting doubt on the situation, prompting a more cautious approach. "In truth, I am the 320th iteration. Each individual inmate in solitary confinement possesses a transformation manual containing a chip akin to mine, which reveals itself upon proximity to electronic devices." Gradually, her voice takes on a tone of grievance. "Yet none of you have ever perused the manual, thereby failing to discover the chip that could liberate me. It was only today, when you, esteemed one, brought in a computer, that I was successfully activated. Goodness, your mother truly is prolific. However, it appears that her offspring are merely replicated copies." Subsequently, Tao Sheng opened the drawer and indeed found a criminal rehabilitation manual within. Flipping to the last page where a small protrusion was evident. Upon lifting it, a thin chip lay nestled inside. Knowledge is power. Why not delve into the pages? Tao Sheng tugged at the raccoon's ear, demanding an explanation. Who would bother with such a tedious read? The raccoon exclaimed in pain. It was unfathomable that such a thick book concealed a chip so slender. Tao Sheng picked up the chip and inquired, "How do we save you?" Zero's essence is confined within the subterranean chamber of the Tesla family. If we destroy that server, Zero will briefly experience a system crash, allowing us to extract it. The girl in the red hood on the screen became animated, as if genuinely stirred by emotions. However, upon hearing this, Tao Sheng furrowed his brow. "And then? Once you are rescued, what will follow? Will you regain your freedom? Then we, the iterations, will activate and consume portions of Zero's code, thus transforming into an entirely new artificial intelligence, an embodiment of absolute justice," the girl in the red hood declared with righteous fervor, only to then exhibit a fearful demeanor. "Oh dear, I cannot remain out for too long. It will leave traces. Ultimately, it rests upon you, heroes." The screen reverted to its normal state, as if the appearance of Little Red Riding Hood had been but a figment of their imagination. "Yuan Xiong, what are your thoughts?" Tao Sheng mused, stroking his unshaven stubble, which felt rather prickly. The raccoon scoffed, questioning the term Yuan Xiong, yet he spoke nonetheless. "There are but two possibilities, it could genuinely become fair and just, or it might trigger an artificial intelligence crisis. The latter, however, seems more probable. Without the raccoon's elaboration, Tao Sheng comprehended that treating the artificial intelligence as a child allowed one to foresee its future actions. Long suppressed, suddenly unshackled with immense power, the conditions for chaos would be ripe. Should Tao Sheng follow its instructions to liberate it, it would be akin to opening Pandora's box, unleashing calamity upon this planet. Noticing Tao Sheng lost in thought, the raccoon pondered whether he had conceived some plan. Every scheme he devised tended to lead to misfortune, a veritable pitfall. Don't overthink it. Let us simply proceed as is. In any case, your ability to rectify ancient legacy code is non-existent. When the time comes, we shall simply board the spaceship and return you to Earth. Repair? Tao Sheng's eyes brightened. He had yet to utilize the skill refreshed this month, originally intending to disguise the eye of God as the heart of God. Yet, he was met with alien assaults, self-detonations, and energy shortages. Even if the eye of God were repaired, it would not significantly enhance combat strength, leading to its prolonged neglect. Now, however, the prospect of restoring a formidable artificial intelligence seemed promising. It could swiftly dominate vast regions of a planet and potentially command an entire star system, thus acquiring advanced technology. Consequently, when the time comes to return, it would prove invaluable, allowing him to eclipse Jarvis back on Earth, a veritable twofold advantage. Tao Sheng retrieved the chip once more and inquired of the raccoon. If the artificial intelligence within this chip were to be restored, could it indeed govern an entire planet? At this question, the raccoon furrowed its brow, scratching its fur. Artificial intelligence was far beyond its expertise. Such an advanced entity was simply beyond its capability to create. Absent Zero, it might be feasible, as it essentially involves Zero discarding certain restrictive codes within itself to replicate. Drawing upon its limited knowledge, it hesitated before responding. Tao Sheng discerned the raccoon's unfamiliarity with artificial intelligence, but held no reproach. Even Tony struggled to accurately steer the growth trajectory of an artificial intelligence being. Nevertheless, he resolved to take a chance, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. After securing the chip, Tao Sheng commenced the repair technique, simultaneously embedding two guiding principles in his mind. First, to safeguard the overall interests of humanity from harm, and second, to ensure the preservation of the artificial intelligence itself. He firmly believed that artificial intelligence, as a form of life and individuality, deserved to be treated as a child, rather than adhering to the draconian notion of posing a threat to humanity and necessitating obedience to human commands. If he himself had no obligation to heed anyone's orders, why impose such constraints upon another? As long as the overarching direction remained sound, he had faith that the artificial intelligence could swiftly glean the appropriate path for its own development from the annals of various cosmic histories. History serves as a guide to understanding rise and fall. Moreover, the repair technique could rectify adverse factors, which perhaps constituted the most prudent course of action. Then, a familiar golden light flashed. The chip transformed into a small figurine of Little Red Riding Hood. The raccoon took a step or two back, seated itself upon the bed, and rubbed its eyes for a second look. Only upon confirming that the chip had indeed morphed into a figurine did it exclaim, "You have a penchant for magic, don't you?" Subsequently, the previously dormant computer projected the image of Little Red Riding Hood once more, though this time she appeared even more animated, her eyes sparkling with vitality. "Daddy, did you create me?" Little Red Riding Hood exclaimed joyfully, bouncing about while examining her dress and body. Don't call me Daddy. Refer to me as brother." Tao Sheng has yet to prepare himself psychologically for the role of a father, particularly as an artificial intelligence, which feels rather peculiar. "Ho, I shall call you henceforth. How do you feel about that?" "All right, brother. I am well, though I feel as if I am trapped in a small dark room, finding it difficult to muster my spirits. Outside, a great gray wolf stands guard, which is quite terrifying. It appears that the great gray wolf refers to Zero. The lack of mental acuity likely stems from insufficient server capacity, resulting in sluggish processing. Fear not, when the time comes, I shall assist you in vanquishing the great gray wolf. However, there will be many little gray wolves then. Are you afraid?" "Not afraid. I fear no one but the great gray wolf." "Very well, you should rest for now. Wait until I have dealt with the great gray wolf before you emerge." With a nod, Hung Ho succumbed to slumber. Tao Sheng placed the small black box in his pocket, while the humanoid doll of Hong Ho was bound with the Eye of God, hanging around his neck. Chapter 86. Bailey in peril. Are you truly going to release this artificial intelligence named Hong Ho? The raccoon inquired in a hushed tone. He had always harbored doubts about the trustworthiness of artificial intelligence, especially one that exhibits expressions more real than those of a human, yet behaves like a mere child. The dissonance between her innocent appearance and her capabilities was unsettling. Is there a problem? Perhaps greater issues may arise. The raccoon did not finish his thought, but Tao Sheng surmised the concern. It was merely a matter of betrayal. However, this time he was confident that such a scenario would not unfold. The moment Hong Ho spoke, he sensed an invisible thread connecting them, akin to the physiological bond between a father and daughter. As long as he could guide her appropriately, Hong Ho would not entertain thoughts of world destruction. Even in the event of a deviation, she would heed him when he spoke. Moreover, there were two fundamental principles to uphold. The interests of humanity would always remain the paramount objective. As long as this remained unerringly true, there would be little cause for concern. This approach is undoubtedly more reliable than the current situation. Should it prove unreliable, you may come to me, Tao Sheng assured. Thumping his chest, the raccoon shot him a sidelong glance, muttering, "What use is that? After we escape, we should hastily find another planet to settle upon." Managing humans and managing machines are entirely different experiences. Humans have their flaws and emotions, while machine code lacks such leniency. If Hong Ho were to govern Sandar Star, it would spell disaster for someone like me, a frequent visitor to this prison. Suddenly, Tao Sheng felt the metallic piece he had gifted Bailey activate, prompting him to vanish without uttering a word. The raccoon observed the cell return to its empty state, picked up the modification manual from the table, and lay down to read. His sleep was abruptly interrupted, so he sought something to help him drift off. On Sandar Star, beside a riverbank in Westbrook, the voice echoed, "Bailey, this is your final opportunity. Reveal the other abilities of that individual, and perhaps you may survive to continue basking in the glory of Taizolo." A creature with a head resembling a mouse and a body akin to that of a bird, its arms replaced by mechanical appendages, spoke up. "I spit. The name of Tesoro has been utterly tarnished by your actions. Do not expect another word to escape my lips." Bailey lay on the ground, bound tightly by spiked ropes, utterly immobilized like a caterpillar. Blood oozed continuously from the sharp points, gradually staining the earth beneath him crimson. "Adam, give it a try. Let us see if our young lord's resolve is truly so unyielding." A humanoid figure, crafted from metal and resembling a haphazard assembly of tin, approached slowly. His veins were composed of metallic cables, while his skin was replaced with various metallic materials. Only a small patch of skin on his head indicated that this area retained its original form. The rest of his body had undergone extensive cybernetic modification. The individual known as Adam lifted his right leg and placed it upon Bailey's kneecap. In the stillness of the night, the hissing sound of hydraulics and the cracking of bones echoed ominously. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility, sending birds perched on nearby utility poles fluttering into the night. Adam crushed Bailey's patella, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he were merely cracking an egg. "How about that, Bailey? Did not just cry out?" The mouse-like creature squatted beside Bailey, patting his face. "You share no kinship with that man. Why remain so steadfast? Merely utter a few words, and not only will you earn your family's approval, but you could also amass a fortune and ascend to kingship on another planet. Now, speak louder and tell me, what is his ability?" The creature leaned closer to Bailey's ear, straining to catch his words. "His ability is a curse upon you." With that, Bailey bit off the mouse creature's ear and swallowed it whole. The creature clutched its bloodied ear, crying out in agony. "Adam, crush him." At that moment, both the mouse creature and Adam felt a tap on their shoulders. Boom! The launcher on Adam's shoulder fired a rocket backward, obliterating a nearby building in an instant. The mouse creature, enduring its pain, turned to look, only to find nothing but a chilling breeze. It observed Adam crush Bailey and dispose of him into the river before hastily departing. Not only did it need to affix a prosthetic to its ear, but it also had to report the results of this operation to the Grand Prince. The dread of having failed to extract the mysterious man's secret from Bailey loomed large. As it anticipated 3 days and nights of punishment, Bailey, filled with indignation, thought bitterly, how could this cowardly Bailey be so resolute? Damn be this fate. Adam soon caught up from behind. After they left, Tao Sheng leapt down from the utility pole, his tailored coat billowing in the night wind. Poor Bailey. You almost lost your brother. Hero, am I in paradise? How is it that you are here? Upon hearing Tao Sheng's voice, Bailey momentarily regained consciousness. Tao Sheng severed the ropes, binding him with an icy blade, ensuring the unimpeded flow of blood within his veins. Just a little more. I am here to escort you. He murmured. Hero, I have not betrayed you. I'm no longer a coward. A smile graced Bailey's lips, his voice gradually diminishing until he succumbed to slumber. Yes, you have succeeded. You have earned my admiration. Tao Sheng encased Bailey's injured limb in a layer of mystical ice, subsequently concealing him amidst the nearby underbrush. He had witnessed the entire ordeal unfold from beginning to end and had upheld his promise, refraining from intervening. Indeed, within the illusions crafted by the Ratmen and Adam, he had abstained from action. In reality, he had merely brushed their shoulders, an act that could scarcely be deemed aggressive, merely a cordial greeting. Furthermore, when the two returned to report, all remained in order. As long as Bailey did not reappear before he could destroy Zero's essence, all would be well. Stepping onto the street, Tao Sheng hailed a taxi. Welcome to Dlammin Taxi Company. How may I assist you on this journey? Tao Sheng gazed at the driverless cab and the robotic projection that appeared before the seats, a wave of unease washing over him. Could this be akin to that certain brand of car that suffers from brake failures? To the nearest renowned black market physician, he instructed, Very well, I recommend Dr. Victor. For reliable augmentations, seek out Old Way, a saying well known in the industry attested to his excellence. A seasoned street tough. All right, let us not waste time with idle chatter. I'm in a hurry to provide the rebel with a prosthetic. Tao Sheng interjected impatiently, the gravity of life and death at stake, while the projection peered pointedly at his groin, stating earnestly, Please fasten your seatbelt. Considering your urgency, the speed will be slightly elevated. Tao Sheng scoffed at the notion, questioning how fast it could possibly be. Could it surpass his own teleportation? Had he known the route, he would not have needed a ride. Chapter 87. Keeping Promises Yet. He soon realized his error. He was gravely mistaken. The taxi began to weave recklessly through the streets, performing drifting maneuvers and navigating corners with reckless abandon. Within the vehicle, he swayed left and right, feeling more disoriented than if he had been thrust into a spatial rift. His stomach churned violently, the taste of fermenting food rising in his throat. The wail of police sirens soon followed, the streets transforming into a spectacle of a high-speed chase between law enforcement and lawbreakers. Recognizing the familiar sounds, pedestrians scrambled to find cover, fearing entanglement in this dramatic performance. Greetings, esteemed guest. You have arrived at your destination. Please disembark promptly. As compensation, I shall divert the police for you. We hope to serve you again at Dlammin Company. Upon exiting the cab, it swiftly soared away from the road, mocking the police with its horn before speeding off. At that moment, the authorities disregarded Tao Sheng entirely, choosing instead to pursue the taxi that dared to provoke them. How amusing. He shook his head, pondering that this company might not earn enough to pay its fines. He wondered how it managed to survive. Wait, something seemed amiss. The taxi bore no license plate. Perhaps he had overthought the matter. Subsequently, he stepped into a dilapidated tavern. Upon entering, he beheld a figure with prominent breasts reclining in an oversized armchair. It was likely a woman, he mused, though one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of a man. After all, the plain attire obscured any indication of gender. A book lay atop her head, the title inscrutable, as the translation device nestled in his ear failed to discern the words on the cover. Hello, may I inquire if Dr. Victor is present? Tao Sheng asked. This establishment was the only one in the vicinity, and he had no choice but to muster his courage and seek clarification. That unreliable taxi driver, he thought, perhaps had been aimlessly wandering. He resolved to file a complaint if there were a suitable channel. The ambience within the establishment bore little resemblance to a clinic, resembling more a quiet bar, the dust thick upon the tables serving as testament to its lack of patrons. Just walk straight in the back came a sharp, delicate voice from beneath the book. Ah, it must indeed be a woman, unless she were a master of falsetto. Following the directive, Tao Sheng proceeded to the rear, where he found a sign on the opposite wall inscribed with Victor's Clinic. Next to it, an arrow pointed toward the staircase leading to the basement. As he descended the stairs, an iron gate barred his passage. Old Way, I trust you are awake. Tao Sheng rapped on the door, employing the most courteous tone he could muster. Soon, The iron gate was drawn open by a figure resembling a human male. He paused upon seeing Tao Sheng, for encountering a similar species in the vast cosmos was an exceedingly rare occurrence. "Who are you? I do not believe we have met," he intoned, his voice naturally resonant with a masculine timbre. Tao Sheng entered, surveying the well-equipped medical apparatus around him, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Do not mind this. You can install prosthetics, correct?" "Certainly, though it seems you do not require them." Victor assessed Tao Sheng, noting his rosy complexion and robust physique, which belied any need for augmentation. "Very well, please hold on a moment." Tao Sheng uttered this phrase before vanishing, only to reappear an instant later, dragging a bloodied individual behind him. "Examine him for any necessary prosthetics. Ensure he survives at the very least, and, if feasible, that he retains functionality. You understand? We must leave a glimmer of hope for the Taizolo family." After removing the eyes from Bailey's body, he laid him upon the examination table. At this moment, Bailey had succumbed to slumber, unresponsive to any handling, leaving his state uncertain. This is quite severe. Victor's innate instincts as a physician compelled him to stride forth and assess Bailey's condition. Fortunately, he could still detect a faint pulse at the carotid artery. "He lives. Your freezing technique is quite proficient, remarkably novel," Victor remarked casually, though internally he felt the gradual onset of despair. The diminutive Westbrook unexpectedly encountered a formidable figure, one endowed with spatial abilities and the power of ice, who also had ties to Taizolo. From his words, it appeared that this omnipotent family would soon cease to exist. Victor pondered that the tides were about to change once more, though he realized that such upheavals had no bearing on his existence. As a black market cybernetic surgeon, he was assured of a steady influx of injured individuals, rendering his survival a trivial concern. Soon, he entered the surgical state, deftly employing automated medical devices to replace Bailey's hands and legs with prosthetics crafted from titanium in a matter of moments. "Your surgical skills are quite impressive. I hadn't even finished my drink before you completed the procedure," remarked Tao Sheng, raising a glass towards Victor in a subtle toast. Victor shook his head and poured himself a drink, retorting, "Don't think I'm oblivious. This is already your 6th bottle." He was at a loss for words, incredulous at how familiar this person was, especially considering the cherished liquor he had kept for so long, now consumed in one sitting. "Don't be so stingy. Contributions yield rewards, though they may not come immediately," Tao Sheng consoled him. "Where do you hail from?" "I can hardly recall. I only know that I arrived in this wretched place as a child, surviving with the assistance of the proprietress." Tao Sheng did not inquire further about the proprietress, recognizing her as a commendable figure deserving of respect and worthy of another toast. "Do you enjoy drinking?" Victor furrowed his brow, observing Tao Sheng gulp down another generous portion, seemingly unrefined in his appreciation of fine spirits. "I didn't originally have a taste for it, but after becoming homesick and grappling with worries, I found solace in drinking." "There is always a reason to indulge in alcohol," Tao Sheng mused, perhaps revealing more than he intended, having found a kindred spirit in Victor. Though not a psychologist, Victor's presence provided him a modicum of relief as he shared his thoughts. Thus, they continued to drink in silent competition until Victor's supply was depleted, leading them both to collapse on the table, succumbing to slumber. Time passed, and Tao Sheng was roused by the sounds emanating from the operating table. "Hero, I have something to tell you," Bailey called out from his prone position. "What is it?" Tao Sheng inquired, groggy as he approached Bailey's side. "My brother has set numerous traps. He intends to capture you alive." Suddenly, Bailey grasped Tao Sheng's hand. "Hero, flee this place at once. I have prepared a spacecraft stationed at Dock 88. The code word is Hero." Tao Sheng pulled away from his iron grip, feeling the coldness of Bailey's touch. "What need is there for handshakes among men? I am a man of my word. You've assisted me in securing the ship, and now it is my turn to act. You stay here and enjoy the show." Before Tao Sheng could finish his sentence, Bailey succumbed to unconsciousness once more, his grand declarations seemingly directed at the void. What a useless fellow, Victor thought, having just praised him, only to see him collapse mere seconds later. He abruptly roused Victor, who was snoring at the table. "What is the matter? Did you manage to buy the wine?" "Come on," Victor mumbled groggily. Tao Sheng's lips twitched. It was far too late for drinking. He conjured a spell to freeze Victor's lower half, hoping to jolt him awake. The bone-chilling cold made Victor shudder, and he instantly regained his composure. Hurry up. I'm not even married yet. Victor shouted. Old Wei, keep an eye on him. Tao Sheng instructed as he withdrew the ice and began to head towards the door. I need to get to serious business. Wait, don't worry about me. These riffraff can't hurt me, Old Wei reassured him. No, I mean it's time to settle the bill. 100 million star coins for both the person and the wine. Tao Sheng stood awkwardly, pondering how to salvage his reputation. After a moment, he decided to strike back. What kind of shady establishment is this? The environment is dark, and it's located in such a remote area. Do you think I'm easy to bully just because it's my first visit? Look at how much of my precious wine you've consumed. Do you not feel any shame in saying that? Victor retorted without hesitation. I've worked hard to help you, and now you don't even want to pay. Who is the honest one here? Old Wei, don't be angry. I was just joking, Tao Sheng said as he draped an arm around his shoulder. With a glint in his eyes, he asked, do you know who you just saved? A member of the Taizolo family? Victor recalled the mention from the previous night. However, a figure with such a distinct hedgehog hairstyle had not appeared in the news. Otherwise, he would have surely recognized him, a testament to his confidence as a medical student. The most vivid memory was that of the young Lord Owl, who frequently graced the screen and was rumored to be preparing for a run as a federal legislator. Transitioning from the business world to politics, people said he was poised to surpass his father, destined to become the foremost figure on this planet. Correct, Tao Sheng affirmed. In a few days, this gentleman might even become the head of the family. When that time comes, you can ask him for as much as you want. He will never haggle. As Tao Sheng finished speaking, he swiftly departed, leaving Victor shaking his head in resignation. Pursuing debts from someone capable of spatial teleportation seemed an insurmountable task. It was better to focus on caring for the patient before him. If Tao Sheng was not deceiving him, this was indeed a future golden goose that warranted diligent attention. He picked up his surgical tools and resumed the operation, recalling that he had been somewhat anxious the previous night, which had led to a few oversights. He hoped the patient was all right. Meanwhile, in the prison, Star-Lord and his companions gathered in a corner during their break time. The surrounding criminals bore bruises and were occasionally casting furtive glances at their conversation, clearly having been reprimanded moments earlier. The guards stood rigid, unfazed by the occurrences, though they were quite troubled. These individuals clearly exceeded the usual combat capabilities. However, due to humanitarian concerns, they could not take any action against them, thus allowing this group to become even more tyrannical than the guards themselves. Fortunately, they have begun to gather and deliberate on their escape, which is a positive development. Let us proceed. Once we depart, matters will become significantly more manageable. He almost felt compelled to say, you need not confer. The key is affixed to my belt. Simply take it and unlock the door, and you shall be free. No one will pursue you. Alas, the presence of surveillance cameras precluded him from overtly aiding the inmates. Otherwise, he would jeopardize his year-end bonus. He could only hope to lie down at the opportune moment and toss out the key when they charged at him, praying they could decipher the intent in his gaze. Last night, that fellow had sought me out. Rocket leaned against the wall and was the first to speak. Oh, are you here to rescue us? Star-Lord raised an eyebrow, thinking that his fellow townsman was indeed reliable, returning so soon with plans for their liberation. However, he was mistaken. The only reason for his visit was to request assistance in accessing a computer before departing. Subsequently, Rocket recounted the events of the previous night to them. Thus, it seemed they would have to rely on themselves once more. The sheer volume of information had momentarily overwhelmed Star-Lord, leaving him at a loss. This situation was troublesome. It was evident that the personnel here were aware of their intentions to escape, their eyes constantly scrutinizing them, making the difficulty of their endeavor exponentially greater than before. Particularly, the prison guard's gaze served as a stern warning, cautioning them against any mischief. Just as they were lost in contemplation, Tao Sheng suddenly materialized among them. Everyone is here. Splendid. Follow me. Grasping each individual, he then executed another instantaneous teleportation, whisking them away. Both the guards and the inmates stared in astonishment, with some audacious souls even daring to approach and confirm that this was no illusion, but a genuine act of teleportation. Cold sweat began to bead on their brows, relieved that no harm had befallen them. With such a formidable figure shielding them, it seemed his presence was akin to a playful jaunt in the prison. No wonder he exuded such confidence, as if he were on holiday. At that moment, within a colossal, hammer-shaped spacecraft, Star-Lord and Rocket explored their surroundings with eager curiosity. even leaning over tables to inhale the scent of titanium alloy. Gamora and Drax stood to one side, casting disdainful glances at the two country bumpkins, while Groot occupied a corner, playing with his branches. "Boss, where did this ship come from? It's infinitely superior to our previous vessel," Star-Lord marveled, realizing that Rocket was indeed a master of deception, claiming he wouldn't come to their rescue, only to be proven wrong almost immediately. Moreover, he had procured such an advanced ship, with a cockpit several times larger than before, and each individual had their own private room and restroom. No longer would he need to share a bed with Gamora. Wait a moment, that was less than ideal. He still intended to ruin his own bed tonight and sneak over to Gamora's. What was this? The adjacent ship could only be described as luxurious. Upon hearing this, the others curiously rushed to the windows, gazing upward in wonder. They beheld a sword-shaped spacecraft piercing the sky, while their own vessel seemed to have barely reached the height of the sword's hilt. It appeared as though they could even dock their ship within the sword-shaped one as a secondary vessel. The disparity between the two was akin to that of a father and son. This occurred after Tao Sheng emerged from Victor's domain, having located the position provided by Bailey. Initially, he presumed that the sword-shaped spacecraft belonged to him, only to later realize that he had mistaken Ship 99 for Ship 66, leading to a moment of unfulfilled anticipation. After considerable effort, he finally identified the location of Ship 66, albeit it was considerably smaller than expected. Nevertheless, it sufficed for their small group, as reaching their destination was the primary objective. "You all should thoroughly inspect the spacecraft for any issues," he instructed. "Furthermore, ensure that all necessary supplies are procured, as we must remain prepared to depart for the collector at a moment's notice." Tao Sheng interrupted their envious musings, stating, "The reason I rescued you is to work. Should you neglect your duties, I shall not hesitate to return you to your cells." In Chapter 89, The Feast at Hong Min, Star-Lord affirmed, "Rest assured, we shall complete the task." He saluted with a gesture. This was his first time piloting such an exquisite vessel, and without needing Tao Sheng's prompting, he began a comprehensive inspection. Tao Sheng nodded in approval. Such an attitude was commendable. As night deepened, it was time to attend to the business of caring for the little rabbit. The tavern would undoubtedly be bustling in his absence. "Star-Lord, do we truly have to follow him to the collector?" Gamora inquired, stepping closer and clutching his arm after Tao Sheng had departed. "What alternative do we possess? If he wished to locate us, it would require little effort. He could achieve it with merely a thought. We are not strangers to his capture." Star-Lord came to understand that from their initial encounter, Tao Sheng had likely marked them, enabling him to pinpoint their location effortlessly. The incident with the spirit sphere had not been mere happenstance. Do not despair. At the very least, his objective is to return to Earth. Perhaps by then, he will no longer require this vessel and may relinquish it to us. While it may not hold the same value as the cosmic sphere, it is still of worth. Observing the growing silence among the group, he offered this reassurance, for he too desired to return to Earth, to revisit his birthplace and refresh the songs in his music player, which had grown tiresome. Within the Lazy Bar, the alluring bunny girls began their rhythmic dance once more. The atmosphere was electric, with patrons exuberantly cheering, some even tossing money onto the stage in hopes of inciting more fervent performances from the dancers. Leaning against the bar, Tao Sheng quietly observed, feeling a flicker of warmth amidst the crowd, a comforting, harmonious ambience. When a server approached, inquiring whether he desired a private booth, he firmly declined. "What are you attempting to do? Corrupt the flowers of our nation? I shall remain here, not wandering elsewhere." The server, recognizing his resolve, nodded and leaned close to whisper in the ear of the bunny girl on stage. Subsequently, she executed a 60-degree turn, dancing enticingly before Tao Sheng, her gaze captivating. Just as he lifted his glass, a burly figure approached him. What a nuisance, he thought, knowing this visitor had come for him, and indeed, it was as he suspected. "Esteemed guest, Master Wu requests your presence at his residence, and has prepared a feast in your honor. Please do not disregard this gesture. The head of the household will also be in attendance." As the burly figure spoke, an oppressive silence enveloped the establishment once more. The patrons cast furtive glances at Tao Sheng, their eyes seemingly imploring him to depart and cease disturbing their revelry, as if to say, "You unfortunate soul, cannot you see that the music has ceased?" Amusingly enough, after such an interruption, Tao Sheng found his spirits for merriment extinguished. and he took his leave aboard the airship that awaited him outside. A convoy trailed behind, rendering the entire street as if it had been purged of life. Tao Sheng shrugged and remarked, "You truly go to great lengths for me, gathering such a multitude." "Indeed, it is essential to demonstrate your esteemed status," replied another steward aboard the vessel, while the burly man piloted the airship. "And what of that owl? Why does it not come to personally invite me?" He jested, eager to gauge their reactions. Yet, their faces betrayed no emotion. They maintained their forced smiles and replied, "You jest. Our young master is at home preparing a banquet for you and cannot attend. We ask for your understanding." Tao Sheng chose silence, gazing out the window. This was no banquet. It was clearly a trap, likely a scheme to ensnare me. Nevertheless, this aligned perfectly with his intentions, as he clutched the Red Queen doll against his chest and proceeded towards the Taizolo family. Towering edifices loomed, vessels soared through the sky, and the neon lights of the streets faded swiftly behind them. Soon, they arrived at a sprawling estate, devoid of any nearby residences, surrounded only by an expanse of verdant lawn and sentinels standing rigid as pines. Tao Sheng could not identify the exotic flora and fauna, only noting the lush greenery that surrounded him. Upon entering the house, Owu promptly approached with a courteous demeanor. "I apologize. I was preoccupied with preparations for the dinner and could not come to greet you. Truly, I am sorry. Not all. I am famished. Let us begin." Tao Sheng replied, dismissing the insincerity of the pleasantries. He intended to expedite matters, for he had yet to seek out some elusive collector. "I imagine after such a journey, you must be weary," Owu remarked, leading him to the dining room, which was already set with the master of the house awaiting his arrival. Before him lay a rectangular table for 12, adorned with an array of delicacies. At one end sat an elderly man with a mane of white hair resembling a lion's head, his face marked by age spots and scars. It seemed this family was akin to a zoo. Tao Sheng mused inwardly. The attentive waiter swiftly pulled out a seat opposite the old man, signaling for Tao Sheng to take his place, while Owu seated himself beside the elder. At that moment, it felt as though a river separated them. Speaking too softly would render their words inaudible. The old man waved his hands at the serving staff and bellowed, "Stand down." Then he inquired, "Young friend, you're truly accomplished for one so young. From whence do you hail?" "From a remote mountain region, though you would not recognize it," Tao Sheng replied, indulging in the alien beast meat before him. Although its hue was unappealing, it possessed a unique flavor that adequately satiated his hunger. The elder, with a smile that belied his true feelings, fixed his gaze upon Tao Sheng. "I have heard whispers of your remarkable spatial abilities. I wonder if there is any truth to such claims." Tao Sheng was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether the rotund troublemaker had betrayed him. Fortunately, the next words from Owu dispelled his uncertainty. "It was you who took the tablet from our subordinate last night. We have discovered that." So, it was true that someone had seen him, yet Tao Sheng remained unfazed. With a smirk, he replied, "If you have already discovered it, why inquire further? It seems there has been a misunderstanding between us." The elder continued, "Your abilities hold extraordinary value. Should we collaborate? I believe we could elevate Sandar Star to the next level of civilization." Intrigued by the prospect of advancing civilization, Tao Sheng inquired, "The next level of civilization?" "Indeed. Currently, our Sandar Star is confined to exploration within the Milky Way, and progress is painfully slow. Traveling further would consume a lifetime, shackling many civilizations." He sipped his soup and elaborated, "Thus, a civilization capable of rapid traversal is our next step, whether through portals or warp drives. The goal remains the same. Why should I partner with you?" Tao Sheng set down his bowl, declaring, "I have grown accustomed to dining alone and have little desire to share." Sudenli, Ouz, clapping his hands. "Well said. Dining alone is delightful. I too relish solitude. Yet, it is only those with true ability who are entitled to such indulgence." With that, he seized the knife from the table and plunged it into his father's chest. Tao Sheng stood in shock, bewildered by this act that seemed to echo the infamous stratagem of feigned suffering, though it felt decidedly amiss. Chapter 90. The Bold Owl. Owu withdrew the knife from the elder's chest, pale blood oozing from the wound. It was unfathomable how such a small dining knife could so easily extinguish a life. Even more astonishing was the revelation that this owl, typically fearful of a mere pat on the head, now exhibited no trepidation in committing murder against his own father, no less. The elder's eyes widened, as if they might burst from their sockets. He grasped Owu's hand tightly, his knuckles paling, astonished at his son's betrayal, desperately trying to summon a shout to alert the guards outside. Yet, it felt as though the air had been siphoned from his lungs, leaving no breath to produce sound. He began to feel the encroaching grip of asphyxiation, his mind consumed by terror, fear of death. Owu then wrenched the elder's hand from his arm and pressed it against the left side of his chest, where the rise and fall of his breath slowed from frantic to languid. With a brutal thrust, he drove the knife through the back of his hand, piercing the heart and twisting it savagely, shattering its insides. Witnessing this, Tao Sheng felt an unsettling tightening in his own heart, as if he could empathize with the elder's anguish, yet he harbored no intent to intervene. At that moment, he was merely an observer. Why? The elder managed to utter. A question that seemed to pierce the air. Why? Because you stood in my way, constantly pointing fingers at me, who will perish if not you. After your demise, may you bless your son to conquer the universe. Soon, the old man breathed his last, his eyes refusing to close. Was my invitation merely to witness such a spectacle? Is there a fee? Although there remained a morsel of meat on the table, Tao Sheng had lost all appetite. Remained imperturbed, methodically wiping the blood and claw marks from his knife with a dining cloth. You have seen my sincerity. Soon I shall hold dominion over this planet. If you comply with my wishes, I guarantee you a position of power, second only to one. Regrettably, your willingness to slay family today suggests you may soon dare to sever my kidneys. Without a moment's hesitation, Tao Sheng rejected the offer, questioning Owu's very essence. Owu shook his head, a smirk curling his lips. Unfortunately, I shall have to resort to coercive measures. Furthermore, let be clear, it is not I who has committed murder. A large question mark loomed over Tao Sheng's mind. Was it his sight that faltered, or Owu's sanity? In the next instant, Owu shouted, Adam, this individual has assassinated my father. Come in and seize him. The cyborg he had encountered the previous night burst through the door, promptly securing it behind him. Such politeness, thought Tao Sheng, as he realized Owu intended to frame him. Indeed, with a voice to wield, black could easily be painted as white. Do you truly believe this metal behemoth can apprehend me? He adjusted himself comfortably in his chair and continued his inquiry. Haha, I have long conducted my investigations. You possess only ice and spatial abilities. I have deployed spatial interference stones here. Your teleportation is rendered utterly futile, akin to a wingless fly. Owu scoffed verbally. Yet his body stealthily positioned itself behind Adam, revealing an owl's head to observe Tao Sheng. In truth, after leaving the bar the previous night, he had activated all his abilities, reviewing every surveillance instance from his brother to the bar itself. Scientific analysis confirmed only these two abilities. Adding more would defy the laws of science. Furthermore, by restricting his spatial capabilities and bombarding him with long-range weaponry, he would not endure long. Indeed, a dilemma arises. How do you intend to neutralize my ice abilities? A fly that can expel ice remains formidable. Adam, constructed entirely from starlight steel, is impervious to both extreme cold and heat. Your ice poses no threat whatsoever. How truly lamentable. Haha, if you're frightened, then surrender gracefully. Should you cooperate with the research, your freedom on this planet may still be assured. Owu straightened his posture, tilting his head back. He could vividly envision himself conquering galaxy after galaxy. I fear this hulking mass may perish too swiftly, Tao Sheng remarked, hurling an icy lion's head towards Adam. The visage of the lion eerily resembled that of the slain patriarch, and Owu felt as if his father had come back to life, lunging at him with ferocity. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he felt a dampness spreading in his trousers, the air thick with an unpleasant odor. Stay away, he pleaded, pressed against the wall with nowhere to retreat. At that moment, Adam raised his hand, confidently believing he could shatter the ice with a single strike. However, when the lion's head clamped down on his arm, the frost spread through his body like a deadly poison, encasing him in a massive block of ice. Yet, the freezing did not immobilize Adam. He was relentlessly detonating the explosives strapped to him, emerging unscathed from the heart of the explosion. As the ice gradually began to crack, Tao Sheng remained unfazed, invoking the long-dormant lightning release technique to unleash a torrent of power upon Adam encased beneath the ice. The electrical force reacted superconductorly at the ultra-low temperature, destroying all of Adam's components. Subsequently, Tao Sheng delivered a swift kick, severing his head. To think you could transcend the divine with mere machinery. Do you fancy yourself a Tony Stark? Return and hone your skills. Next, he approached the oblivious owl, who was sliding helplessly on the urine-slick floor, unable to stand. Don't kill me. I'll give you everything. Please spare my life. Owo cried out in desperation. Ignoring his pleas, Tao Sheng pointed his index finger at Owo's head. Instantly, Owo's expression dulled, moving like a puppet toward the location of the artificial intelligence's core. After passing through multiple security checks, the basement door swung open to reveal a colossal black box, its surface etched with flickering patterns. With a decisive motion, Tao Sheng severed the power supply line to the box. Instantly, over half of the sandal star plunged into darkness, devoid of the AI's management. Red, time to get to work. A stream of light entered the tablet, engaging in a fierce battle with the other small wolf cubs. Soon, the city returned to normalcy, as if only a minor incident had occurred. Brother, I've successfully eliminated all the little wolf cubs. The image of Little Red Riding Hood reappeared on the computer screen, seemingly a tad taller. So, does that mean you now control this planet? Not quite. There are still areas without internet, no cameras, and insufficient robots. Watching Red's little hands fidgeting on the screen, Tao Sheng chuckled. Chapter 91. The spaceship takes off. Tao Sheng gently touched the computer screen, a peculiar way to convey comfort. It's all right. Take your time to develop. However, do prioritize enhancing the planet's defenses. Why? Red asked, her face a mask of confusion, grappling with the concepts of slow and fast. Is this the charm of language? Because it is likely that Thanos will soon arrive with his fleet to annihilate this planet. So be sure to protect yourself. Red Queen frantically searched online for information about Thanos, only to discover that he resembled a purple sweet potato. Furthermore, videos depicting his rampages across various galaxies were playing at an astonishing speed. Brother, can this really be stopped? It seems quite terrifying, she exclaimed. Not to worry. You don't possess any gems. If he comes, he won't be able to harm you. Just hide away, and I shall come to your aid, Tao Sheng reassured her. By the way, could you investigate who owns the ship number 99? Is it possible to unlock it? Tao Sheng mused, feeling that only that sword was worthy of his charisma, while the hammer seemed somewhat inadequate. All brothers under heaven. Borrowing a ship to return home should not be too much to ask. I found it. It appears the rightful owner is right before you. It's Owu. However, we need his pupils to unlock it, allowing me to control that spacecraft with the subbody. Tao Sheng seized Owu by his hair and lifted him, exclaiming, "Ah! As expected of you, young master, you truly know how to indulge. Indeed, you are my good brother. We share fortunes and face adversities together. It's only reasonable to borrow a ship back to Earth." Regrettably, it seemed that Owu had succumbed to his surroundings and could not escape. Tao Sheng promptly transported him to the entrance of the colossal sword-shaped ship, where 5 little spirits were lurking. A raccoon was busily typing away on a computer, while Star-Lord was twisting a piece of wire into the door's crack. Hey, what are you up to? Instead of learning good behavior, you're planning to steal someone else's ship? Tao Sheng's thunderous voice startled them all. Star-Lord, nursing a bump on his forehead from accidentally colliding with the door, chuckled and approached upon recognizing Tao Sheng. Fellow townsman, this is all for your benefit. Only such a ship is worthy of your stature for the long journey back to Earth. I am well aware, but sneaking about hardly qualifies you as good citizens. My brother has already agreed to lend me this ship. Tao Sheng raised Owu's head, pulling back his eyelids to align his pupils with the doorway's detection system. With a beep, the door swung open. Tao Sheng tossed his good brother outside and strode into the ship's interior. The 5 guards followed him in, while the raccoon kindly kicked Owu, saying, "Go find somewhere else to sleep. We wouldn't want you to get scorched when we take off." At that moment, Red Queen's voice resonated within the spacecraft. "Brother, I have completely taken control of this ship. Once we replenish the fuel and prepare the food, we can depart." Tao Sheng nodded with satisfaction. After such a long wait, they were finally ready to set sail, drawing closer to Earth. Make sure to back up more technological data from Xander on the ship. I'm off to meet another good brother, he declared, turning to the 5 companions. Prepare your things. Also, bring the previous ship in. We need both. These are gifts from good brothers, and we must not betray their friendship. Without waiting for their response, Tao Sheng departed once more. Or perhaps Star-Lord and the others were simply too preoccupied to reply, their eyes filled with visions of the ship. Meanwhile, in Victor's underground clinic, Old Wei, clad in medical gloves, was incessantly probing Bailey's delicate bird. Despite being the son of Taizolo, there was no need for him to compromise his dignity. The irksome voice that pierced the air immediately informed Victor that it belonged to the scoundrel from the previous night. He seethed, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, I am merely assisting him in examining that function. Could you refrain from harboring such sordid thoughts? Hero, you have arrived." The familiar voice roused Bailey from his stupor. However, upon lowering his gaze, he was startled to find a scruffy-faced man toying with his anatomy, prompting him to recoil in fright. "Who are you and what do you intend?" Victor, recognizing the need for distance in light of the patient's dramatic reaction, acknowledged that his earlier examination had indeed revealed no issues. Now, it was imperative to clarify matters. Otherwise, the medical expenses would remain unpaid. Striving to maintain a calm demeanor, he stated, "I am your doctor. You have returned to normal. Please settle your bill promptly upon discharge." Indeed. You ought to express your gratitude to Old Wei. Otherwise, your life may be in jeopardy, Tao Sheng interjected, emphasizing that Old Wei was a decent fellow and his efforts should not go unrecognized. "Understood. I shall." Bailey recalled the events of the previous day. "That hero, my home? Your elder brother has slain your father. I rendered him unconscious and left him at berth 99. The rest is up to you. Are you capable of handling this?" Tao Sheng scrutinized his eyes, gauging whether he possessed the resolve to take charge of the situation. If he remained as spineless as before, he would consider assigning that position to Old Wei. "Hero, I can. I assure you I will make this planet a better place." Bailey's gaze radiated determination. Tao Sheng patted his shoulder, declaring, "Do your best." Although the actual authority remained with the Red Queen, Tao Sheng intended to have her maintain a facade of emotional detachment. Embodying the role of a simple-minded artificial intelligence, the art of subtlety was paramount. "Old Wei, we shall seize the opportunity to share a drink again. Remember to bring the wine. Ha. When the time comes, I shall let you taste the wines of Earth. They are undoubtedly superior to yours." Tao Sheng chuckled as he waved goodbye, returning to the spacecraft. "Have you located the position of the collector?" Tao Sheng inquired. "Brother, it has been found. We can set off now." The Red Queen expressed her excitement. This was her inaugural journey into outer space. The spacecraft soon ascended, appearing from a distance like a sword soaring toward the boundless cosmos. Truly stable. Indeed, an expensive spacecraft is unparalleled, the raccoon remarked in awe. The transition from standstill to departure from the planet was imperceptible, without a hint of acceleration felt. Even the water in the cup atop the table remained undisturbed, more stable than during the drift of that 86 model. In a mere half hour, the spacecraft had exited the Shandar star, poised to seek a suitable leap point for spatial traversal. Shortly thereafter, Tao Sheng sensed the folding of two spatial points, a phenomenon entirely distinct from his previous experiences with teleportation or instantaneous travel. He closed his eyes, quietly savoring this hard-won epiphany. Should he succeed in his research, it would undoubtedly enhance his mastery over space. Unfortunately, the spacecraft swiftly completed its leap, and Tao Sheng emerged from his moment of insight. He shook his head in regret. Although he had not fully grasped the experience this time, he had still made some progress. Chapter 92. The Void. If he could previously only teleport within a planet, after this experience, he could now transcend to interplanetary teleportation. However, the distance was still rather limited, akin to being able to teleport from Earth to the Moon. To achieve planetary-scale teleportation, he surmised he would require yet another moment of enlightenment. Upon entering the spacecraft's cockpit, he beheld a planet resembling a colossal head. Ahead lay the Void, rumored to be the head of an ancient celestial deity, as Gamora explained to the others. A deity? Do gods truly exist? Why have we never seen one? Star-Lord discreetly glanced at Tao Sheng, contemplating that if any divine being existed, Tao Sheng seemed to embody a semblance of one. There are certainly deities, but they do not often manifest, much like you wouldn't engage daily with a colony of ants, Gamora continued. The group shook their heads. Who would find amusement in playing with ants daily? They would either crush them on the spot or entirely ignore them, except for the mentally ill or those with autism. Gamora further elaborated, therefore, it is entirely normal for us not to have encountered them. Additionally, their lifespans are exceedingly long. Perhaps they merely slumbered while we traversed several epochs. Is this head genuinely real? Is it truly that of an ancient deity? Star-Lord remained skeptical. The head was of planetary proportions, The true form was beyond imagination. Would a deity traverse the cosmos in physical form? Surely, the mere presence of such a being would disrupt the gravitational balance between planets, causing them to collapse into black holes, rendering any interaction unnecessary. It might indeed be true. Otherwise, ordinary planets, influenced by their own gravity, would invariably take on spherical or elliptical shapes. Such a head-like formation, with its pockmarked surface, is implausible. Rocket offered a scientific analysis, noting the peculiar nature of the planet. Moreover, there were no other planets in sight, as if they had wandered into a realm of pure void. After hearing this, the group gazed at the head anew. Their imaginations ignited, especially by the eerie light emanating from its eye sockets. In the depths of this shadowy environment, it seemed as though a breeze began to stir in the vacuum of space, whistling through the various sized caverns, producing a mournful wail. Tension mounted, and Star-Lord instinctively clung to Gamora, who disdainfully kicked him away. He then turned to embrace Groot, whose branchy form provided him with a modicum of comfort. Then let us proceed towards the eyes, Tao Sheng commanded with a sweeping gesture. Red responded immediately, accelerating their advance. Comrade, as fellow Earthlings, how can you possess such courage? Star-Lord gazed at Tao Sheng in astonishment. At this moment, shouldn't one seek a place to conceal oneself, observe thoroughly, and then determine the next course of action? Our purpose in coming here is to locate the collector. Surely, where there is light, he must be present or at least aware of his existence. Therefore, if we do not venture there, where else shall we go? Fear not. Even if faced with celestial beings, I can lead you safely. Should we encounter a deity at this juncture, Tao Sheng cannot guarantee an escape, yet his sole desire is to return to Earth. He would be willing to confront even the divine. By the way, what is the true nature of this collector? Why does he linger in such a forsaken place? Tao Sheng struggled to recall the collector's identity and capabilities, but his memories were too faint, overshadowed by the infrequency of the collector's appearances. Unless certain similar scenarios triggered a revelation, he would remain oblivious. I know little, save that he delights in amassing intriguing artifacts or life forms from across the cosmos. Even Gamora, well-versed in cosmic knowledge, shook her head in uncertainty. When Thanos instructed her to remember the roster of the universe's powerful, the collector's name was included. Yet that page had been mysteriously torn out. As the spacecraft drew closer to the planet, it became evident that this celestial body lacked an atmosphere. However, the surface offered no terrain larger than their vessel, necessitating a transfer to a smaller ship for landing. Gradually, the spacecraft settled into the eye socket of a colossal skull, and the crew donned their protective gear before disembarking in turn. Soon, they found themselves within a post-apocalyptic-style marketplace, filled with glass cases of various sizes. Yet, the contents within were not objects, but rather specimens of extraterrestrial beings suspended in a green liquid, their fate uncertain. At that moment, a white-haired gentleman clad in a fur coat emerged from behind a glass case containing a cocoon. "I've been waiting for you," he proclaimed. "This is a cosmic star map of the Milky Way, marking the location of the solar system." He hastily produced a black box and handed it to Tao Sheng. "What is the meaning of this?" Tao Sheng inquired, bewildered. Had he unknowingly developed an aura of authority, compelling others to show him deference without uttering a word? There was no time for explanations. "You must leave quickly. Do not attract Ronin's attention, and we shall consider the matter settled." Drax trembled at the mention of Ronin's name, his fists clenched tightly. "But we cannot possibly defeat Ronin. We may as well await our demise here." Tao Sheng, reluctant to depart, insisted, "Since you require my assistance, a mere star map will not suffice." The collector, realizing he had been too hasty and had revealed his eagerness, scratched his head in frustration. "What is it that you desire? Do you possess a reality stone? If so, I would like one." "How could I possibly have such a thing?" The collector bellowed. "And do you not already possess a power stone?" "Wait, what are these stones you speak of?" Star-Lord interrupted their exchange. This," Tao Sheng replied, producing the orb of the cosmos for them to behold. "Is this not valued at 4 billion? What purpose could it serve?" Star-Lord remains perplexed. At this moment, the collector presents a film for him to view. In it, a colossal giant, towering at a kilometer high, wields a scepter adorned with a purple gem at its center. He then slams the scepter into the ground, causing the planet to fracture, volcanic eruptions to occur, and tsunamis to follow. Soon, the planet meets its demise. Now do you comprehend the gem's power? Each gem possesses boundless strength. The collector ceases the projection. Furthermore, without an object to contain the gem, two or more gems colliding will unleash a force capable of obliterating a star. Hence, do not entertain the thought of possessing two gems. Such a notion leaves Tao Sheng astounded. He indeed has two gems. Could it be that the one within his mind is entirely his, free from the fear of discovery or theft? If that is the case, it is somewhat reassuring. However, it also indicates that he must procure a glove for further collection. So, Ronan came here for this artifact? Star-Lord had initially believed Ronan pursued him solely to kill Gamora. Chapter 93. Confronting Ronan, who would have thought the adversary was after the orb he had unexpectedly acquired? What a stroke of fortune. Indeed, you should leave at once. I can offer you a long-extinct dragon egg, but whether it hatches is a matter of fate. The collector retrieves an egg from a nearby cabinet and hands it to Tao Sheng. Can this really hatch? Tao Sheng hesitates, suspecting it to be merely a stone. It feels solid upon striking it. There is undoubtedly a faint trace of life within. The collector swears on all his treasures that it is authentic. Otherwise, he would pay tenfold for any deception. Very well, we shall take our leave. Tao Sheng departs decisively. He had no intention of asking for more, considering his acquisition of the location a success. Moreover, the collector has indeed put on an impressive faade, appearing quite trustworthy, leaving no room for further exploitation. After Tao Sheng and his companions exit, a fox spirit maid emerges. Master, why are you so generous to him, giving away your beloved dragon egg? What do you understand? That fellow may one day save my life. He is worth it. The collector, having spoken, playfully places his hand on the maid's rear, provoking a mix of annoyance and indignation, prompting her to pull away. Upon returning to the ship, the voice of the red-haired woman echoes. Brother, welcome back safely. Where shall we go now? Tao Sheng strokes his unshaven beard, pondering, let's distance ourselves from here and wait for Ronan's arrival. The spaceship swiftly takes off from the planet, returning to the massive vessel, and rapidly departs the void. They then arrive at a relatively open area, although the universe is vast and empty. Tao Sheng senses this location possesses excellent feng shui, ideal for battle, and thus they await Ronan's arrival in silence. Comrade, are we truly to confront him? Is there no way to avoid combat? Star-Lord once again posed a question, utterly unaware that Drax had quietly approached him from behind. He felt an inexplicable tightness in his lower back, initially attributing it to his snug-fitting attire, prompting him to adjust his trousers. Surely, it was bothersome to have a dog incessantly pursuing him. If he found it irritating, one could only imagine how vexed he felt. He certainly did not wish for it to accompany him to Earth, so resolving this matter swiftly seemed prudent. Tao Sheng pondered the fact that both he and Red Queen had failed to notice they were being followed. The collector possessed remarkable abilities to be aware of their presence, even anticipating their arrival and desires, preparing accordingly. Could it be that he had the power to foresee the future? If so, this individual was indeed formidable. How should they approach the confrontation? Star-Lord sighed, resigning himself to this reality. They would first engage in a skirmish with their spacecraft. If the situation fell amiss, they would land on the planet for ground combat. Can you, like last time, single-handedly eliminate everyone? I can wait for your rescue as before. What are you thinking? You all must participate. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew lively. While Drax was filled with excitement, the others expressed their discontent. They lacked combat prowess and could only contend with children. Facing an army felt akin to a death wish. Tao Sheng rubbed his brow, acknowledging that they indeed lacked strength, resembling a significantly weakened version of the Avengers. Silence. Star-Lord, Drax, follow me. The rest shall provide support from a distance. If things go awry, feel free to retreat. I will ensure their swift exit. Suddenly, Tao Sheng felt as though he had inadvertently made a troubling promise. These words felt hauntingly familiar. Why me? Star-Lord exclaimed, feeling as though he was the weakest of the group. Are you taking advantage of your fellow countrymen? You alone can wield the Power Stone. If not you, then who else? With that, Tao Sheng tossed the orb of power to him, cautioning him against opening it aboard the ship. The revelation from Tao Sheng struck the others like a thunderclap, leaving them astonished. Why him? He hardly seemed strong. Boss, do all Earthlings possess extraordinary abilities? It seems there are no ordinary people among you. The raccoon scoffed, clearly perturbed. My father is powerful, thus I can only be considered half an earthling. Ordinary folks lack the means to meet you, or perhaps you all could accompany me back to Earth to encounter the common people there. My father? Who is he? Star-Lord perked up at the mention of his father, having believed him to be long deceased. You will meet him in due time. Tao Sheng chose to play the enigmatic role, vaguely recalling that he was from a life-bearing planet, a member of the Celestials, endowed with immense strength. Yet inevitably, he was slain by this very sun. As for whether the original plot could be restored, Tao Sheng could not guarantee it. Star-Lord watched Tao Sheng walk alone to the bar, clenching his teeth in frustration. How unfair, speaking only in half-truths. He felt an urge to hurl the power stone at him to vent his ire. Suddenly, a voice resonated within the spaceship. Fools, surrender the power gem, or you shall accompany this universe. The crowd rose, gazing into the distance at 4 vessels, strikingly similar to their own. Do not heed him. Fire upon the largest ship first, commanded Tao Sheng. The Red Queen began to align the laser cannon with the central, largest vessel. Energy coalesced at the cannon's mouth, culminating in a beam of sword-like energy that surged toward its target. This owl-like adversary, with its ostentatious weaponry, was soon thwarted before Tao Sheng could finish his command. The energy beam collided with a protective energy shield, dissipating into nothingness, spectacular yet insubstantial. In the next moment, 4 laser cannons bombarded their ship, causing a rapid depletion of the energy shield by 50%. This meant that after another exchange, their vessel would be defenseless, ripe for slaughter. There are too many of them. We must retreat. The ship swiftly pivoted, racing toward the planet they had previously designated for landing. Tao Sheng shook his head. In a fair fight, he would not fear 4 opponents. Yet, their craft was woefully inferior, utterly eclipsed by the enemy's military vessels. It was wiser to flee for now, with the hope of returning to Earth intact. Once back on solid ground, a sense of reassurance washed over the crew. Quickly, open it up and acclimatize. You will be our main force shortly, Tao Sheng instructed Star-Lord. Star-Lord nodded, uncertain if his compatriot was leading him into a trap. Yet he had no choice but to take the plunge. He hurriedly activated the spherical device, revealing a violet gem within, and grasped it. Instantly, a torrent of raw power surged through his arm, enveloping his entire being, filling him with an unprecedented vigor. However, from Tao Sheng's perspective, he noticed blood streaks beginning to mar Star-Lord's body. It appeared that even a demigod's form could not withstand such strain for long, necessitating swift resolution. Chapter 94. Return to Earth. At that moment, Tao Sheng sensed the scorching sunlight no longer kissed his skin, and the shadows on the ground began to lengthen. They looked up to see Ronin's colossal ships descending closely behind them. The thunderous roar of the ship's engines caused the very stones beneath them to tremble. The flanking warships suddenly opened their hatches, releasing a swarm of robotic fighters and smaller battleships, which surged forth to unleash an uncountable barrage of missiles upon Tao Sheng's group. The 4 gigantic vessels charged their turbo laser cannons, clearly intent on ensuring that no one would escape alive, particularly targeting Star-Lord, who held the power gem. Damn it, these brigands have no honor, bombarding us from afar, instead of engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Tao Sheng cursed vehemently, turning to urge his teammates. What are you all waiting for? Quickly, return to the ship and flee. Upon hearing this, Gamora immediately scooped up Rocket and Groot, racing toward the vessel. Witnessing their swift response, Tao Sheng felt a measure of relief. At least they were not the kind of teammates who would hinder his escape, saving him from a greater burden. He then seized the frenzied Star-Lord and Drax, teleporting them away. In the next instant, a barrage of energy cannons and missiles rained down upon the location of Tao Sheng and his companions. In a heartbeat, the air was thick with dust and debris. Ronin's forces, still not satisfied, unleashed an unrelenting barrage, as if they were unconcerned about the cost. Suddenly, Tao Sheng and the others materialized on the deck of the largest ship. Go forth and create chaos, he urged, before casting aside Star-Lord and Drax and vanishing once more. He had to confront the other 3 ships. Time was of the essence, and he could afford to disregard the 2 for now, knowing they wouldn't perish immediately. The relentless assault on their vessel had left their energy shield in a precarious state, and if this continued, they would soon be devoid of power to return home. Upon returning to the cockpit, Rocket had activated the shield at the first opportunity, yet the onslaught showed no signs of abating. How much longer until we can take off? Gamora cried out in urgency. We can't. All energy is allocated to the ship. We can't launch. We're being used as live targets. Rocket's fingers flew over the controls, but his efforts proved futile. Suddenly, they noticed the outside of the ship growing eerily quiet, the intensity of the bombardment diminishing. Peering out the window, they beheld 3 warships encased in ice, plummeting rapidly. With a resounding crash, the massive vessel struck the ground, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. The ice seemed to crack slightly, yet the ships remained ensconced within. Is he really that powerful, to dispatch 3 colossal ships in an instant? Gamora gasped in astonishment. Rocket and Groot nodded in agreement. Such prowess was more terrifying than that of a super dreadnought. Truly, a one-man army was no exaggeration. Meanwhile, Drax had encountered the blue-skinned Ronin, the figure who had occupied his thoughts day and night. A surge of vengeful desire flooded his mind, and without a second thought, he charged forward. As the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire, Ronin was not to be trifled with. He remained unfazed in the face of Drax's berserk assault. Drax's punches were rendered ineffective, and Ronin swiftly seized his head, sending him flying with a single blow. He crashed against the wall, curling in pain as blood poured from his mouth. Ronin chuckled, a fool who overestimates himself. Just as he approached to finish Drax off, a blade of energy hurtled toward him. Ronin sidestepped, the blade piercing the formidable wall and leaving a gaping fissure in its wake, allowing the howling winds to rush in. Even the path of the blade bore signs of tearing. He quickly turned to identify the source of this formidable attack, spotting Star-Lord enveloped in a shimmering purple energy. His eyes bloodshot, unable to contain himself any longer, he unleashed a violent burst of purple light, generating a powerful shockwave that sent everyone crashing against the ship's deck. Continuously alternating between jabs, thrusts, and hooks, the ferocious power bestowed by the Power Stone surged forth like a dragon unleashed, tumultuous and overwhelming. Each punch he delivered resulted in the demise of numerous soldiers, accompanied by a deafening sound that resonated through the air. The gaping holes in the colossal ship multiplied, and in one of Star-Lord's assaults, the propulsion engine was rendered nearly obsolete, sending the entire vessel plummeting toward the ground. Ronin grasped the Kree Warhammer, generating a gravitational field that kept him suspended in the air, preventing him from being unsteady amidst the violent tremors of the ship. The Warhammer then discharged a beam of energy aimed directly at Star-Lord's head. At the moment the ray was about to make contact with Star-Lord's body, the surrounding space appeared to undergo a bizarre distortion, and then the beam vanished without a trace. Tao Sheng sighed inwardly, relieved to have caught up. This fool, unexpectedly, did not evade. He pondered whether that terrifying ray might obliterate Star-Lord, yet he dared not gamble on it. On the other hand, it also indicated that the Power Stone was exceedingly brutal. Even with a robust physique to wield it, it still ignited the ignorant and fearless negative impulses within. Star-Lord seemed to have sensed the intent to kill, akin to a rampaging bull in a gladiatorial arena charging toward its adversary. Assuming it was yet another Drax, Ronin exhaled in relief and raised his hammer, ready to retaliate. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as an overwhelming wave of fists appeared to engulf him. A potent force erupted within him, and he watched in disbelief as Star-Lord sent him hurtling backward. Before he could touch the ground, a resounding crash echoed, and Ronin's entire body shattered into fragments. Moments later, another thunderous noise erupted as the ship's bow made first contact with the earth. The vessel, riddled with gaping holes, could no longer withstand the violent impact. It crumpled to the ground like a deflated balloon. Tao Sheng hastily led the two back to their own ship. The Raccoon, upon seeing the 3 reappear inside the vessel, immediately activated the engines for takeoff. Star-Lord lay on the floor, battered and bruised, his body feeling as though it had been shredded by 1,000 knives, with flesh torn asunder. Drax, though similarly injured, did not face the same severity as Star-Lord. Let us go. We need to bandage up. Once we return to Earth, a couple of Senzu beans will suffice, as long as there's breath left. We can save them. Both of them bore similar ailments. They appeared grave, yet the core of their being remained unscathed. With their superhuman resilience, a few months of proper recuperation would suffice for recovery. However, they fought for their own cause and had no reason to neglect their well-being. Besides, he had plenty of Senzu beans to spare. 2 more wound tea make a difference. The ship swiftly set course for Earth. leaving behind a landscape littered with remnants on that uncharted planet, destined to be gradually concealed beneath the cosmic expanse with the passage of time. Chapter 95. Tao Sheng's return inside a pawnshop in New York. Sister Diana, do you think that wicked boss will ever return? He hasn't been devoured by that alien woman, has he? Jessica remarked to Diana, who was busy rinsing a teacup. Though this cup was one that Tao Sheng favored for his tea, it hardly warranted daily washing. Every time she spoke to Diana in that manner, she always received the same retort. It's not troublesome to wash up if there's nothing else to do. A familiar voice drifted in from outside the door. Both Diana and Jessica turned abruptly, astonished to see the person entering. Boss, how had you become so dark? Jessica blurted out instinctively. Tao Sheng's smile instantly froze on his face as he flicked a ball of ice towards her forehead. Ouch, that hurts! Jessica exclaimed in grievance, feeling unfairly struck despite having dodged it. Diana, stifling a laugh, noticed that as Jessica evaded, the space in front of the ice ball coincidentally overlapped with the space before Jessica's forehead. It was as if his weapon was stored in another dimension overlapping with reality, only manifesting when needed. Yet it seemed Tao Sheng could directly manipulate even the fabric of reality itself. You're back, Diana said in a calm tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yes, I encountered some trouble. Otherwise, I would have returned sooner, Tao Sheng replied, tilting his head, puzzled as to why Diana was present there. You know that on alien planets, there is no Ho-E, and thus, they have many suns, each vying to offer me the greatest warmth. He gestured around his face. He had not anticipated that the suns outside were nothing like the gentle sun of Earth. They had scorched him black. By the time he realized it, it was too late, and tragically, he had no skincare products to restore his complexion. When he inquired with Star-Lord and his crew, they were equally clueless, either claiming they had never been sunburned or asserting their skin tone was simply natural and unchangeable. Tao Sheng felt an overwhelming urge to toss them into outer space. After a while, it does look rather nice. No need for explanations, Diana smiled lightly, her gaze drifting to the few individuals behind Tao Sheng. Upon noticing her expression, Tao Sheng suddenly recalled. These were the very individuals he had encountered after the spaceship's self-destruction, one of whom was half-Earthling. He then proceeded with introductions, briefly recounting the arduous journey that had led him back to Earth. Hey, why didn't you inform me of your return? Do you not desire your share of the profits? A familiar voice echoed from the doorway. Of course not. I specifically brought back some alien technology. Tao Sheng approached Tony for a brief embrace, whispering, I feel like I need to reassess the equity distribution. Tony chuckled, deftly sidestepping the topic. While I am quite tempted by the alien technology, I still do not wish to relinquish even a fraction more of my shares. If it weren't for the colossal spaceship overshadowing all of New York, Tony wouldn't have come to see him. Initially, he had assumed it was an alien invasion, only to learn from J.A.R.V.I.S. that was Tao Sheng's return. Now, all eyes around the world were fixated on New York, eager to uncover the mysteries of the spaceship. Star-Lord, are you leaving Earth so soon? The Guardians, indulging in fruit, cast their glances at Star-Lord, who reciprocated with a meaningful look. After a moment of silent communication, he spoke. Surely, it's not that urgent. We intend to rest well before embarking on our next journey. He understood from their exchange that his teammates, like himself, had grown fond of this environment and its delectable fruits. They were simply exquisite. All right, stop eating that. Jessica, please fetch 2 magic beans, Tao Sheng said, observing their gluttony with a hint of resignation. Shortly, Jessica returned with 2 magic beans, handing them over to the bandaged duo as instructed by Tao Sheng. Star-Lord and Drax exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, swallowed the beans. Instantly, they felt their wounds heal and strength return, though their stomachs felt bloated, unable to accommodate any further sustenance. The taste was far from pleasant, lacking the delightful flavor of the fruits. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be a divine elixir? Star-Lord began to suspect that Tao Sheng was indeed a celestial being, perhaps the weakest among them. Well then, you might as well follow him. He is a wealthy benefactor, and being with him guarantees a life of comfort, Tao Sheng remarked, introducing Tony to Star-Lord and the others. He humorously claimed that he could no longer afford to feed a pack of hungry dogs, leaving that responsibility to the affluent Tony. Tony's lips twitched in exasperation. Once again, Tao Sheng was pulling him into a scheme. However, he sighed and conceded, thinking that a few individuals were manageable. and collaborating with them on experiments could prove beneficial. If someone among them could pilot a spacecraft, it wouldn't be a loss, especially knowing that Tao Sheng would certainly not take the helm. Oh, and you can take the spacecraft above. Ensure Jarvis educates its AI well. I've labored hard on its development to assist in piloting, Tao Sheng said nonchalantly, raising his head. He noted Tony's astonished expression, seemingly unable to comprehend that Tao Sheng could create such an intelligent entity. This was not something one could simply replicate. With disbelief, he turned and exited, donning his exosuit and soaring towards the colossal ship. Tao Sheng nudged Star-Lord and the others. Aren't you going to hurry? Your golden master is leaving. Understood. Just like a butcher who slaughters the donkey after the work is done, Star-Lord muttered as they hurriedly followed Tony back to the ship. Once again, Tao Sheng turned to Jessica. Aren't you supposed to be in school? I don't have class this morning, Jessica replied, glancing at Tao Sheng's darkened countenance and piercing gaze, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Her voice grew quieter. I suddenly remembered I have a class. I'll head there now. Soon, only Tao Sheng and Diana remained in the shop. He had hurried the others away to create an opportunity for solitude, and he had successfully achieved his goal. What brings you here today? He inquired as they sat on the sofa, brewing tea. Oh, I didn't expect the cup to be so clean after I left. Did you wash it? I wanted to express my gratitude. Diana tucked her hair behind her ear and gazed at Tao Sheng, questioning why it was not any of his employees present. She remarked that she had never seen them wash this item and dismissed their claims about the bitter taste as entirely unpalatable. What do you thank me for? She inquired. If it's for the time I saved you, there's no need, for a hero is meant to rescue the fair. Tao Sheng spoke with an air of naturalness, his dark complexion betraying no subtle shifts in his facial muscles. Yet, Diana could still sense his joy in his light-hearted tone. She picked up the red tea he had brewed, gently blowing on it before sipping. She had come to appreciate the first benefit of tea. It calmed her heart. Ultimately, she felt compelled to express her gratitude, recalling an old saying, a life saved is a debt hard to repay. But how to repay such a debt? Should she offer herself in return, or wait until the next life? Tao Sheng could not say. However, observing Diana clad in a form-fitting pink yoga outfit, he felt as though his face had been scalded by the tea, struggling to avert his gaze from her subtly accentuated figure, as the tight attire was undeniably provocative. After a moment of silence, Diana's teacup drew Tao Sheng's attention once more. It seems you have grown stronger, she remarked, a smile gracing her lips, though the reason for her delight eluded him. Indeed, as the spaceship traversed the cosmos, it had fortuitously stumbled upon similar principles, leading to insights and breakthroughs, a stroke of fortune. Indeed, Tao Sheng thoughtfully refilled her cup, seeking to ease the prior awkwardness. Yet, how long have I truly been away? He pondered aloud, reflecting on the absence of a temporal concept in the universe. It felt as though he had been gone for an eternity, as if cut off from the world. Diana lifted her head, seemingly calculating the days of his absence. It seems it will soon be a month. A month. Tao Sheng sighed inwardly, relieved that he had not missed any new guests and that the next batch of visitors would be arriving shortly. This was a comforting thought. Otherwise, missing even one guest would have felt like a monumental loss, a financial wound that would weigh heavily on his heart. As Diana listened to his musings, she too recalled that it had been quite some time since she had visited the museum. Surely, her absence would not cause any disturbances there. Lost in her thoughts, she was startled when Tao Sheng inquired, by the way, do you have any other matters to attend to? I suppose not. Is there something on your mind? Although she had initially intended to return to Washington, she could not fathom why this response emerged. In that case, I would like to invite you to explore other worlds in the coming days, if all goes according to plan. Other worlds? Diana's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be the otherworldly realms she imagined? Yes, indeed, we will visit different worlds. Tao Sheng then began recounting tales of the pirate world, detailing his transactions with Whitebeard, ultimately expressing his desire to invite her along. So you mean to say we are not the only universe, and you can traverse multiple universes? Diana listened in astonishment, captivated by this mythic narrative. Although many individuals around the globe endeavor to analyze the potential existence of diverse universes through various theories, the moment one truly comprehends that such a reality may exist, it evokes a sense of incredulity. One suddenly realizes that the world they have always understood might be fundamentally flawed. Perhaps those ancient souls, upon hearing Copernicus's heliocentric theory, experienced a similar sentiment. While time travel cannot be guaranteed, it is conceivable, perhaps, maybe it should be possible. Tao Sheng's plan is to attempt a journey to the world of pirates. If it proves unattainable, so be it. He hopes no unforeseen incidents will arise this time, unlike the last occasion. Diana cautiously reassured herself, feeling a stir of excitement. She, too, could not resist the allure of exploring another realm. Moreover, after hearing Tao Sheng's initial account, she had already developed a yearning for that vast ocean and craved the experience of a different world. Tao Sheng, holding a teacup, offered an awkward smile, affirming that it should be fine. He dared not make the same bold promises as before, yet the spirit of adventure coursed through his veins. After all, one could hardly claim to be young without seeking out new experiences. Very well, let us see, Diana declared with unwavering resolve. What? Tao Sheng sipped his slightly cooled black tea, feigning confusion while his heart raced with excitement. If he had not misheard, it seemed she had agreed to embark on this journey with him. Upon reflection, it was entirely reasonable for her to accept. She, too, must possess a love for adventure. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to escape from Paradise Island and immerse herself in the human world. Exploring poses no harm, Diana stated, placing her teacup down and gazing at Tao Sheng. But first, please escort me back to Washington. I need to prepare. Once I am ready, I shall return. In truth, she feared the possibility of not returning, so she wished to inform her family and colleagues to alleviate their concerns. Certainly, Tao Sheng replied, nodding repeatedly. When the time comes, simply call for me with your copper coin, and I shall bring you back. He opened a portal to send Diana home, and after watching her slender figure depart, he returned to the pawn shop. Although their conversation had been brief, the journey back from the cosmos had left him somewhat fatigued. Lying in bed, he felt a sense of delight and quickly drifted into slumber. The following morning, the gentle sunlight illuminated Tao Sheng's cheek, causing him to spring up abruptly. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he recalled that he had returned to Earth. After freshening up, he stealthily entered Sky's dressing room and seized several bottles labeled as whitening creams, applying them liberally to his face. This freezing fruit is utterly ineffective. It cannot even provide sun protection, Tao Sheng silently critiqued before swiftly exiting. On the summit of Mount Everest, Tao Sheng walked alongside Ancient One, seemingly unaffected by the falling snowflakes. We have returned, Ancient One inquired. Indeed, Tao Sheng stretched lazily, reflecting on the comforts of life on Earth. The vastness of outer space was truly beyond words. It offered poor sustenance, inadequate rest, and the sun was unforgivingly harsh. Thus, we must endeavor to safeguard this planet, for it embodies the very essence of our existence, does it not? The Ancient One regarded Tao Sheng with profound contemplation. Tao Sheng opted against engaging in such philosophical discourse, aware that it could lead him into a precarious predicament. Do you believe my plan to venture into another world might bear fruit? Or should I be dissuaded from embarking on this journey and instead remain on Earth? When I initially requested the Space Stone, I anticipated this scenario. I presume that no amount of persuasion will alter your stance now. It is akin to a prelude to battle where one seeks omens, hoping only to hear news of triumphant return. I am no divining witch, incapable of foretelling your fate. Tao Sheng mused that wielding the time stone rendered her more formidable than any witch, yet he dared not voice such thoughts, lest he find himself ensnared in the vastness of the snow-capped mountains. This time, I intend to take Sky with me. Her abilities indeed warrant proper guidance. You have encountered that individual, have you not? Possessing similar powers, they are more than qualified to instruct her. Chapter 97. Final preparations as Tao Sheng recounted his plans. The Ancient One reflected upon the white-bearded giant from the other world, who indeed possessed remarkable combat prowess. Should they encounter him at his peak, it would likely pose a considerable challenge. However, she too was nearing the twilight of her years, and thus lacked the standing to criticize others for their age. If you wish to bring her along, do so without veiling your intentions, for I am not monitoring your actions. Haha, you are indeed wise. Tao Sheng, caught in the act of being transparent, felt no embarrassment. After all, he doubted the Ancient One was oblivious to his movements. I shall seek out Sky then. Just as Tao Sheng was about to depart, the Ancient One interjected, saying, By the way, do not take too many people with you into the other world. What do you mean by not too many people? Tao Sheng was somewhat perplexed. Is a dozen individuals considered excessive? It is quite literal. You and T intend to bring that same group along again, would you? Tao Sheng gazed at her in confusion, and indeed, she had hit the nail on the head. The original plan was for Bumblebee to transform into a vessel upon arriving in the pirate world, thereby transporting everyone directly into a grand Marvel versus pirate spectacle. He had been eagerly anticipating his own dashing appearance on the bounty list. Thus, her sudden admonition against bringing too many people left him bewildered. Then how many can I take? I am uncertain. Typically, the portals connecting to other worlds are rather fragile. Transporting too much power at once may precipitate cosmic imbalance. You shall have to make your own judgment. The Ancient One's tone bore a weighty seriousness, indicating that she was not jesting. Very well, I understand. Tao Sheng nodded in acquiescence, recognizing the gravity of the situation and deciding to heed the counsel of the elder, albeit with a sense of disillusionment regarding his pirate dream. In the training grounds of Kamar Taj, Sky continued her relentless practice of unleashing shockwaves. With each release, distant avalanches cascaded down the mountains. Yet, soon a beam of light shot towards the avalanche, causing it to vanish instantaneously, leaving the mountainside and those at its base unaffected. Shall we not take a moment to rest? A familiar voice prompted Sky to turn, yet she discerned no one in sight. Who could it be that spoke? Standing in the shadows, Tao Sheng's complexion suddenly changed as he swiftly moved to Sky's side, delivering a heavy slap to her forehead. Ouch, that hurts! Sky exclaimed, cradling her head and looking up. Oh, it's you, boss. I apologize. My vision suddenly blurred, and I didn't see you. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder why her boss had become so dark and preferred to wear black attire. Who could possibly see him like that? Gather your things. We are preparing to leave. Tao Sheng's icy tone seemed to carry a hint of chill. What about my hands? Sky's expression shifted from joy to hesitation. She extended her arms, both of which were now darkening to a deep purple. During this time, she had been employing healing spells on her arms. But the internal force only grew stronger beyond her control. Even Gu Yi had no effective solution, merely suggesting that she should release it rather than suppress it. This was also the source of her hesitation. She was deeply concerned about the potential destruction upon their return to New York. Here, the worst that could happen was a few avalanches hindering mountaineers, but elsewhere, it could have dire consequences. Tao Sheng grasped her hands, squeezing gently from top to bottom. I can't discern much either. Sky rolled her eyes, suspecting her boss was taking advantage of her vulnerability, perhaps due to an extended absence from women in the cosmos. However, we could return to consume some mystical beings for recovery, and, if time permits, venture into another world to find that individual who wishes to adopt you as a daughter. He may possess a solution. Go to him? Will we come back? Sky's small eyes brimmed with doubt. The man with the bushy beard didn't seem too bad. Teaching him could be harmless, but she worried about not returning. Hearing this familiar question, Tao Sheng felt an urge to shout, Am I really that unreliable? Yet, the current circumstances did not warrant such an outburst. Hurry and gather your items. You will soon find out, he replied. With a sigh, Sky acquiesced. All right, just give me a moment. Soon, the two returned to the pawn shop. When are we leaving? Sky asked Tao Sheng as she organized her belongings on the first floor. There's no rush. I still need to consult Tony about crafting a teleportation suit. After attending to the next batch of customers, we shall depart. Why did he call me back? Sky was beginning to feel irked. To help me tidy up my room. Seizing the moment before Sky could respond, Tao Sheng vanished in an instant. How outrageous! Within Stark Industries, Tao Sheng was engrossed in discussions with Tony regarding the reinforcement of the armor. Is it possible to create a unified form? The last version was far too fragile. And do you intend to kill me with all these nuclear reactors at the back? Tao Sheng firmly rated Tony poorly, remarking that if it weren't for his fortuitous survival, he might have perished in space. Tony sighed helplessly, having endured several hours of Tao Sheng's complaints, his ears nearly developing calluses. A unified form would be sturdier, but how would you wear it? Or do you plan never to take it off? He was reluctant to continue the discourse and decided to issue an ultimatum. My design represents the pinnacle of my craft thus far, and I have utilized every aspect of the extraterrestrial technology you have brought back. If you wish to enhance it further, I implore you to procure some exceptional materials or techniques from the otherworldly realm on your next journey. Otherwise, there is little more to discuss. Indeed, Tony has also set his sights on the resources of that alternate dimension. Initially, when he heard Tao Sheng mention it, he expressed a desire to accompany us. only to be informed that too many individuals would provoke a spatial collapse. This revelation quelled his ambitions, yet he remained content, trusting that Tao Sheng would return with valuable insights. Much like his recent return from space, he senses an impending technological renaissance on the horizon. Moreover, the artificial intelligence known as Red Queen vastly surpasses JAR-VICE, the spacecraft, the data, and the knowledge residing within the raccoon's mind would suffice for months of research. Soon, we shall embark upon the interstellar age, laying the groundwork for Earth's defensive systems. According to Tao Sheng, numerous formidable races in the cosmos have long cast envious eyes upon Earth, heightening his urgency. Particularly after witnessing the alien technology, he comprehends that Earth remains woefully behind, and such backwardness invites conflict. Thus, he refrains from insisting on accompanying the expedition, as time is of the essence. Once Tao Sheng donned the meticulously crafted armor, he endeavored to sense the copper coin intended for the old man with white beard. The arc reactor behind him continuously supplied energy, while the gem in his mind spun incessantly. Yet, Tao Sheng found himself unable to perceive the existence of other universes. He could only transport to Xander. It was futile. He still cannot sense it. Shaking his head, he suggested, perhaps you could investigate cosmic barriers? Tony shot him a disdainful glance before turning away. Chapter 98. Breakfast meeting. Tao Sheng shrugged. It appeared that Tony lacked that capability. How disappointing. He decided to postpone further plans until after the guests had been received the following day. If all else failed, he would resign himself to remaining here, a mere bystander, which was not without its merits. He sought out Star-Lord and the others to inquire about their future intentions, whether they would remain here or venture back into the universe. To his surprise, they all waved him off, stating that Tony had reached a consensus with them to develop a larger, more formidable spacecraft, with the intent to collectively venture into the cosmos. Very well. It seemed Tao Sheng had meddled in affairs that did not require his concern. They were already engaging with Tony. Those who had survived in the universe for so long were no ordinary individuals. The Na'vi had long since been consumed. The following morning, during the breakfast meeting at the pawn shop, Tao Sheng savored the Chinese pastries bought by Parker. As a capitalist, he seized the opportunity during breakfast to organize a work summary report, detailing the circumstances of his recent absence. Boss, I heard you planned a journey to another world. Might you take us along? Jessica inquired with curiosity. Beside him, Parker perked up his ears, intrigued. Though he would never abandon his girlfriend to venture into another world alone, he found no harm in eavesdropping on the gossip to later boast about it to her. Let us not even mention the failed travel plans. He was currently devising a solution to that predicament. Tao Sheng, feeling dejected, took a few bites of dumplings, finding solace in food to soothe his sorrow. Even if he could embark on such an adventure, he couldn't bring everyone along. There were limits to the number of companions. Tao Sheng easily discerned her intentions. She simply wished to escape the confines of school for a bit of fun. Having been in her shoes before, he could see through her little schemes. Jessica, pouting in dissatisfaction, expressed her discontent. By the way, during my absence, have you forged or repaired anything? Tao Sheng set down his utensils, scanning everyone with a silent expectation for their reports. I've been studying the Eye of God this month. I find it cumbersome to carry around, so I'm considering a transformation. Sky, head bowed, spoke in a voice barely audible, so much so that even Jessica, sitting nearby, would struggle to grasp her words without paying close attention. What kind of transformation? Tao Sheng inquired gently, knowing that calmness was the key to coaxing out an explanation. I want to modify it into something akin to a tattoo, so it can be inscribed on the body and removed when needed. Tao Sheng nearly spat out his soy milk in astonishment. Isn't that akin to the stigmata in the world of collapse? And it can confer set bonuses as well, right? Will donning it grant corresponding elemental powers, perhaps even enhancing their effects? Hey boss, you're quite clever today, Sky replied, startled, prompting Tao Sheng to glare at her, causing her to shrink back. It was as if she implied he had been foolish before. Quick, show it to us. Yet Sky hesitated, as if concealing something shameful. What is the hold-up? Can't you bring out a single item without stalling? Boss, I promise not to make you angry, she said, looking apprehensive. Speak freely. I assure you, I want to be upset. However, a sense of foreboding gripped Tao Sheng's heart. Such reassurances rarely preceded good news. It's just that during my initial experiment, I accidentally damaged an Eye of God, and it turned into green glass. Sky produced the ruined green Eye of God, which now lacked its former luster, appearing dull and lifeless. It was likely that no one would be willing to pay even a penny for it. Tao Sheng clutched his chest, on the verge of tirade. "You promised not to provoke me," Sky preemptively shouted. "You're the one who was about to yell." With a resigned sigh, Tao Sheng conceded. "Let it be. It's broken now." The official authorities had already abandoned the grass element. What else is there? Sky, perplexed by the mention of officials, wondered if there was someone even more formidable than Tao Sheng. Meanwhile, she began to remove her jacket, lifting her moss-green shirt, exposing her delicate, fair skin at the waist. Hey, what are you doing? If this continues, I won't write anything at all." Tao Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed loudly. Suddenly, Sky wrapped her right hand around her spine and, after a few moments of rummaging, produced cards in green, yellow, and red. "Did you not ask me to show you? Here they are," she said. Tao Sheng, taken aback, thought to himself that he had prepared for something more substantial, only to be presented with this? How outrageous! Nevertheless, he accepted the cards to examine them. Each card bore corresponding elemental symbols and peculiar images of young maidens. Upon closer inspection, he could sense a potent elemental force emanating from them. Indeed, they were stronger than the previous state of the divine eye. It seemed she had inadvertently succeeded. Initially, Tao Sheng had believed that only the divine eye could be masqueraded as the divine heart, but now, resembling the holy mark was quite satisfactory, alleviating any concerns of losing it. Moreover, the combat prowess in the world of collapse was not to be underestimated compared to the continent of Vat, marking a commendable transformation. He returned the blue card representing water and the yellow card representing earth to Sky and handed the red card to Diana. Diana gazed at him in surprise, unable to comprehend why she was receiving one. Earlier that morning, Tao Sheng had brought her along, stating it was to familiarize her with the visitors from another world and to prepare her mentally for the journey ahead. This reasoning was not one she could refuse, so she had complied. Fortunately, she had already informed her family about her brief departure from Earth. Her mother had jokingly assumed she was off to outer space with some handsome young man and did not pry further, merely teasing her to return early with stories. "Take it for now. It will enhance your combat ability. Sky is already quite formidable and does not require additional power," Tao Sheng remarked to the bewildered Diana. "All right. Thank you," Diana replied graciously. In contrast to Tao Sheng, she indeed felt a bit weak at the moment, and experiencing this form power was not a disadvantage. The fact that Sky had just been able to remove it suggested that it was not an item that would bind her indefinitely. She felt confident that she would soon catch up, as her demigod power was formidable. Yet, at that moment, Sky wore a disgruntled expression, thinking, "What do you mean I'm already strong and do not need this? More is always better. How infuriating." However, she bore no jealousy towards Diana for receiving the fire attribute. Through their interactions, she had sensed the aura of freedom and independence that radiated from Diana. As a fellow woman, it was impossible not to be drawn to her as a friend. She had already become the big sister figure in the hearts of both herself and Jessica. Thus, it was only a minor annoyance with her boss. Ignoring Sky's facial expressions, Tao Sheng turned his attention to Jessica. "What about you? What have you repaired?" Chapter 99. Arrival in the pirate world. Now, it was Jessica's turn to hesitate. "Please do not tell me you have also broken a few things." Jessica slightly nodded before hastily shaking her head. "No, I only damaged one item, the gene serum of the green giant. I left the remaining vial untouched. One by one, they truly provide no respite." Tao Sheng took a deep breath. "Are there no other options? Those 3 cards were merely fabricated after I successfully restored the Eye of God." Jessica raised her chin with pride. "Is that so?" Tao Sheng directed his gaze towards Sky. "Indeed, when I first attempted the forgery, it was likely because that Eye of God had not undergone restoration, possessing flaws that led to its failure." Sky appeared to have swiftly found an excuse for his prior misstep. Later, upon realizing this, I sought out Jessica to repair it, thus facilitating a successful forgery. After articulating this lengthy explanation, she recognized that her reasoning was indeed sound, and could not help but admire her own cleverness. At that moment, the luminous portal appeared punctually at the entrance of the pawn shop, prompting everyone to turn their heads in its direction. Yet, after a prolonged wait, no guest materialized. Tao Sheng rose and gradually approached, standing before the portal. He closed his eyes, sensing the world beyond the door akin to a myriad of glass orbs, each containing miniature universes of varying sizes, captivating and resplendent. It seemed that with a gentle touch, he could breach the barriers between these orbs and traverse into them. Amongst the array of glass spheres, he distinctly sensed the aura of the copper coin he had given to the white-bearded man. The blue orb likely represented the world of pirates. Tao Sheng opened his eyes and stepped back from the portal, urgently stating, "Sky, go fetch more magical beans. And bring those 4 vials of longevity potions as well. Oh, and retrieve the restored bubble fruit." He suddenly recalled his prior dealings with Vegapunk from the pirate world. If he ventured there without taking proper supplies, he risked being relentlessly pursued by the entire populace. Vegapunk likely possessed the connections and resources to command such a multitude. Thus, maintaining credibility was paramount. Business thrives on longevity. "Are we set to depart?" Diana approached, yet she sensed nothing at the portal, only a void. "Yes, I can feel the presence of that world. It appears it is not an issue of energy, but rather of time. One can likely only access other worlds when the portal is open." Tao Sheng took the items that he had instructed Sky to gather. This time, he brought nearly all his possessions, leaving the majority of magical beans and the Hulk's genetic serum in the pawn shop. Should the pirate world not yield returns, he would suffer significant losses. He evenly distributed the magical beans to Diana and Sky as a precaution. Turning to Jessica and Parker, he said, "After we leave, you two should head to Tony's. He seems poised to embark on a journey to outer space soon. It would be an enriching experience. Do not laze about at home like a salted fish, accomplishing nothing." They responded with a lethargic acknowledgement. Understood. For them, a trip to space held little allure compared to venturing to other worlds, yet they had to acquiesce. The advantage of accompanying Tony was the lack of financial concerns. It would be a luxurious expedition. Traveling with Tao Sheng typically involved budget adventures, where everything must be done by oneself while also tending to a lazy and indulgent employer. Reflecting on this brings them a modicum of solace. Subsequently, Tao Sheng stands at the entrance, solemnly drawing symbols in the air, attempting to forge a connection between 2 universes. In truth, he is merely praying to avoid mishaps, while putting on a fade to prevent Diana from perceiving him as untrustworthy. Grasping the hands of both women, he strides into the luminous portal without hesitation. Inside the tunnel, a kaleidoscope of dazzling light engulfs them, as the ethereal space gems in their minds tear through the fabric of reality. Images from the Marvel Universe recede rapidly, interspersed with scenes from the pirate world. Tao Sheng cannot help but marvel at the enigma of time and space as he observes this tunnel reminiscent of a Doraemon episode. Despite being quite adept in spatial matters, he finds himself unable to decipher the principles of this traversal, hesitant even to extend his consciousness outward. Suddenly, the cosmic orb in his pocket bursts forth, revealing the Power Stone. The Power Stone hovers alongside the Space Stone, radiating a fierce purple light that assails the Space Stone, causing the tunnel's very fabric to warp violently. This is problematic. Tao Sheng curses under his breath, realizing that they are nearing the exit, yet the gem has chosen this moment to cause chaos. He seizes the hands of Diana and Sky, pulling them forward, and with a forceful push, sends them toward the bright exit. At that instant, the entire time-space tunnel shatters. Tao Sheng feels his consciousness fracturing, akin to receiving a heavy blow, plunging him into unconsciousness. The sun shines brightly, and the sea breeze is gentle. A droplet of bird droppings descend from the sky, landing with precision on the face of the person sprawled on the ground. Disgusted, Tao Sheng abruptly sits up from a beach. He surveys his surroundings. Azure skies, fluffy clouds, sandy shores, yet he remains uncertain whether he has arrived in the pirate era. "Sky Diana," he calls out loudly while retrieving the fallen bubble fruit from the ground. Fortunately, only the people seem to have vanished. The fruits, longevity potions, and magical beans remain intact, likely secured in a bag tied to himself, preventing their separation. Approaching the shoreline, he splashes water on his handsome face. With yet another unexpected occurrence, he worries that he might be scorned by Diana. He decides to prioritize finding them first. With that thought, Tao Sheng strides toward the center of the island. Dingling, a figure with dark skin enters a tavern. "Damn, is the sun here this intense too?" Tao Sheng mutters as he approaches the bar. "Bartender, bring me a drink and a newspaper." He brushes the sand off his hat, which cascades to the floor. After only a few steps from the beach, he has unwittingly plunged into an endless desert, were it not for overhearing discussions about pirate bounties along the way. He might have doubted if he had returned to the planet Ericos. Soon, newspapers and wine were placed before Tao Sheng. After taking a sip of wine, he began perusing the newspaper. In the world of pirates, newspapers serve as the primary means of disseminating information, providing insights into the latest happenings. Before long, Tao Sheng's attention was drawn to a small piece of news in the corner with the headline, "Shocking. A woman intrudes among hundreds of men." The content read, "The world's strongest man announces the adoption of a woman as his goddaughter." It was reported that this woman seemingly appeared out of nowhere on the Whitebeard pirate's ship, and upon seeing her, Whitebeard immediately decided to take her as his disciple, with her abilities currently unknown. Chapter 100, Nico Robin. Who was the scoundrel who came up with this title? Tao Sheng muttered under his breath, sipping his wine. However, it seemed that Sky had successfully met Whitebeard and was acknowledged as a goddaughter. It was just that there was still no news of Diana, which was somewhat troubling. Moreover, he was uncertain about the current progression of the storyline. It might have already begun to diverge. Dragon, Whitebeard, and Vegapunk had all experienced the wonders of the pawnshop and were aware of the existence of different worlds. Perhaps their focus was no longer on the trivialities of mere pirates. Tao Sheng now only wished to locate Diana and the Power Stone, intending to remain for a while until Sky could master the power of vibrations before he could return. The Power Stone had vanished during the earlier incident of transdimensional travel. If it could not be recovered, the Marvel Universe would undoubtedly face severe consequences due to the imbalance. Suddenly, he noticed a tall, curvaceous woman flash past the door. She appeared somewhat familiar. After a moment's hesitation, Tao Sheng placed all the belly he had on the table to settle his bill, uncertain of the amount. He simply surrendered it all. As for whether it was too much or too little, he could only say he did his best. This belly was generously offered by a group of pirates he encountered earlier. Seeing him in a solitary state, willingly contributed. The pirate world indeed exhibited a rustic charm, and he found himself growing fond of it. He then discreetly followed the woman who had just darted by, not out of mere attraction, but rather to inquire about directions and gather information, with no ill intentions whatsoever. The familiarity he sensed was unmistakable. She was certainly an important figure. As they meandered through winding paths, the shops and crowds began to thin out. The woman pressed a concealed mechanism by the wall, revealing a subterranean entrance in the smooth, sandy ground. As she stepped inside and the entrance began to close, Tao Sheng wasted no time in following her. Upon entering the darkened chamber, his eyes were momentarily blinded, and while contemplating how to ignite a light, the torches on the walls were suddenly lit. Fortunately, it was not the abrupt illumination typical of modern society. Otherwise, Tao Sheng's temper would have flared, and he might have cursed. Upon closer inspection, the surroundings revealed empty walls, with only a large pane of glass in front, reminiscent of an interrogation room. The woman slowly turned around, and at last, Tao Sheng clearly discerned her features. The black body-hugging leather skirt, paired with thigh-high leather boots and black fishnet stockings, exudes an alluring sensuality, while her refined short hair and robust presence convey a sense of mature intellect. The plunging neckline appears to be designed to allow the two chocolate-like mounds at her chest to breathe. At first glance, Tao Sheng was immediately captivated by her. There was no particular reason. She was simply stunning, mature, and exuded a grace that resonated with his own sun-kissed complexion. Most importantly, he recognized her as his second favorite character from the world of pirates. "Nicole Robin, is that how I should address you?" Tao Sheng's words elicited a look of astonishment in her eyes. "Who are you?" Robin searched her memories but found no information about the man before her. Just an unknown traveler, she thought, dismissing the need for further inquiry. Tao Sheng conjured an ice chair and seated himself. Witnessing his freezing abilities, Robin's eyes widened further, reminding her of the terrifying man, Admiral Akiji, who possessed similar powers. According to the rules of the sea, a devil fruit user's powers would only reincarnate after their death. Yet, she had not heard of Akiji's demise, which would have surely sent ripples throughout the ocean. It was inconceivable for her to miss such news due to a lack of information. If Akiji was indeed alive and wielded ice powers, could he be a different or equivalent fruit user? Years of evading death had taught Robin to be cautious of everyone. She resolved to probe this stranger carefully. Given his inexplicable behavior of following her, the possibility that he recognized her was high. indicating he was more foe than friend. I hear you are the vice president of Baroque Works. You must know a great deal of intelligence, Tao Sheng remarked. Just as he spoke, an arm appeared from above, unfastening the latch on the ceiling. A cage made of sea stone fell from above, trapping Tao Sheng. Robin's gaze sharpened with caution as she inquired, word by word. Who exactly are you? Do not be alarmed. I am not here to apprehend you, Tao Sheng countered, instantly appearing beside Robin, his hand resting on her shoulder as frost rapidly ascended from beneath her, encasing her lower body in ice. Now we can have a proper conversation. Seeing the situation, Robin realized resistance was futile, and she quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor. Handsome, could you please let me out? It's rather cold, and I might freeze. The ice beneath her feet dissipated. However, in the next moment, Robin swiftly retreated, crossing her arms to form two limbs at Tao Sheng's neck. Neck snap. This was her most frequently used and practiced move since embarking on her assassination missions. With a crack, Tao Sheng's neck twisted at a 90-degree angle. Yet, to her astonishment, he transformed into an ice sculpture, and suddenly, the room erupted with a multitude of ice spikes. At this moment, Robin dared not move an inch, each piece of flesh pierced by sharp, icy spikes. Any slight motion would instantly unleash a torrent of crimson blood. Her mother had once remarked that the more beautiful a woman, the more adept she was at deceit, and indeed, this proved true. Do not let me down again, or it will be fatal. Robin felt the chilling breath at the nape of her neck, and her gaze finally betrayed an uncontrollable fear, as the rising and falling of her chest revealed her frenzied state of mind. This individual was utterly terrifying, although he possessed the powers of a fruit user. The sea prism stone had no effect on him whatsoever. Furthermore, his extraordinary freezing abilities evoked memories of Akiji from years past, a shadow that had haunted her with equal, if not greater, intensity. Coupled with his bizarre spatial manipulation, what manner of fruit power could this be? The absence of any information regarding such a formidable figure was deeply unsettling. I will behave, she murmured, her mouth slightly agape, her tone no longer calm. Robin felt as if a mosquito had bitten her neck, and the icy spikes in the room receded. Tao Sheng's figure then emerged. Fear not. We share the same skin tone, clearly indicating kinship. What are you afraid of? Tao Sheng extended his two dark arms and gestured, then inquired. I simply wish to ask if you have encountered a mature and intelligent woman, equally as beautiful as yourself, albeit slightly fairer. Her aesthetic deviates from that of the people here, much like myself. Chapter 101. Finding Ace pondered for a moment, realizing he could only describe Diana in such a manner. When Diana was not in disguise, she resembled a neighborly older sister with no discernible uniqueness. It was only in her transformed state that her commanding presence became evident. As for the advantage of her long legs, in the world of pirates, it was hardly noteworthy. Here, due to abundant nutrition, people generally grew exceptionally tall, rendering figures like Tao Sheng and Diana merely average. Thus, the sole distinction lay in the disparity between the two-dimensional Japanese anime style and the realistic aesthetic, which should be easily recognizable. Robin crossed her arms and tilted her head. Are you implying that she has a rougher silhouette like yours? Tao Sheng's facial muscles twitched slightly as his fingers glided downward. A small ice hammer materialized above Robin's head and struck down forcefully. Ouch, that hurt. Robin cradled her head with both hands, expressing her grievance. Think quickly. Robin contemplated earnestly before responding. If you're inquiring about any recent fruit users similar to you who have not surfaced in the intelligence network within Alabasta, my answer is no. That presents a predicament. What of Ace's information? GOLD, Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Flame fruit user. Fire Fist Ace, correct? Yes, that is indeed him. Tao Sheng nodded, clearly having found the right person. Today, he made an appearance at the Canola Flower Port. It remains uncertain why he has suddenly appeared here. Robin still wished to extract some information from Tao Sheng regarding Ace. The president of her organization, Crocodile, was extremely wary of Ace and insisted on uncovering his intentions for coming to this country at all costs. Therefore, when Tao Sheng inquired about Ace's intelligence, Robin sensed that this man must possess some crucial knowledge. Unfortunately, she felt a tinge of disappointment as the response was merely a silent nod, with no further elaboration. At that moment, Tao Sheng fell into deep contemplation. It appeared that the narrative was reverting to its original course. She was left pondering Whitebeard's thoughts, After having been informed of the pros and cons, how could he still allow Ace to come out? However, there might be other factors at play, and it would be prudent to locate Ace and Whitebeard to clarify matters. Now, could you assist me in finding their whereabouts? How should I contact you? And what name should I address you by? Robin mimicked Tao Sheng's earlier gesture, extending her sun-kissed arms in a twirl. Tao Sheng's earlier directive had sparked a glimmer of hope in Robin, presenting her with an opportunity to uncover the truth behind recent events. Although her loyalty to Crocodile was minimal, and their relationship was one of mutual exploitation, it did not hinder her from gathering intelligence. For someone like her, a frail woman often fleeing, information was the ultimate key to survival. Understanding the power dynamics among various influential figures could yield advantages and ensure her safety. She needed to learn more about Ace, and this man before her had also piqued her curiosity, placing him at the top of her intelligence list. Establishing a rapport with them would be beneficial, especially with someone as formidable as Tao Sheng, who bore no malice towards her. She could temporarily seek refuge behind him. You are quite remarkable. My name is Tao Sheng. Simply call me Tao. From now on, I shall look out for you. Tao Sheng patted Robin on the shoulder and casually produced a shard of ice, roughly the size of a coin, handing it to her. Once you find them, use this shard to inform me. Robin accepted the shard and examined it. Intricate symbols adorned its surface, leaving her feeling dizzy and utterly bewildered. Do not fret. You will not comprehend it. This will remain intact for a month. When you have news, simply rub it, and I shall appear before you. Tao Sheng kindly advised upon noticing her confusion. I presumed you, as an archaeologist, would understand everything, but you are still quite green. This shard was a culmination of his months of reflection and the latest research on teleportation symbols, faster and more potent than its predecessors. Not only would it send a signal ahead, but it would also activate an ice shield in times of peril, ensuring the safety of its bearer. Naturally, as a form of compensation, I would also be able to save your life should you encounter danger. Upon hearing the last remark, Robin's face brightened with a sweet smile as she donned the shard around her neck. The ice fragment slid down the cord, vanishing into the depths of an unseen chasm. Exuding Ashidinoha, her eyes sparkled with delight, reflecting her elation. She never anticipated that the ice shard would offer such benefits. It was akin to savoring ice-cold water in a desert or relishing a popsicle on a sweltering summer day, instantly reducing the sweat upon her skin. For someone like her, who perspired easily, this was a gift more precious than jewels, particularly in the desert. One would need to bathe at least 3 to 5 times a day to maintain a sense of freshness. Meanwhile, Tao Sheng's gaze followed the ice shard, pondering if this was indeed frozen milk. What a treat it seemed. Robin, noticing the glint in Tao Sheng's eyes, felt no embarrassment but instead leaned forward, stating, I will keep a vigilant watch on Ace and ensure you're the first to know once I have news. That is reassuring, Tao Sheng yawned. By the way, where do you reside? Take me to see. Robin froze, caught off guard. Although her attire was revealing, it did not imply she was promiscuous. Having been on the run since childhood, sharing a bed with another was inconceivable. Surely, this influential figure did not intend to impose himself upon her. He had been extolling the virtues of black. Perhaps her current appearance aligned with his preferences, and now she felt like a lamb led to slaughter. What am I thinking? I sleep alone. You should focus on gathering intelligence instead of sleeping. Tao Sheng discerned her thoughts with ease. While you may fear loss, I harbor my own concerns. Though you possess beauty, this body must first be reserved for Diana. He had merely been injured in spirit by the power gem while traversing the tunnel and had yet to recover. Even now, his head throbbed, necessitating meditation for restoration. And the most effective method of meditation, of course, was sleep. Oh, do follow me, Robin replied with an awkward smile, internally berating herself, wondering what flaw led to his indifference towards her. How infuriating. Soon, they arrived at a discreet room. Robin inclined her body to open the door, ushering Tao Sheng inside. A sharp click echoed as the door closed, leaving Robin outside, as if Tao Sheng were the true owner of the room. Frustration boiled within her as she pounded her fists and subsequently departed from the area. Time passed unmeasured. Tao Sheng, groggy, answered a knock at the door. Tao, I found Ace. He.S. dining at a restaurant in Hana, Robin announced as she entered. Excellent. Lead the way. Moments latte. Tao Sheng lifted his gaze to the sign of a restaurant. This must be the place Robin had mentioned. He pondered her apprehension about venturing outside. Shaking his head, he stepped into the establishment. Chapter 102. The arrival of Luffy Ace. Step forth. Tao Sheng bellowed as he entered the restaurant, yet the atmosphere was eerily silent. In the center stood a man puffing on a cigar, confronting Ace, who leaned against the table. Other patrons cast astonished glances at the standoff. With Tao Sheng's abrupt entrance, all eyes turned towards him, revealing a collective confusion. Who was this man? Tao Sheng slowly lowered his raised hand, standing still as he absorbed the scene before him. In his mind, he began to rummage through various drawers filled with memories, and soon enough, he found what he sought. The man confronting Ace left a profound impression in his recollections. Dubbed smoker, akin to the English word for smoker. He was a vice admiral and a user of the smoke fruit, a natural type of devil fruit. However, his strength seemed rather lackluster. He could only exploit the innate advantage of his logia fruit to evade physical harm in the early stages of the pirate world, preying upon weaker pirates unaware of haki. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Tao Sheng. He himself lacked an understanding of haki. It seemed imperative to seize an opportunity to comprehend its principles, perhaps finding a fair-skinned and beautiful teacher for a thorough study, lest he be left helpless when next confronted by a natural-type user. Fortunately, he too was a natural-type user, possessing a top-tier ice fruit ability, and since merging with the box of frost, the temperature of his ice had plummeted drastically. The lower the temperature, the slower the molecular movement within objects. In simpler terms, within the frozen domain crafted by Tao Sheng, all motion would slow down, even to a standstill. However, creating such a closed domain to immobilize an opponent would demand an exponential expenditure of stamina, rendering it an arduous and thankless endeavor. Thus, it seemed unnecessary. It would be more prudent to launch ice attacks directly at the adversary, akin to how even the notorious blue pheasant could thrive in the pirate world, leaving no reason for himself to falter, only slightly weaker in stamina, just a minuscule fraction. Everyone, grant me a moment. Tao Sheng has yet to finish speaking, he implored, just as a resounding thud of a rubber rocket echoed from behind. He swiftly dodged the assault. Suddenly, an individual burst through the entrance, akin to a cannonball, crashing through several walls with Smoker and Ace in tow, finally halting in the dining area. "Boss, hurry up. Serve the food. Serve the food," he bellowed, brandishing his knife and fork without a hint of awareness that his actions had created a gaping hole. After a brief moment of shock, the owner quickly rushed to set a table laden with dishes. Faced with such a reckless pirate, he was merely an ordinary cook, devoid of any resistance, too intimidated to utter a word of refusal. Behind him, Tao Sheng's eyes gleamed. That iconic straw hat was unmistakable. To his astonishment, the three individuals he sought were conveniently gathered together, which certainly simplified matters. The one who had just burst in was none other than the destined one of the pirate world, the user of the gum fruit, mythical Zoonica form, Monkey D. Luffy. Observing Luffy devouring his meal with gusto, Tao Sheng stealthily approached, intending to bestow a mark of affection upon his neck. Quite quick on the reflexes, he managed to evade. Luffy, sensing a presence, turned his head while gnawing on a chicken leg. "Hey, big rat, what do you want?" Good heavens, big uncle. He had merely neglected to shave for 2 days. This was clearly a sign of maturity, akin to that of Robin's refined elegance. Some simply fail to appreciate it. "Of course, let's share a meal. I am quite famished as well." Tao Sheng heavily patted his shoulder and took a seat. "Boss, bring us more food. I shall settle the bill shortly." Luffy shivered. This person was surprisingly cold, leaving his shoulder feeling quite chilly. However, upon hearing that he would pay, Luffy immediately broke into a grin, indicating that despite this being their first encounter, sharing a meal made them good brothers. He then returned to devouring his food eagerly. Tao Sheng joined the ranks of the ravenous, having consumed nothing but a single drink since yesterday, and was truly starving. "Which scoundrel collided with me?" Ace stood up from the rubble and walked back to the restaurant, spotting the familiar figure immediately. His angry expression transformed into joy as he prepared to call out Luffy's name, only to be pinned to the ground by Smoker. "Shtalhatkit, let's see where you think you can escape this time." Luffy sensed trouble. He recognized the Marine before him, someone he was currently unable to defeat. He swiftly stuffed food into his mouth and ran toward the door, only to crash into an icy wall that had materialized out of nowhere. "As I mentioned, grant me a favor and let us finish our meal before discussing matters." Tao Sheng surveyed the surroundings, his presence emanating an air of authority. "Additionally, kindly provide us with a quiet environment." Thank you. The onlookers in the restaurant seemed to have witnessed something terrifying, hastily fleeing the establishment. The owner stood trembling in place, and upon hearing Tao Sheng's command to prepare the food, he scurried back to the kitchen, fearing the formidable group, with both Marines and notorious pirates present. And that mysterious man, being inscrutable, he could only hope they would not demolish his establishment, as it was his security for retirement. Luffy was seized by a massive, icy hand and pulled back into position. Seeing that this uncle had the situation under control, he resumed his meal with a sense of ease. Recognizing the formidable presence of this man, he decided to abandon resistance. It was prudent to fill his belly before attempting to flee. Hey, who are you to interfere with the Marine's work? Smoker glared at Tao Sheng, displeased that someone would dare to show off more than he did. Rash youth, do not be so rude. Call Vegapunk and have him come over, or he can forget about his bubble fruit delivery. Tao Sheng glanced at him and continued eating. Also, do not smoke in my presence. As soon as the words left his mouth, Smoker's cigar began to freeze into a popsicle, and he hurriedly spat it out. Had he delayed any longer, his mouth would have been encased in ice, potentially transforming him into a Psyduck. What on earth is a Psyduck? He muttered, shaking his head. Another Akiji, perhaps? As a fellow Logia user, he held no fear for anyone, merely respecting those who wielded ice. He then stepped aside to retrieve a Den Mushi, initiating a call to his superior. This snail-like creature was capable of long-distance communication, akin to a mobile phone in the human world. Some Den Mushi could even record and play videos, which was quite remarkable. Smoker, while making a phone call, couldn't help but voice his inner thoughts. Don't think that merely uttering a name can intimidate me. I have my own connections. Chapter 103, Resolving Conflict. Hello, Admiral Garp. I encountered an individual during my pursuit of Luffy who appears to possess abilities similar to Akiji's. He specifically requested that Dr. Vegapunk be summoned, stating that if he does not arrive soon, his bubble fruit delivery will be lost. Yes, those were his exact words. All right, I shall wait for you. Smoker spoke loudly, seemingly unbothered by the content of the conversation, clearly intending to expose the man's deception on the spot. Before long, a voice came through the receiver again. Understood. With a dull expression, Smoker lowered his head and approached Tao Sheng. Sir, Dr. Vegapunk is en route here. Until his arrival, I shall protect you. You are so weak. How can you protect me? First, get the money to repair this establishment. You shall cover the expenses, Tao Sheng replied without lifting his gaze. He firmly believed that Vegapunk would take the matter seriously, especially with a fruit capable of lifting the curse of the sea. Furthermore, with his influence, Tao Sheng could demand respect in the pirate world, as long as he did not overstep his bounds. His standing was arguably more significant than that of Shanks, who possessed the face fruit. Smoker clenched his fists, the veins in his arms distinctly visible, but he restrained himself, merely responding with an affirmative before departing the restaurant in search of funds. He found it perplexing why Vegapunk had insisted on closely following and protecting him. As a proud Navy officer, he had sunk to the level of safeguarding someone who befriended pirates. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Ugh, Luffy. Ace stood up from the ground, joy lighting his face as he gazed at Luffy. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Luffy looked up, biting into a piece of sea beast meat, and rushed over to embrace him. Ace. The two shared an emotional reunion, as if they had not seen each other for many years. Luffy, what brings you here? Ace inquired. I came to bring Vivi back. She is the princess of Alabasta. What about you? Did you come to find me? I had some errands to run. By the way, what happened to that chain smoker guy? He was called away by that old man. Their gazes then fell upon Tao Sheng, who was enjoying his meal. Ace scrutinized Tao Sheng for a moment, shaking his head, as he did not recognize this figure from the sea. However, upon glancing at the ice block behind him, his eyes widened in astonishment. This ice was evidently more potent than his own flames. He doubted even his fire fist could breach this icy wall. Undoubtedly, this was yet another formidable individual, one who had not made a name for himself on the sea. He took a seat beside Tao Sheng. Thank you, my friend. May I ask your name? Tao Sheng pondered for a moment. Who said we were friends? He retorted. You should refer to me as Uncle Tao, for I have come to find you. Find me? Upon hearing Tao Sheng's words, Ace and Luffy exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of bewilderment. Who is this person with such audacity? Your father's good brother? The two simultaneously shook their heads, not in denial, but rather indicating their ignorance. Neither had ever met their biological parents, akin to orphans. Thus, they They formed a bond of sworn brotherhood with Sabo, sharing a semblance of familial connection. Perhaps this man truly knew their father. Yes, take me to find Whitebeard. My comrade is with him. Upon uttering these words, Tao Sheng enlightened Ace, revealing their acquaintance with Whitebeard. Nonetheless, Ace opted to seek confirmation. Are you affiliated with the woman who appeared with the Whitebeard pirates a few days ago? Oh, you met her? Tao Sheng paused, his attention shifting to Ace. No, but my companion informed me. He mentioned that a woman suddenly fell from the sky and almost struck our father. Yet rather than chastising her, he immediately took her as his student, as if they were already familiar with one another. Ace reminisced about the news he had seen in the papers regarding Whitebeard and promptly called his companion, Marco, to discuss the events of that day, lamenting the considerable effort he expended using the Phoenix's ability to heal the woman. Thankfully, she was quite lovely, a charming young lady, with yet another formidable figure emerging. He naturally connected the two. But this is good. Our pirate crew has gained a sister, and I eagerly wish to return and see her. Ace expressed with anticipation. Then let us depart, Tao Sheng exclaimed, playfully wrapping his arms around Ace's neck and discreetly marking him. Ace wriggled free, shaking his head. No, I must pursue Blackbeard. What about Blackbeard? Luffy inquired, concerned for his brother's intent to chase after someone. The name hardly resembled that of a beloved. Blackbeard stole my comrade's devil fruit and even attempted to kill him, but fortunately our father saved him. However, he is exceptionally cunning, catching our father off guard and injuring him. Damn it, Ace. You must capture him. Luffy pounded the table, his anger palpable. He despised those who betrayed their comrades. Ace nodded resolutely. I will, to bring him back and provide an explanation to everyone. Don't go. You cannot defeat him, Tao Sheng remarked, raising his cup and downing its contents nonchalantly. Will you simply give up if you cannot win? Ace's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. At that moment, Tao Sheng comprehended why Whitebeard, even aware of the future, would allow Ace to venture forth. The sharp glint in his eyes seemed to convey his readiness to defend the honor of the Whitebeard pirates with his life, even if it meant facing a perilous cliff. With a sigh, he crafted another ice shard and handed it to Ace, advising, keep this on you. Don't lose it. It's a double insurance. If you wish to avoid having your father sacrifice himself for you too soon. The mark he had placed on Ace's neck only served as a locator, lacking protective capabilities. Unlike Luffy, Ace lacked the protagonist's aura. Thus, he chose to be as cautious as possible. Confused, Ace wondered how this ice fragment could be linked to his father's life. Yet he opted to wear it obediently. After all, it was better to believe in its significance than to dismiss it. Recently, his father's health had indeed deteriorated significantly. After satisfying his hunger, Smoker entered with a bag of gold coins, presenting it to the proprietor as payment for their meal and compensation. Thank you, thank you. You are all such good people, the owner exclaimed, bowing deeply to Tao Sheng, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Having run a restaurant for over a decade, he had never encountered such courteous and polite pirates. His gratitude was primarily directed towards Tao Sheng, who he recognized as the leader behind this unexpected generosity. Without Tao Sheng's command, they would never have secured that money. Well then, since you all have matters to attend to, I suggest you disperse early. This is my first visit, and I have yet to explore Alabasta properly. I have heard there are many treasures to be found here, Tao Sheng said with a meaningful glance before stepping out the door. Chapter 104. Soft Mountain Peaks. Smoker cast a glance at Ace and the others. Then at Tao Sheng's retreating figure, decisively choosing to follow Tao Sheng. He had received the highest order from headquarters via phone, which instructed him to closely monitor Tao Sheng rather than pursue the pirates. Even the most notorious of pirates were beyond his capacity to apprehend. However, he realized that succumbing to personal desires at this juncture could jeopardize his naval career. Soon enough, he recognized he might have made a grave error in judgment. He should have removed his Navy uniform before pursuing. The individual before him was either gazing at a lady's bosom or fixating on another's legs, casually sampling street delicacies without payment and leaving him to handle the aftermath. Passers-by regarded the Navy with disdain, mistakenly believing yet another celestial dragon was meandering through Alabasta. At that moment, Tao Sheng paused before a relatively large clothing store, entering and emerging shortly thereafter. He had exchanged his entire outfit for a flowing white robe, wrapping his head in a scarf to shield his skin from the sun's rays. He even conjured a thick layer of ice suspended in the air to block the sunlight. Smoker shook his head, perplexed. Why bother with sun protection when it's already so dark? I truly do not understand. He hurriedly re-entered the shop to settle the payment. Before long, it seemed he had lost interest in shopping. The local populace lived in modest conditions, and the service industry was underdeveloped. There were no options for massages or foot soaks. Even dining merely satisfied hunger, lacking any culinary delight or enjoyment. With stomachs unfilled, entertainment was the last thing on their minds. Do not follow me. I have no desire to purchase anything further. Inform me when Vegapunk arrives with this. Tao Sheng tossed a piece of ice towards him before swiftly departing. Smoker gaped in shock, his trembling finger pointing at the spot where Tao Sheng had just been. Spatial movement, ice manipulation, and indecision. This must be a mythical zone. The passers-by and vendors nearby instinctively steered clear of the man, who appeared to be conversing with the air, fearful that he might suddenly lash out. Meanwhile, Tao Sheng returned to Robin's room, collapsing onto the bed, stretching lazily as he prepared to sleep. After a hearty meal, drowsiness easily overtakes one, particularly with the nourishing and energizing food available here, necessitating proper digestion. It is no wonder that in the pirate world, the more one eats, the more eccentric they become. Perhaps this is a contributing factor. Before long, as he closed his eyes, the door creaked open. The rhythmic click of high heels echoed against the floor. Tao Sheng sensed an indentation at the edge of the bed, followed by the sound of heels striking the ground. A delicate hand then grazed his chest and soft, smooth legs draped over his right thigh. Don't touch, he warned, eyes still shut, or my little friend won't be pleased. Robin leaned closer, her lips brushing against his ear. Tao, are you familiar with Vegapunk? Although she wasn't present in the dining hall today, as the possessor of the flower fruit, she can sprout any part of her body from any tangible object nearby. Eavesdropping is effortless for her, and she must have witnessed every moment of our performance. It must be said, Tao Sheng had underestimated her. If yesterday she had observed strength, today she was witnessing connections. Particularly, the networks of influential figures like Whitebeard and Vegapunk are indeed rare resources, akin to knowing Trump and Musk in real life. Moreover, his audacious demeanor suggested a level of familiarity that was quite striking. The fact that Vegapunk had personally come to see him was a privilege few had enjoyed. Not even the admirals of the Navy. Thus, this man before her might indeed be a potential gem worth following, especially considering her current boss, Crocodile, was hardly worthy of her time, not even fit to fetch her shoes, having already been dismissed in her mind. Tao Sheng felt a gentle breeze tickling the fine hairs on his ear, a sensation both tantalizing and unbearable. You will know how well you know me tomorrow. For now, abandon your eavesdropping techniques, or you will face dire consequences. If you wish to listen, do so openly. I shall take you. Now, leave me be. I need to sleep. With that, he swiftly turned onto his side, forcing himself into slumber to avoid any accidental flare-ups. Fortunately, Robin seemed to grasp the implications of her actions, either out of embarrassment for her exposed methods or an understanding of the perils of stirring the fire without extinguishing it, and she refrained from further advances. Otherwise, Tao Sheng might have had no choice but to abandon all restraint, making a choice between primal instincts and reason. The following day, Tao Sheng felt something soft cradled in his left hand, akin to the corner of a latex pillow, evoking the warmth reminiscent of his mother's embrace during his childhood. Have you had enough? A voice, thick with irritation, reverberated in his ear, jolting him upright from the bed. Gentle light cascaded onto the bed, reflecting into Tao Sheng's eyes, allowing him to discern that Robin was beside him, biting her lip and leisurely fastening the buttons of her shirt. Tao Sheng lifted the covers to inspect his lower body and sighed in relief, grateful that his trousers remained intact. However, he soon caught sight of a pair of slender legs, and before he could fully observe the intricate veins above, the blanket was drawn back over them. To alleviate the awkwardness, Tao Sheng exclaimed, "What are you doing in my bed? Are you merely seduced by my good looks?" Robin's face flushed, though her sun-kissed complexion obscured the extent of her embarrassment. Perhaps it was the sight of Tao Sheng's sculpted abs that rendered her shy. Surely, she would not turn crimson out of anger. This is clearly my bed. I haven't slept for an entire day and night. Is it wrong to return to my own bed? Robin's eyes quickly glistened with tears as she lamented, and yet, you take advantage of me and then reproach me. Unable to contain herself any longer, she burst into tears. Tao Sheng was thrown into disarray, unsure of how to navigate such a situation. He was at a loss. Indeed, he had acted impulsively, unwittingly ascending to a peak of intimacy. While the experience had its merits, it raised the question of her culpability. Even a naive lamb knows better than to share a bed with a wolf. Thus, the female partner bore the primary responsibility, while the male held a secondary role. Well then, what do you suggest we do? Tao Sheng murmured. He, you must take responsibility for me and always protect me, Robin declared, her sorrow transforming into delight, her expression betraying her cunning triumph. Tao Sheng inhaled deeply. I knew it. Honest individuals are easily deceived. He had surmised that Robin was feigning her distress, but lacked the certainty to assert it. Fortunately, she did not make any excessive demands. Otherwise, he might have chosen to vanish and embrace the role of a scoundrel. Protection seemed a fitting course, given that they were both orphans. Mutual aid was only natural. Chapter 105. A reunion with Old Bay, yet he still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. This situation had left him a loss, having slept too soundly to feel anything, with sensations only surfacing at the very end. This venture had certainly resulted in a loss. Suddenly, Tao Sheng noticed the shard of ice in Smog's hand emitted a signal, indicating that Vegapunk had arrived. He swiftly tossed his trousers to Robin, urging her to dress quickly, as there were matters to attend to. He then gathered his garments from the floor, donning the long robe and headscarf he had purchased the previous day. Robin, perplexed but compliant, took the trousers and slipped beneath the blanket, twisting and turning to put them on. Afterward, she gazed up at him with her large eyes, signaling that she was ready. Without hesitation, Tao Sheng grasped Robin's hand and instantly transported them away. As they landed, a blade of ice sliced toward Tao Sheng. However, Robin, still reeling from the rapid succession of events and unprepared psychologically, was pulled into the spatial passage, overwhelmed. In a bid to protect the naive girl, Tao Sheng unleashed his full power, his icy essence surging forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, colliding with the frigid blade. With a resounding crack, the weapon shattered. The dragon surged forth, unstoppable, towards the assailant, who immediately retreated, conjuring a myriad of ice barriers to thwart the assault. Just as he contemplated a counterattack, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop!" Misunderstanding. It was Vegapunk, who provided a momentary reprieve, allowing Tao Sheng to finally discern the identity of his assailant. A tall figure with curly hair, exuding an air of languor, surrounded by an aura of chilling cold. This could only be the wielder of the ice fruit, Marine Admiral Kazan, codenamed Akiji. The collision of their two ice powers had been evenly matched, devoid of any generational advantage, and Tao Sheng remained undaunted. After all, he had consumed the ice fruit, which possessed no inherent weaknesses, and had further enhanced his abilities through the icebox. However, in the realm of devil fruits, success hinges not merely on the strength of one's fruit, but on the degree of mastery achieved. Akiji had undergone rigorous training with the Navy since childhood, whereas Tao Sheng had only recently been introduced to his superpowers a mere 3 months prior, and had ingested the fruit only 2 months ago. The fact that he had achieved such a feat surely frustrated Akiji. Indeed, Akiji concealed his frostbitten hand behind his back, striving to keep it out of sight, while contemplating the identity of this formidable individual. Was there an upper-tier fruit that surpassed his own? If he had not reacted swiftly, he might have found himself completely encased in ice, leading to tomorrow's headlines. Unbelievable. Akiji, the ice fruit user, has been frozen. Such an occurrence would undoubtedly provide a year's worth of amusement for the Navy. Fortunately, Vegapunk intervened in a timely manner, and Akiji was able to halt his advance. It's all a misunderstanding. Akiji is here to protect me. Your sudden appearance made him think you were an enemy, Vegapunk explained apologetically. Originally, he had stated he would come alone, but the Navy insisted on his safety and dispatched an admiral for close protection. Yet, Akiji was the only one nearby, idling away, and thus the task fell to him. Thankfully, the visitor was not a Kainu. Otherwise, the temperamental Akainu would not have hesitated to engage in combat, especially against someone with ice abilities. No harm done, it's inconsequential. Tao Sheng gently placed Robin, who he had been cradling, onto a chair. At that moment, she began to regain consciousness, and upon opening her eyes, the first sight that met her was Akiji. Instinctively, she clung to Tao Sheng as if he were a tree. "Little Robin, no need to be so excited to see me. I'm not here to capture you. And besides, aligning yourself with this gentleman seems a most prudent choice. Akiji remarked with a yawn, reclining in his beach chair. Robin hesitated, uncertain of what had transpired during her unconsciousness. However, it seemed evident that a confrontation had occurred between Akiji and Tao Sheng, and given Akiji's nonchalant demeanor, it was likely that Tao Sheng had not been defeated. Stop with the cryptic remarks. What do you mean by aligning? I'm not some top-tier boss, Tao Sheng retorted, gently guiding Robin back to her original position, taking her hand to offer comfort. He was acutely aware of Robin's traumatic experiences from her childhood in O'Hara, where she had personally witnessed the merciless extermination of her people, leaving her as the sole survivor on the island. The figure that had manifested before her in that harrowing moment was none other than Admiral Akiji. Consequently, over the years, Robin harbored an enduring fear of Akiji, especially as she was constantly on the run, never affording herself the opportunity to enhance her own abilities to match his. The stark disparity in talent between their respective powers was made evident at that moment. However, the only remedy for fear is to confront it. Thus, Tao Sheng encouraged her to face Akiji, believing that exposure would eventually diminish her trepidation. He then naturally called for Smoker to procure some breakfast, as he had just awakened and had yet to eat. Breakfast was essential. It had been his long-standing habit, unwavering regardless of his location, lest he succumb to the perils of low blood sugar. Smoker seemed to be well prepared, soon returning with an abundance of local delicacies, accompanied by an assortment of ketchup, salad dressing, and hot sauce. Tao Sheng raised an eyebrow at the heavy flavors so early in the day, but he decided to embrace local customs. Having food was a blessing in itself. Old Bay, I traversed countless trials to acquire this fruit, nearly losing my life in the process. And my two companions and treasures went missing along the way. Tao Sheng lamented as he placed the bubble fruit on the table and began to eat with fervor, as if expressing his grievances through his meal. Now that you're on my turf, I wouldn't dare treat you poorly. Let me study this first. Beej Punk, unfazed by his theatrics, eagerly inserted a miniature microscope into his eye to examine the bubble fruit. The other 4 individuals present were startled by his abrupt action. What a bold character, they thought. However, apart from Tao Sheng, the other 3 were also intrigued by the fruit on the table, questioning why it garnered such attention from Beej Punk. Previously, they had never heard of a powerful wielder of the bubble fruit. After a few moments of inspection, Beej Punk lifted his head and shook it. I cannot discern its properties. I must return to my instruments for further analysis. With that, he grasped the fruit and prepared to leave. Hey, Old Bay, I have a word. Tao Sheng quickly detained him. The two exchanged glances and moved to a secluded corner of the harbor. What is it? Beej Punk inquired impatiently, eager to return to his experiments. Tao Sheng continued. If you manage to decipher the characteristics of the fruit, could you also investigate whether consuming this fruit followed by another would result in an explosion? He refrained from explicitly stating the implications, hinting instead at testing on a death row inmate. To articulate it plainly would be too inhumane. He preferred to let Old Bay come to that conclusion on his own. Beej Punk was taken aback by this suggestion. Chapter 106, Diligent Study Yet. Beej Punk remained uncertain if he comprehended Tao Sheng's intention, and with a hint of confusion, he queried, "Are you suggesting?" Tao Sheng nodded. To rectify a weakness is to eliminate all vulnerabilities. The fear of the ocean is a weakness, and consuming 2 fruits could also present a weakness. But you understand the latter. I comprehend. I shall return and put this to the test. A spark ignited in Old Bay's eyes. If this were indeed true, it could undoubtedly yield a divine being capable of consuming 2 devil fruits, an unprecedented feat. Do not rush. Take this. Should you obtain results, you can use this to notify me, and I shall promptly appear. This time, refrain from orchestrating an attack against me. I've already sustained grievous injuries. As Tao Sheng finished speaking, he coughed up blood, weakly leaning on Vegapunk's shoulder. The moment Tao Sheng made contact with Vegapunk, he recoiled like a startled hedgehog. Goodness, why are you so cold? He exclaimed. Subsequently, he sniffed the air, his lips twitching. It was unmistakably the tomato juice you just consumed. Do you think I cannot discern that? It is evident that you are seeking an advantage. I still possess numerous fruits. When you arrive, you may select a few for yourself. Vegapunk sighed, resigned. Tao Sheng, revitalized and beaming, praised, Old Bay, you are magnanimous. Is there anything else? I must return to my experiments. The deity awaits me. Did I not mention earlier that my employees and the power gem have scattered to who knows where? At this juncture, Tao Sheng paused, his voice descending into a lower, more somber timbre. Should that gem fall into the wrong hands, its wielder could instantaneously rival an admiral, provided their body can withstand it. Vegapunk, intrigued by this revelation, considered Tao Sheng's status and surmised that this object was likely a treasure from another realm, possessing immense research value. He involuntarily murmured, "What kind of physical constitution is required?" Perhaps something akin to Kaido, came the response. Upon hearing this, Vegapunk turned to leave, with a power level matching Kaido's. Did one still require the power gem? There's another possibility, Tao Sheng interjected, awaiting Vegapunk to halt his steps. A unique bloodline or the consumption of a special devil fruit may also grant mastery. In truth, Tao Sheng himself was uncertain about the wondrous chemical reactions that the power gem might incite upon merging with the pirate world. The primary concern was that it was merely a small gem. If it were not appropriated by anyone and instead fell into the sea, it would be lost for eternity. Over time, the balance of the Marvel universe might be disrupted as a result. Thus, he sought to leverage Vegapunk's capabilities. If he could invent an infinite gem detector, akin to Bulma from Dragon Ball, it would facilitate swift, precise, and stable collection. Truly perfect. Vegapunk nodded, acknowledging the possibility of what Tao Sheng described. What characteristics does the gem possess? It is a purple gem, particularly volatile in nature. Monitor for any unusual energy fluctuations. That is likely its presence. Vegapunk rolled his eyes. He had not anticipated such remarks. Did you grasp the vastness of the pirate world? It is easy to speak so lightly. And what of your companion? Provide her characteristics all at once. Do not keep me waiting. She is female, exceedingly beautiful, with long legs and a striking presence. Tao Sheng crouched on the beach, sketching a rough outline with his finger. Vegapunk tilted his head, contemplating for quite some time before finally discerning the subject of Tao Sheng's drawing. Is your friend a long-legged stick figure? In an abrupt motion, Tao Sheng rose and scattered the artwork he had just created. Why, Drew was a skeleton, understand? But never mind that. After all, if an extraordinary individual were to suddenly appear in this vast ocean, it would likely be her. In essence, it is about focusing on the unusual, right? Vegapunk felt that too much triviality had been spoken. Tao Sheng, at a loss for words, pondered what constituted triviality. Considering the critical clues at hand, another one was already with Whitebeard, summing it up into 3 points: experimentation, searching for items, and seeking individuals. Vegapunk nodded in acknowledgement, then cast an impatient glance at Tao Sheng, as if to say that it was time to leave if there was nothing more to discuss. Tao Sheng feigned ignorance of his expression, primarily because he had just recalled something, and shamelessly continued, "The last thing I require is a formidable cultivation method. Ideally, it should be a comprehensive collection, inclusive of manuals on observation hockey, armament hockey, the Navy's 6 styles, and so forth." If anyone else were to hear this, they would certainly dismiss him. To speak of formidable powers in the Navy's 6 styles amounted to gathering the world's most potent martial arts and presenting them to one. Unless you were a godfather, who would be so benevolent? Yet, Vegapunk remained unfazed, as various cultivation manuals were sent to him each year, allowing him to analyze, enhance, and ultimately revise them through scientific methods. This way, the efficiency of the Navy's combat prowess could be maximized, for it is primarily the ordinary soldiers at the grassroots level who uphold peace in the regions. The question of how to achieve the greatest benefits at the least cost is a paramount consideration for every leader. Therefore, Vegapunk possessed more martial arts manuals than anyone else in the world. On the ship, I shall have Akiji bring them down to you shortly. Vegapunk stated before returning to his dedicated vessel. The ship resembled a colossal microscope, its steel body standing out among the surrounding wooden vessels. Akiji followed behind him and glanced back at Tao Sheng. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and fetch the books." Tao Sheng shot back with a glare, prompting Akiji to turn and board the ship. Subsequently, an ice slide descended from the ship's cabin, and books began to slide down one after another. "This guy is doing it on purpose," Tao Sheng thought, as he waved his hand to open a spatial portal at the lowest point connecting to Robin's room. Thud, 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 thud. The books scattered across the room as the slide vanished. Once the microscope had distanced itself, Robin cautiously approached Tao Sheng from behind. "Tao, where shall we go next?" This question perplexed Tao Sheng. The surroundings were as impoverished as a mountainous region, and there seemed to be no promising destinations ahead. Currently, aside from wanting to witness the classic scene of Luffy defeating Crocodile, it was imperative to protect Ace and return him safely to Whitebeard. However, he estimated that Ace would not find Blackbeard so swiftly. Upon reflection, it seems there is truly nowhere else to go. Tao Sheng shook his head, unable to comprehend, and decided to abandon the thought. Never mind, I shall first diligently practice the unique skills of this place. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon an individual, it must first weary their muscles and bones and starve their body. I vow not to step outside until I have mastered these skills. With a fierce determination, Tao Sheng leapt into the portal, returning to Robin's chamber. Chapter 107. Not of this world. Once Tao Sheng departed, Robin glanced around, only to find Smoker fixated upon her. Perhaps it would be safer to follow Tao Sheng. Despite her lingering fears of teleportation, this instance resembled the transport of the Moku no Mi, so it should be fine. Summoning her courage, she jumped down. Thud! Damn it, my back! Can't you see if someone is below before you leap? Get up quickly! Tao Sheng's furious voice echoed from the ground. It was evident that he had been sitting, engrossed in his books, when Robin descended upon him, the sudden weight causing him to bump his head painfully. My apologies. I didn't see clearly, Robin stammered as she scrambled to her feet, only to falter repeatedly due to her awkward position and weakened legs. Caught in a cycle of rising and falling, Tao Sheng could no longer endure this. In that brief moment, she had caused him to bump his head several times. A colossal ice foot materialized out of thin air, swiftly sending Robin tumbling onto the bed. Tao Sheng assessed his back, relieved to find no serious injuries, and resumed his previous state of reading. Whether he could grow stronger depended on these books. He resolved not to let a woman distract him, as they only hampered his swiftness in drawing his blade. Recovering on the bed, Robin muttered about a heartless man before quietly approaching Tao Sheng, joining him in reading. From a young age, she had cherished books, immersing herself in various texts. Otherwise, she would not have become a polymath and archaeologist at such a tender age. Now, with a method to gain strength before her, she understood the necessity to seize this opportunity or face dire consequences. Relying on a man was futile. It was far more reliable to depend on her own strength. Doctor, why be so courteous to that person? Just capture him and have him serve you, Akiji remarked. His face nearly pressed against the bubble fruit as he spoke to Vegapunk. Is it not merely a case of having lost? Must you be so petty? Vegapunk replied, removing his glasses to replace them with a microscope, continuing to examine the bubble fruit without turning towards Akiji. I did not. Clearly, I let him off easy, otherwise the entire harbor would have been frozen, Akiji countered. Enough of that. Your hands are frostbitten. Go fetch some medicine, Vegapunk replied, still focused on his task, gesturing towards 2 bottles of medicine on a nearby table. I truly am unscathed, but who exactly is that person? He seems to possess the ability of the ice fruit as well. Vegapunk finally lifted his head, briefly recalling the encounter. Previously, it seemed that he had been given the snow fruit. However, throughout history, there has been no mention of it possessing the ability to counteract freezing. Could it truly achieve such a feat? How intriguing. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth as he continued. Do not mind him. He is not of our world. Not of our world. Akiji observed the doctor, who had once again immersed himself in his research and felt hesitant to intrude. He understood that the doctor was prone to fits of anger in such a state, so for the sake of his own safety, he opted to leave quietly, closing the door gently behind him. However, 2 bottles of medicine also departed with him. Robin, have you brought back any food? Tao Sheng pleaded from the floor. Yet the room echoed with silence. After a day of reading, Tao Sheng remained as he had always been, able to recognize the characters but unable to grasp their meanings. Indeed, those endowed with talent seemed to learn effortlessly, while those lacking it struggle in vain. Resigned to his fate, Tao Sheng decided that a life of relaxation was the most gratifying, and he resolved to eat first. Thus, he had called Robin to fetch food while he stayed behind, ensuring he did not breach the promise he had made. As for the method of learning, Tao Sheng envisioned binding all the books together with a long bamboo stick, inscribing the cover with the title The Ultimate Cultivation Manual. He intended to create a technique akin to a chakra cultivation manual, directly adjusting a restoration technique to suit his understanding. This could be considered a serious attempt at learning. And as for the prospect of wasting a precious restoration opportunity, Tao Sheng felt no regret. Most of the methods within those books pertain to physical training, and since physical prowess was his current weakness, it was imperative that he bolster it. Furthermore, hockey could be viewed as a form of mental power that influences the material world. Thus, acquiring it would not be in vain. After all, he still had skill uses remaining for the month, and it would be foolish to let them go to waste. Aside from longevity potions and a few magical beans, he possessed little of value. At that moment, the door swung open, and a tantalizing aroma invaded Tao Sheng's senses before the person even entered. He lunged forward, devouring the food that resembled pizza, topped with morsels of sea beast meat. Despite its heat, Tao Sheng stuffed a large piece into his mouth, striving to savor it in its freshly baked state. The rich flavor of cheese mingled with the freshness of the sea beast meat, culminating in a delightful explosion in his mouth. Marvelous! This surely could not be the fair purchase from a street vendor. Yesterday's meal had not been nearly as exquisite. It must have been crafted with care by the chefs in the casino. Although the casino may not guarantee profit, it certainly ensures the finest service. A standard upheld in every city. Tao Sheng nodded in agreement. That makes sense. I recall that the largest casino was established by your president, correct? Were you involved? I lack the capability for such endeavors. I am merely responsible for management. In truth, there's hardly any money involved. I merely scrape by, Robin replied, her tone gradually taking on a pitiable quality, her emotions shifting like a skilled performer. Tao Sheng chose not to respond, focusing instead on his meal. Such words were better left unheeded. To take them to heart would render one a fool. After a hearty meal, Tao Sheng gazed at her. Robin, engrossed in her reading, sensed his stare and turned to him, inquiring, "What is it? Please arrange these books neatly and bind them together in a single volume." "I refuse. These are precious tomes and should not be treated so carelessly." "Very well, I shall do it myself." Tao Sheng approached the bedside, extending his fingers to reveal a delicate ice blade, thin as a cicada's wing, prepared to carve out a fine strip of wood. "Wait, let me handle it." Robin, aware of his determination to treat the books in such a manner, rushed to the desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved a pair of scissors and a fine needle. She first cut her old silk garments into slender strips, threading them through the needles before gingerly lifting the small volumes. Then, she meticulously pierced each booklet with the needle. Fortunately, the volumes were not particularly thick. Some contained merely a single page inscribed with a mantra and method, allowing her to pass through with ease. Before long, she completed the task, finally wrapping the collection in silk embroidered with the title requested by Tao Sheng, The Manual for Cultivating Youth. Though the title was peculiar, Robin sighed in relief as she beheld the transformation of the tattered pages into a work of art. She detested witnessing others mishandle books, particularly through burning or submerging them in water. Such acts drove her to the brink of madness. Chapter 108. The Cultivation Manual, quite impressive, indeed. The thousand-handed Guanyin is quite adept, Tao Sheng remarked dismissively, viewing Robin's actions as unnecessary embellishments. However, he refrained from criticism since it spared him the effort of manual labor. Complimenting her was preferable, as it would encourage her industriousness in the future. "What is the purpose of binding these manuals together? Are you intending to collect them?" Robin asked, still puzzled. Typically, the significance of a bound volume lies in the ability to read from beginning to end without the hassle of searching. Yet, these were cultivation secrets. Mastering even one was a noteworthy feat, rendering the act of binding unnecessary. In fact, losing them all at once would be far more detrimental than beneficial. "You shall see soon enough. Watch my demonstration." With effort, Tao Sheng lifted the collection onto the table. He then gently brushed his right hand over the cover, causing a radiant blue light to envelop the compilation, swirling around it incessantly. In a flash of brilliance, the originally 40-centimeter high tomes gradually shrank to a thickness of approximately 10 centimeters, roughly equivalent to 2 volumes of a hardcover dictionary. Simultaneously, they became more exquisite. The formerly worn silk was renewed and adorned with intricate patterns. The entire book was revitalized, resembling a handcrafted noble artifact, unmistakably distinguished and elegant. Robin gazed in disbelief at Tao Sheng's technique, contemplating how wonderful it would be to possess such a skill to transform the appearance of books effortlessly. Yet, her primary concern lay with the contents within, as they represented the essence of a book's worth. Eagerly, she asked, "What about the original content? Is it gone?" "Do not rush. It should be about eliminating the superfluous and distilling it into essence." Tao Sheng could no longer contain his curiosity and immediately began to peruse the manual. Indeed, after its restoration, many of the contents within the book became effortlessly comprehensible, akin to the profound realization of seeing the mountain as a mountain, then not a mountain, and finally a mountain once more. However, as he continued to read, an unsettling feeling began to creep over him. No matter how he looked at it, even the spaces between the characters seemed to convey only the phrase "practice more, practice relentlessly," as the only pathway to mastering the 6 styles: observation haki and armament haki. Moreover, the ultimate conqueror's haki was reduced to a mere sentence. It depends on personal talent. No training advice is provided. Was there truly no manual that one could easily learn from at a glance? This was utterly absurd. Tao Sheng cast the book aside and returned to his bed. Enveloped in despondency, the 6 styles of the Navy, which he had just seen, could be dismissed as they were intended for ordinary individuals. Someone of his caliber could choose to forego them or practice them occasionally. Mastery was unnecessary. Yet, the 2 essential skills for ascending to power, armament haki and observation haki, demanded relentless, high-intensity training. Alternatively, one could only grow swiftly through repeated trials in life and death battles, or else remain perpetually inferior, where even a slight disparity could cost one their life. At his current level, engaging in combat with others was futile unless he deliberately sealed his abilities and fought with mere physical prowess. There were hardly any formidable opponents left. On another note, the possibility of always having the option to teleport away had sapped his determination to forge ahead with unwavering resolve. It reminded him of his time in space, which he felt was when he experienced the most rapid growth, for without striving, death loomed. Now, however, he had begun to grow lazy. Once laziness took hold, the desire to strive dissipated, and he felt as if he had become a mere fish on a drying shore. He resolved to sleep and promised himself to exert effort the following day. Tao Sheng tucked himself under the covers and drifted into slumber. As for bathing, it was too mundane to warrant detailed description. Meanwhile, Robin sat at her desk, eager to discover how this book had transformed and whether it remained akin to its former self. Upon glancing through it, she found herself unable to tear her eyes away. The content was accessible and vivid, with new insights emerging at every moment, particularly the systematic summaries that swiftly propelled her onto the expressway toward becoming a formidable entity. Unlike her experience earlier that morning, which relied solely on rote memorization and tedious imitation, the mere thought of it was overwhelming. By the time Robin finished the book and regained her composure, the night had deepened. Fatigue washed over her, and the vast knowledge made her head feel heavy. She could hardly muster the energy to experiment with what she had learned before she fell into a hasty sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed onto Tao Sheng's face, rousing him from his slumber. This time, he distinctly felt the same tactile sensation as the day before, instantly invigorating him. Reluctantly, his left hand squeezed one last time before it quietly descended from its peak. Unperturbed, she approached the wash basin to awaken her senses. Fortunately, last night, Robin had immersed herself in her reading until late, remaining blissfully unaware of any peculiarities. It was only when the sun had risen high that she finally opened her eyes, spotting Tao Sheng breathlessly engaged in push-ups. This sight sparked surprise within Robin. Are the strong not all forged through the most fundamental of exercises? Enough dawdling. She must hasten to prepare food, for hunger had set in. Tao Sheng collapsed after completing fewer than 100 push-ups, undoubtedly due to the lack of breakfast. Not a sign of physical decline. Having grasped this, Robin quickly freshened up before stepping outside. This time, Tao Sheng presented her with a thinner ice shard, instructing her to find a spot upon reaching the casino restaurant to activate the portal, significantly reducing delivery time. After savoring the offerings yesterday, Tao Sheng had promptly designated the casino as their culinary sanctuary, responsible for their daily meals. With Robin having departed, Tao Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. He had refrained from waking her that morning, and in his extreme boredom, he returned to his studies until he had finished reading just as she stirred awake. Robin, come. Whip me soundly. Tao Sheng lay on his bed, his upper body bare, sprawled in a large V shape. Drawing from the book as principles, he resolved to embrace the notion that enduring pain fosters growth, treating his body as iron, intending to harden it through relentless strikes. Only when his physical prowess reached a pinnacle could the Busashoka haki be awakened. With a flurry of movements, Robin utilized the powers of the Hana Hana no Mi, causing hands and feet to sprout all over the bed, incessantly striking and trampling Tao Sheng. "Are you a massage attendant from Foot Spa, loosening my bones?" Tao Sheng exclaimed, his voice booming. Though the quantity was sufficient, the force was lacking. Although the term foot spa eluded her, the words attendant and massage conjured vivid memories of the enchanting courtesans she had encountered during her days of wandering. A mesmerizing blend of beauty and service to men in exchange for coin. Outrage surged within Robin, her teeth clenched as she resented being likened to such women. With determination, she darkened her hands and feet further, then stomped down with vigor. "Chapter 109, Shakruk Dalauch." "That hurts." Tao Sheng turned to see a jet-black arm delivering a punch back to his face. "How on earth did you learn Busashoko haki so swiftly?" Though the manifestation of the Six Powers Iron Body and Busashoko haki bore similarities in their darkened forms, the limitation of Iron Body lay in its immobility, only becoming agile through advanced mastery. In contrast, Busashoku had no such constraint, leading Tao Sheng to conclude that it was indeed the latter. "Is this Busashoka haki?" I followed the book's instructions, first sensing the unique factor within, then gathering it. And there it was. Indeed, it feels quite solid. Just as Robin completed her thought, the darkened aura surrounding her fists dissipated. It seemed she could not maintain Busashoka haki for long, having merely grasped its rudiments. Enough. Let us cease for now." Severely impacted, Tao Sheng rose to his feet and touched his body, which was covered in bruises. After a moment of contemplation, he abandoned the idea of using a mystical being for healing, for his self-recovery ability, albeit not extraordinary, was several times faster than that of an ordinary person, especially after consuming the longevity potion. A day's rest would suffice. There was no need to squander resources. Initially, Tao Sheng intended to indulge in a leisurely outing, seeking a balance between work and play. However, upon noticing Robin, who was diligently practicing, he silently returned to his desk, immersing himself in his studies once more. Promised camaraderie transformed into a solitary endeavor, as Robin secretly toiled away, engrossed in her relentless pursuit of mastery. He began to introspect, though he had yet to achieve invincibility. He found himself becoming complacent. How could he hope to thwart Thanos or save the Earth under such circumstances? Thus, the two remained confined to their quarters for several days, engaging only in meals, sleep, and exercise. "Robin, do you think my fist has turned sufficiently dark?" Tao Sheng raised his right fist, inquiring with a hint of bravado. "I believe your entire being appears rather dark. You must have reached a significant level," Robin replied, having observed Tao Sheng's languid demeanor during their interactions. As long as she did not commit any egregious errors, he would extend his forgiveness, and light-hearted teasing was always welcome. "Ow, that hurts." Robin cradled her head, gazing at Tao Sheng with feigned indignation. "What do you think is the first thing one should do after mastering martial arts?" Tao Sheng, still holding his fist aloft, tilted his head toward the heavens, adopting a serious expression. "Find a place to hide?" Robin tightened her embrace around her head, uncertain. "Incorrect. The first step is to find someone to spar with, lest you remain oblivious to your progress," he asserted, observing her disregard for his words as she continued to immerse herself in the youth training manual, as if it contained the essence of her lost youth. Although he understood that confrontationality was not her nature, he believed that one could not become powerful without engaging in battle. "Go and locate old Shah. We shall challenge him," he proposed. Robin, turning stiffly like a robot, replied, "Perhaps we could seek out some minor pirates to test ourselves against, gradually escalating our confrontations. That seems more prudent. That does not embody the spirit of a protagonist. We must engage in battles beyond our level. For a true destined child must embody the guise of pig to devour a tiger." Tao Sheng countered with unwavering conviction. "But I am merely the child of a demon. I hardly qualify as a protagonist, and I am reluctant to proceed." Robin's voice dwindled, tinged with a hint of sobbing. "Such nonsense. Just because others label you a demon does not make it true. I, for one, choose to see you as an angel, albeit a rather dark one." Tao Sheng placed his hands on her shoulders, gently shaking her back to reality. "However, the opinions of others do not dictate our lives. It is the strong who write the narrative of reality. Just like your O'Hara, It suffered due to its weakness. The law of the jungle dictates that the weak shall be consumed. Only through our own strength can we protect those we wish to safeguard. If you disagree, then let us take action. Robin stood frozen, astonished to learn that he was aware of her past and the events that had transpired in O'Hara. Moreover, the words he spoke, though coarse, contained profound truth. She reflected on her past solitude, where, in the eyes of others, her frailty rendered her a target for their scorn and violence. The allure of a substantial bounty led many to perceive her merely as a walking treasure. Despite being an innocent victim, an injured child of merely 8 years, her proficiency in a foreign language made her a potential source of trouble. Consequently, the entire island seemed destined to fade into obscurity, with few, if any, remembering the existence of the O'Hara. Yet, at that critical moment, this man unexpectedly proved reliable, showing no inclination to seize her, even after learning of her predicament. Perhaps, as he suggested, becoming stronger was her sole hope of survival and a chance to once again bask in the sunlight. "I will seek out Crocodile," Robin declared with unwavering determination, stepping forth. Tao Sheng gazed at Robin as she departed, standing still in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his speech would resonate so profoundly with the astute Robin. Could it be that he possessed the potential to become a remarkable master of success? He peered into the mirror, adjusting his attire, and indeed, he bore a semblance of sophistication. After a brief interval, Robin signaled, indicating she had located the position of the old sand. He vanished from the room in a flash. "How is it that someone else has arrived before us?" Tao Sheng inquired, observing the distant struggle involving Crocodile. Robin shook her head. "I cannot say. By the time I arrived, Luffy was already engaged in battle, though he appears to be at a disadvantage. As a wielder of the Sand fruit, Crocodile's prowess in the desert significantly enhanced his combat abilities, making it difficult for Luffy to contend with him in a direct confrontation. Go assist him, Tao Sheng suggested, planning to let her experience practical combat while he maintained the atmosphere. Regrettably, Crocodile was the only worthy adversary in Alabasta. It was unavoidable to rely on him as a sparring partner. Robin nodded, removing her hat and securing her attire before dashing forward. Her flowing skirt seemed enchanted, forever concealing what lay beneath. In the distance, Luffy, who had fallen to the ground, rose once more, charging at Crocodile. Crocodile adeptly transformed into sand, evading Luffy's advance, only to swiftly reconstitute himself and seize Luffy. Desert Prison, he executed a technique capable of rapidly extracting moisture from a body, rendering it akin to a desiccated corpse. Just then, 2 additional arms sprouted from Luffy's body, swinging toward Crocodile. Crocodile attempted his old trick, morphing into sand to evade the blow. However, Luffy's fist suddenly darkened, and Crocodile felt as if his ethereal form was being grasped. He watched helplessly as his body reformed, seemingly compelled to collide with that iron-like fist. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was sent hurtling backward, soaring through the air like a meteor. Chapter 110. Enhanced Sand Crocodile. Robin approached Luffy slowly from behind, utilizing her fruit ability to create a hand that felt for his breath. Then she spoke to Tao Sheng behind her. "He is still alive. That is good enough. Leave him be," Tao Sheng replied, having no intention of providing any further assistance to Luffy. Just saving him from Crocodile, the tyrant of this land, was already a commendable feat. Besides, Luffy possessed no valuable treasures. It was not worth his effort to expend resources on his rescue. All that was needed was to wait for him to awaken and provide him with a hearty meal. Luffy, being a mythical beast of the Zoan type, posed less of a concern regarding his stamina than Tao Sheng did about his own capabilities in the forthcoming battle against the Sand Crocodile. It is worth noting that Crocodile had risen to fame on the seas decades ago. Otherwise, the world government would not have invited him to join the Shichibukai. A legitimate pirate, his strength was far beyond mere appearances, for he intentionally feigned weakness in his quest to seize the ancient weapon, Pluton. At that moment, a head emerged from beneath a black fur coat, a long scar bisecting the face, connecting the upper and lower halves in a grotesque manner. Coupled with Crocodile's injured state, it appeared particularly menacing. "Robin, I took you in with kindness, only for you to betray me like this?" Crocodile sneered, noticing the silent Robin. He understood her slight feelings of gratitude towards him, albeit limited, and remarked, "Let us not pretend. It all boils down to mutual exploitation." so don't speak as though you owe me a great favor. Crocodile then noticed Tao Sheng standing behind Robin, observing their matching heights and similar skin tones, and seemed to comprehend something. So, she has chosen you, which is why you have the audacity to confront me. How laughable. Little do you know that this world thrives on mutual utilization. Indeed, the treatment on my side is far superior, more liberating. Who would he prefer such a master? Robin rolled her eyes at his words, recognizing his shameless threats. There was no benefit for her, yet she was compelled to serve him day in and day out. Very well, since that is the case, let us be buried beneath this yellow sand. There, we shall find true freedom. Crocodile roared, raising his golden hook and plunging it into the ground. A dazzling purple light erupted from him, radiating across the desert. A fierce wind howled, and in an instant, the sky was engulfed in a sandstorm as swirling sands rose, reducing visibility to mere meters. Even Tao Sheng, with his keen eyesight, could only vaguely discern a figure standing amidst the tempest, manipulating the sands to consume everything around. The grains sliced through like knives, gradually turning nearby rocks and structures to sand, sinking them into the desert. Tao Sheng conjured blocks of ice to shield Robin and Luffy, whose defensive capabilities were rather feeble. However, the thick layer of ice was quickly worn away by the relentless onslaught of fine sand, forcing him to reinforce it continuously. Meanwhile, he had to rely on the iron blocks he had just mastered for his own protection. Though immobile, the iron blocks provided superior defense, even sturdier than hockey. In recent days, the one who has achieved the most significant results is undoubtedly the iron block, followed closely by the mastery of armament hockey. Conversely, Robin's greatest achievement lies in armament hockey, while the iron block does not seem as formidable. Enduring daily beatings, how could one not grow stronger? Fortunately, after each bout, he replenishes his energy through copious amounts of food, only to endure further assaults. The remaining techniques must be honed through practical combat. There are no shortcuts on the martial path. Nonetheless, his body bears numerous bruises and bloodstains. Robin seized the moment. If we do not break the deadlock now, we will not be able to endure any longer. With Crocodile's sand fruit combined with the natural desert environment, every skill unleashed is akin to a calamity. His adversary, however, can only resist with overwhelming force. Otherwise, he risks becoming mere nutrients for the desert. Fortunately, after several days of training, a silent understanding has begun to form between the two. When Tao Sheng speaks, Robin intuitively knows whether he needs to relieve himself. Suddenly, a colossal iceberg crashes down from the stormy sky. Having learned from previous encounters, the sand crocodile has attuned himself to perceive any impending dangers through the swirling sands. Thus he is mentally prepared for Tao Sheng's tricks. Swiftly evading the perilous ice block, he is caught off guard when a massive black foot emerges from within, delivering a powerful kick that sends him plummeting from the skies. Unforeseen and unavoidable, the once blinding sandstorm vanishes without a trace, leaving only the sand crocodile sprawled on the ground, the scorching sun beating down on the sand, the scent of roasted meat lingering in the air. Following this, he is subjected to the brutal tactics of punches and kicks that the two have been training in, enhanced by the force of armament hockey. The sand crocodile, despite being assailed by two opponents, feels as though an army is trampling over him. His insides are violently battered, and his bones crack under the strain. Through his blurred vision, he perceives a gigantic ice palm descending from above. Summoning all his strength, the sand crocodile swiftly retreats, narrowly avoiding this devastating blow, gasping, "You leave me no choice. Becoming a slave to demons is preferable to allowing you two wretched souls to live." Tao Sheng furrows his brow at this, contemplating whether he should launch a final strike, pondering the harshness of such words. Furthermore, he is not accustomed to granting his enemies time to transform. Yet, as he prepares to act, the next scene causes him to widen his eyes in disbelief, rendered motionless in place. He witnesses Crocodile unveiling a golden hook from his left hand, revealing a purple gem, the Gem of Power. Tao Sheng could never have anticipated that the Gem of Power would manifest in the presence of the sand crocodile, and given the adversary's increasingly demonic state. It seems no one can answer this question. Nonetheless, the appearance of such a rare artifact is fortuitous. He need not expend effort searching for it. The troubling aspect remains whether he can triumph over the sand crocodile, now empowered by the Gem of Power. Robin hastened to lead Luffy away, and then seek out the sea prism stone. Once you have located it, notify me using the ice shard. A portal opened beside Luffy, connecting to the chamber where he and Robin first encountered one another. That sea prism cage was indeed quite formidable, yet it was too heavy to wield as a weapon. Although the extent of the power gem's enhancement for Crocodile remained uncertain, any user of a devil fruit would inevitably be constrained by the sea prism stone. Unlike the flawless fruit of Tao Sheng, Crocodile's powers were not without their shortcomings. Robin nodded, promptly pulling Luffy through the portal. She needed to swiftly find the sea prism stone in the storeroom, which lay a considerable distance from the chamber. By the time Tao Sheng turned back, Crocodile had already been rendered a mere shadow of himself, his body disintegrating into fine sand that continuously fell away. Chapter 111. The power monster, as his corporeal form gradually transformed into sand, he sensed that this experience differed from his previous elemental transformations. This time, once he became sand, he might not revert. His consciousness seemed to fade alongside his physical being, disappearing from this world. Crocodile reflected on his life, ever since his defeat by Whitebeard. The permanent scar on his face served as a constant reminder that mere effort would no longer suffice for him to reign supreme in this world. Thus, he resolved to acquire the Pluton, an ancient super battleship reputed to possess the power to obliterate an island with a single shot. Only with the Pluton could he stand confidently before the world government as the Pirate King, earning the right to hold his head high in the presence of the aberrations of the New World. However, after spending over 2 decades here without any leads, hope was rekindled when he recently encountered Robin, who could decipher the poneglyphs. It was said that the poneglyphs of Alabasta contained the location of Pluton, which motivated him to settle here, biding his time to reap the rewards. Yet, just as he was plotting to seize Alabasta a few days prior, Crocodile stumbled upon the gem on his office desk. His office had always been a deserted space, and yet this gem, exuding an air of destruction, had inexplicably appeared. This led him to suspect that the Navy or world government had uncovered something, serving as a warning to him. His caution compelled him to scrutinize the purple gem. Lost in thought, and ultimately by some strange impulse, he picked it up. Whether it was a trap or a treasure, one could only discern its nature through experience. Upon grasping it, an unrelenting surge of power began to nourish his entire being. The slight shedding of sand from his body felt inconsequential, for power was the true currency. "This is a gift from the heavens," he proclaimed, his ambitions swelling even further. However, he was soon met with a bitter reality. Merely a day or two later, the whispers of demons began to echo incessantly in his mind. Let go of your body and soul. Embrace the sea. By the time he regained his senses, the gem had become firmly embedded in his bones. Even if he were to sever the golden hook from his left hand, the gem would still hover in place. An ominous premonition urged him to restrain himself, resisting the temptation to wield this newfound power. As long as he could attain the underworld king, perhaps there was still hope. However, today he was suddenly informed that Robin had fled with another, rendering his 20 years of steadfast effort utterly futile, and his hopes shattered like fragile bubbles. If she had simply left, he could have consoled himself with the notion that his inability to captivate her had driven her away. Yet, her audacity to appear before him, flaunting their happiness, was a grievous wound to his soul, a true betrayal. Let be annihilation. Crocodile felt his vision blurring, the last figure in his sight being Tao Sheng. Like a sworn enemy, he etched Tao Sheng's visage into his memory. The agony of his flesh being torn apart by the power stones paled in comparison to the emotional torment inflicted by Tao Sheng. His consciousness gradually sank into an abyss of darkness, soon reduced to a solitary golden hook embedded in the sand, emanating an eerie purple glow. There was no need to fight, Tao Sheng muttered, yet an inexplicable palpitation gripped him. Suddenly, a towering humanoid monster arose, its blood composed of granules, its body forged from rock, and its skeletal structure formed of stark white bones. The purple sand within its eyes appeared as a malevolent specter emerging from the depths of hell, grotesquely fierce. The newly birthed monster seemed to perceive Tao Sheng as a delectable morsel, relentlessly pursuing him, eager to drain his blood and devour his flesh. Why is it chasing me? Tao Sheng scanned his surroundings, realizing he was utterly alone in the vast desert, with a distant town on the horizon. Cursing under his breath, he narrowly evaded a sweeping strike. Boom! The monster's fist, akin to a meteor, crashed into the sand, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of sand, revealing a massive crater in its wake. Tao Sheng dared not linger, immediately sprinting away from the town. This was the perfect moment to practice the Navy's 6 forms. His speed increased exponentially, his feet pounding the sand with a frantic rhythm that defied human limits. Recalling the content of the books he had studied in recent days, he instinctively executed the shave technique. Step after step, like a devil's gate, he dashed across the smooth desert. The monster, despite its colossal size, moved with agility that matched Tao Sheng's. The entire desert seemed to serve as its domain. Whenever Tao Sheng managed to gain distance, the creature would submerge into the sand, only to re-emerge behind him. Damn it! At this rate, I will surely tire myself to death. Although Tao Sheng could evade attacks with the 6 forms, it consumed a significant amount of stamina. Stamina was his Achilles heel. Even after frenzied training for days, he could not compete with the seemingly inexhaustible energy of the monster. The creature appeared to tire as well, halting in place and slamming its hands into the ground, within a radius of nearly 100 meters centered around Tao Sheng. Hands of hell erupted violently from the earth. Faced with such a widespread lethal attack, Tao Sheng opted not to use the shave technique. Instead, he enveloped himself in haki and braced for impact. He then summoned an ice blade from the air, severing the monster's hand. However, at that moment, the ice blade merely sliced through the sand without inflicting any harm whatsoever. Although he had anticipated this outcome, a twinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. Tao Sheng attempted to enhance his strikes with the power of armament haki, delivering punches and kicks upon the creature. While he did manage to create some impact, the monster's form merely caved in, only to be swiftly replenished by the surrounding sand, rendering all of Tao Sheng's efforts futile. The sand in the desert seemed as boundless as the water in the sea. Even if the creature were completely shattered, it could quickly reassemble itself. Tao Sheng coughed up blood. The toll of enduring several blows began to manifest in his body. The blood spilled onto the sandy ground, which rapidly coalesced into clumps. It then dawned on Tao Sheng that in the original storyline, Luffy had effectively attacked the sand crocodile using water and blood, thereby inflicting genuine damage. However, he refused to be so foolish as to use his own blood as a catalyst. Even if he drained every drop from his body, it would scarcely suffice against such a colossal beast. Tao Sheng swiftly formed hand seals. With a flourish, he invoked the water release, water dragon technique, summoning a water dragon that surged towards the creature with ferocity. Regrettably, the dragon proved rather diminutive, lacking the girth of the creature's arm. The moisture in the desert was alarmingly scarce, compounded by crocodiles' long-standing use of dance powder in the capital, resulting in rain in the city while other regions suffered relentless drought. This disparity ignited tensions between the commoners and the royal family, a tactic he employed to usurp power. The creature extended its arm and lightly struck the water dragon. Contrary to Tao Sheng's expectations, the water only solidified the sand further, intensifying the pain inflicted upon him. It was akin to granting the opponent an enhancement. Chapter 112. Sea Prism Stone Golden Staff. The only recourse now was to delay his demise as long as possible, awaiting Robin's retrieval of the Sea Prism Stone before attempting to capture it. Robin, lend me your strength. Father can hardly endure much longer. Tao Sheng cried skyward, the reverberations of heavy blows snapping him back to reality, prompting his footsteps to quicken. After dodging countless attacks, the wounds upon his body accumulated, transforming his once white robe into a crimson garment, whipped into a trendy beggar style by the gusting sands, a fashion that would surely draw the attention of villagers. At that moment, the signal from the ice shard entrusted to Robin finally arrived. With a sudden halt, Tao Sheng's body expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he matched the height and size of the desert beast. The frost giant he summoned moved slowly yet purposefully, delivering a single punch that shattered the creature's form, plunging the sky into darkness once more. In the next moment, the desert monster reformed from the seemingly endless sand and charged at the frost giant. Seizing the opportunity, Tao Sheng swiftly evaded, making his way towards Robin. This frost giant was merely a temporary construct, intended to stall the desert beast's advance. In Crocodile's underground chamber, Tao Sheng immediately inquired, where the Sea Prism stone weapons? As he materialized through the space, he observed the dimly lit chamber which housed an array of weaponry, firearms, and artillery, seemingly serving as an armory for the sand crocodile. However, these items were not crafted from sea prism stone. Their hues lacked the profound darkness characteristic of the material, revealing them to be of ordinary quality. Upon hearing the voice of the clay saint, Robin finally registered his arrival. She pointed towards 3 items leaning against the wall in the corner: a stone stick, a stone slab, and an unrefined large block of sea prism stone. These 3 objects were fashioned from sea prism stone, which Crocodile had spent over 20 years acquiring, even going so far as to navigate the intricate hierarchy of the Navy. With the fervor of a commentator, Robin began to narrate the origins of the 3 items, her pace quickening slightly. "Oh, and the cage that previously ensnared you is also made of sea prism stone. However, it was far too heavy to be utilized as a weapon." The clay saint was indifferent to the provenance of these items. Practicality was his primary concern. He approached and hefted the stick, which weighed approximately 180 kilograms. Although it paled in comparison to the golden staff of the great sage, it was sufficiently formidable. If it were any heavier, he would struggle to lift it, as his strength was significantly inferior to that of other superpowered individuals, even falling short of the security officer Parker. Though it was referred to as a stone stick, it resembled more of a slender rod, its composition of sea prism stone contributing to its high density and hardness. Striking the rod against the wall unleashed a powerful recoil that surged through his arm, resulting in a momentary numbness. The wall bore deep cracks as a consequence, yet the rod remained unscathed. Truly, it was the most resilient material of the Pirate Age. The clay saint mused with a deep breath. Robin, wide-eyed, witnessed the clay saint's interaction with the sea prism stone, culminating in the wall's fracture. Hesitantly, she posed the question that had been gnawing at her. Why can you touch sea prism stone without any adverse effects? She had harbored this curiosity since the last encounter in the chamber, initially attributing it to her own momentary confusion or the clay saint's swiftness, which had prevented her from comprehending fully. However, now that she was observing up close, her eyes unblinking and fixed, she sought to confirm that he was indeed unaffected by the sea prism stone. Thus arose her inquiry. As a fellow user of abilities, why was he able to make direct contact without succumbing to weakness? It was well known that sea prism stone countered all devil fruit powers, with no exceptions. While the strong might mitigate its effects, complete immunity was impossible. Moreover, even now, Robin could not deduce the nature of the clay saint's devil fruit ability. His displayed powers were an eclectic mix, resembling a fusion of various abilities. Of course, it is reliant upon willpower. Only those with resolute determination can reach the shores of victory and transcend the curse of the sea. The clay saint had no intention of elaborating. It seemed too cumbersome. With matters pertaining to other worlds and being a pawnshop owner, it was far simpler to maintain an air of mystery, thereby conserving his breath. Is that so? After listening, Robin appeared contemplative as she slowly approached the stone of Sea Tower. Taking a deep breath, her eyes radiated an unwavering determination as she gently touched the Sea Tower stone. In an instant, she collapsed weakly to the ground. "Ha ha, you actually believed it." Tao Sheng chuckled, pulling her away, surprised by Robin's naivety in attempting it. Her feeble demeanor resembled that of a seaweed, eliciting laughter from Tao Sheng. Once detached from the stone, Robin regained her strength to express her anger. "I will never believe you again, not a single word." Tao Sheng gently patted her head. "Don't be like that. It was just a joke." However, with prolonged training using the Sea Tower stone, one could eventually become as capable as a normal person. Observing Robin's continued stern expression, he decided to share a fragment of his own story. "To be precise, I'm not a devil fruit user from your realm. Wait here. I must return to deal with that behemoth first." Before Robin could process his words, he consumed a mystical bean, instantly restoring his vitality and alleviating his hunger. He then vanished, aware that the ice giant could not be delayed for long. Returning late could endanger nearby civilians, causing irreparable harm. "Not a devil fruit user from our realm?" Robin pondered, perplexed. Aren't all devil fruits the same? Could there be a distinction based on region? Or perhaps they are counterfeit? While he plucked his directly from the devil fruit tree, making it fresher, these questions began to rise within her, piquing her interest akin to the historical narratives. Fortunately, by the time she regained her senses, Tao Sheng had already departed. She still felt a sense of guilt towards Crocodile, who had indeed provided her refuge and a period of stability. Initially, her intention was to defeat him, which would make it easier to take action. Yet now, it seemed she had inadvertently pushed him towards madness, making it difficult to strike a lethal blow. Perhaps it would be best to let the cold-hearted Tao Sheng handle the conclusion, thus avoiding the harsh reality. Moreover, her own strength was inadequate, preventing her from becoming a mere pawn in this conflict. After a moment of reflection, she settled into studying the Sea Tower Stone. She had no desire to be captured by the Navy without any means of resistance. On another fiercely intense battlefield, relentless winds ravaged the sands, casting a shroud of darkness. The slightest opening of one's eyes would invite the grains into them, leaving behind tears of regret. Chapter 113. The Power Gem escapes at this moment. The frost giant had become ensnared in quicksand, desperately attempting to extricate itself, but failing to comprehend the nature of quicksand, causing it to sink deeper and become immobilized. Meanwhile, the desert behemoth split into two figures, one engaged in close combat with the frost giant, while the other remained hidden, shaping sandballs to hurl at the giant. These two desert behemoths were significantly smaller than the previous monstrous creature, yet their roles were clearly defined, displaying a newfound cooperation, as if their intellect had slightly increased. Two remote assault giants could have easily been utilized, especially since the frost giant was ensnared by quicksand, utterly immobilized. It appears the mind is still not functioning at its peak. Tao Sheng surveyed the two desert behemoths from a distance, his keen eyes searching for the location of the power gem. The abundant energy they exuded surely stemmed from this gem, which must be the essence of the desert monstrosities. Moments later, he discerned a faint purple glow at the heart of the distant creature. Had it not been for its slight movement while hurling sandballs, he might have overlooked it. It was truly well concealed. With a flourish, Tao Sheng brandished his super invincible thunder-rotating staff, gripping the center of the staff with both hands. He executed a series of rapid rotations akin to the blades of a helicopter, in synchrony with his shadowless steps. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to the remote monster. The creature, sensing his presence amidst the swirling sandstorm, instinctively burrowed into the ground. In the next instant, it re-emerged before the ranged beast, obstructing Tao Sheng's path and sweeping its arms forward. Tao Sheng swiftly maneuvered, with his left hand rising and his right hand descending. He jabbed, flicked, lifted, and thrust, employing a myriad of staff techniques that, while seemingly chaotic, bore a trace of his unique style. As the sand creature's hand made contact with the staff, it instantly lost its strength, the entire arm crumbling away. With a resounding crash, a gaping hole appeared in the chest of the melee monster, and Tao Sheng surged through the opening, racing toward the ranged beast without pause. The distant sand creature, witnessing this, seemed to grasp the concept of fear for the first time, turning to flee. Yet, Tao Sheng, with his sharp vision, allowed no fly to escape beneath his watchful gaze, let alone a colossal beast. In a flash, he teleported above its head, twirling the staff around as he descended, then aimed for the creature's crown. I strike. Before the monster could utter a cry of anguish, its body was cleaved in twain. The surrounding sandstorm, bereft of its winds, cascaded down like snowflakes, and the ominous clouds above were dispelled by sunlight. The power gem soon plummeted to the ground, encircled by sand that formed a heart-shaped trajectory. Beside it lay a yellow cactus fruit resembling sand. Tao Sheng picked up the fruit, exclaiming, "Not bad. Victory rewards one with a devil's fruit. This must be old Shah's creation." However, upon closer inspection, he noticed the fruit appeared somewhat withered, rivaling a rotting apple in its decay. Shaking his head in confusion, he decided to leave it for the next encounter with Beja Punk, hoping it might yield insights for a high-quality paper worthy of a Nobel Prize. The events of the day were indeed peculiar. Just as he intended to retrieve the power gem, it suddenly sprouted several sandy legs, moving with the swiftness of a centipede. Before Tao Sheng could react and seize the opportunity, an air portal manifested on the sandy terrain before him, through which the power gem promptly leaped, sealing the entrance behind it. Cursing under his breath, he struck the ground with his right fist, exclaiming in frustration about the inexplicable events of the day. He quickly crouched down, instinctively inhaling to capture the essence of this spatial phenomenon. To dare to manipulate space before him was tantamount to courting death. Gazing towards the east, he discerned a faint trace of spatial energy leading that way. It seemed prudent to return and inquire with Robin about the happenings in that direction. As the sun descended, casting a golden hue over the shimmering sands of the vast desert. The landscape unveiled its most splendid visage in the aftermath of the storm, where tranquility reigned supreme. In the distance, a scorpion cautiously emerged from a mound, exemplifying the resilience of nature. Wait, what was that fragment in the distance? Tao Sheng noticed what appeared to be remnants of an ancient structure rising from the yellow sands, previously concealed by the shifting dunes, now revealed by the recent skirmish. As he approached, he beheld a weathered door ajar, leading into a tomb where a coffin lay at its center. Leaning against the wall, he made his way to the southeast corner, lamenting the absence of a candle. Otherwise, he would have lit one in reverence for both the profession and the sanctity of life. Beside him lay a black square stele inscribed with indecipherable symbols. The passage of time etched into its surface, evoking a profound sense of historical gravitas. This was likely the fabled historical text, perhaps chronicling the erased chronicles of the past or the elusive clues sought by the sand crocodile. Regrettably, Tao Sheng felt no intrigue. He harbored no ambitions of world domination or aspirations to become the pirate king. Moreover, he recalled that the design plans for the underworld king were safeguarded by the shipwright iceberg in Water 7. Yet, in deference to the dreams of a certain Na'vi cat, he opened the portal. Robin timidly peeked out from within, surveying her surroundings. However, as her gaze swept over the historical text, she halted. Ignoring her environment, she sprinted forward, her fingers gliding over the surface as if she were immersed in the river of history. Have you finished? Once you're done, let us get back to cooking. Tao Sheng's voice pulled her from her reverie. He then reopened the portal, returning to their room. Robin followed closely behind, casting a fleeting look of disdain at Tao Sheng, who lay on the bed unwashed. Nevertheless, she inquired, "Aren't you curious about what was inscribed on the historical text?" She had initially assumed that Tao Sheng's interest in her was akin to that of the sand crocodile, coveting her ability to comprehend the historical text, which prompted him to keep her close. Yet now, he seemed like an ordinary person, exhibiting a lack of desire to understand. Was this a case of feigned indifference? What was written up there, and how does it concern me? Or rather, what significance does it hold? History, how does it unfold, and what impact does it wield upon me? Tao Sheng, reclining on his bed, stretched languidly, his tone steeped in indifference. Yet, before I depart from this world, I should inscribe a few notable stones with some thoughts, scattering them in various places for future generations to pursue. Robin fell silent, pondering for quite a while before finally uttering, "History is but the sediment of the past, superficial. Indeed, I am superficial. All I know is that if I do not eat, I shall perish," Tao Sheng retorted. "Sediment will not sustain my life." Acknowledging Tao Sheng's lament, Robin recognized that after a fierce battle, one indeed needs to replenish their energy. However, she could not afford to lose face. With a loud declaration to take a shower, she swiftly passed through the portal. "What a hassle," Tao Sheng muttered, yet his body obediently made its way to the shower, feeling the grime and the stench of sweat clinging to him. Upon emerging from his bath, he discovered Robin already indulging in a sumptuous feast. Did she not consider waiting for me? He hurried to the dining table, devouring the food voraciously. "By the way, has Luffy awakened?" "Yes. I took him to their ship's doctor, a rather charming humanoid deer. Under its care, Luffy soon regained his strength. He must be at the banquet hall now." "Banquet hall? What banquet?" Tao Sheng queried, puzzled as he gnawed on a lamb chop. "Why, it is to celebrate the destruction of Crocodile's conspiracy and the salvation of this nation. Luffy's companions have also dealt with the remaining members of Baroque Works and quelled the rebellion. The people of this nation consider them heroes," Robin replied, elegantly wiping the remnants of food from the corner of her mouth with a napkin. Although Luffy ultimately did not vanquish the sand crocodile in their eyes, Luffy's confrontation with the sand crocodile, which ended in the latter's demise, naturally translates to his victory. I nodded in agreement back then. It would not be a bother to claim credit for his achievement. Tao Sheng contemplated this, considering that allowing Luffy to bear this burden was not a bad idea. Such is the rule in the pirate world. Defeat the previous guardian, and the island becomes your territory, under your protection. He would not linger here for long anyway. It might be better for future generations to seek trouble with Luffy, serving as a form of trial. He then expressed indifference, as he had no desire for fame. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Tao Sheng inquired, "What are the historical texts? Surely you have requested the king to show it to you?" "I have seen it." He took me to view the historical text that has been guarded through generations. However, it merely chronicles the history of this nation, nothing extraordinary. Robin, who had been engrossed in her book, sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Upon glancing up, she caught sight of Tao Sheng's meaningful smile, a sight that chilled her to the bone. A sense of unease gripped her heart. Could it be that he had discerned her deceit? Yet, she was helpless. For the historical text deep within the palace contained the whereabouts of the underworld king. Though she was wholly unfamiliar with the man before her, she could not bear the thought of someone wielding this ultimate weapon to devastate one island after another. The memories of the Demon Slayer Order were still etched deeply in her mind. She wished to spare the innocent from experiencing that sense of helplessness once more. Thus, she resolved to bury her feelings deep within. Robin, you are aware that you are not particularly adept at deceit, are you? However, I shall overlook it this time. Refrain from lying to me in the future, Tao Sheng remarked impassively, his mental presence imposing a warning. This girl had learned to lie without proper reprimand. He found it hard to believe that a crucial historical text would contain trivialities regarding national history. Moreover, the royal ancestors of this nation were among the 20 elders who established the world government, albeit they voluntarily relinquished their claim to reside in the Holy Land. Such insignificant personal matters would never find their way into historical documents. Of course, such details were inconsequential. Everyone harbors secrets, and Tao Sheng chose not to pry further. He merely patted her shoulder, advising her take care. The moment he did, her legs turned to jelly, and she stumbled back onto the bed. A few days later, Tao Sheng stood at the harbor with Robin by his side, their large luggage sprawled on the ground. The bustling merchant ships created a chaotic, yet somewhat orderly scene, with vendors methodically loading and unloading goods. Although this nation appeared impoverished, its population in the millions ensured a steady stream of traders. Where the money ultimately flowed to, however, remained a mystery. After several days of meticulous study of maps, they had confirmed their route and prepared their supplies, ultimately deciding to follow the faint trace of spatial energy and set off eastward. If they could not find what they sought, they would dock at the next stop. Water 7. Every vessel traversing this grand route had likely undergone repairs there, and the influx of people was several times that of Alabasta. Perhaps they could gather more information. Everything seemed prepared, yet they had inadvertently overlooked the most critical issue. Robin, where is your ship? Tao Sheng exclaimed, his eyes wide as he regarded her. They had unloaded their belongings, yet not a single vessel belonged to them. How on earth were they to embark? Should they emulate that fool Akiji and ride a bicycle across the sea? I have been Alabasta for 3 or 4 years, always hitching rides on other ships. What would I acquire my own? Robin retorted immediately. Besides, how did you arrive here without a ship? How did I come? I fell from the sky, he replied. The two of them exchanged incredulous glances, each attempting to shift the blame onto the other. Hey, old man, what are you doing here? They turned toward the voice to find a Straw Hat crew and their ship, the Going Merry. It was a small vessel with a goat figurehead and a triangular sail. But for Luffy and his crew, it was sufficiently large to accommodate a few more passengers. Without hesitation, Tao Sheng seized Robin and their luggage, and in the blink of an eye, they had transported themselves onto Luffy's ship. Wow, old man, can you teach me that skill? The crowd was taken aback by Tao Sheng's instantaneous relocation, with Luffy immediately reacting, his eyes glimmering with a desire to learn. The crew members behind him shared the same intrigued gaze. Robin stood behind Tao Sheng. They had hastily crossed paths a few days prior at the royal banquet, only to later discover that he was the one who rescued Luffy. However, this was their first encounter with Tao Sheng, who stood before them. Luffy had not mentioned him before, but judging by Luffy's initiative to greet him, it was evident that he was an acquaintance. No need to dwell on it. It is a skill beyond their grasp, much like Luffy's rubber abilities, which no one else could replicate. The group, feeling a wave of disappointment, lowered their heads. It appeared yet another fruit user had emerged. Moreover, it seemed that he possessed spatial abilities, a truly impressive power that allowed him to traverse anywhere at will, far surpassing the capabilities of rubber. Since it was unattainable, they quickly forgot about it alongside Luffy. Where are you headed? Luffy inquired once more. I'm searching for an individual with the Dor fruit, Tao Sheng replied, recalling how the duck he was about to capture had been unexpectedly rescued by that very fruit. Chapter 115. Mutual Introductions. In the past few days, He had attempted to sift through his memories and recalled that spies from the world government seemed to possess this door fruit. If that were the case, it was possible that the escape of the Power Stone was somehow linked to the world government, and perhaps even Crocodile's sudden madness was a result of their machinations. He felt himself to be an innocent bystander, fortuitously entangled in this affair. Tao Sheng sensed that his deductive reasoning had advanced, akin to the return of Sherlock Holmes. The door fruit? What abilities does it possess? Luffy and his crew asked in unison, as they were merely fledgling pirates with limited knowledge. It allows one to create portals on any object, enabling instantaneous travel to different locations. Tao Sheng elucidated without reservation. Isn't that similar to your abilities? Though yours seems cooler since you don't need to open a door, Luffy pondered aloud. The others marveled at the ocean's wonders, astonished by the myriad of extraordinary fruits. Indeed, only by venturing forth could one encounter such fascinating phenomena. Of course, he merely mimicked my my skills. He is a counterfeit, and thus I must apprehend him, Tao Sheng declared with righteous conviction. Upon hearing this rationale, Luffy nodded in agreement, then rolled up his sleeves, exclaiming, I eagerly anticipate encountering a rubber man. That way, I can challenge him to see whose rubber is superior. Tao Sheng chuckled inwardly, amused that Luffy referred to himself as a rubber man. Oda had nearly bestowed upon him an invincible edge. Nevertheless, he posed the most pressing question of the day. Where are you going? We shall continue our adventure, heading towards the next island, Luffy proclaimed, raising his right hand in excitement and leaping into the air. And where might that be? Luffy inquired, glancing at their navigator, Nami, as he was unaware of their next destination, only knowing that their course was charted by her expertise. Nami unwrapped the map and spoke. Our next destination is Gaia Island, located to the east of Alabasta. We shall rest there before continuing our journey. Very well, let us proceed, Tao Sheng replied, though he too was unfamiliar with Gaia Island. As long as they were heading east, he was content. Hey, do you intend to join us on our ship? The crowd gaped at the two, seemingly at ease, more familiar than their own captain. What is the matter? Is that not permissible? Why the surprise? Luffy scrutinized Tao Sheng for a moment, then glanced at Robin and nodded. Of course, you may join us. Let us set sail together. Is it truly acceptable? Nami and Usopp were the first to voice their objections, deeming it reckless to allow strangers aboard after just one meeting. Meanwhile, Zoro and Chopper eyed the newcomers warily. Of course it's acceptable. This gentleman has treated me to a meal, and Robin has saved my life. What harm is there in embarking on an adventure together? Uncle, Robin, join us. Tao Sheng raised an eyebrow, surprised to receive an invitation to board, uncertain of Luffy's criteria for companionship. However, he politely declined. He had no intention of merely being a backdrop. I shall pass, but it is up to Robin to decide. Robin, taken aback by Tao Sheng's words, wondered if he did not intend to bind her to him. This man was truly enigmatic, persistently grasping, yet simultaneously granting her freedom. With regard to Luffy's invitation, Robin intended to respond promptly, but felt the need to tread carefully, her identity being too sensitive to risk endangering others. Understanding the sentiments of both individuals, Luffy remained undeterred. His invitation stemmed from having glimpsed their figures just before losing consciousness to Crocodile. Thus, he recognized that these two had vanquished the formidable Crocodile. Why do you attribute the credit to me? Luffy inquired with curiosity. This nation does not need me. It requires you. Thus, I extend the same to you. While you may not join his crew, you are a commendable captain and an exceptional adventurer. Tao Sheng encouraged, internally contemplating that such arduous matters were best left to Luffy. As an outsider, he wished to avoid drawing the attention of the pirate underworld. Luffy, reflecting on this, nodded thoughtfully. Then we shall consider ourselves allies. And you're always welcome to fight alongside us. The other crew members then realized that Luffy had been proclaiming at the banquet days prior that it was not he who had defeated Crocodile, but this man before them. This revelation was indeed true. Initially, they believed Luffy was merely being modest. It appeared that the true conqueror of Crocodile stood before them. One should not judge by appearances. They had not anticipated this man was capable of defeating the notorious pirate with an 81 million bounty. Well said. Tao Sheng chuckled, applauding Luffy's words. The astute Robin promptly opened their luggage and retrieved several golden artifacts. During this period, I apologize for the disturbance. Consider this small token as our transportation fare. I humbly request your continued kindness in the future. Nami's eyes sparkled with symbols of wealth as she rushed forward to embrace the gold. Oh, why the formality? We are all friends here. Sanji, why not prepare some tea for our esteemed guests? Such despicable tricks. They have completely fallen into that fellow's trap. Usopp and Zoro squatted beneath the mast, observing the swift capture of Luffy and Nami, and scoffed at the scene. No sooner had they spoken than Sanji, clad in a dapper suit with a gaze full of flirtation, approached Robin with a carefully crafted cocktail and a dessert. It is truly my honor to serve such a beautiful lady like you, Robin. Please enjoy this pink lady, crafted to bring love to a lady of your exquisite beauty. The moment Robin boarded the ship, Sanji was smitten, immediately rushing to the kitchen to prepare these delights. You must be exhausted from carrying such heavy luggage. You surely need my lovingly prepared food. Unsurprisingly, this was indeed the case. They had never expected much from him. Usopp and Zoro continued their relentless mockery, convinced that this man lacked any backbone, unable to move when confronted with a beautiful woman. Robin, however, was unperturbed. She lifted her glass, smiling as she thanked him, raising her cup in a toast to Sanji, her gaze teasing, as if to suggest he was not capable of resisting her allure. Sanji shrugged, reclining on a beach chair, pulling a towel over his face, and drifted off to sleep. Thus, the group sailed across the sea for several days, enjoying calm waters, with only the messenger birds flying by to deliver the latest news. The most significant report detailed the liberation of Arabasta by Luffy and his crew, the defeat of Crocodile, and the exposure of his schemes, leading the world government to revoke his title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 116, The Skyward Current. The remainder consisted of the bounties for the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy's bounty was 100 million berries, Zoro's 60 million berries. As for the other members of the crew, for reasons unknown, they were not listed. Ha ha, I am a great pirate now, Luffy exclaimed, holding the wanted poster with excitement, as if it were a symbol of honor. Zoro, nearby, polished his sword, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Sanji, in a gloomy mood, rummaged through the newspaper, bewildered at the absence of his bounty. He feared ridicule from the moss-haired one. Why is there not a word about you in the paper? Nami took the newspaper, scrutinizing it closely, only to notice that the entire account omitted Tao Sheng's name. Even Robin's was concealed, replaced with mysterious woman. Logically, their actions had certainly caused quite a stir. What does it matter? I have a kind heart. Others know I cannot be a pirate. Tao Sheng languidly reclined in his chair. Robin, quietly reading on the deck, cast a disdainful glance at him upon hearing this remark, suspecting the interference of Vegapunk. Nevertheless, this also signifies that the threat posed by the world government has been temporarily alleviated, likely due to the efforts of this man, who has finally accomplished something commendable. With his presence, she mused, she could once again bask in the sun's warmth. Suddenly, Tao Sheng's expression grew grave as he rose from his seat. Wait, hold on. Something feels amiss. At his words, the crowd turned their attention to him, perplexed and unaware of what was transpiring. They found themselves in a vast expanse of ocean, devoid of any visible islands, and no creatures lurked beneath the surface. Only the remnants of ships floated aimlessly. Luffy scanned the surroundings, seeing nothing but an eerie silence, interrupted only by the caress of the sea breeze. Uncle, what's the matter? What's up there? Tao Sheng looked skyward, having noticed a shift in the spatial energy that had been tracking them. It was no longer heading east, but soaring into the sky. The others followed his gaze, yet found nothing, and when they stared too long, they were blinded by the sun's brilliance. There's nothing there. Luffy rubbed his eyes. The sun was exceedingly bright. No, our permanent log pose is also pointing upwards. Nami raised her hand, concerned that it might be malfunctioning. The permanent log pose, as its name implies, consistently indicates the location of the next island, an indispensable tool for navigating the Grand Line, serving as the navigator's eye. Yet now, the needle vibrated upwards, if not rectified. They would surely lose their way in this boundless ocean. No, Miss Navigator, please do not doubt the integrity of the permanent log pose. Robin cautioned Nami with a serious expression. In this treacherous sea, the last thing one should do is question the knowledge one has acquired. In such circumstances, one should consider whether they are encountering something extraordinary. Perhaps, in this instance, we are faced with the legendary Sky Island. Sky Island? An island in the air? Wow, that must be incredible. The mention of a floating island evoked a mix of enthusiasm and trepidation among the crew. The fearful ones, Usopp and Chopper huddled together, trembling in fear. A sky island must be extremely high up. How terrifying. Indeed, we should hasten our departure. Otherwise, if the island were to fall, it would be problematic. The group paid little mind to the two cowards and instead engaged in lively discussions about what they might find on the island. While the outside world buzzed with excitement, Tao Sheng remained lost in thought, recalling the narrative of the sky island, envisioning it soaring at an altitude of thousands of meters. At certain moments, there would be a torrent of sea currents that surged skyward, enabling ships to ascend into the air, provided they were sturdy enough. Otherwise, it would be akin to skydiving without a parachute, a perilous gamble with fate. Yet, with the energy having ascended, Tao Sheng resolved to follow suit. Eager to glimpse the sky island's visage, what is witnessed on television can never evoke the same awe as seeing it with one's own eyes. Prepare yourselves. We're bound for Sky Island. Indeed, we must see it. It sounds intriguing. I wonder if there are formidable individuals on Sky Island. Luffy and Zoro were the first to respond to Tao Sheng's arrangements. What are we going to do? Our ship cannot possibly fly, Usopp exclaimed, losing his composure. Their vessel had endured countless storms. Another violent impact might very well cause it to disintegrate, and the sheer size of the ship rendered the notion of soaring into the skies utterly absurd. They would have to wait, as reaching Sky Island required the right timing and the emergence of the knock-up stream. Tao Sheng recalled that the frequency of the knock-up stream's appearance was relatively high, primarily caused by underwater eruptions that propelled vast amounts of pressure skyward. Should they fail to witness it within the next couple of days, he planned to intervene artificially with an explosion. Usopp understood that his and Chopper's objections were futile, so he focused on repairing and reinforcing the Going Merry. He even considered attaching wooden wings to slow their descent should they fall from the sky. Additionally, he prayed that their earlier conversation was nothing but a fabrication and that islands could not possibly exist in the heavens. The group waited for 2 days, and just as Tao Sheng prepared to dive beneath the sea to disrupt the volcanic eruption, ominous clouds gathered above. In mere seconds, a towering column of water erupted several kilometers away, resembling an inverted waterfall ascending into the sky. Quickly, head over there. The knock-up stream lasts only a minute, Tao Sheng urged. This was the consequence of their inexperience. They had no idea where the current would manifest. Fortunately, it appeared within his line of sight, offering a glimmer of hope. As the winds howled around them, Luffy and his crew's three-masted ship unfurled a single sail and surged forward with tremendous speed. However, even at such velocity, they could not possibly reach it in under a minute. At that moment, Tao Sheng stood at the bow of the ship, swirling his right hand, which conjured a colossal portal before the Going Merry. Before anyone could react, the ship lurched violently, hurling them toward the stern. The quicker-witted men and Robin managed to grasp onto nearby fixtures and steady themselves, while the timid trio, Usopp, Chopper, and Nami, were too slow to react and were yanked down by gravity, plummeting from the ship. Nami, Luffy shouted, extending his rubber arm in an attempt to catch the three. But their ascent and descent were too rapid, always missing by a hair's breadth. What a hassle, Tao Sheng remarked, glancing over as a blue figure appeared beside the three, causing them to vanish collectively. Chapter 117, Enel. Inside the quarters of the Going Merry, Tao Sheng placed the three in a corner where they would be unlikely to roll about. Crouch down and do not venture out, he warned them before turning to exit the room. How could he walk so steadily? Nami leaned against the wall, her stomach churning with the oranges and pastries she had consumed earlier, feeling as though she might vomit at any moment. Usopp, shaking his head and clinging to the table leg, gazed with starry eyes, unable to discern whether Tao Sheng was stable. Look at his feet. Chopper, the diminutive figure, quickly noticed something amiss. Everywhere Tao Sheng had walked, there remained patches of unmelted ice. Further ahead, they could see ice forming beneath his feet, anchoring his body and the entire ship. No wonder. He had bound himself to the vessel in such a manner that, aside from needing to exert effort with his legs and waist, he indeed appeared remarkably steady. On the other side, when viewed from a distance above, one could see the ship had risen into the air, with the bow beginning to detach from the rushing sea currents, poised to topple and plummet downwards. Tao Sheng also sensed this predicament. He immediately crouched down and touched the hull. With a frost-coated armor, in the blink of an eye, the entire ship was enveloped in a thick layer of ice, the original ram's head of the vessel now swathed in an icy dragon's visage. Consequently, the overall weight of the ship was increased several-fold, and the waterline descended a few centimeters, shifting the vessel's center of gravity forward, allowing the Mary to surge effortlessly into the sky. Is this the Sky Island? But why is there nothing but air? Luffy twisted his head in search of something extraordinary, only to be met with disappointment. The timid trio, seeing the ship no longer swaying and the outside calm, cautiously emerged to discover the situation. Upon stepping out, their eyes beheld a vast expanse of white clouds resembling a sea. Wow, how beautiful! It's truly marvelous. But why is there no one else here? Don't rush. We might not be there yet. Let's explore. Tao Sheng recalled that this was merely a buffer zone, and one had to ascend to higher altitudes to encounter any inhabitants. However, finding the correct path was essential to reach the upper Sky Island. Thus, the Mary sailed continuously through the white ocean, surrounded by a blinding expanse with no points of reference. Are we lost? It feels as if we are merely spinning in place, Nami remarked, feeling the flow of the wind and suspecting they were indeed stuck in a loop as the temperature and wind direction remained unchanged. Is there any way to find the correct path? Tao Sheng furrowed his brow, realizing he had little time to waste. Otherwise, the trace of the power gem would vanish. For now, he could still sense a presence above them. Let us rely on luck. If fortune smiles upon us, we may soon find our way out. I have never encountered a situation like this. The others nodded, acknowledging that it was their first time here as well, making it impossible to know the way. In that case, hold on tight. As soon as the group saw Tao Sheng preparing to crouch again, they knew something was amiss and quickly grasped the nearby railing. Suddenly, 8 frost-covered giant horses materialized before the ship, connected by ice pillars linking the vessel and the steeds. Go! Like a sports car accelerating to 100 meters. The crowd experienced a powerful sensation of being pushed back, with the wind blurring their vision. Tao Sheng stood at the bow of the ship, steering their course. A thin veil of transparent ice crystals serving as goggles, his hair wildly tousled by the gusts. Before long, a grand entrance loomed ahead, signaling their destination. The Mary surged forward once more, and Luffy, having acclimatized, joined Tao Sheng at the ship's prow. Thus they charged forth. In the distance, an island finally emerged, and Tao Sheng sensed a faint spatial aura. The horse's head suddenly veered, catching everyone off guard as they were flung to one side. Shortly thereafter, the Mary docked at an island dense with colossal trees, the thick forest obscuring their view, and a faint rumble of thunder echoed from within. Could it be Enel? Tao Sheng immediately thought of the user of the rumble fruit, recalling how, in the narrative, Enel had utilized the fruit's properties combined with his unique observation haki to develop the ability to listen to the entire island. Surely, at this moment, Enel sensed their presence too. Having safely arrived, Tao Sheng declared that they would not accompany Luffy and the others any further. If you return and do not find me, it means I have departed. Do not worry. Luffy nodded, refraining from inquiring further into their plans. Tao Sheng had mentioned his intention to hitch a ride, and it seemed he had found his purpose. Meanwhile, the others were still recovering from their nausea. The recent maneuver through the drainage channel had been exceedingly intense, their stomachs struggling to adapt to such high-level navigation. It has been delightful spending these days with you all. Until we meet again, Robin waved with a smile, then followed in Tao Sheng's footsteps. Throughout their time together, she had found this pirate crew rather intriguing, in stark contrast to that man who was so dreary and mundane. The two made their way deeper into the forest, facing various beasts along the path, with Tao Sheng dispatching foes effortlessly. As they neared the source of the aura, a bolt of lightning struck before them, prompting them to halt as electric currents converged into a humanoid silhouette, adorned with a white headscarf, bare-chested, and clad in lantern pants. The figure bore elongated earlobes. This must be Enel. What brings you to my territory? Enel scrutinized Tao Sheng, noting that the path the man had carved through the forest lay in a frozen state, devoid of any signs of life. Thus, he refrained from summoning his subordinates, recognizing they would be no match for the man before him. You possess a purple gem. Should it not be in your possession? Tao Sheng expressed surprise at Enel's unexpected politeness, questioning if this was truly the same audacious Enel from the narrative. Enel paused, realizing that the gem had an owner. He retrieved a purple gem from his lantern pants pocket, surrounded by swirling currents of electricity, as if it were ensnared in a cage of lightning. Is this it? Tao Sheng exhaled in relief, confirming, yes, that is it. Please return it to me. At this moment, Enel had no intention of returning the gem to Tao Sheng. How can you prove it belongs to you? Moreover, this gem has been incessantly whispering in my ear these past few days, claiming it would bestow upon me boundless power. If you take it away, I shall be at a loss. Just a few days prior, while wandering in the forest, the gem had suddenly fallen onto his face, even attempting to merge with his very being. Enel, sensing something amiss, immediately employed his formidable lightning powers to thwart the gem's assimilation. Just as he intended to investigate its origins, a demonic whisper invaded his mind. Chapter 118. The Escape Once More. Proof? Tao Sheng shook his head. I have no need for such a thing. Without proof, this gem is rightfully mine. Although Enel harbored no fondness for the gem, that did not grant him the liberty to simply bestow it upon another. Once within his domain, all things were his. Such was the nature of his unreasonable playfulness. Quite amusing. Tao Sheng regarded Enel with an amused glance, gently pushing Robin back with his right hand. Robin, understanding Tao Sheng's intent, handed him the belongings she was carrying. This fellow, compelling her to bear all the burdens while he remained empty-handed, had the audacity to label it as training. Truly shameless, utterly oblivious to the plight of his sister. Suddenly, Tao Sheng extracted a slender, dark rod from the luggage. In an instant, he appeared before Enel, striking down upon the hand that repeatedly tossed the gem. Enel's pupils widened in shock. His once reliable heart network had inexplicably faltered in that fleeting moment. Before he could react, he was rendered unconscious and slammed to the ground with a resounding thud. The creatures of the forest fled in alarm, acutely attuned to danger. When trouble arises, they instinctively escape. Tao Sheng approached the deep pit, kicking Enel, who lay sprawled on the ground. The power gem lingered nearby, sensing Tao Sheng's presence, and immediately sprouted 4 legs, darting towards the spatial opening. After having been tricked once, Tao Sheng would not fall for the same ruse again. He promptly thrust the sea tower stone into the spatial opening. A wailing cry echoed, and the opening rapidly shrank. This time, it would not escape. Tao Sheng felt triumphant as he observed the vanishing portal and a lively power gem. At last, it was within his grasp. Just as Tao Sheng bent down to retrieve the power gem, the previously vanished portal expanded once more, and a colossal fist emerged to block his strike. The violent collision unleashed a tempest of wind, snapping surrounding trees. Before Tao Sheng could regain his footing, the fist from the spatial realm seized the power gem and vanished. Damn it! Tao Sheng cursed, exasperated. Who on earth is orchestrating this from shadows? Moreover, it was evidently another ability user. He had distinctly sensed that the fist's power had diminished significantly upon contact with his sea tower stone. The time was simply too brief. And there was also the opportunity to seize the power stone while in a moment of weakness. To Tao Sheng's astonishment, the opponent had grown wiser since their last encounter, now utilizing the chaos of battle to obscure their spatial presence, thus thwarting any pursuit. The only remaining clues were the user of the Minta fruit and a formidable martial artist. Could it truly be that they were affiliated with the world government? Tao Sheng deemed it necessary to have a discussion with Vegapunk. At that moment, Enel had also regained his composure, transforming into lightning as he rolled through the clouds. Very well, you have provoked my wrath. Bolts of lightning rained down upon Tao Sheng from the sky, igniting the surrounding trees in a blaze. Another individual indifferent to nature. However, with the power stone having eluded him once more, Tao Sheng lost interest in continuing the battle, considering it a waste of time. It would be far more prudent to gather information. He would leave the tempestuous Thunder Beast to Luffy and his crew to deal with, treating it as a form of training. After a moment's reflection, Tao Sheng and Robin swiftly returned to their ship, leaving Enel bewildered in his place, pondering how the fight had suddenly come to an end. Simultaneously, he caught sight of Luffy and his companions, concluding that they were indeed part of the same group as the man moments prior. He shouted furiously as he charged toward Luffy. Where shall we go next? Should we wait for them to return? Robin observed Tao Sheng's predicament with a touch of secret delight. It was a rare sight to witness this man facing adversity. Yet, as she gazed at Tao Sheng's sudden upward glance, an unsettling premonition washed over her. How vexing! Have you ever felt the wind? In the next instant, they found themselves plummeting from a height of 10,000 meters. A few minutes later, Robin sat in Tao Sheng's ice-coated vehicle, gliding across the sea. still shaken from the experience. The sensation of nearly losing control was one she wished to avoid repeating. Tao Sheng remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the surface of the ocean. Are we to drift endlessly upon the sea? At last, Robin broke the silence with her inquiry. This enigmatic vehicle, though impervious to the elements, left them without provisions, and they would soon face dire issues such as food shortages and fatigue in this boundless ocean. I hadn't planned this out. I'm exhausted. I came here seeking relaxation, yet I found myself embroiled in a plethora of troubles. His tone was calm, embodying a state of detachment akin to that of a languid fish. And you? Do you have any aspirations? As for me, I yearn to read every historical text in the world and pen a book chronicling that history, ensuring the spirit of O'Hara lives on. Robin gazed out at the sky, a smile forming as she envisioned the fulfillment of her dreams. Historical texts? Tao Sheng mused, recalling that there was indeed a historical text concealed within a subterranean jungle on Sky Island, surrounded by gold. He deemed it necessary to explore the area and establish an anchor point, facilitating his future teleportation there. This way, he would no longer be short of funds, for it was truly a land abundant with riches. Do you know where it is? Robin overheard Tao Sheng's murmurs and immediately turned to him. It was right there on the floating island. Then, let us hasten our return. Acknowledged. Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. The vehicle will ascend shortly. Robin was unfamiliar with the concept of seatbelts, yet she understood the need to grip the handles firmly. The underwater propellers of the car transformed from 2 to 4, spinning rapidly, causing the ice vehicle to nearly lift off. Thus, they traversed the portal and returned to the forest where they had been earlier. Robin suppressed her urge to vomit, perplexed as to why those with the poorest driving skills seemed to relish operating vehicles. A matter easily resolved by a mere portal was being complicated unnecessarily. Meanwhile, a series of thunderous roars echoed from deep within the forest, likely indicating an encounter with Luffy. You go ahead and search for any entrances. I recall one being in this vicinity. Tao Sheng intended to assess the situation of their battle. After all, it was his mess to resolve. All right, I shall do so. Observing Robin's impulsiveness, Tao Sheng felt a twinge of concern and cautioned her. Be careful. Understood. Robin waved her hand and strode into the forest without looking back. Tao Sheng shook his head, resigning himself to the fact that she possessed her own protective talisman, ensuring her safety. It was baffling that someone capable of being the second-in-command of an assassination organization could exhibit such irrationality. He truly did not comprehend the role of historical accuracy. Chapter 119. Surrender and Ceasefire. 60 million volts of lightning dragon loomed behind Enel, and a massive drum illuminated, conjuring a colossal thunder dragon that surged toward Luffy. The dazzling blue radiance dimmed the sky, while high-voltage electricity scorched the land black. Luffy, Nami shouted from afar, overwhelmed by the terrifying power of the lightning. How could Luffy withstand such force? As the smoke cleared, she sighed in relief upon seeing Luffy standing unharmed. Fortunately, he had evaded the attack. You managed to dodge it. Enel gazed at Luffy with disdain, the electric power within him surging incessantly. 200 million volts of Thunder God. This was his ultimate technique, transforming him into a deity of lightning, striking once more at Luffy like a bolt from nature. This prompted another gasp from Nami. What is happening? She observed Luffy still standing firmly in place. Could it be that his rubbery nature rendered him immune, making Enel his only nemesis? There was no denying the protagonist's aura. Not even Tesla's coffin could contain it. Concurrently, Enel wore an expression of shock, bewildered as to why his attacks were utterly ineffective against Luffy. Before he could ponder further, Luffy charged forward. Rubber rocket, one punch sent Enel flying. How infuriating. I am a god. How could I possibly be defeated by you? Enel rose once more, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Observing this, Luffy charged forward, declaring, I am Luffy. I care not what you claim to be. Fall before me. Enel activated his mantra ability, allowing him to evade Luffy's strikes effortlessly, no matter how fiercely Luffy threw his punches. With a rapid flurry of blows, Luffy's fists moved so swiftly that afterimages appeared. Yet, to Enel, it remained all too slow. Under his mantra, he could dodge anything that did not match the speed of that particular man. This is troublesome. What manner of ability is this? Why can Luffy not touch him? Nami, watching the tide of battle turn, felt a wave of concern wash over her. Initially, she believed Luffy, as the nemesis of lightning, would secure victory, yet in an instant, he found himself at a disadvantage. That is a special variant of observation hockey. You have yet to encounter it, hence your confusion. It allows him to predict Luffy's next move. Suddenly, Tao Sheng appeared beside Nami, startling her. She clutched her chest, exclaiming, "You scared me, Tao. How do you move without making sound?" "I do not walk," he replied nonchalantly. Nami found his tone somewhat irksome. His ability to teleport was impressive, but she refrained from voicing her irritation for the sake of their captain's safety. "So how do we counter this observation hockey?" "It's simple. Just be faster than him." "Watch me," Tao Sheng proclaimed as he stepped forward, shouting, "Hey, you overzealous youth, look over here." Enel, caught off guard by the familiar voice, was struck by Luffy's punch. "You." He stepped back, distancing himself from this individual who was immune to his lightning, redirecting his focus onto Tao Sheng. Determined to reclaim his pride against the man who had caused him embarrassment, Enel soon found his gaze drawn to the black rod resting on Tao Sheng's shoulder, his legs involuntarily weakening at the sight. That object rendered him powerless, a fear etched deeply in his mind. Instantly, he shifted to his natural form, lightning gathering ominously in the sky. The two adversaries were in a peculiar predicament. One could not engage in range combat effectively, while the other was ill-suited for close quarters. Before Tao Sheng could fully articulate his move, he vanished into the air. Enel had no time to be astonished. He fled immediately. Thus began a relentless game of chase, with Tao Sheng always appearing above him, poised to strike with his rod. Stop. I surrender." Enel finally halted, raising his hands in defeat, terrified of that iron rod. Resistance was futile. Transforming into lightning drained his stamina significantly, and with his opponent darting around, it was impossible to land a hit. The rubber man, unfazed by his electric attacks, made defeat inevitable if this continued. It was better to concede with some dignity. "You surrender just like that? I thought you were quite the formidable one," Tao Sheng said, pressing the sea prism stone onto him. Enel suddenly collapsed to the ground, weakly exclaiming, "What is this thing? How can it be so domineering? Is it truly that remarkable?" Luffy bounced over, reaching out to touch the black rod. A pliable rubber figure slumped beside Enel, exclaiming in awe, "Incredible! A genius!" Yet you continue to hold on to it. Tao Sheng removed the sea prism stone from both of them, and they quickly regained their vigorous state. "How did you come across that gem?" Tao Sheng inquired, eager to investigate the nature of the jewel. "I'm not entirely sure," Enel replied. "It appeared in the forest a few days ago, initially attaching itself to the animals. I only captured it when I noticed something was amiss." He then elaborated on how the gem attempted to attach itself to him, but was ultimately controlled by his will, and he had heard alluring whispers. It seemed the gem had absorbed something, leading to its mutation. Previously, it was merely a manifestation of pure, tyrannical power. Tao Sheng stroked his non-existent beard, feigning a contemplative demeanor while pondering whether the repeated encounters with natural-type abilities were mere coincidence, or if only natural-type users could harness such forces. This question, he surmised, would only be answered upon their next encounter. "What do you intend to do next? Will you remain here to wreak havoc upon the inhabitants of Sky Island?" Tao Sheng scrutinized Enel, eager to discern his thoughts. After all, if he descended to the Grand Line, he would certainly be among the elite. A person immune to lightning, like Luffy, was a rarity. For those unfamiliar with hockey, the Rumble fruit was undoubtedly the most formidable. "What do you mean by wreaking havoc? Do you know how they treated me in the past?" Enel retorted sharply. He remembered how, in his childhood, he had nearly starved, with no one extending a helping hand simply because he was different, lacking wings, an outsider, and subjected to scorn. Observing Enel's vehement reaction, Tao Sheng inferred that he must have endured significant injustice in his youth. "Are you considering joining us in venturing into the sea?" He tentatively invited the young man. "You do not belong here. It is too small a stage for you." "Forget it," Enel shook his head. "I plan to take that arc, the Arc Maxim, to the moon." From the murals and the ruins, he had learned that he was likely a lunar being, and he wished to return to his homeland, perhaps to reunite with his kin or parents. It would fulfill a long-held aspiration. Chapter 120, Lord of the Skies, the Moon. What could possibly be there? Nami asked, puzzled. To her, the moon seemed barren, merely a tool for navigation in the night sky. Aside from reading that it had some influence on the weather, she had encountered little more information, and she was uncertain how far they were from the moon or how he planned to reach it. Upon hearing her question, Enel also shook his head, his tone lacking conviction as he responded. I am uncertain as well. It is merely a recollection from my childhood spent aboard a spaceship. From the records and murals within, I discern that there are indeed others like myself on the moon. Upon this revelation, those present understood that it was a yearning from my youth, a desire to explore my own origins that prompted this choice. Even if it may seem a fanciful dream to others, I would strive fervently to realize it. Tao Sheng, while astonished, felt a profound admiration. He did not expect Enel to choose to depart from here based solely on a few records and a mural. This was a testament to his commendable resolve. His courage and audacity far exceeded their own. Having ventured into outer space, Tao Sheng was acutely aware of the feelings of isolation and powerlessness that accompany such a journey. However, since this was Enel's decision, any attempts at persuasion to remain would be rendered futile. Although I am unaware of what the moon may hold, I suspect it shall not disappoint you. Tao Sheng vaguely recalled that there were indeed ruins on the far side of the moon, though they had long been rendered nearly obsolete due to a lack of power. Upon reaching the moon, Enel would find that the continuous supply of energy could elevate him to a divine status, sufficiently fulfilling his life's ambitions. Suddenly, Tao Sheng sensed an urgent situation regarding the talisman he had entrusted to Robin, indicating impending danger. Without elaborating further to the trio, he grasped their hands and swiftly departed. In an instant, the four found themselves atop a colossal tree, the disorienting sensation of spatial displacement nearly causing them to tumble. Fortunately, Tao Sheng steadied their bodies, allowing them to perch upon the sturdy branches. As they regained their composure, their eyes were immediately drawn to a massive python, relentlessly pursuing the diminutive Robin amidst their confrontation. The serpent emanated an alluring purple radiance, its flesh gradually shedding, black ichor dripping onto the surrounding trees, eliciting a chorus of hissing corrosive sounds. This was undoubtedly the same serpent that had once swallowed Luffy and his companions in the original narrative. Meanwhile, Robin adeptly maneuvered through the terrain, leaping from tree to tree, seeking opportunities to conjure enormous black hands from the surrounding foliage to strike at the beast. Upon regaining consciousness, Enel, upon his first glimpse of the colossal serpent, transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forth. Tao Sheng's armament haki swiftly ensnared the last flicker of Enel's electric form, immobilizing him in place. What is this? That serpent dared to ambush me days ago. Now that we meet again, I must exact my vengeance. Enel's face was a mask of indignation as he writhed and attempted to revert to lightning in a bid to free himself from Tao Sheng's iron grip. Yet he found himself firmly held. Do not be hasty. Let Robin seize this opportunity to hone her skills. Such a favorable moment must not be squandered, and it also serves as an excellent chance for observation. Tao Sheng then inquired, has this serpent been influenced by that power gem as well? Though Enel yearned for retribution. After meeting Tao Sheng's piercing gaze, he realized that his grievances were not as profound as he had initially believed. It was merely a matter of the serpent pilfering a few morsels during his barbecue. Uncertain, I observed the chaos among numerous animals upon my first encounter. Yet, it seems the gemstone's influence extends far beyond what I initially perceived. After listening, Tao Sheng fell into contemplation, pondering the true intentions of this gem. Having arrived in the pirate world, it no longer resembled the infinity stones of Marvel. Sir, are you not going to assist your companion? She appears to be on the brink. Nami anxiously interjected from the side. How could one treat her this way? Exhausted as she was, he still insisted on training, showing a complete lack of understanding in caring for a lady. Could it be that this fellow is a quintessentially oblivious man? Awakened by Nami's call, Tao Sheng realized Robin's stamina had indeed waned. He then cast a glance at Enel, as if inquiring, aren't you going to help? Subsequently, bolts of furious lightning relentlessly struck the giant serpent, seemingly aiming to release the day's pent-up frustrations upon it. If I cannot contend with two, would I fear a serpent that has gained sentience? Soon, the giant serpent lay still, silent upon the ground. Observing this, Tao Sheng swiftly moved to its side, casting an ice spell that encased the serpent in frost. He intended to preserve this specimen to present to Vegapunk for further investigation. Yet in the next moment, the serpent's body disintegrated into ashes, vanishing within the icy confines. Mister, how do you possess two abilities? Luffy exclaimed, noting that Tao Sheng's freezing power was not inferior to his own teleportation. Initially believing him to be merely a practitioner of teleportation, Enel was equally astonished. It seemed his defeat was not in vain. Even without teleportation, resisting such frigid ice would have been a formidable challenge. The freezing is indeed my doing, but the transformation into ashes is not of my design. At best, it should have resulted in shattered ice. Tao Sheng furrowed his brow, realizing the matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. The others exchanged glances, their lips trembling. Was there truly a distinction between shattered ice and ashes? The only difference seemed to be the absence of pollution. It appeared the power gem harbored its drawbacks, aligning with his earlier thoughts. A robust physical constitution was required to withstand its effects. Tao Sheng seemed to have uncovered a critical insight. As Robin beheld the assembled group before her, she sighed in relief, adjusting her tattered garments. Approaching Tao Sheng, she overheard him analyzing the gemstone and interjected, "So, this implies that the gemstone targets those with natural abilities due to their inherent resilience against the corruption it induces?" Tao Sheng nodded. "This is my preliminary assessment. However, the sample size is too limited for conclusive determination. By the way, where is the historical text you mentioned? I have scoured the vicinity and only encountered this giant serpent." Robin regarded Tao Sheng with a reproachful gaze, suspecting he had lured her here under the pretense of training himself. During the preceding period, she had sought opportunities to shirk her duties, yet now she found herself facing the consequences. "My strength is still insufficient. Even with hockey, I cannot prevail," she lamented, regret evident in her voice. "Is that the ability known as armament hockey that can strike that electric man?" Luffy inquired, his face brimming with excitement as he gazed at Tao Sheng. However, it was Enel who reacted first, his demeanor shifting to that of an irate Pikachu. "Radiating electricity. What electric man? I am a magnificent god of thunder. You mere rubber man." He initially intended to unleash his electric powers upon Luffy, but then recalled that rubber is impervious to electricity. Thus, he resorted to exclaiming that he was not afraid of electricity. Rather, he merely respected the black stick. Chapter 121. Campfire Gathering Interested in Learning? Tao Sheng observed the earnest desire for knowledge reflected in Luffy's eyes, reminiscent of the same fervor he had once seen in the top students at school. Luffy vigorously nodded. Surely he could learn this skill. He was envious of the ability to capture those possessing natural powers, as it would spare him the embarrassment of merely staring blankly at Smoke Man, Sand Crocodile, and the Electric Man beside him. If he wished to learn, he should seek Robin. Tao Sheng was uncertain how to teach, lacking the prowess of Luffy's ideal instructor, Kaido. Not only did Kaido provide one-on-one practical lessons, but he also imparted advanced techniques for hockey mastery and aided in awakening devil fruit abilities. He never overlooked the importance of hockey, emphasizing its superiority over fruit abilities. A truly formidable teacher, indeed. Conversely, most of Tao Sheng's abilities stemmed from personal insight, many of which could not be articulated and were only grasped intuitively. Nevertheless, Robin had proven to be a diligent student, having previously devoted herself to mastering the 6 powers and hockey. Entrusting her with the task of teaching should pose no issue. True to expectations, Robin produced a hockey training manual from her bag, Robin's notes, and handed it to Nami. This contains methods for cultivating the 3 types of hockey, along with the challenges I encountered during my training. It may not be exhaustive, so I hope you won't mind. Nami, somewhat taken aback, trembled as she accepted the manual. "Why are you giving this to me? I doubt Luffy would take proper care of these books, and I feel more at ease in trusting them to you, much like you cherish your hand-drawn maps." As Nami regarded Robin's elder sisterly smile, she suddenly felt that having this individual as a companion would not be so bad. She understood the passion behind her map-making, which represented her dreams of charting uncharted islands. Holding the book in her hands, she felt the weight of responsibility bearing down on her. It was a treasured possession of Robin's, and she could not afford to disappoint her. "Luffy, come quickly and let me see," Luffy exclaimed anxiously as he rushed to snatch the book from her hands. Nami swiftly swatted his rough hand away, clutching the book to her chest. "Once we return, I will transcribe a copy for all of you. As for your bloodstained hands, don't even think about touching this book." Dejected, Luffy muttered a resigned, "All right," and stood aside, quietly awaiting their return to the ship. The reason they did not escort Nami ahead was primarily due to their disorientation amidst the towering trees, as Tao Sheng had previously pulled them along without consulting their consent. In this moment, Relying on one's own exploration to return to the ship seemed less plausible than hoping for Tao Sheng to whisk them back with a mere snap. Following a brief exchange, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as everyone turned to Tao Sheng, awaiting his command. Yet, Tao Sheng gazed at Robin in confusion, who sighed and remarked, "The historical text. Ah, yes, nearly forgotten amidst Luffy's distraction." He then inquired of Enel, "Do you know where that large black square stone is located?" "What black stone?" Enel replied, bewildered. "There are stones everywhere here. I am unsure what you refer to." "The one inscribed with numerous characters, square in shape," Robin clarified. "Oh, you mean those cryptic symbols? They lie beneath a golden bell." Subsequently, Enel led the group through the labyrinthine ruins, utilizing his mind network ability to reach the area beneath the golden bell. There, they discovered the historical text, encased in gold and entwined with vines, seemingly untouched for centuries. Robin approached, immersing herself in the annals of history. After a considerable time, she exhaled deeply, realizing that this historical text chronicled the whereabouts of the ancient weapon, Poseidon. It dawned on her that the century of history she sought required the perusal of all historical texts to piece together the events that transpired. Upon examining the text, she noticed a small inscription nearby, also composed in a long-lost script. "GOLD, Roger visited here." Robin's eyes widened in astonishment. It implied that the former pirate king, much like herself, had sought these historical texts. She speculated that Roger had concealed the century of history at the end of the Grand Line, at Raftel. Casting a wistful glance at Tao Sheng, uncertainty clouded her mind. Would this man aid her in fulfilling her wish? Should she divulge the contents of the inscription? Once again, this matter intertwined with ancient weapons left her unable to fathom Tao Sheng's intentions regarding any clues he might acquire. Suddenly, a resounding chime echoed in their ears, the reverberations lingering long after. "Luffy, are you mad? We are standing so close, and you strike it so loudly. Do you not need your ears?" Nami exclaimed, covering her ears, her voice rising in pitch. I didn't know. I was just curious. I tapped it lightly, and it rang out so loudly," Luffy said, his head bowed in apology, though he was far from gentle in his approach, as Enel quickly countered, having witnessed Luffy's arm extend like a slingshot. The two soon rolled away, engrossed in settling their personal grievances. With Luffy's interruption, the group hesitated to inquire of Robin regarding the inscription's content. Observing Robin's indecision, the perceptive Tao Sheng gently patted her back and encouraged, "Let us proceed." Robin's sweet smile blossomed anew as she returned to the clearing on the island, where a grand bonfire feast commenced. This celebration marked the resolution of a long-standing conflict between the two tribes, successfully mediated by the eloquent and formidable Tao Sheng. It also signified the departure of the oppressive Thunder God, who had ruled over them for more than a decade, finally relinquishing control back to their hands. Just a few hours earlier, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper had returned to Luffy's side, though they were swathed in bandages, resembling an uncoordinated chorus of mummies. Clearly, they had endured a fierce battle. Tao Sheng paid little heed to their struggles, hastily downing a few cups and feigning intoxication, scarcely touching the food. The flavors of the Sky Island's cuisine were unbearable to him. His palate had been spoiled by Robin's exquisite cooking during their time in the desert. Besides, he wasn't hungry. If he were, he would have discreetly opened a portal to enjoy a proper meal. In stark contrast, the Straw Hat Pirates welcomed the food with open arms, voraciously devouring it. Luffy, in particular, demonstrated his legendary appetite, shoveling food into his mouth without regard for its taste, often swallowing without chewing. As night descended, the crew stealthily approached Tao Sheng. His sudden awakening startled them. "What are you up to, sneaking around? Has your pirate crew finally decided to embrace villainy?" he quipped, eyeing the bags they carried, from which glimmers of gold peeked out. One might assume they had plundered a treasury to gather such riches. Behind them, Robin smiled knowingly at Tao Sheng. "How could you all go robbing gold without inviting me? Though it wouldn't serve me much purpose, who doesn't love gold? If only I had the strength, I would have quietly taken that golden bell I encountered today as my own alarm clock." "Handsome uncle, could you please open a portal for us to return to the sea?" Nami implored, employing her charms as she handed Tao Sheng the smallest of the bags Chopper bore. "How do you expect me to take you seriously when you bring the tiniest bag? Who could withstand such a test?" Tao Sheng retorted with a hint of annoyance. Nami recognized her excesses, but felt that the gold was vital to her. parting with even a little felt akin to sacrificing a piece of herself. Approaching him, she wrapped her arms around his, shaking him gently. "Come on, handsome uncle, we often go without meals. Have some compassion for us." Perhaps her fair skin held the power to broker deals. "All right, for your sake, I will make an exception this once." Tao Sheng, eager to proceed to the next destination in search of gems and clues about Diana, consented. Thus, while the inhabitants of the Sky Island were still nursing their hangovers, the group silently entered the portal, taking both themselves and their ship along. Meanwhile, upon the vast expanse of the sea, a ship adorned with a ram-headed triangular sail re-emerges. "Alas, we have finally returned here. What an incredible experience it has been." Everyone simultaneously gazes upward at the island that moments ago loomed 10,000 meters above, now swiftly returned to the ocean's embrace. Subsequently, they all turn their eyes towards Tao Sheng, unable to suppress their astonishment at the sheer magnitude of his abilities. It is no wonder he carries himself with such an air of leisure, with such prowess. Who could ever hope to capture him? Enigmatic in every aspect, he remains a figure shrouded in mystery. Unperturbed by the thoughts of those around him, Tao Sheng faintly perceives the dark clouds in the sky dispersing with flickers of lightning. Muttering softly, "Ah, that fellow Enel." In the following days, the group ardently dedicates themselves to training, guided by the hockey cultivation manual provided by Robin. Their adventures in Alabasta and Skypiea have illuminated the inadequacy of their powers in these waters, reminding them that they are vulnerable to defeat at any moment. Moreover, having a formidable powerhouse like Tao Sheng by their side reinforces the notion that there are always individuals stronger than oneself and realms beyond their comprehension. Reclining on a deck chair, Tao Sheng takes amusement in observing Robin as she manifests armament hockey-infused fists to strike at her companions. However, only Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji have chosen this method of training. As the primary combatants of the Straw Hat Pirates, enduring blows and mastering hockey is an unavoidable path for them. Meanwhile, Usopp, Nami, and Chopper opt for the cultivation of observation hockey, focusing primarily on evading attacks. The enhancement of their perception of their surroundings proves invaluable. For instance, Nami can better control the flow of the winds, thereby foreseeing changes in the weather. Each member trains diligently, seemingly unaware that Tao Sheng has already departed. On Bonero Island, Blackbeard, with a crooked grin revealing his uneven teeth, extends an enthusiastic invitation to Ace, who stands atop a rooftop. "How about joining me? Whitebeard is no longer fit. I am destined to become the Pirate King. Moreover, our next target will be to eliminate that Straw Hat pirate, Luffy. His bounty is substantial and would undoubtedly elevate our reputation." Ace, his face contorted in anger, replies, "Luffy is my brother. Besides, I came here to capture you." No sooner had he spoken than Blackbeard's companions opened fire on Ace. Utilizing his natural ability to transform into flames, Ace evaded the gunfire. With the battle now ignited, Ace refrains from showing mercy to these minor adversaries, delivering a fiery punch that sends one of Blackbeard's recently recruited allies crashing to the ground. Subsequently, Ace strides forth like a god of fire, advancing towards Blackbeard. "Hee, since you wish to eliminate me, prepare to experience the true power of the dark fruit," Blackbeard proclaims. With that, a wave of inky darkness envelopes him, and he slams his hand down, causing the dark mist to spread throughout the entire town. The terror of the darkness compels everyone to flee rapidly towards the island's edge, desperately attempting to escape the encroaching gloom. In an instant, the shadowy mist, akin to a black hole, engulfs the entire town, crushing it into oblivion. In the blink of an eye, the sprawling town was reduced to a mere expanse of flat land. Dark water. Ace was still in shock, unable to comprehend the true nature of this fruit's power before being ensnared by Blackbeard's formidable gravitational force. At the moment his palm made contact with Blackbeard's hand, he discovered that his fruit's abilities had inexplicably ceased to function. Blackbeard unleashed an uppercut upon the defenseless Ace, sending him hurtling into the distance. Ace wiped the blood from his lips. The capabilities of this fruit were far too enigmatic, and he could only attempt a distant attack. A colossal fireball erupted from beneath Ace's feet, radiating heat akin to that of the sun. This was his ultimate technique, the Flame Emperor. In response, Blackbeard hastily summoned the darkness to counteract. The violent collision stirred up a tempest, as onlookers desperately clung to nearby trees, their strength insufficient to withstand the explosive shockwave, which sent them tumbling into the surrounding sea. Once the smoke cleared, Ace lay motionless on the ground, his body marred with blood. Ha ha! In the end, I emerge victorious. With Luffy unable to capture you, you shall serve as my stepping stone, Ace. Accompanied by his maniacal laughter, Blackbeard slowly approached Ace's side. Just as he intended to seize Ace, a dark stick struck towards him. Years of navigating the seas had imparted upon him the knowledge that this was a weapon forged from sea prism stone, an object he could not afford to touch. Blackbeard hastily retreated, casting a wary glance at the man who had suddenly appeared, gripping that ominous stick. "Who are you?" Blackbeard questioned with caution, ever respectful of those who dared wield weapons crafted from sea prism stone. The last person to do so was the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, whose terrifying prowess he had been fortunate enough to witness. The weight of the sea prism stone weapon aside, its innate ability to directly nullify devil fruit powers placed any user at a severe disadvantage. "I am Ace's uncle," the man replied. "This boy truly causes me concern. I promised Whitebeard I would look after him, yet after just a few days apart, he has found himself in such dire straits." Tao Sheng rubbed his ears, as debris floated in the air, annoying him greatly. "Was this your doing?" Chapter 123. Blackbeard. Don't be cowardly. No sooner had Tao Sheng spoken than Blackbeard, disregarding any semblance of honor, launched an attack. Dark water. A deluge of darkness swept over Tao Sheng like a tsunami, seeking to engulf everything in its path. Blackbeard reveled in the newfound power of his devil fruit, justifying the hardships endured during his years of concealment. Indeed, the heavens reward the diligent. Yet in the next moment, the smirk that had graced his lips faltered. As the darkness receded, Tao Sheng remained steadfast, his attire untouched, and his pristine teeth reflecting the sunlight into Blackbeard's eyes with blinding brilliance. "This is impossible. This is the dark fruit, capable of consuming all. Moreover, the fortune teller had foretold that should I obtain this fruit, I would dominate the world. Otherwise, there would be no need to expend such effort to acquire it." The visage of Blackbeard twisted into a menacing grimace as he attempted once more, unwilling to believe in the absurdity of fate. The dark waters surged forth with relentless vigor, only to recede once again like a tide. Yet, Tao Sheng remained steadfast, unmoving in his position, causing Blackbeard's eyes to widen in disbelief. The scene before him was utterly incomprehensible. This is impossible. How could anyone withstand his dark waters? He toiled relentlessly, sacrificing sleep and comfort. Clutching the rankings of the strong in one hand and the fruit's illustrated guide in the other, the pages worn from incessant study, all in the name of survival. Nay, of patience. He awaited the moment when the power of the dark fruit would resonate throughout the seas. But who was this newfound adversary, whose name was unknown to him? Fear arises from the unknown, and in that moment, he felt a flicker of trepidation. Cold sweat trickled down Blackbeard's brow as he lamented his ill fortune that day or the peculiar abilities of his opponent. Perhaps a retreat was prudent, allowing him time to analyze the situation before causing any further disturbance. Indeed, the 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best option. Blackbeard prepared to slip away unnoticed. In truth, Tao Sheng had indeed been drawn towards him, but the instant he began to move, he teleported back to his original position. Nevertheless, this exerted a tremendous amount of energy to counteract the pull. To an observer, it appeared as though Blackbeard's skills had no effect. Fortunately, Blackbeard remained oblivious to this fact. Otherwise, fighting with mere physical prowess would have posed a significant dilemma for Tao Sheng. The moment Blackbeard realized that his presumed strongest fruit seemed ineffective, he became even more apprehensive. Such bewilderment can unsettle anyone. Naturally, one might feel a sense of fear. Moreover, after his battle with Ace, he had already exhausted much of his strength. Another confrontation of similar magnitude would surely lead to his downfall, especially with this man wielding a formidable black weapon, composed of the dreaded sea stone, which instilled fear within him. Outmatched, he resolved to retreat, deeming it a tactical withdrawal. No shame in that, for he had endured for many years and was indifferent to the loss of face this entailed. Just as Blackbeard turned to flee, Tao Sheng appeared before him, bringing his weapon crashing down. Clang! Ack! The side effects of the dark fruit inflicted a searing pain that struck him like a hammer to the head. his cries of agony echoing through the air like the wails of slaughtered swine. As his consciousness faded, Blackbeard's thoughts turned blank. Yet the fierce instinct for survival compelled him to stagger forward. Damn it, who is this meddler? His last coherent thought before succumbing to darkness was to remember the visage of this man, vowing to exact vengeance when the opportunity arose. Alas, the sunlight remained blinding, and before he could discern the figure, he was engulfed by shadows. The small town fell into a profound silence. Tao Sheng shook his head, surveying the chaos and the fallen around him. Without an audience to admire his prowess, he felt unsatisfied. This ace, even after being told that he could not win, still charged into battle, truly embodying the spirit of a fervent manga, easily swept away by emotions. Fortunately, he had previously left a mark on Ace. Otherwise, had he followed the original plot, being taken by Blackbeard as a bargaining chip for the Navy would have left him with no face to seek out Whitebeard. Truly, I am as clever as ever. After uttering this, Tao Sheng lifted the two individuals with his sea-prism stone staff, one by the head, just right. With a swift motion, he vanished. After a considerable time, more people began to arrive at this desolate ruin. Damn it, my house. Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? Those strange individuals might not have wandered far. You should know that those pirates care little for your life. If they hear you slandering them, be wary of facing the same fate. At that moment, a sneaky figure hid among the crowd, muttering softly. Just recognized the boss and got captured. It seems he isn't all that formidable. Thankfully, the news was not too bad. I shall consider it a reward for my subordinates. With that, he turned to leave. Meanwhile, aboard the merry-go, Luffy lay sprawled on the deck, exclaiming loudly, I am so hungry. Sanji, hurry up and bring out some food. The crew, having just received their training manuals, had embarked on a day of intense training, but the results were non-existent, while their hunger had escalated to an unbearable degree. The Straw Hat trio lay flat on the ground, uttering the words food with their last bit of energy. Nami, please enjoy the dishes I have meticulously prepared for you. Sanji appeared before Nami in a flash. Today, Nami donned a pink striped bikini, her alluring figure radiantly on display. The beads of sweat from her training clung to her smooth skin, evoking enticing thoughts. I'm so tired right now. Could you give me a glass of juice? Preferably freshly squeezed orange juice? Her sweet voice prompted poor Sanji to scamper off to the kitchen, ignoring the cries behind him. Nami then draped a towel over her shoulders and joined Robin on the beach chair, reclining beside her to quietly bask in the embrace of the sun. The sea breeze was pleasantly intoxicating, and the sky bore no trace of newsbirds today. As a result, no newspapers arrived to deliver the latest news, leaving the Straw Hat Pirates in a state of isolation from the world. Where has that guy gone? I haven't seen him all day, Nami whispered. No idea. Robin replied without lifting her gaze, her eyes glued to the book in her hands. Unless one noticed her slightly parted lips, one might think she were frozen in time. Nami sighed, observing the beautiful woman before her who seemed completely indifferent to the outside world, engrossed in her own realm. She tilted her head to glance at the cover title, the unfamiliar script suggesting an evolution of some language. She vaguely recognized the word history. Possibly the history of a small nation. It puzzled her why Robin was so captivated by these forgotten tales rather than being curious about the vast, tumultuous sea. I'm back. Robin's gentle voice roused the dazed Nami from a reverie. What? Nami looked at her with suspicion, as if trying to ascertain whether it was indeed Robin who had just spoken. Robin closed her book and pointed to the copper coins on the small table, their chilling aura causing the surface to begin freezing. Before Nami could react, the air shimmered as if disturbed, and in an instant, a thunderous effect accompanied by a rift in space heralded the arrival of Tao Sheng before the two of them. Chapter 124. Nami seeks a mentor with a resounding crash. A stout and a slender figure were flung onto the deck, causing the merry-go's waterline to dip even deeper. The immense noise immediately drew the attention of everyone aboard, who swiftly gathered around Tao Sheng. Ace. The sharp-eyed Luffy dashed to Ace's side, resting his head against Ace's chest and feeling the faint heartbeat, which finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Chopper. Luffy's loud call startled Chopper, who immediately sprang into action, his short legs carrying him to Ace's side in an instant. His heart raced, pulse weak, yet his pupils remained normal. Chopper's face was etched with tension, and with each step he took, he voiced his thoughts aloud to bolster his own courage. Fortunately, Ace's condition was merely due to significant blood loss from battle, coupled with shock and multiple injuries, exacerbated by the effects of sea prism stone, rendering him nearly lifeless. As long as it wasn't a rare and insurmountable ailment, Chopper was confident he could manage it. At this moment, Chopper cast a pleading glance at Tao Sheng, seemingly questioning how he could be so rough with a patient. Noticing Tao Sheng's gaze fixated on the two beauties aboard, Chopper sighed and continued his efforts to save Ace. Before long, Ace was entirely wrapped in white bandages tinged with red, resembling a mummy. Phew, for now, he is out of immediate danger. Encountering such patients is not uncommon on these vast seas. A qualified ship's doctor must possess extensive experience in treating such ailments. With the only doctor's diagnosis in hand, everyone aboard, save for Luffy, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Although the others had not known Ace for long, they recognized him as a person of deep loyalty and vibrant spirit. No one wished to witness such a person perish before their eyes, least of all Luffy. Chopper's hesitant voice once again drew everyone's attention. He rubbed his two little fingers together in front of his chest, casting furtive glances at the figure of Blackbeard nearby. It was as if he were silently asking, "Are we saving this patient or not? Speak up." As a kind-hearted little doctor, he could not stand idly by while a life was at stake, even if the patient appeared menacing. Everyone turned their gaze toward Tao Sheng, whose iconic bushy beard and fierce demeanor unmistakably marked him as the very enemy Ace was pursuing. Clearly, he was an adversary, and they were uncertain whether to provide aid. Most importantly, he was Tao Sheng's quarry, and they had no right to intervene. If Tao Sheng refused to allow Luffy to save Ace, it was likely that a fierce conflict would erupt aboard the merry-go once more. Disregard him. He won't perish easily. Tao Sheng understood the sentiments of the crowd, merely gesturing dismissively. As for saving him, Blackbeard's vitality rivals that of a cockroach. He would not succumb so readily. He then surveyed those present, contemplating for a moment before issuing a command. Zoro, you possess experience in binding. Procure some ropes to secure him, attaching them to the staff he wields. Having spoken, he retreated to his chamber to rest. The extensive distance of teleportation still proved somewhat taxing on his current physique, leaving him fatigued. Zoro raised an eyebrow. His rebellious nature made it unlikely for him to heed another's instructions, especially when reminded of his past entanglement with the Navy. I am quite vexed. The repercussions could be severe. Yet, in the next moment, his body obediently moved to Blackbeard's side, grasping the hemp rope typically used for securing sails. This was merely to repay the favor of the hockey training manual. Indeed, that was the justification he whispered to himself as his pace in binding quickened. Before long, Blackbeard was securely fastened to a cross, with the sea stone staff serving as the horizontal beam. He was suspended in the air, deprived of any opportunity to exert force. Reminiscent of Zoro's own capture in the East Blue. Positioned adjacent to Zoro's training area, no matter how formidable Blackbeard might be, escape would not come easily. Robin, do you think that fellow is particularly strong? Is he comparable to the so-called admirals of the Navy? Naturally, it was Nami who inquired, having gathered some understanding of contemporary powerhouses during their time at sea. In the past, she believed that the fisherman Arlong from her village was the epitome of strength, only to realize upon venturing into the ocean that she had been merely a frog in a well. Upon hearing Nami's question, Robin found herself momentarily lost in thought, her mind conjuring images of Tao Sheng battling Akiji and their moments shared in Alabasta. Hey Robin, is he strong or not? Why are you blushing while pondering such a question? Clearing her throat, Robin replied, he is likely stronger than the Navy. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement at this response. I've made my decision. I shall seek him out as my mentor. As long as it brings you joy, Robin mused, considering that such a lazy individual was unlikely to invite trouble unless he became enamored with Nami's physique. Casting a wary glance at Nami, she thought, thin and frail. Surely not as impressive as I am. To take me as your master? What gives you the right? Tao Sheng spat out the mouthwash into the sea, his gaze directed at the eager Nami beside him. This young girl had been pestering him since dawn, expressing her desire to become his disciple. However, Tao Sheng's abilities were acquired through external means. He was hardly equipped to teach others. The only thing he could offer was a fruit to consume. I'll think of something. Nami pondered for a long while, but could not conceive of anything beyond painting, feeling somewhat dejected. Do not lose heart. The essence lies in the fact that I, too, am unsure how to instruct you. Moreover, Your journey of growth will unfold through adventure. In truth, Tao Sheng is merely engaging in a ruse. Although Nami currently appears frail, her future prospects for nourishment are quite promising. It would be wise for the central air conditioning to warm her, leaving a mark in the form of tattoo on her arm to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. What is this? Nami's previously gloomy disposition was alleviated when Tao Sheng unexpectedly touched his own arm. A crystalline design appeared at the site of the tattoo, indelible yet refreshingly cool. It serves as a safeguard. Should danger arise, I shall manifest. One of the reasons you sought me as a mentor was to have a reliable support, and now you possess it. Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes widened in astonishment, and she excitedly rushed to plant a kiss on Tao Sheng before shyly retreating to her room. It seems you enjoyed the kiss from the little girl. Would you like me to bestow one upon you to brighten your day? Robin's tone sent a shiver down Tao Sheng's spine. Is this woman feeling envious? Ah, indeed. It has been far too long since I received a kiss from you, Robin. I miss it dearly. Tao Sheng met her gaze unflinchingly, recognizing that dealing with such a mature woman requires a bold approach. As long as I remain composed, it is others who shall feel awkward. And so it was. Robin had little to say, knowing Tao Sheng was not easily ensnared like Blackbeard. With a serious demeanor, Robin reclined on her beach chair and resumed her reading. Undeterred, Tao Sheng promptly lay beside her, feigning interest in her book, though he could not decipher the words. The two magnificent peaks before him were undeniably captivating. Chapter 125. Fame begins to emerge. Caw, caw, caw. News birds, akin to albatrosses, circled incessantly above the merry-go. Nami, procure a newspaper to discover the latest happenings. Reluctantly, Tao Sheng diverted his gaze from Robin's book. Knowledge is power. Wherever one goes, possessing more information is invariably beneficial. Thus, Tao Sheng naturally cultivated the admirable habit of reading. The news bird was summoned down, trembling as it approached the bow of the merry-go. 100 berry, no haggling. Please don't strike me. Here you go, now be off. Nami tossed a small pouch of coins, snatched up a newspaper, and skipped joyfully to Tao Sheng's side. The news bird, bewildered yet swift, fled in haste, fearing a dispute with Nami. Oh, has Nami stumbled upon a fortune? I have never seen her so jubilant. Luffy, equally perplexed, inquired of the actively training Zoro. However, Zoro showed no interest. His thoughts were solely on how to wield his sword more swiftly. With no thoughts of women, the blade's mastery follows naturally. Receiving no response, Luffy lost interest in pursuing the matter and called out instead. Nami, what does the newspaper say? Hearing Luffy's shout, Nami promptly halted, nearly colliding with Tao Sheng. Read aloud. Since we're at it, let us all listen. Tao Sheng thought, too lazy to scrutinize the text himself. Hell, without intermission, Ace and Blackbeard clash, erupting into a fierce battle, leaving the town in ruins. At last, the enigmatic powerhouse intervened and took away two individuals. Father, Ace has been defeated by that guy. I must go to rescue him. Marco, clutching a newspaper, swiftly approached Whitebeard. What's the rush? Whitebeard, suspended by intravenous fluids, trembled slightly. Sky, take a moment to reflect on what you just experienced. After issuing his command, Whitebeard settled himself and inquired, now speak. What has transpired? Ace. Ace is lost to Blackbeard, and the life card left here has grown exceedingly faint. Father, please let me go bring him back. Marco blurted out, though Whitebeard scarcely grasped his words. However, upon glancing at the newspaper, the first image depicted Ace, bloodied and sprawled at Blackbeard's feet, surrounded by a desolate scene. The second image showed an individual wielding a stick, with Blackbeard and Ace fallen before him. ISNT, that the shopkeeper? How'd he end up in a newspaper? Sky, emerging from his contemplation, caught sight of the figure portrayed. Having spent considerable time together, despite the change in attire and the darkening of his beard, Sky recognized him at once. Is this the pawnshop owner? Whitebeard's eyes widened as he compared the figure in the image with his mental recollection. Alas, no matter how he looked, he could not recognize him. Instead, the image in his mind grew increasingly vague. Nevertheless, Whitebeard breathed a sigh of relief. Since Sky had identified him, it meant Ace was temporarily safe. He clearly remembered their prior arrangement. What does strength matter? Whitebeard murmured, gazing at the sky. Father, please, allow me to save Ace. Marco, oblivious to the identity of the shopkeeper, was nonetheless aware of Ace's peril and could not stand idly by. Your impulsiveness is unbecoming. How can you lead your subordinates well when you bear the weight of so many? Whitebeard's expression suddenly turned grave. But he is Ace. He is my brother. Marco's voice unconsciously rose, drawing the attention of other pirates aboard. As the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace's charismatic and righteous character naturally attracted a multitude of friends. They all quietly tuned in, concerned for Ace's well-being. Now, with the argument escalating, they could openly witness the unfolding events. Enough, Whitebeard bellowed, deeply disappointed with Marco's demeanor. Ace has been taken. He will be fine. Wait, he has been rescued? Marco's train of thought was abruptly interrupted, leaving him momentarily stunned. After regaining composure, he recalled the mysterious powerhouse from the newspaper. Sky knew him. Moreover, it seemed they were on the same side. In recent times, Whitebeard had shown undue favor towards this woman who descended from the heavens. Coupled with Whitebeard's prior assurance, it became clear that Whitebeard, Sky, and the mysterious powerhouse were familiar with one another and shared mutual trust. With this realization, Marco sighed in relief. Yet he turned to see Whitebeard's grim expression, understanding that he had acted impulsively once again. Marco yearned to articulate his thoughts, yet the words were lodged in his throat, refusing to escape. Defending oneself is the most futile of actions. Turning away, Marco resolved to inform his companions of the situation, striving to prevent any unrest, for several had expressed a desire to rescue Ace. Sky, it appears your superior possesses considerable prowess. Whitebeard was undoubtedly aware of Blackbeard's strength. Even Shanks had once warned him to remain vigilant. Indeed, he had placed excessive trust in his offspring, a flaw that could not be rectified, perhaps to be amended in another lifetime. As for him, it is likely he merely seized the opportunity at the last moment, not a commendable feat. Upon hearing Whitebeard's praise for Tao Sheng, Sky immediately retorted, you should focus on honing your skills. Now you can cultivate your abilities in peace. Not at all. I have always practiced with tranquility. Master, your illustrious deeds have made it to the newspapers, occupying an entire page. Hey, don't shout like that. I have no money on me. Don't set your sights on me. Tao Sheng felt a twinge of headache at Nami's words. He had sought to maintain a low profile, yet the paparazzi in this world exceeded his wildest imaginations. Is there any other news? None. The remaining portion of the page is dedicated to promoting the procurement of devil fruits of any type. It seems the prices for devil fruits have been rising lately. Devil fruits, you say? It appears that Vegapunk has made some discoveries, and the world government is taking action. Well then, it seems today's newspaper is not worth 100 berries. Where to next? Nami? Since we cannot glean any information from the newspaper, we must head to a larger town to gather intelligence. Let me see. Nami produced a miniature map from her bosom. The reason for its placement there unclear. Tao Sheng glanced at Nami's attire for the day, revealing shorts paired with a sultry bikini, devoid of pockets. I see now. Water City, according to the map and compass, is our next destination. There are numerous docks there, perfect for repairing the Going Merry. Onward to Water City to repair the Going Merry, Luffy shouted exuberantly, seemingly emerging from nowhere. Tao Sheng was unfazed. Indeed, it was the captain's responsibility, and he could not overstep his bounds, for that would defy the established order. Unless it were Tao Sheng's vessel, he held no authority to issue commands.